I have never heard of such a thing-gone, ordinary woman giving birth at 5 months in her pregnancy. Who would believe that? One of the wives of the emperor of the blazing empire, Queen Rosie, caressed her round belly, speaking in a tone that seemed casual. Yet her gaze lingered on the emperor's distant silhouette, flickering with uncertainty, though her beautiful eyes betrayed the turmoil within her heart. Silence. The emperor's voice, deep and resonant, echoed from the immense terrace of the garden, his eyes fixated on the distant summit where the guardian deity's temple stood. A massive column of crimson light erupted from the temple's apex, unfurling across the sky like an ethereal canopy, enveloping the entire territory of the blazing empire. In the far reaches of the land, brilliant flames safeguarded every inch of this realm. That was the sanctuary of the guardian deity, a steadfast barrier that had shielded the blazing empire for countless years, yet it could not protect even itself. I cannot abide any deceit from my woman, by the guardian deity above. As long as she confesses to having committed adultery, I swear I shall not take her life. The emperor turned, retrieving his most cherished weapon from a diamond-studded display, the sword known as Elesis, once blessed by the guardian deity herself. He dedicated time each day to polishing the sword, envisioning valiant triumphs on the battlefield, yet he remained unaware that one day, this blade would be drawn against his own wife. Regardless of the outcome, tonight I shall uncover the truth. The emperor's departure was fraught with agitation. Behind him, Queen Rosie trembled with excitement, firmly believing this was her opportunity, convinced of her impending victory. She was certain that only her son could ascend to the throne of the blazing empire, the most powerful, rich, and beautiful empire in the world. Emperor Castropheres of the Fire Nation had two wives, Ocelia and Rosie, designated as the Eastern and Western Queens, respectively. For reasons unknown, it was not until the emperor reached the age of 45 that his Western Queen finally conceived, filling the formerly childless monarch's heart with immense joy. However, after 4 months of her pregnancy, the Eastern Queen was also confirmed to be with child. Initially, this posed no significant issues. But therein lay the crux of the problem. The Eastern Queen's belly swelled alarmingly in the span of just 5 months. She was on the verge of giving birth. No matter how rational the emperor strove to be, he could not accept that this child could be his own. After all, a woman could not possibly deliver a child at 5 months, implying that the Eastern Queen must have conceived 9 months prior. At that time, the emperor had been spending nearly every night with the Western Queen. Whence did her child come? The essence of his horror lay in the overwhelming astonishment he felt. The best way to dispel such thoughts was to contemplate and prepare for unforeseen events. Regrettably, the emperor had never anticipated such circumstances, and he was ill-prepared for anything. Incited by the murmurs of certain individuals, the emperor was agitated beyond measure. His grip tightened around his sword as he strode toward the Eastern Queen's chambers, the attending maids along the way paling in fear. Outside the bedroom, he could hear the Eastern Queen's anguished cries, the attending royal physician offering her words of solace. The screams struck him like slaps across the face, and in a fit of rage, he delivered a mighty kick that shattered the doors, sending them crashing to the ground. The cold gleam of his sword illuminated the chamber, plunging it into a profound silence. Everyone knew the reason for the emperor's presence. Everyone was aware of what would transpire next. "Tell me, whose child is this? I promise you will all live." His voice trembled with urgency. The queen had long been aware of the emperor's suspicions, yet she had steadfastly believed in his trust. Now, however, the man she loved confronted their child's arrival with such hostility. She fixed her gaze on the glinting sword before turning to meet the emperor's eyes, ultimately looking away. Had it been a more composed moment, the emperor would have sensed the desperation in the Eastern Queen's eyes, a reflection of her disillusionment with his trust. Yet, in his fury, he had lost the keen observational prowess he once possessed. Very well. The emperor raised his sword high, the glint slicing across the Eastern Queen Ocelia's prominently swollen belly, and immediately the bed became saturated with a mixture of amniotic fluid and blood. The agony of childbirth is the pinnacle of human suffering in comparison. The pain inflicted by the sword was trivial. The Eastern Queen did not scream. She strained her body upright, gazing at the blood that flowed from her. Then, with an unsettling gaze, she looked at the furious emperor. "You have made a grave mistake, one that you will regret for a lifetime. I curse you with the nobility of my blood. I curse you. You shall never again see any female bear a child. You will wither and age rapidly, and you will lose everything you possess." The Eastern Queen's voice rang out, a powerful curse directed at the ruler who wielded the sword. The excitement caused blood to pour more swiftly from her body. Yet she remained fixed on her husband until darkness began to cloud her vision, at which point a strange smile broke upon her lips. "You will never know the nature of the life you have brought into this world." The weakened queen succumbed to death, her blood pooling around the emperor's toes. He felt his stomach clench. He needed to find a way to release his pent-up anger, lest he succumb to madness. Just as he thought the ordeal was coming to an end, the Eastern Queen's belly stirred. From the ghastly wound emerged a small head, adorned with a fine tuft of crimson hair. "Your Majesty, the child still lives?" the aged physician exclaimed, rushing to the bedside. She gently cradled the bloodied infant, but noticed that the umbilical cord had been severed by the emperor's blade, and a deep wound marred the baby's left ankle. What? The emperor could hardly believe it. There, indeed, was a living infant in the physician's arms. The physician expertly turned the child upside down and delivered firm taps to its soul. Almost at once, the newborn wailed, the first cry echoing into the world. Yet, after only 3 cries, the baby seemed to settle into a calm, steady rhythm. Filled with joy, the physician turned the child right side up, only for the tiny life in her arms to suddenly open its eyes. In that instant, the emperor thought he glimpsed a fleeting golden glow in the child's gaze. The physician, startled, dropped the infant into the pool of blood, clutching her throat in agony as she struggled. Blood splattered her from head to toe, and at last she fell heavily to the ground. She was dead. None knew what transpired. The emperor could even hear the silence of his own breathing. He forced another physician to retrieve the child, but this time, nothing unusual occurred. The baby's eyes shimmered with the same faint golden hue, and its large orbs displayed no curiosity typical of new life. It bore an unsettling resemblance to the fallen Eastern Queen, yet was barely akin to the emperor. The child was swaddled and handed to the emperor. He felt compelled to take action. In every world, regardless of wealth or poverty, there exist certain individuals who seek to uncover truths, yet wish to keep their inquiries hidden from others. These individuals possess clandestine channels through which they can resolve their dilemmas. Within the depths of the imperial slums, there existed a tent belonging to a shaman, a devotee of an ancient deity. His body was inscribed with runes. He had mutilated his ears and adorned his skin with jingling metallic rings. He crafted peculiar concoctions from bizarre ingredients, producing even stranger potions that endowed surreal abilities. Now a figure stood before him. "Tell me, is he my flesh and blood?" The visitor obscured his face, cradling a blood-soaked newborn. No guesswork was required. It was undoubtedly another incident of noble bloodshed. From a cabinet filled with spices, the shaman retrieved a silver plate, the center a flawless mirror, its edges surrounded by twisted runes known only to disciples of the ancient travelers. The emperor extended his hand, allowing the shaman to press his finger against it before piercing the tip with a sharp needle. Then he unwrapped the infant, revealing the still bleeding wound on its ankle. As his blood mingled with that of the child, it dripped into the mirror's center. Instantly, the surrounding runes glowed, casting forth a swirling mist. The vapor twisted and rolled until it coalesced into a mass resembling dismembered flesh. The creature writhed, its tiny tendrils waving, while several irregularly placed eyes fixated on the emperor, the shaman, and the silver plate. The shaman uttered incantations inhuman to the ears of mortals, and the mass absorbed both drops of blood. Then it began to squirm and morph until 2 tiny figures, nearly the size of a thumb, separated from the creature, which dissipated into the fog. "He is your child, my lord. See now, you are nearly identical." The shaman held the plate towards the emperor. Pondering, the emperor gazed at the frail creation within the plate, struck by how weak and vulnerable it appeared. "Tell me, is there any possibility a woman could give birth within 4 months?" The emperor suddenly inquired. "Esteemed sir, as you can see, these 2 infants were born within a minute of one another," the shaman replied, an impolite smile spreading across his face. "But those are monsters," the emperor retorted, irate. "For us, all creatures of this world, from humans to ants, hold little distinction." The shaman bowed respectfully, yet the emperor felt the subservience was directed more towards the child in his grasp. But that was unthinkable. The shaman's beliefs lay with the ancient travelers, whose deranged followers had feuded with the old gods for centuries, a war that would not cease. However, the emperor had no interest in such matters. He left the shaman's tent, the child in his arms slumbering soundly, devoid of protests. As he gazed upon the familiar features, the emperor realized the irrevocable nature of his actions. But it was far too late. The shaman watched as the emperor departed from his tent, discarding one tiny infant from the silver plate into the refuse, while reverently placing the remaining infant upon the grandest altar. Everything is proceeding according to your design, my lord. Chapter 2. The maiden's wet nurse. The emperor had come to the realization that this child was his own flesh and blood, yet he found himself unable to rest easy. Subsequent examinations revealed that the heart of the deceased physician appeared to have been savagely mangled. What sort of force could inflict such damage? The emperor possessed such power, yet it was evident that he was not the perpetrator. He resolved to seek counsel from someone he trusted, his mentor. Amandella was an ancient lich, whose age was indeterminate, utterly consumed by the study of magic. He was the emperor's teacher, his father's teacher, his grandfather's teacher, and even the teacher of his grandfather's grandfather. This was the entirety of the emperor's understanding of the man. In his eyes, if there was anyone in this world worthy of trust, it was Amandella. For many years, Amandella had secluded himself in a laboratory beneath the palace, engrossed in his research, completely indifferent to political affairs. This was the sole reason the emperor placed his trust in him. Amandella's laboratory was modest in size, a clandestine haven perpetually chilled and suffused with the acrid scent of preservative herbs. These conditions had significantly slowed the decay of the ancient lich's body, yet his extreme age rendered him little more than a withered husk, save for the two swirling orbs of energy that hovered around him. These orbs were manifestations of concentrated energy, their explosive potential sufficient to decimate half the palace. "You have just made a grave error," the lich remarked upon seeing the infant cradled in the emperor's arms. "I understand, master, but there are matters that elude my comprehension," the emperor replied, hastily recounting the recent events. The lich listened intently, the flames of his soul flickering quietly in his eyes. He then took the child into his own embrace, extending a gnarled finger to gently tap the infant's forehead. In that instant, the previously slumbering child abruptly opened his eyes, and a brilliant golden light flashed forth, echoing with a muffled sound that reverberated through the cramped chamber. The bookshelf behind the lich collapsed with a thunderous crash. The emperor, taken aback, could scarcely find his voice, his gaze filled with concern for his child, though not fret. "He was merely instinctively resisting my inquiry, not under attack," the lich reassured, returning the child to the emperor. "When you were but a child, I once told you that in our world, the war between the old gods and the ancient travelers rages ceaselessly, their divine powers continuously reshaping the surrounding realm. Some fortunate individuals are endowed with these divine powers, rendering them extraordinary." The lich extended a bony finger, retrieving a tome from the disordered piles of books on the floor. "Fragments of divine power." The emperor read aloud, intrigued. "Are you suggesting?" His excitement surged, dispelling the shadows that had loomed over him. "Indeed, my child. Your son has fortuitously become a bearer of divine fragments. Even at his tender age, he possesses the ability to safeguard himself. His future is boundless. Perhaps he shall ascend to become the King of Kings, unrivaled in the world." Everything suddenly found its explanation, rendering the previously perplexing circumstances sensible. The emperor had never felt as much regret as he did at that moment. Yet simultaneously, he had never experienced such exhilaration. He bid his farewells in haste, urgency propelling him onward, for he had other significant matters to attend to. "Return to your place," the lich instructed, tapping the book piles with his finger. Instantly, the chaotic fragments were restored to an orderly bookshelf, appearing as it had before. For that prophecy, I have awaited 3 centuries, never anticipating that the final fragment of divine power would manifest before my very eyes. A surge of energy rippled around the lich. However, he swiftly suppressed his elation to avoid drawing the attention of any prying entities. He understood one crucial fact. There were still 18 years to wait. The child lay peacefully asleep in the room from which he had just been taken, his left ankle expertly tended to. The scar left by the emperor's sword would be a memory he would never recall. Several handmaidens observed the emperor with trepidation, wary of following in the footsteps of the late empress. "From this day forth, your name shall be Leophares," the emperor declared softly, seated beside the infant. Leo, signifying lion, was a name his father favored for its valiant connotations. Although he lacked a mother, this was of little concern. In this world, many noblewomen were reluctant to assume the role of wet nurse, preferring not to have their children share a suckling with others. Thus, the profession of maiden wet nurse was born, a paradoxical vocation. In impoverished households, if a young and beautiful girl emerged, she would be sent to a clandestine healer, who would administer an unknown concoction that enabled even a virgin to produce milk. The nobles who hired maiden wet nurses would ensure their well-being, as the nurse's diet and emotional state directly influenced the nourishment of the milk. Consequently, becoming a maiden wet nurse was an effortless means to attain a comfortable life. Nevertheless, not every girl was chosen. Typically, the younger and more beautiful the maiden, the higher her value. Leo's wet nurse was named Loria, and like Leo, she had lost her mother in childhood. However, unlike many, her circumstances were not a result of familial coercion. Her father, gravely ill, left her unable to pursue any work that could yield sufficient income. Thus, she summoned her courage to try her luck with the healer, and her extraordinary beauty, disproportionate to her age, caught the royal family's attention. At the tender age of 13, Loria found herself in the position of nourishing a royal infant. Initially, the young maiden struggled to adapt to her new role. However, the emperor had promised her that once his prince was weaned, she would be granted a property in the imperial capital and substantial wealth, even receiving an honorary noble title. Such wealth was within reach. Why would she refuse? With the aid of medicine and nutrition, her previously malnourished body began to flourish, and within a mere week, Loria learned to bear the weight of her new responsibilities. Each morning, she was attended to by handmaidens who bathed her and inspected her body. She understood that her form no longer belonged to her, but was dedicated to the prince. Thus, she had to endure the envious glances of others and the jealousy of the other maidens. She believed that within 2 years, her ordeal would conclude. Yet, Loria's plans were indefinitely postponed. She remained within the palace, bound by a single phrase, "Forever stay by my side." Chapter 3. 5 years. It was Leo's first fluent utterance. And prior to that moment, he had been incapable of even pronouncing the simple word mama. The emperor, stricken by guilt over the death of Leo's mother, often gazed at him with a look of indulgence, fulfilling all of Leo's whims, including those of Loria. By this time, Loria had come to fully comprehend the realities of the royal court, relinquishing any hopes of escape. Tragically, her father had passed away in the first year of her service as a wet nurse. Though he had received royal medical care, his condition was beyond saving. 5 years had swiftly elapsed. One morning, Leo awakened from Loria's embrace. Her milk had become his breakfast, a routine that had persisted since infancy. Despite the emperor's prohibition against disclosing any information concerning Leo, rumors inevitably spread, giving rise to tales of the prince who had never been weaned. Naturally, no one had seen either the prince or the wet nurse. After enjoying his meal, Leo, with Loria's assistance, washed and donned splendid garments. The young wet nurse resolved to take the prince for a stroll in the garden. Crafted by skilled artisans, rocks imported from the land of Earth had been transformed into beautiful hills and ponds, while exotic flowers and plants flourished like weeds throughout the garden. Neglect would turn even the most beautiful garden into a thicket, but this place was an exception. It was the garden of the Eastern Palace. Long untended since the death of the empress, and since Leo had learned to speak, he had banished all but Loria from the palace. Yet here, the flora seemed to thrive according to a specific order. The flowers never wilted, and the grass never withered. The garden appeared meticulously maintained, as though the finest gardener tended to it, though this was an impossibility. Today, the emperor, rarely seen, had also made an appearance in the garden. Upon spotting the emperor, Loria observed the elderly man, now nearing 50, lost in thought as he gazed into the clear waters of the pond. The fish within had gone 5 years without nourishment. Yet they swam plump and robust. Ordinarily, fish would gather at the sight of visitors, eagerly awaiting food, but these fish kept their distance from the emperor, as though gripped by fear. "Your Majesty, good day," Loria greeted respectfully, her voice as melodious as wind chimes. The emperor snapped back to reality, noticing Loria and the young Leo before him. Leo, who rarely spoke, had never initiated interaction with his father, intensifying the emperor's feelings of guilt. On this day, as on many before, the father and son exchanged glances, though the old emperor could not shake the feeling that his son's gaze was imbued with a chilling indifference. He endeavored to utter a few words. Yet the young prince concealed his face behind the nurse. "I am truly sorry, Your Majesty," Loria attempted to explain, but the emperor silenced her. He understood that it was not her fault. She was merely a nurse, lacking the power to influence her charge. Upon departing the Eastern Palace, a melancholic cloud descended upon the emperor's heart as he recalled his late wife and that fateful night of bloodshed. "His disposition is too dark, Patrick," he confided to his loyal attendant, who appeared to be of an age surpassing the emperor's own. The emperor regarded him with the utmost respect, akin to that bestowed upon an elder. Anyone born with a divine destiny, even a child, would invariably differ from the common populace. Patrick's eyes perpetually squinted, rendering his gaze elusive. "Yet, my dear boy remains but a child. This place feels ever so desolate." The emperor sighed softly. Perhaps it would be prudent to allow them a reprieve from the confines of the palace, to breathe in the world beyond. He rubbed his temples, instructing for the shadow guard to accompany them. It was a rare opportunity for an outing. Loria had been confined within the palace for 5 years, and this marked her inaugural departure. Upon receiving the news, she was so exhilarated that she scarcely slept through the night. Akin to a caged bird suddenly granted its freedom, Loria exhibited an enthusiasm and yearning befitting an ordinary individual. As the modest carriage rolled away from the oppressive atmosphere of the palace, Loria eagerly embraced Leo, recounting tales of her life beyond the palace walls. The young Leo, though somewhat dazed, listened intently to Loria's narratives, his expression offering little indication of his thoughts. Only Loria understood that as long as he maintained his gaze upon her, it signified a considerable level of regard. Since this was not a public excursion, the royal family intended to avoid drawing attention from anyone with an interest in them, be they friends or foes. Thus, the carriage set them down in a secluded courtyard, one long since under royal control. As they re-entered the realm of ordinary folk, Loria led Leo through the streets, resembling an elder sister escorting her cherished younger brother. After 5 years, Loria seemed to have never aged. Leo never ran. He always walked slowly. The emperor presumed it was due to his influence, yet the royal physician believed that although Leo bore a scar from a sword wound at birth, the mark left by Elsas's blade was superficial and would not impede his mobility. Ultimately, the emperor attributed this peculiarity to the uniqueness of a child destined for greatness. The Land of Flames had prospered through the extraction of fossil fuels. Coal and oil were its most vital exports, and no one could endure the days of burning wood any longer. Fire was the lifeblood of this world. Possessing the mastery of this vital force, the Fire Nation boasted a remarkably advanced economy and culture, with its affluent capital attracting countless merchants and artists. A handsome elf played enchanting melodies beside a fountain in the square, while children gathered around, eyes closed, entranced by the music. A dwarf blacksmith, having journeyed from the Golden Kingdom, stood before his shop, vociferously chiding a bear warrior, until, by some stroke of fortune, the two towering figures, despite their height disparity, embraced each other and disappeared into a tavern. Merchants from the Earth Kingdom observed the bustling crowd with casual indifference. Their fruits, foreign to this land, elicited no concern regarding their market value. A nobleman stood before a Water Nation merchant's stall, admiring a group of exquisite fish, while his attendant haggled for prices. Everything appeared remarkably unchanged from 6 years prior. Loria led Leo to listen to a few lovely songs beside the elf, then watched the dwarf's blacksmithing skills, and finally purchased 2 fragrant fruits, counting goldfish in front of the aquatic shop. Was this not the epitome of a normal life? Chapter 4. The kitten, just as Loria marveled at the glittering goldfish. A sudden, piercing scream from behind startled her. Turning around, she witnessed a galloping horse, its hooves tragically crushing a mother cat that was attempting to cross the road with her kitten in her mouth. The mother cat's body was cleaved in two by the force of the hoof, while the kitten, still oblivious to the calamity, crawled towards its mother, guided only by its sense of smell, yearning to nestle in her embrace. 5-year-old Leo stared in shock at the mother cat, who, with all her strength, had thrown her kitten forward, yet she had lost her vitality. The kitten, still unaware of the tragedy, persisted in tremblingly crawling back. Even amid the bustling, civilized, and developed imperial city, there existed individuals who sought only to satiate their desires, with no thought for the welfare of others, let alone that of a mere cat. Suddenly, Leo lifted his foot and approached the injured mother cat, drawing curious gazes from the surrounding crowd. Judging by his attire, he appeared to be a member of the upper echelons of nobility, or at least a scion of wealth. Would he truly take an interest in a dying kitten? At that moment, 3 more horses charged towards them, the riders adorned in garb indicative of high nobility. Clearly, they had spotted the cat in the distance, as well as Leo inching closer to it. Yet none showed any inclination to halt. They continued to whip their steeds, their faces twisted in exhilaration, utterly lost in their frenzy. In mere seconds, Leo had reached the center of the street, and onlookers could see the glinting iron of the horses' hooves. "Your Highness!" Loria cried out, her heart racing in terror. In her usual timorous manner, she found an unexpected surge of courage, racing to Leo's side in an attempt to shield him with her own body. Yet, just as the horses drew near, Leo, who had been fixated on the kitten, suddenly lifted his head. In an instant, the frenzied horses, under the whip's command, screeched to a halt. The nearest steeds halted within mere half a meter of Leo. The noble beasts, with their impeccable lineage, struggled, their hind legs grazing against the unforgiving stone, leaving grievous wounds that might forever rob them of their speed. Yet, they stood still before Leo, indifferent to the frantic urging of their riders, even refraining from a single breath. What an extraordinary sight it was! Leo lowered his head and extended his hand, but just as his fingers were about to touch the kitten, he hesitated, for a paw, devoid of claws, rested upon his fingertip. The mother cat was attempting to restrain him. "You are near death, yet you still endure." Leo seemed to communicate to the mother cat, though could a feline truly comprehend human speech? The mother cat's eyes widened, fixed intently on Leo, who returned her gaze. Moments later, her paw fell limply to the ground, her eyes dimming with the loss of life. Leo gently scooped up the still blind kitten and cradled it in his arms. "Let us depart," he murmured softly to the trembling Loria, who still clung to him. Loria, her heart pounding, rose cautiously, inspecting Leo from head to toe before reassuring herself of his safety. Only then did she grasp his hand. Hastening away from the square, "Did you hear? That beautiful young girl called him your highness. Could he be Leo?" The prince rumored to still be nursing. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. "Oh, not spread falsehoods. How could the prince, who can repel galloping horses with but a glance, be the one of such tales?" An elder shouted. "Indeed, that is our brave prince, our future emperor. Long live Prince Leo. Long live His Majesty the King." At this moment, the crowd's cheers rang out for Leo, yet he did not bask in the glory typically afforded to a prince in a secluded alley. He stood solemnly before Loria, cradling the rescued kitten. Loria, filled with trepidation, sternly reprimanded Leo for his reckless actions, elucidating the severe repercussions such deeds could invoke. She firmly believed that this mere 5-year-old child could comprehend her words, aware that he was far more astute than anyone could imagine. In this kingdom, only Loria dared to chastise the prince. Meanwhile, in the square, several men dismounted their horses in a fit of rage, as the 3 steeds remained inert, unresponsive to their commands. One man, in his fury, kicked a horse's leg, only for the creature to collapse lifelessly. The 3 men, terrified, fled the square, yet as their figures slipped from the crowd's view, several shadows obstructed their path. "Please accompany us, gentlemen." The leader of the shadows beamed a sunlit smile. Following such an incident, Loria had lost all desire to linger. She escorted Leo back to the palace, her heart racing with fear. She needed rest. Within the palace, in the study, the emperor perused an article on the growth of ancient monarchs when the venerable Patrick suddenly knocked and entered. "Your Majesty, the Shadow Guard has returned. They have submitted their report." The emperor's closest old attendant began to report to him the events of Leo's day that commenced in the morning. "What? Almost harmed my child? Where are they?" Suddenly, the emperor's fury erupted, interrupting the attendant's account. "Your Majesty, please calm your wrath. If it were merely a horse race, it would hardly warrant my personal report," old Patrick softly interjected. "Is there anything of greater importance?" The emperor could not conceive of anything more significant than his own offspring. Prince Leo, it seems, merely with a glance, halted the frenzied gallop of 3 horses, all of which perished from asphyxiation, simply because they dared not breathe heavily in the presence of our prince. The old attendant further approached the emperor, speaking in a hushed tone. Dared not? The emperor keenly seized upon that word. Indeed, according to the reports from the Shadow Squad, that is precisely the case, old Patrick confirmed with a subtle nod. How could such a thing occur? The emperor turned, his gaze aimlessly sweeping across the vast shelves of books in his study, entirely at a loss for what he sought. He recalled the deceased imperial physician and the shattered bookshelf. In history, only one individual had ever experienced such a phenomenon at this age. The old attendant pressed forward, raising his voice slightly. Who is it? The emperor's eyes momentarily brightened. The immortal emperor, the ancient god born into this world. Sagrath, Chapter 5. The reunion. The term ancient god was specifically designated to distinguish between the old world deities and the primordial travelers. When this planet was birthed, the old world gods emerged alongside it. They were immensely powerful and exceedingly malevolent, continuously creating grotesque creatures and waging wars amongst themselves. However, the arrival of the primordial travelers caused them to redirect their hostility towards the foreign gods. Gradually, the old world gods retreated from this realm, shifting their battleground to outer space. In their place, a new breed of formidable beings arose. The ancient gods. To humanity, gods represent merely a species label, devoid of any connotation of faith or other beliefs, with the entities worshipped in human churches being largely fabricated by humankind. And of course, there are exceptions. The immortal emperor was the first sovereign to successfully unify humanity on this continent 2,000 years ago. According to legend, he possessed the ability to halt the aging of his body, allowing him to maintain his vigor for eternity. Over time, he continued to learn and ultimately led all of humanity to this continent. The true narrative reveals that, amidst years of warfare, the peace-loving and artistic ancient god Sagrath could no longer endure the chaos of the era and thus personally concluded the conflict, culminating in the establishment of the current world order. Legend has it that with merely a glance, he stilled all armies on the battlefield, compelling them to atone for their transgressions. If this holds true, my son is destined to be enshrined in history. The emperor understood the illusion and could easily fathom the exhilaration a father would feel upon realizing that his son was linked to the most illustrious figure in history, one who had once altered the world. For 5 years, Leo appeared unremarkable, even somewhat dull compared to his peers. The emperor occasionally questioned the existence of the so-called fragments of divinity. Yet today, it seemed as though everything was transforming into reality. The old attendant bowed in farewell and turned to leave. As he distanced himself from the study, he retrieved a piece of paper from his pocket. It contained another tale, the malevolent old world god. Salenpier, for reasons unknown, had reincarnated in this world. At the tender age of 4, a mere glance from him had rendered a pasture full of livestock devoid of life. The resulting carnage directly instigated a terrifying plague that spread across half the continent. Old Patrick read the entire account repeatedly, ultimately crumpling the paper within his palm. How could this be possible? The elder chuckled self-deprecatingly. When he opened his hand, wisps of smoke drifted away on a summer morning. The air in the royal garden was saturated with the fragrance of blooming flowers. Leo and his brother Zachphares stood side by side. This blue-haired boy should have been his elder sibling. Yet due to Leo's premature birth, he became the younger one, 5 years old. Royal offspring commenced their formal education. Prior to that, those responsible for the care of the princes would impart some rudimentary knowledge, albeit not including Leo, as his wet nurse possessed limited understanding and could teach him little beyond basic common sense. Thus, the emperor arranged for a suitable tutor for his 2 sons, the Lich. Amendala. Through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, the emperor gazed contentedly at the 2 children standing together in the garden. The morning sun cast a warm glow upon them. Leo was calm and composed, although he rarely engaged with others. The emperor firmly believed in the uniqueness of the bearer of the divine fragment. Zach, his younger brother, was lively and inquisitive, brimming with curiosity about everything, and seemed to be a promising candidate as well. Most importantly, today marked the first meeting between the 2 boys, and they appeared to harbor no aversion to one another. This was a positive sign, a pair of brothers inseparable, one governing the internal affairs and the other overseeing the external. What more could the emperor desire? The emperor opened the door, and the blue-haired Zach joyfully dashed toward his father, but a sudden chill halted his steps. Subsequently, Amendala emerged from behind the emperor, causing Zach to shriek and retreat hastily. He backed up until he was behind Leo, burying his head firmly into Leo's back, too frightened to look up at the lich's skeletal visage. The emperor felt somewhat awkward. He recalled that he had reacted similarly upon first encountering the tutor. However, not everyone responded in the same manner. Leo lifted his gaze, his brown eyes flecked with gold fixating on the lich's emaciated face, where the flames of the soul flickered rhythmically within the depths of his eyes. Suddenly, Leo stepped forward, startling Zack, who, after glancing at the emperor's encouraging smile, could only tug at Leo's sleeve, urging him forward. Only upon reaching the lich did Leo come to a stop, yet his eyes remained transfixed on the flickering flames of the soul. "Children, I wish for you to answer me a question." Amindala intently regarded the glimmer of gold in Leo's eyes. "What do you desire most?" The question was simple, perhaps even a precursor to philosophical discourse. Yet for two 5-year-olds, it seemed rather profound. "Power. Unrivaled power." Zack gathered his courage and cautiously replied. His mother had drilled this phrase into him repeatedly, and he could almost instinctively proclaim it. "Very good, splendid little one." "And what about you?" The lich commended Zack before returning his gaze to Leo. However, Leo exhibited no actions beyond staring intently at the lich's face, not even blinking more than necessary. "Then let me pose another question. What were you thinking just now?" The lich suddenly inquired. "I remember you," Leo responded. "Oh, do you?" The lich bent down, his skeletal face looming larger in Leo's view. "Indeed, my memories never blur on their own." Leo glanced at the emperor beside him, slowly articulating this statement. The lich beamed with delight, laughing joyously, while the emperor felt a chill run down his spine. Amindala's status was transcendent. Even the emperor could only regard him with genuine respect. Who would have imagined that a 5-year-old child would utter such words? Yet the lich was immensely pleased, as if he had stumbled upon the most delightful revelation. "You are both exceptional children. I believe we shall have a most enjoyable time together." Chapter 6. Futility. The lich's teachings were far more specialized and engaging than those of a typical instructor. His extensive lifespan had endowed him with a wealth of fascinating knowledge. Soon, he was able to help blue-haired Zack overcome his fears, fostering a harmonious relationship with the amiable old lich. However, Leo was different. He devoted more time to reading than listening to the lich's narratives. Though he sat alongside his brother Zack, he never lifted his gaze to the lich, instead immersing himself in a book. This did not imply that he was inattentive to the lich's words. In fact, he could effortlessly recapitulate every statement the lich made, even recalling habitual particles in the intonation. Both the old lich and the emperor interpreted this as a manifestation of the innate ability possessed by the bearer of the divine fragment. Naturally, they refrained from sharing their thoughts with anyone as months passed. Despite the lich's captivating and swift-paced teaching, Zack found himself struggling considerably. In stark contrast, Leo had nearly perused every book suitable for his age. The ancient lich could not possibly accelerate his pace due to Leo. Zack's capacity for learning was already at a prodigious level, yet when compared to Leo, he still fell significantly short and was beginning to struggle immensely. Thus, the lich could only inform Leo that if he wished to acquire more knowledge, he might visit the library, where a myriad of tomes awaited. The Royal Library, the most extensive repository of books in the entire nation, boasted 6 floors and housed a staggering collection of 130,000 volumes, meticulously managed by 175 individuals to ensure that every book returned to its rightful place upon entering the library's grand doors. In a far corner, removed from the windows, a plethora of books lay haphazardly stacked. Astronomy, history, geography, mathematics, literature, apocryphal tales, and natural sciences were all carelessly tossed together. Atop this mountain of literature sat a red-haired boy and a blue-haired boy side by side. A small cat lounged on the shoulder of the red-haired boy, curiously gazing at the contents of the pages, occasionally batting at them with its paws. The blue-haired boy would glance at the pages now and then at the cat, yearning to cradle it in his arms but lacking the courage to do so. "Brother, what is this?" the blue-haired boy inquired, pointing at a book, its pages inscribed with ancient characters that even learned scholars might struggle to comprehend. The collected works of Estrada. The red-haired boy did not lift his gaze, responding in a voice devoid of enthusiasm. "What about this one?" The blue-haired boy continued to point at a nearly disintegrating tome. "The Book of the Old Gods." The red-haired boy remained engrossed in his pile of books, not even bothering to look up. "Brother, will you tell me a story from the book?" the blue-haired boy tugged at his sibling's arm. Seeking affection, the red-haired boy said nothing and merely withdrew his arm, causing the blue-haired boy to lose his balance and tumble to the floor, his forehead colliding with a hard book, resulting in a small bump. He immediately burst into tears, yet none of the library staff dared to approach, nor even glance in their direction. Soon, the blue-haired lad dried his tears, striving to adorn his cherubic face with a smile as he climbed back atop the mountain of books. "Brother, please tell me a story." Perhaps moved by the plea or simply exasperated, the red-haired youth raised his head, his brown eyes tinged with a hint of gold scanning the blue-haired boy's face. "No." Just then, the library doors swung open, and a stately woman, accompanied by 3 handmaidens, glided in. As she passed, everyone knelt in reverence. She was none other than the sole queen of the Fire Nation, Zack's biological mother. Rosie. This woman, whose name echoed the beauty of roses, possessed a beauty that was matched only by the sharp thorns that accompanied it. Whispers circulated that Leo's mother had met her demise largely due to Rosie's scheming at the Emperor's side. "Children, it is time for dinner," the queen announced with a gentle smile, lifting Zack from the pile of books. Brother, let's go eat. Mother has prepared many delicious treats." Zack waved his small hand towards Leo. Yet, Leo remained oblivious, still not lifting his gaze at a tea that moment. Another figure entered the library. She was petite, yet possessed a bosom that was entirely disproportionate to her frame. Dressed in a fitting gown that was not ostentatious, it perfectly accentuated her natural beauty, one that required no embellishment. Upon her arrival, even the regal Rosie felt an inexplicable pressure. This beauty was not born of noble lineage, but rather an innate, unparalleled allure. She was Leo's wet nurse, Loria. The modesty of a maiden intertwined with the nurturing affection of a mother radiated from her, and since becoming Leo's wet nurse, her charm had only grown, inciting envy even among some royal family members, including Rosie, who perceived herself as gradually fading. "Your Highness, it is time for dinner." Loria gently navigated around the queen's handmaidens, first offering a commoner's bow to Rosie before extending her hand towards Leo, who remained engrossed in his reading. Leo lifted his head, his pale golden eyes sweeping over each individual before settling on Loria's face. "Mama, hold." Leo stretched out his arms, yearning for Loria to embrace him. The silent Leo's sudden utterance startled the queen and her 3 handmaidens, for no matter the circumstance, Leo's mother could only be the former Empress of the East, while this girl could merely be regarded as a high-ranking maidservant. How could she presume to assume the title of a prince's mother? How dare a lowly creature incite the prince? At Rosie's silent signal, one of the handmaidens sprang into action. The other 2 flanked Loria, and without hesitation, the handmaiden raised her hand to strike. The slap was heavy, enough to draw blood from Loria's lips. Yet, her second strike halted mid-air, for Leo had already placed himself in front of her. "Please do not hinder me from teaching this shameless commoner a lesson." "Prince Leo, this is an affront to the dignity of the royal family," the handmaiden exclaimed loudly, her twisted excitement evident in her eyes, revealing that she too was among Loria's envious admirers. Behind her stood the only queen of the nation, emboldening her confidence. "Kneel." Leo raised his head, his pale golden eyes looking up at the handmaiden, his tone as unwavering as ever. The handmaiden felt no fear. After all, a child posed no threat to her. "I apologize, Your Highness. My handmaidens were overly agitated and perhaps misunderstood the situation." The Western Queen spoke with a face full of regret, her words imbued with sincerity and a slight tremor of shock. Her gaze filled with remorse as it fell upon Loria. "Kneel, and raise your heads." Leo did not glance at the Western Queen, commanding the 3 handmaidens. Confusion washed over their faces, and they turned to look at the queen simultaneously. The queen's expression tightened. At such a moment, the prince's command must be obeyed, lest he report back to the emperor, who would shower affection upon Leo to a pathological degree, leading to dire consequences for her. The handmaidens slowly knelt, lifting their heads to gaze at Leo, exposing their slender necks. They looked down upon this boy, believing him to be powerless due to his lack of a mother. They might endure a slap. But how much strength could a mere child possess? Leo raised his hand, and the sharp dagger glided across their slender necks, severing their carotid arteries and cutting through their windpipes. The handmaidens were gripped by terror. desperately clutching their throats, striving to stem the flow of their warm blood, but it was futile. If you find this book intriguing, please bookmark it and recommend it to your friends. Chapter 7. Shadows. I am deeply sorry. Director Odes to A.S. Leo departed. Loria repeatedly apologized to the trembling director, tugging at Leo's hand as they exited the library and the place they had just vacated. Only the three handmaidens, desperately clutching their necks, remained, praying for salvation from their mistress. Yet the Western Queen wore an equally astonished expression. Blood splattered across her attire. Within the vast library, only Zach's cries echoed incessantly. Your Highness, there was no need to kill them. It was not a matter of great consequence. Loria's steps were still somewhat unsteady, her voice trembling. She had witnessed death before, yet this was her first encounter with Leo taking a life, at just 5 years old. Oh. Although Leo's response was but a single word, it was chillingly devoid of emotion, as though he bore no feeling whatsoever. Loria understood that such a tone signified his profound anger. Yet, she was still a queen. Having her dignity trampled upon would surely displease her. Loria was acutely aware that the seemingly gentle queen was far from the image she projected, yet she could not speak ill of a queen. Oh? Leo turned to gaze at the Western Queen, whose face was ashen as she exited the library without even casting a glance in his direction. Give me the dagger. You cannot keep such a thing. Loria seized the dagger from Leo's grasp. It was exquisitely crafted, fitting snugly in a child's palm, the blade scarcely half an inch long, entirely free of blood. Such a weapon could not have been produced by an ordinary craftsman. The intricate designs upon it were beyond the skill of a hasty human. Where did you acquire this? Loria questioned, fully aware that there were no weapons in her vicinity, and the guards bore no such artistry. From the elves, Leo replied. Elves? Loria quickly recalled encountering a singing elf near the grand fountain in the bustling square during her last departure from the palace. The celestial voice had enraptured her. Yet she had never received a dagger from that elf. Loria realized that there were matters she was unaware of, yet she also understood that now was not the time to investigate further. She carefully wrapped the small dagger in a handkerchief, for such an object was ill-suited to emerge in such an awkward moment. Indeed, ever since Loria became Leo's wet nurse, the West Queen had evidently harbored a pronounced animosity towards her. The Emperor had decreed that as long as Loria remained Leo's wet nurse, she could reside within the Eastern Palace, enjoying privileges akin to those of the Eastern Palace's queen. However, both the West Queen and her attendants treated Loria as though she were an inferior maid. Whenever they encountered Loria, they would summon her with disdain, and any minor misstep would elicit harsh reprimands. Yet, Loria had not anticipated that on a day like today, she would be struck in Leo's presence. Of course, she had not expected Leo to take a life either. Nevertheless, Loria, who had nurtured Leo since infancy, was acutely aware that peculiar happenings constantly surrounded him. Her face no longer ached, and the wounds within her mouth had healed. Since she began caring for the young prince, it seemed her own body had ceased to grow. This was merely one of the more commonplace occurrences amidst the array of unusual events surrounding Leo. For instance, during the nights, golden light would invariably emanate from Leo's tightly shut eyes, and faint shadows always seemed to accompany him. At tea times, Loria would even hear monotonous, exotic melodies. She dared not confide in anyone, for a careless word could lead to accusations of sowing discord, a burden she could not bear. Regardless, as long as the prince treated her kindly, that was sufficient. Following the incident with the galloping horses, the emperor forbade Leo from leaving the palace again, convinced that his son could potentially grow into a great man. Yet, he firmly believed that even a great man should not engage in such conduct at this tender age. However, the emperor soon realized that an unstable element could be a source of disturbance, regardless of its location. Within the hallowed grounds of the palace, the liquid in the emperor's teacup had grown cold. The diamonds embedded in the cup glimmered under the sun. The West Queen's face bore the marks of distress, while the bodies of 3 attendants lay side by side in the courtyard. Their necks clearly slashed. The West Queen was drenched in blood, and Zach was weeping in the emperor's embrace. Your Majesty, is this truly what your prince should be doing? Is this the conduct expected of a nation's future monarch? These attendants have been by my side since their childhood, and now they lie dead without explanation. How am I to face their families? The Queen's voice was laden with grievance, and Zach's cries grew louder. Stirring the Emperor's growing agitation, "Patrick, bring Loria and Leo to me at once, regardless of what they are engaged in." The Emperor's authority was unquestionable, and the elderly attendant bowed and withdrew. Before long, a pale Loria appeared before the assembly. Cradling Leo in her arms, Loria looked like a startled rabbit, her eyes darting anxiously among the gathered crowd, while Leo, seemingly in a dreamlike state, remained oblivious to the atmosphere, playfully toying with the little black cat perched on his shoulder. "You have 3 minutes to explain," commanded the Emperor. He understood that Loria was not responsible for the recent tumult. Regardless of the West Queen's incoherent accusations, he knew Loria to be a good child who would never commit such an act. Yet, he could not bring himself to believe that his 5-year-old son could take a life. Loria glanced at the unresponsive Leo and, trembling, recounted the recent events. The entire narrative was straightforward and clear. Even the petty West Queen could not embellish it, yet she swiftly pinpointed the crux of the matter. "Your Majesty, I firmly believe our first prince, Leo, is an innocent and kind-hearted child, but why would a child engage in such brutal acts? It seems our Miss Loria bears an undeniable responsibility and appears overly enamored with her mother's position, perhaps forgetting herself entirely. Who knows what she may become in the future? Our nation's matriarch?" The West Queen's voice trembled, laced with a quivering sob, yet Loria grasped the implications of her words with chilling clarity, leaving her utterly terrified. She was merely a poor, honest commoner, utterly unversed in the art of inciting a prince. If this accusation were to be substantiated, the best outcome would be her execution at the gallows. "I have never committed such an act, Your Majesty. By the great guardian goddess, I would willingly swear before her that even if I had merely entertained such thoughts, I would accept being consumed by the flames of the guardian's canopy." Loria knelt upon the ground, desperately defending her innocence. The guardian goddess was believed to see through the hearts of men, effortlessly distinguishing truth from falsehood. The canopy of the guardian was the most formidable defense of the entire flame empire, capable of incinerating metal in an instant and cleansing the soul entirely. This was the gravest punishment Loria could conceive. "You wretched creature, do you truly think the goddess would spare even a moment to cast her gaze upon you?" Rosie scoffed, the earlier pathos vanishing. "Enough!" The Emperor, in a fit of rage, hurled the priceless teacup to the ground, shards of ceramic scattering and splattering the West Queen. The diamonds embedded in the cup struck Loria's gown. "Regardless, my son could never commit such an act. Do you truly have nothing more to say?" The Emperor wished to offer this devoted caretaker of his son a path to redemption, yet the poor Loria was too petrified to utter another word. "Bring her," commanded the Emperor, and several guards promptly emerged from the shadows, positioning themselves behind Loria. "Take her to the quiet attic. I shall ascertain the rest of the matter." The Emperor's orders were swiftly executed. But as a guard attempted to escort Loria away, he suddenly shrieked, retreating in horror, crimson liquid splattering everywhere. Leo stood before Loria, clutching the exquisite dagger, which resembled a work of art. "Your Majesty," the West Queen gasped. Retreating behind the Emperor, "Do not touch her." Leo finally spoke, standing firm, an arm severed at his feet, the metallic armor easily sliced asunder, blood flowing across the tiles toward the Emperor's feet. "Leo," Loria gasped, astonished. She had locked that small dagger in the safest of cabinets before leaving. So how had it ended up in Leo's hands? The Emperor's expression darkened, as if he momentarily relived that chaotic night. "Patrick, take her to the dungeon," the Emperor roared, directing his fury towards the elderly attendant, who approached Loria with a smile, reaching for her shoulder. A flash of cold light glimmered as the blade traced along Patrick's arm, creating a dazzling spark in the air, yet the blade did not harm the kindly elder. Loria, momentarily blinded by the radiant light, evaded the elder's grasp and stood tall. The old man smiled knowingly. He understood that the little girl was no fool, avoiding his hand not to flee but to prevent Leo from attacking once more. Loria straightened, wiping the tears from her eyes, and embraced Leo. "Listen, if I am no longer here, you must heed your father's words, understand? And you are 5 now, a young man. No longer can you rely on this." With a bittersweet smile, Loria gestured towards her own ample bosom. She knew that once imprisoned, the West Queen would not spare her, and the Emperor would not risk incurring the West Queen's wrath on her behalf. Everything seemed to culminate here. From her birth until now, 18 years had passed, She, Loria, had reached the end of her life's journey. Yet, had this not been fated from the start? After all, an ordinary person had enjoyed 5 years of royal service within the palace. That was enough. How she longed to savor Aunt Enya's delightful pastries once more. Loria set Leo down, and Patrick gestured for her to proceed, but her dress was suddenly tugged. A flicker of panic crossed Leo's otherwise impassive gaze. Although his expression remained blank, Loria, who knew him well, recognized that Leo was genuinely alarmed. He was unfazed even by the galloping steeds. Why did this situation instill such fear in him? Yet, he could not intervene. Patrick stood before him, furious, yet powerless to act. Loria vanished from sight, escorted by a guard, and for the first time, Leo appeared lost, his eyes searching frantically for something, but no one knew what he sought. Remember, Leo, my son, the Emperor spoke. I in this land. I am the Emperor. My words are the law, and my commands must be obeyed. For I possess wealth, land, and an army. I can compel countless powerful individuals to serve me. And you, my son, are but a 5-year-old child. Your fate is not yet yours to dictate. The Emperor's words rendered Leo silent, as he stared blankly at the Emperor's face, then at the face of the Empress, and finally at Patrick's visage. Perhaps this was an opportunity for you to perceive the true nature of this world. It may leave you scarred, yet it shall not inflict prolonged anguish. I shall seek out a new mother for you. One who will love you as dearly as Loria does. The Emperor's voice softened as he recalled a fleeting glimmer of gold in Leo's eyes, prompting a cascade of thoughts. He did not wish to be remembered with resentment by his own flesh and blood. Leo remained silent, quietly folding the small knife in his hand into the shape of a delicate artifact, which he then affixed to his belt, transforming it into an exquisite ornament. The Emperor had seen this ornament long ago. Yet he had not anticipated that it was once such a fearsome weapon. Leo turned away from the garden, and only then did the guards dare to retrieve his colleague's severed arm from a distance. The cut was clean. Perhaps it could be healed, yet he might never be able to perform heavy labor again. The Emperor exhaled deeply, the blood of the fallen still fresh upon the ground. As new blood had already soaked into their bodies, the recent events were far too bizarre and incomprehensible. Even a ruler of great wisdom felt a dull ache in his forehead. What do you suppose that child will do? The Emperor did not turn back, but his words were clearly directed at a single individual for an answer. I do not know, Your Majesty, I do not know. The old servant's smile faded, replaced by uncertainty. He had served this dynasty for a century, and for the first time in 100 years, he felt doubt. He raised his hand to inspect his arm, where once his attire had been pristine. The sleeve was now torn, and faint scratches adorned his wrist, marks that had not been present moments ago. Follow him, and if necessary, you may employ force. The Emperor pondered cautiously for several minutes before speaking. Chapter 9. The sinister shadow. Leo departed from the small courtyard, striving to locate Loria, but the royal palace was far too vast and intricate. He had no inkling of where his closest companion might be taken. It seemed he was merely wandering aimlessly. Patrick trailed behind the 5-year-old, his unease growing, even giving rise to a dissonant illusion, as he believed he perceived a colossal, indescribable shadow of malevolence lurking behind the child. Yet when he focused, he found Leo standing directly before him. He discovered himself. When? Patrick was taken aback. He was acutely aware of the extent of his own capabilities, yet a 5-year-old child had managed to detect his following, and appeared before him without his notice. Had he become so lost in thought? Your Highness Leo, the old servant bowed deeply. Who can save her? Leo suddenly inquired. What are you saying? Who can save her? Leo repeated emphatically. You need not worry excessively. The Emperor will not truly harm that girl, and you shall see her again soon. The elder Patrick squatted down to align his gaze with Leo's, feeling for some reason that it was inappropriate to look down upon the child. Tell me. Leo fixed his eyes on the elders, declaring, I do not know if you can comprehend my words. But since you are capable of such feats, I shall assume you can understand what I am saying. The old servant sighed. In this world, power is eternally wielded by those with strength. Strength may manifest as wealth or ability. However, if you wish to possess all power, you must first possess a strength that surpasses that of others. If you lack strength, then at the very least, you must know those who possess such capabilities. Patrick found it somewhat amusing that he was imparting such wisdom to a mere 5-year-old. It seemed rather premature. Leo listened intently, then shifted his gaze from the old servant, deep in thought. Surpass? Leo slowly raised his head, gazing towards the distant mountaintop, where a colossal red beam of light radiated, shimmering even in the sunlight above the resplendent temple of the guardian goddess. Take me there. Leo pointed at the magnificent column of light. That is the temple of the guardian goddess, the palace of the protector of the Flame Empire, the ultimate safeguard of its prosperity. Your Highness, that is indeed the temple of the guardian goddess, who remains in eternal meditation. You cannot possibly meet her at this moment. Patrick shook his head, realizing that this child was indeed exceptionally perceptive, understanding at least the fundamental essence of his words. In this nation, there were only 2 individuals with power surpassing that of the Emperor. One was the enigmatic necromancer, Amandra, and the other was the guardian goddess, who could annihilate the empire in an instant. Among all nations possessing a guardian, the Flame Empire's guardian goddess was nearly the mightiest. Despite her immeasurable kindness, if she so wished, she could unleash a terrifying rain of fire upon the battlefield at any time, tearing the earth asunder to create a temporary volcano. Would she exert pressure on the Emperor over a mere wet nurse? Who but a 5-year-old child would entertain such thoughts? Take me to that place. Leo did not respond to the old servant's words. He merely reiterated his previous statement. Thus, the old servant found himself entranced, yet he remained aware of his own consciousness. But was he truly awake? The old servant was unsure. He could not recall how he lifted Leo or how he effortlessly dismissed the accompanying shadowy entourage. He was oblivious to the cunning means by which he entered the palace's rear gardens. All he knew was that upon regaining his senses, he stood before the temple of the guardian goddess. The temple had existed long before the Flame Empire was founded. At that time, humanity had yet to be born, and the guardian goddess was not yet known by that title, but rather as the passionate maiden, the Scarlet Rose. She resided here, quelling the most terrifying volcanic ranges upon the continent. This grand temple of the guardian was constructed from a colossal block of lava, which the goddess herself had retrieved from the volcano, crafting it into the current palace, its surface adorned with a layer of beautiful crimson glass. After the establishment of the Flame Empire, the first emperor and his people beseeched the goddess for a decade before she agreed to become the empire's protector. The goddess had initially wished to remain uninvolved in human affairs. Like most deities in this world, the passionate maiden held little interest in humanity. She did not require worship, yet perhaps due to the incessant pestering of humankind or her own boredom, the process was certainly not as splendid as history would suggest. It is well known that the Flame Empire was the last nation to be founded, while several great nations nearby had already acquired their own guardians. If the Flame Empire lacked one, its demise was inevitable. In gratitude to the goddess, the first emperor even changed the name from the Pharase Empire to the Flame Empire. Through the renovations and expansions undertaken by each successive emperor, the current Temple of the Guardian can be regarded as the most opulent architectural complex in the world, where every paladin feels an innate sense of pride, and every noble heir aspires to become a paladin within its hallowed halls. Now, those paladins gazed at Patrick and the child with puzzled expressions. The paladins recognized the elder Patrick. Every guard of the temple had been personally selected by the emperor from among the most loyal knights, having undergone rigorous training to serve here. Thus, nearly everyone was familiar with the emperor's closest old servant. Yet, who was that child? In that moment, the old Patrick realized he had been bewitched. He could not articulate how the child had achieved this, but it was the only explanation that made sense. This unassuming old servant felt an unprecedented pressure, for he knew all too well the cost of such enchantment. Yet, astonishingly, the one who had done so was merely a 5-year-old child, who had only uttered a single sentence. Could it be a spell of compulsion? That child, only 5 years old. How could this be possible? Chapter 10. The guardian goddess. Patrick shook his head, needing to explain to the paladins at the temple entrance why he stood there. However, before he could take his first step, the small figure beside him had already moved forward. Leo's steps were somewhat unsteady, as if he were anxious, yet his pace did not quicken much, creating a stark contrast with the expression on his face. The two paladins exchanged amused glances at the child's somber demeanor. They understood that since old Patrick had brought the child, he could not possibly be of dubious nature. He might even be one of the two princes. Thus, no paladin obstructed the child, as royal blood was the sole requirement for entry into the temple. The issue, however, was that the child did not even glance at the paladins on either side. He headed straight for the imposing closed doors. Everyone knew that the doors of the temple were pure gold, towering 6 meters high and half a meter thick. The entire entrance was powered solely by divine force. Such doors, if placed directly upon the ground, would collapse under their own weight, as the earth could not bear such a burden. Only the paladins, through the divine power bestowed upon them by the goddess, could open the gates. Thus, the paladins were primarily curious to ascertain the intentions of the child. However, an astonishing scene unfolded. The child strode directly towards the grand entrance, displaying no inclination to push the door open. Just as everyone anticipated that the child would collide with the door, the heavy, intricately patterned, pure golden gate astonishingly swung open. Leo stepped through the threshold, and the small black cat that had been dutifully perched on his shoulder leaped down, remaining motionless at the entrance. Old Patrick was left in a state of shock, and the paladins were equally dumbfounded in that fleeting moment. They even entertained the notion that the benevolent goddess could not bear to witness the child's distress. However, as the goddess's perplexed awareness reached them, the paladins realized that she was oblivious to the recent events, mistakenly believing that the gate had been opened by the paladins themselves. This was intolerable. The paladins hurried to the entrance, but the door, which had just opened, was now firmly shut. Despite their fervent attempts to channel divine power, the gate remained immovable. Patrick gazed at the unfolding scene in terror. How could this be? In the eyes of the old attendant, a massive, malevolent shadow loomed over the grand golden door, numerous tentacles gripping the door tightly in place. Yet the paladins, who were supposed to be the arch-enemies of evil, remained utterly oblivious. Leo advanced slowly, surrounded by a crimson glow. The floor, walls, and ceiling bore no artistry or carvings, rendering the surroundings monotonous as plain as water. The glass covering the area made the ground exceedingly slippery, causing Leo, who seldom walked briskly, to stumble multiple times. Nevertheless, he showed no hesitation. Bruises had formed on his knees and elbows, yet he remained entirely unaware. The palace was filled with corridors and intersections, but Leo never lingered at any juncture. Nor did he ponder which path might lead him to the goddess. Remarkably, he appeared to have not taken a wrong turn, ultimately standing before a grand door. The door was still golden, adorned with exquisite designs. Yet Leo felt no interest in the sculpture of the goddess cradling the sun. The door opened, unleashing an unbelievable torrent of scorching air that instantly curled Leo's red hair and caused blood to flow from his nose due to ruptured vessels. He paid it no mind, stepping further into the crimson world, where everything around him seemed to be ablaze, the unbearable heat causing his nose to crack, solidify, and then crack again. His eyes began to ache, and a ringing filled his ears. He pressed on, step by step, ultimately reaching his destination. Before Leo stood a goddess towering over him, her expression unchanging. She resembled a magnified human woman, the sole distinction being that her form was composed of pure flames. As she spoke, intense heat radiated from her mouth, rendering the surrounding air even more blistering. "I need your assistance," Leo uttered, inhaling the searing air that made his lungs feel as though they were ablaze. His voice emerged hoarse, as if he had lost his vocal cords. That girl, the guardian goddess, omniscient within her domain, could perceive every event of the past and present at will. Yes, Leo's body swayed precariously, his voice growing faint. Who is she? The goddess's tone softened slightly. Mother, Leo replied, and in that moment, he completely lost consciousness, the temperature having reached the limits of his endurance, the edges of his clothing beginning to ignite. His body fell limply, yet did not meet the smooth ground. A burning hand caught him and lifted him up. The goddess had, unbeknownst to him, assumed a human-like size, flames gently enveloping her like a gown. She cradled Leo, her flames instantly incinerating his garments to vapor. A metallic clink echoed as an object fell to the ground. The goddess gazed curiously at the small ornament, which remained unscathed amidst her flames. As she bent down to retrieve it, she recoiled upon contact. Such astounding malevolence, an artifact of the ancient travelers. The goddess placed her hand above the ornament, and in an instant, a terrifying radiance engulfed everything around. It was brief, and when normalcy returned, a massive, bottomless void measuring 2 meters in diameter loomed beside the goddess. In that moment, everything beneath her burned to gas. The goddess was satisfied with her actions. But when her gaze returned to the boy in her arms, she was astonished to find that the ornament lay quietly in his grasp, devoid of its previous malevolence. The goddess felt a twinge of confusion. She understood that the ancient travelers were fundamentally different from the old gods, which had led to an ongoing conflict spanning multiple star systems for thousands of years, prompting her departure from her former home to settle here. As the ancient travelers struggled to adapt to this universe, most had been sealed away on desolate planets at the universe's edge. Although the goddess had never truly clashed with the ancient travelers, the malevolent power attributed to them was not unfathomable. However, she was intrigued as to when the ornament had come to rest in the boy's hand without her notice. She extended her hand, attempting to take the now innocuous ornament, only for it to spring from the boy's grasp, the sharp edge slicing her fingertip, a droplet of blood flowing forth and igniting in the air. Landing upon the boy's wrist in an instant, the boy's veins swelled, his heart raced violently, and his body convulsed uncontrollably. However, the blood streaming from his nose gradually diminished, and soon his body returned to a state of equilibrium. As if nothing had transpired, "Don't wound me, it must indeed be an artifact of the ancient travelers." The goddess's finger had already healed, and of course, she was unperturbed. For this ephemeral avatar, expending such energy was trivial compared to the energy she expelled with each breath. What puzzled the goddess was that the boy remained alive. Not only had he not ignited in the searing blood, but he had also seemingly benefited from it. Leo opened his eyes, feeling no discomfort. As comfortable as if cradled in his mother's embrace. His gaze appeared somewhat dazed, as if he were still awakening. Yet soon, his attention shifted to the goddess's ample bosom. A look of reassurance crossed his face as he opened his mouth and bit down on the vibrant red. "Ah!" the goddess exclaimed, her flames erupting instantly, and at that moment of contact, Leo suddenly regained full awareness, his eyes flashing with brilliant gold, repelling the encroaching flames from his body. The goddess furrowed her brow. Fully aware of the implications of the boy's actions, recognizing that he had momentarily perceived her as his nurse. Yet, how should this be defined? Was it sacrilege against the goddess? Even if this body was a mere temporary construct, it remained a part of her essence. Yet to categorize it as sacrilege was impossible. Moreover, what of the golden radiance that had just manifested? Clearly, that power was not malevolent, an intriguing child. The goddess's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Evidently, the events that had just transpired were beyond her control, indicating that her omniscience was ineffective against this boy, who was the son of the emperor of this realm. Such a phenomenon should not have occurred. "I shall aid you. Your mother shall remain unharmed. But how will you express your gratitude?" The goddess never demanded anything from mortals, yet today was an exception. She felt intrigued. Leo glanced at his bare form. Noting that apart from the small knife still clutched in his hand, he had nothing to offer. "I do not seek your possessions. I only require you to agree to one condition, if you have the time. Visit here often." The goddess crouched down, extending her hand to place his small hand in her palm. Flames danced between their hands, yet Leo remained calm, not flinching, his gaze fixed on the goddess's face. "You are very special." For the first time, Leo uttered a statement entirely unrelated to their current situation. "Why?" The goddess chuckled, amused at being praised by a 5-year-old. "You harbor no hostility." Leo blinked, his brown eyes now glimmering with a hint of gold. And then, the goddess was eager to know what he would say next. She relished this sense of anticipation and did not venture to probe the child's thoughts. "I like you," Leo stated. Chapter 11. The Guardians outside the Guardian Temple. A group of paladins buzzed anxiously around an elderly man, like ants on a hot pan, discussing something fervently. The elderly man was resplendent in a golden radiance, clad in armor forged entirely from pure gold. Weighing an impressive 500 kilograms, a symbol of the highest order of holy knights. This venerable figure was none other than Anfar, the Flame Chaser, the leader of the Knights of the National Protection Temple. Concerning the current situation, he was not entirely without options. However, he was also aware of one crucial fact. Even if the child were to enter, it would not pose a significant problem for the goddess herself. If the goddess truly wished to expel the child, then the moment Leo stepped through the grand entrance, that event would undoubtedly transpire. Yet, it did not occur, suggesting that the goddess seemed to have other designs in mind. When Leo emerged from the golden gates in his full nudity, nearly everyone erupted in laughter. Was the goddess's plan to cleanse this boy from head to toe with flames? However, amidst the merriment, there stood one solemn figure. Patrick. Within his heart, anxiety and dread consumed much of his thoughts. The malevolent shadow that had once loomed over the golden gates had vanished, yet he was uncertain whether it was due to some unseen force or if it had genuinely dissipated. Should Leo have committed an irreparable act that incited the goddess's wrath, not only would he forfeit his life, but the emperor would also be compelled to apologize to the goddess. With his acute senses, he could detect the startling energy fluctuations that had erupted within the National Protection Temple, and he surmised that it was not only he who felt it. Several of the continent's esteemed elders likely sensed it too. He had already come to the grim conclusion that Leo was in grave danger. However, his concerns proved unfounded as Leo appeared after the gates and slowly approached him. Patrick swiftly removed his outer garment and wrapped Leo within it. Lifting him into his arms, the small black cat, who had been stationed at the entrance, nimbly leaped onto Leo's shoulder, extending its tiny tongue to lick Leo's face. "Have you obtained what you desired?" the old servant inquired softly. "More," Leo replied. His hand clenched tightly, as if concealing something within, though what could possibly be so small as to fit within the palm of a 5-year-old child? Old Patrick refrained from asking. He merely wished to depart from this place swiftly. He needed solitude to gather his thoughts and to consult some texts, for with his knowledge, he was unaware of any malevolent entity resembling what he had witnessed today. The shadow that had ensnared the golden gates was far more sinister and repugnant than it appeared. Yet neither the goddess nor her holy knights had noticed it, leading him to conclude that the issue lay solely with himself. The only distinction between him and those holy knights was that he had once cradled Leo and brought him here. He needed to comprehend the truth. The ancient evil god, Solenpier's arrival had unleashed a plague upon the continent. Yet fortunately, this infamous ancient deity held no interest in humanity at that time. Upon turning 18, he shed his human guise and returned to the realm he inhabited, leaving many to wonder why such a powerful evil god would suddenly manifest in the human world. One thing was clear. Most deities in this world exhibited a lack of interest in humanity, and among the few who interacted with humans, a significant number engaged in transactions that were profoundly inequitable. After bidding farewell to the holy knights, the old servant, cradling Leo, departed the sacred mountain and returned to the royal palace. The events that had transpired in the National Protection Temple had not stirred the inhabitants of the palace. Everything appeared normal, however. When Patrick returned to the emperor's study with Leo, he encountered another rarely seen individual, the old lich, Amindra. Indeed, such matters could not have escaped his notice. The old lich cradled a pristine crystal orb in his hands, which swirled with chaotic mist. "What transpired earlier?" the old lich inquired, while the emperor eagerly turned his gaze toward Patrick. Leo descended from the old servant's arms and gently lifted the small black cat from his shoulder. Cradling it in his embrace, "I am at a loss for words, Your Majesty. It is exceedingly difficult to explain, and I cannot ascertain how it occurred," the old servant confessed, his thoughts in disarray. "Calm yourself and speak slowly," the lich advised, placing a bony hand upon Patrick's shoulder, his eyes shifting from white to a pale blue, then to red, cycling through hues until Patrick's anxiety finally subsided. He recounted how Leo had discovered him, how he had unwittingly brought Leo to the National Protection Temple, and how Leo had inexplicably opened the heavy temple door before departing in his naked state. During that process, did you sense any discomfort or experience a feeling of being controlled? The lich asked, placing the crystal orb into the old servant's hands. In an instant, a colossal, repugnant silhouette materialized within the orb's chaotic mist. Yet, merely as quickly, the mist vanished without a trace, rendering the orb transparent. Patrick was further astonished, for the figure was precisely what he had perceived above the gates of the National Protection Temple. Both the emperor and the lich recognized Patrick's reaction, yet they did not press him. They understood that he would not conceal the truth as they had anticipated. After a few moments of contemplation, Patrick conveyed what he had witnessed to the lich and the emperor. This time, both the emperor and the lich furrowed their brows. The malevolent image within the crystal orb was merely a fragment, yet the evil it encapsulated was sufficient to leave them in shock. However, Patrick could not possess such malevolence. The only viable explanation was Leo. The Emperor was now in a state of conflict, observing the Lich as he infused the orb with authentic mist. Yet he found himself unable to decide whether to test Leo. This was his own child, and he was acutely aware of that fact. But if Leo truly harbored evil and impurity, could he bear to extinguish his life? The Emperor found himself unable to make a decision, while the Lich could. Amindra had his own intentions. If this child was indeed under the gaze of such a terrifying evil, then his plans might not come to fruition until the day of soul annihilation. He needed to comprehend the situation at hand. The Lich held the crystal orb before Leo's eyes, who looked up at the Lich for a moment before placing the small black cat atop the orb. Naturally, nothing transpired. The Lich smiled, or so it seemed, and then seized Leo's wrist, pressing his palm against the orb. The Emperor's eyes widened in alarm as he fervently prayed for nothing to occur that he did not wish to witness. Moments later, within the orb, a blazing rose began to take form, and upon Leo withdrawing his hand, a radiant rose emblem appeared in his palm. The mark of the Holy Knight? Chapter 12. The confined chamber this time. Whether it was the Emperor, Patrick, or even the old Lich, they were all taken aback. They gathered closely around Leo, scrutinizing the flickering flame rose in his hand that was gradually dimming. No, this is not the mark of a Holy Knight. This emblem is far more intricate and sophisticated. I have never encountered anything like it. Patrick's voice trembled, for this mark signified that their previous conjectures had all been rendered meaningless, regardless of what malevolent entity had manifested. Leo had already undergone the goddess's purification. They understood that beneath the goddess's flames, all evil would be reduced to ashes. The revelation was utterly astonishing. The Lich's voice carried an unusual tone, leaving them uncertain whether it stemmed from joy or some other emotion. The Emperor was so overwhelmed with excitement that he found himself at a loss for words. He reached out to lift Leo, twirling him around, only to realize that the child was still unclothed. Prompting him to hastily set Leo down and command a servant to fetch his garments, Leo received the goddess's acknowledgement was a tremendous honor. How could the Emperor not be elated? It was precisely due to the founding Emperor that the goddess had become the patron deity of the Flame Empire. Deep down, the goddess had never truly favored the royal family. For many years, she had not requested anything from them nor granted them any favors. She had merely adhered to her initial promise, enveloping the entire land beneath her celestial canopy, while the rest remained beyond her concern. However, today, circumstances appeared to have shifted, as the goddess had imprinted her mark upon the prince's hand. While it may not warrant excessive hope, it at least indicated that the goddess had begun to harbor some fondness for the royal family. As for the malevolence, what could possibly endure beneath the goddess's flames? The old Lich, recalling something, requested leave from the Emperor, who was too engrossed in his excitement to notice the peculiar flicker in the Lich's eyes. The Emperor was elated, yet Leo did not continue to share in their joy. "Mama, where are you?" He directed his inquiry toward the Emperor, who, in his exuberance, initially failed to register the question until Patrick reminded him of the child's nurse, who was still imprisoned in the dungeon. "Let us go and rescue her," the Emperor declared, reaching out to embrace Leo, but the small boy turned his head away, disregarding the outstretched hands. An awkward silence ensued, with the Emperor uncertain whether to lift Leo or let him be. Fortunately, at that moment, a maid arrived with garments, providing the Emperor with an opportunity to adjust his already immaculate attire. Clearing his throat, he led everyone out of the study. Unbeknownst to anyone, Leo appeared to harbor a certain fondness for Patrick, as he took the initiative to have the old attendant carry him to the confinement chamber. Thus, the Emperor's closest confidant could distinctly sense the subtle shifts in the prince's demeanor. As they commenced their journey, Leo initially displayed a sense of tranquility. However, it was not long before his unease became evident. He began to turn his head repeatedly, as if searching for something elusive. The grip of his hand on Patrick's shoulder tightened with increasing urgency. As they drew near to the confinement chamber, Leo's agitation became even more pronounced. Even Patrick felt an unsettling premonition that something terribly amiss might soon transpire, leading him to unconsciously quicken his pace. The Emperor found himself intrigued by the unspoken rapport between the elder and the youth, and he could not help but feel a tinge of envy towards his venerable attendant. Perhaps it was indeed the old servant's kindness that endeared him to children. This was the royal confinement chamber. Designed to house members of the royal family, it was far more opulent than a typical prison. It could even be described as an apartment from which one could not depart. No one wished to impose hardship on its inhabitants, for no one could foresee whether those confined within might suddenly ascend to greatness. Loria sat upon the plush bed, staring vacantly at the imposing metal door. Accompanied by the guards to this place, she had pondered extensively, from every conceivable angle. It seemed that any hope of escape had been irrevocably extinguished. She speculated that perhaps she would not survive the night. Fear of death did not plague her. She had long since lost everything. The sole concern weighing upon her heart was Leo. This child had consumed all her affection, even though he was not her own, and bore a striking resemblance to her younger brother. What of it? Without her, would anyone notice the peculiarities that surrounded Leo? Would he be unable to find solace in sleep, bereft of her embrace? He might well cause a ruckus, but would anyone indulge him as she did? Loria could not know. All she was certain of was her impending demise, when the door to the confinement chamber creaked open. This realization deepened, for, to her astonishment, it was the Queen, Rosie, who entered. Accompanied by 4 new handmaidens, the sole queen of the realm swept into the chamber, her demeanor one of distaste as she waved her hand dismissively, as if to banish an odor that was but a figment of her imagination. Her gaze then fixed upon Loria. "Oh, you know why I have come here?" The queen regarded the girl with a benevolent expression, her smile warm yet her pupils dilating with excitement, betraying an overwhelming thrill at the thought of her plan nearing fruition. Loria trembled, acutely aware of her fate, yet still gripped by fear. Am I to die? The young nurse, head bowed, gazed at the ground before her toes. She yearned to flee. Although the door to the confinement chamber was closed, it was not locked. Yet would the guards allow her egress? Absolutely not. No. How could that be? The queen gently seated herself beside Loria, beckoning her handmaidens forward. One handmaiden, cradling a silver tray, presented an array of exquisite pastries. "I am aware of your anxiety, and thus I have prepared some treats for you. Please, do not worry. I shall speak to the emperor on your behalf. I assure you, you will not suffer even the slightest punishment." The queen delicately placed a golden-baked cookie into Loria's palm, exuding a sisterly warmth. Loria glanced at the cookie and then at the queen's eyes, where she could discern the rapid pulsing of veins in the queen's elongated neck, revealing her own heightened tension. Yet, what was it that made her so anxious? Loria wished to voice her thoughts, but instead returned the cookie to the tray. "You need not worry about anything, my dear. I promise, by tomorrow at the latest, you shall be free to leave here and reunite with Leo. So, why do we not indulge in these delectable pastries and discuss happier matters?" The queen's hand trembled slightly as she clumsily grasped several cookies from the tray, almost impatiently urging Loria to partake. "No, I do not wish to eat." Even Loria, in her naivety, sensed that the cookies were far from ordinary. How could the queen, moments ago lamenting her own demise, suddenly be baking cookies? How long had it been since that incident occurred? She could not eat. Absolutely not. "You must consume them." Chapter 13. Schemes. The queen's facade of gentleness finally shattered, replaced by a visage of sickly glee, her unrestrained smile rendering her countenance grotesque and unlovely. She forcefully shoved Loria onto the bed, relentlessly stuffing the cookie into the girl's mouth, who, having long ceased to grow, seemed devoid of strength. Overpowered by the queen's force, the cookie was thrust into her mouth. The terrified young girl desperately tried to expel the morsel, inadvertently showering the queen in the process. "You wretched harlot! I see through your intentions. You fawn over that little bastard only in hopes that the emperor will notice you? You aspire to be the crown princess? Never!" Queen Rosie, now resembling a shrew, gripped Loria's throat with ferocity, her voice raised in vitriol. She squeezed with such force that her nails dug deep into Loria's neck. Breaking under the strain, blood oozed from the wound, staining the pristine silk sheets in a shocking crimson. Gradually, Loria's strength ebbed away, her hands falling limp and motionless. The queen released her grip, the excessive force causing her own hand to ache. The broken nails having injured her fingers, she rose, surveying the now motionless girl with disdain. Bah, disheveled. The queen held her head high, embodying the spirit of a victor. She spat upon Loria's lifeless form, only to be met by an unexpected gust of wind that caused her spittle to land upon her own tattered gown. "Damn it!" The queen signaled to her handmaidens, one tending to her injured finger, another arranging her hair. while the remaining two adjusted her attire. She had to leave this place as if oblivious to the chaos that had just unfolded. The guards at the door had been skillfully dismissed. Everything was perfectly orchestrated. The queen contemplated how to explain Loria's death to the emperor. The girl, who should have long since succumbed, suddenly sprang up from the bed, shrieking as she dashed toward the door. "You scoundrel! You dare to play tricks on me?" The queen, however, remained remarkably composed, even managing to tidy her hair as Loria rushed towards the door, only to find it locked from the inside. "Did you truly believe I would not guard against you?" The queen strolled leisurely towards Loria, who pounded desperately on the heavy iron door, but her petite frame was no match for its weight. The dull thuds resonated ineffectually, failing to reach the outside point. Two handmaidens approached, pressing Loria's arms against the iron door, while the other two firmly restrained her legs. The poor girl was rendered immobile, her terror mounting as she watched the queen advance. "Tray of forbidden pastries in hand, I will not permit you to enjoy any privileges that do not belong to you, nor will I allow the emperor to so much as cast a glance in your direction. Furthermore, I will not allow the little bastard you nurture to ascend to the throne of this nation." The queen extended her hand, forcefully prying open Loria's mouth, a cold smile gracing her lips as she reveled in her impending victory. Yet, the reality of her expectations unraveled before her eyes. One handmaiden, pressing Loria's arm, suddenly stumbled forward, losing her balance. "What is happening?" In a moment of confusion, the handmaiden attempted to stabilize herself, only to find her body collapsing. Behind her, the heavy iron door bore a fresh, unyielding gash, as an unknown weapon had effortlessly sliced through her frame, leaving her unaware of the pain. Gravity, however, remained true, pulling her lifeless form toward the ground. "Ah!" The handmaiden, who had been restraining Loria's legs, gasped in horror, her eyes widening as she witnessed the entrails of her fallen sister spilling forth. In a panic, she desperately tried to gather the viscera, hoping to return them to their rightful place, yet her trembling hands could not grasp the bloodied remnants. She had never fathomed that a body could contain so much. Meanwhile, the fallen handmaiden lay with vacant eyes, instinctively attempting to pull her disconnected lower half back, but it was far too late. A cacophony of screams reverberated throughout the chamber. Loria, now unshackled from her constraints, fiercely shoved the queen aside and sprinted to the bedside, where a small fruit knife lay, grasping it tightly in her palm as a means of coping with her terror. The fallen queen, Rosie, stared vacantly at the trembling handmaidens, her mind racing in the wake of the chaos. Suddenly, a new scratch appeared on the iron door, scattering red sparks that landed on a maid, instantly igniting her precious garments. The maid screamed in terror, desperate to flee the scene. However, the polished floor combined with the slick pool of blood beneath them impeded their escape. Flames engulfed one maid and swiftly spread to another. A maid, ablaze, clawed her way towards Rosie, who, in a panic, lifted her foot and kicked at the head that was about to be consumed by the inferno. The fire raged fiercely, transforming the door into a chaotic, jagged shape, crumbling away to form a hole barely large enough for a child to pass through. Leo stepped inside, and the flames at the threshold seemed to cower away from his presence. Only after Leo crossed the threshold did the flames reignite, filling the room with the acrid stench of burning flesh and blood. Leo paid no heed to the trembling Rosie, nor did he care that she was tossing cookies from a plate into the roaring flames. He made his way directly towards Lolia, whose eyes were tightly shut and hands clenched around a small dagger. Perhaps sensing footsteps, the frightened Lolia wildly swung the dagger, oblivious to the identity of the person approaching her. Leo regarded the panicked nurse without faltering or retreating. He merely extended his hand to intercept the dagger aimed at him. The blade pierced his palm with precision, startling Lolia, who felt as if she had truly struck something. Yet, when she opened her eyes, she found Leo standing before her. At that moment, the prince pressed his palms together, holding the dagger firmly within his grasp. "Your Highness!" Lolia momentarily forgot everything, quickly retracting her hand, eager to pull the dagger free, but Leo restrained her. A hint of confusion flickered across the prince's otherwise impassive face as he extracted the dagger himself, blood oozing from his palm and dripping onto the floor. However, the instant the blood touched the ground, it inexplicably vanished into thin air. The wound in his palm disappeared without a trace. Lolia, evidently shaken, struggled to regain her composure, only relaxing once she confirmed that the injury on the boy's hand had indeed vanished. Leo scrutinized the dagger with his pale golden eyes, examining it thoroughly before cutting a piece of cloth from a nearby bedsheet to wrap it, which he then handed to Lolia. Leo's request was so peculiar that Lolia initially failed to comprehend its significance, unaware that she had unwittingly accepted a heavy burden. Chapter 14. Sin Boom. The door was forcibly thrust open from the outside, with Patrick being the first to appear. He frowned as he surveyed the room, quickly deducing what had transpired, though he remained uncertain how the situation had escalated to this extent. He extended his hand and lightly struck at the raging flames with his fist. Instantly, it seemed as if an invisible force had confined the fire, gradually extinguishing it until only wisps of smoke drifted from the charred remnants. The Emperor stepped into the room, taken aback by the scene, for he beheld a figure he had anticipated yet believed should not be present. Rosie. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Rosie practically crawled to the Emperor, her body limp, clinging desperately to his leg as if his arrival had brought sunlight to her murky sky. Rosie, what transpired here? The Emperor's tone was stern, as he could surmise what Rosie had intended to incite. The Queen said nothing, only wept, her sobs drowning the room in despair, further aggravating the Emperor's agitation. Silence. Before receiving an answer, the irate Emperor roughly shoved aside the weeping Queen and strode towards Lolia. On the neck of the poor girl, distinct bruises were visible, and the long nails that had inflicted the wounds remained embedded. The Emperor sighed, crouching down to reach for Lolia's face, but his hand was halted by Leo's. The Emperor turned, perplexed, to meet the gaze of his son, whose eyes, previously only hinting at gold, now shimmered with a chilling intensity. Yet, the warmth typically associated with that golden hue was now replaced by a bone-chilling coldness. Do not touch her. Leo spoke with a tone that suggested a stranger. No, an adversary. I merely wish to tend to her wounds. The Emperor found it almost humorous that he, the sovereign, had to explain himself to his own 5-year-old son. That is unnecessary. Leo carefully extracted the nails embedded in Lolia's neck, presenting them to the Emperor. What? The Emperor was bewildered, increasingly confused by his son's intentions. Leo remained silent, lifting the Emperor's hand to place the bloodied nails within his palm. He then bypassed the Emperor, approaching the Queen and retrieving a small ornament from his waist, which, through a series of transformations, became an exquisite dagger. Stop him. By the time the Emperor realized the danger, Leo had already reached the Queen, his hand raised high. Clang! A blinding spark erupted before the Queen as the dagger struck Patrick's hand, the harsh sound of metal scraping against metal nearly causing Rosie to swoon. Following that, she let out a piercing scream. Patrick attempted to thwart Leo's assault, but the child's dagger was peculiar. Despite his efforts, it effortlessly penetrated his defenses, yet left no mark upon him, merely etching a white line as if a nail had grazed his skin. After all, Leo was but a 5-year-old child. Despite wielding a sharp weapon, he could not truly breach Patrick's defenses and soon halted, his chest heaving heavily. Your Highness, you know I cannot allow you to pass. The old servant spoke with a hint of resignation, caught between the Queen and the prince. The notion of a prince seeking to end his mother's life was unprecedented, not just in the Empire of Flames, but throughout the continent's history. The old servant understood that the resolution to this dilemma depended on the Emperor's stance. Whichever side he chose would dictate the outcome. The Emperor's silence was the most perilous of circumstances. Leo, like a young beast, glared at the Queen, his eyes flashing with dangerous intent, unwaveringly fixed upon Rosie, who had long since lost her former grace and now trembled in fear. Enough, the Emperor finally spoke. Signaling for Patrick to restrain Leo, however, before the old servant could act, Leo transformed the perilous weapon back into a beautiful ornament. Fastening it to his belt, he surveyed the room, his gaze settling on the charred corpses of several maids at the door. Leo approached, staring vacantly at the bodies before bending down to push one aside slightly, retrieving 2 partially charred cookies from beneath the stench-ridden remains. The Emperor looked on in shock as Leo displayed his actions. Only fully comprehending once Leo placed the cookies into his other hand, he suddenly appeared enlightened. This is evidence, but what use was it? Even without these items, the situation was glaringly clear. The Emperor would never execute the Queen based solely on this. I will remember this day. When Leo spoke those words in his tender voice, The emperor felt an impulse to laugh, akin to a father observing his child in a playful mood. Yet, he could not bring himself to smile, only watching as Lolia struggled to her feet, weakly bowing to the emperor before grasping Leo's hand and slowly departing the confines of the room, forgetting entirely his duties as emperor, neglecting to pardon the girl for her sins. Everything unfolded as if it were meant to be. The emperor looked at the cookie in his hand and then at the severed nails in the other, a surge of unnameable fury igniting within him and swelling with intensity. He approached Rosie like an enraged lion. "Look at the mess you've made." The emperor hurled the nails and cookie into the queen's arms, veins throbbing against his forehead as his eyes became increasingly bloodshot. "I am sorry, your majesty. I am sorry." Rosie realized, in that moment, that the emperor was genuinely furious. She desperately pleaded for mercy, hoping for the emperor's compassion. "How can I ever forgive you?" The emperor was in turmoil. Could he truly kill the queen? Absolutely not. Yet, if he let this transgression slide, what other calamities might arise in the future? He knew his wife all too well. Seeing the emperor's silence, Rosie feared he was truly inclined towards violence. Clinging to his legs and shaking them fervently, "I beseech your mercy. Please do not kill me. I truly promise I shall never act in such a manner again. This is not merely for my sake, but for our child, for Zach. One child has already lost their mother. Can you bear to witness another child suffer the same fate?" Chapter 15. The blood giver. It is worth noting that Rosie is an exceptionally astute woman. Even in the depths of such terror, she adeptly identifies the emperor's vulnerabilities. Upon hearing her words, the emperor is immediately transported back to that fateful night 5 years prior, a moment of impulsive folly. The recollection of Leo's unfamiliar gaze upon seeing him pierces his heart with pangs of pain. He shakes his head and exhales deeply, departing the confinement chamber. The old attendant observes the dazed she-queen seated in silence and, with a sigh, kneels before Rosie. "I know this may not be my place to say, but I believe it prudent for you to refrain from provoking His Highness unduly. For, as you know, even I sometimes struggle to discern the world beneath the gaze of that prince." After Patrick speaks, he exits the confinement chamber, leaving behind a hollow space occupied only by 4 charred corpses, a stench pervading the air, and a vacant-eyed she-queen. After a prolonged moment, Rosie regains her senses, her visage twisted yet striving to appear unaffected. She rises, surveying her surroundings with a sense of revulsion, avoiding the charred remains as she steps outside. Drawing in a deep breath of fragrant air, she seems to cleanse her lungs of the lingering odor, then, gazing towards the east, the direction in which Leo departed, she clenches her fists tightly. "Rejoice, you little bastard. For this time you have triumphed. I acknowledge my defeat. However, this is far from over between us." After muttering to herself, the queen lifts her chin with pride and exits the confinement chamber. Lolia sits quietly upon the bed, her expression vacant. After the events that transpired, it is natural for anyone to take time to recover. Leo paces the floor, lost in thought, while Lolia's attention is elsewhere. After a while, Leo approaches her and, now slightly calmer, Lolia offers a strained smile. She reaches out to stroke Leo's head, reassuring him not to worry. However, it is evident that Leo requires no such comfort. He has other intentions. He gestures for Lolia to lie down, and she assumes he wishes her to rest. Complying with his direction. However, as Leo begins to unfasten her garments, a hint of resignation crosses her face. "Your Highness, have you forgotten my words? You must not rely on this." Lolia takes control of the neckline. Covering herself once more, Leo pauses, and an expression she has never seen flits across his face. One of vulnerability, perhaps shyness, or something else entirely. Lolia finds this peculiarly intriguing, for in all the time she has known him, she has never witnessed such a display of emotion. "Are you saying you do not desire this?" Lolia gestures to herself, glancing at the prince. No, Leo shakes his head vigorously, knowing Leo has never told a lie. She relinquishes her hold on the neckline, permitting him to unfasten her garments. Since becoming a maiden wet nurse at 13, her physique has never matured, yet she has grown increasingly remarkable. The high, youthful curves have accompanied Leo for 5 years. Still reminiscent of an untouched maiden. However, several scars mar this perfection. Marks left by the queen's nails, darkening with time, including some on her neck. These are poisoned, Leo declares, pointing to the scars. Lolia realizes the truth. Her body is indeed peculiar. Had they been mere superficial wounds, they would have healed flawlessly long ago. Since becoming Leo's wet nurse, such afflictions have persisted, whereas scars from her childhood have vanished without a trace. What shall we do? Lolia feels no shock, only a subdued melancholy in that moment. She contemplates that perhaps death would be a more favorable option. Leo remains silent, transforming a delicate ornament into a glimmering blade. Before Lolia can react, he slashes his palm. Startled, she witnesses the blade pass through his hand as if slicing through air, causing no harm whatsoever. Even Leo is perplexed and conducts further tests, ultimately confirming that this blade, capable of severing steel, cannot penetrate his own skin. This revelation leaves the 5-year-old prince deeply disheartened, yet he swiftly finds a substitute. He takes a small knife from Lolia's hand, a blade she had inadvertently plunged into his palm in her panic. Lolia suspects that the prince has learned some trick to amuse himself, and thus does not hinder him. Leo grasps the knife in his left hand and swiftly withdraws it. Lolia keenly observes the shift in his expression. "You are hurt," she exclaims, attempting to rise, only to be pressed back onto the bed by Leo. With her strength, she could easily push him away, yet at this moment, she feels as if she is weighed down by 1,000 pounds. Then, the 5-year-old prince spreads his bloodied hand, smearing his blood across Lolia's face, neck, chest, and every inch of her skin. He places his hand over her mouth, and the sweet taste of blood flows into her mouth, devoid of any metallic tang. Lolia trembles uncontrollably, for in that moment, her body is paralyzed, feeling a chilling warmth seep from the red liquid into her skin, flowing into her mouth, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of calm. It is as though all her pain and sorrow have been whisked away by that small hand. Lolia drifts into slumber, a serene smile gracing her lips, oblivious to the faint, pink luminescence emanating from the blood upon her skin. Leo's eyes remain unblinking, witnessing his blood merge with Lolia's body, her scars vanishing entirely, her formerly wounded skin returning to its pristine, delicate state. He gazes at the now serenely breathing wet nurse. Leo can no longer resist the encroaching fatigue. He removes his shoes, climbs onto the bed, and curls up within Lolia's embrace. Chapter 16. Seeds of Chaos. Beneath the palace, in Imindra's laboratory, chaos reigns. Books are strewn across the floor. Various potions react with one another, and the air is thick with bizarre scents. However, the old lich is oblivious. Even if he could smell, he would not care, for he is the architect of this turmoil. Imindra is furious, his arms trembling uncontrollably. All of his schemes have crumbled due to the mark of the guardian goddess. Though he is an immensely powerful lich, he cannot withstand even a breath from a deity. He understands that both the ancient gods and the primordial travelers harbor little interest in humanity, much like how most humans are indifferent to ants. Yet, akin to the existence of entomologists among humans, there are still some deities who maintain a distant or intimate connection with mankind. Regardless of the nature of this relationship, he will not allow anyone to touch his plaything, be they gods or mortals. The old lich has just seen the emperor, who recounted the events that transpired, heightening his concerns. The occurrences surrounding Leo have far exceeded his comprehension. Even if he truly possessed fragments of divine power, he could not achieve such feats, for he alone knows that these so-called fragments of divine power are merely remnants of gods that fell to earth during celestial battles. Some fragments, having survived atmospheric friction, landed intact, that if discovered, they could trigger a series of changes. However, such changes are ultimately limited. While fragments may carry divine power, they cannot influence a person's mind. Yet Leo's intellect has evidently surpassed that of a typical 5-year-old. The old lich yearns for someone to vent his frustrations upon, yet the tasks at hand cannot be disclosed to anyone. That moment, there is a knock at the laboratory door, coinciding with the time for the two princes' studies. Perhaps this is an opportunity? The flames of his soul within Amindra's eyes shift to a mysterious and cautious purple. Restoring order, he gestures, and the room instantly appears as if nothing has transpired. He then gathers himself and approaches the door, opening it to find none other than the second prince, Zach, standing outside. The young prince bears no signs of abnormality, blissfully unaware of the recent turmoil. "Well then, my child," the old lich placed a bony hand upon Zach's shoulder. "You wish to become a person even more powerful than your brother. the old lich inquired in the quiet of the night. Rosie sat silently in her chamber, struggling to contain her burgeoning fury, for she was acutely aware that any outburst could provoke the emperor's ire. She knew all too well that this emperor was a man who favored gentleness over harshness. However, since he had refrained from punishing her at that moment, she reasoned that further retribution was unlikely. The sole concern was that she might gradually lose her standing in the emperor's eyes. Yet, that was not her primary worry. Zack returned home, gazing at his mother's face, while Rosie took a few moments to realize that her child had come back. "Mama, guess what Teacher Amandella just gave me." Young Zack, oblivious to his mother's anxiety, had forgotten the events that had transpired earlier and excitedly presented his mother with a small trinket resembling the old god Sargeras, venerated as the immortal emperor. A figure revered by all in the realm. "My dear, you must have been exceptionally well-behaved for your teacher to reward you like this." Rosie forced a smile as she accepted the small ornament. "Of course, I was good. But Teacher Amandella just told me that if I continue to be obedient, he will make me stronger than Brother Leo. He only said that to me, not to Brother Leo." Young Zack's uncontainable joy shone through, his innocence evident in his words. Did he really say that? Rosie felt a sense of unease. Clearly, as the royal tutor, Amandella should not have uttered such words that could potentially incite rivalry between the two princes. Yet, the fact that he had spoken this, and behind Leo's back, suggested deeper implications. After a moment's contemplation, Rosie broke into a genuine smile. "My son, heed your mother's advice. You must cultivate a good relationship with your brother Leo. Do you understand? He is our greatest ally. You should play with him, learn alongside him, and closely observe everything he does, committing it to memory. Only then can you truly surpass him and become the emperor of this land." Rosie embraced Zack warmly. "But Mama, why not let Brother Leo be the emperor instead?" Young Zack did not comprehend the weight of the title, nor the significance it held. "You foolish child." Rosie's suppressed rage ignited once more, and she raised her hand, delivering a sharp slap to Zack's face. The force of the blow caused his cheek to swell, and he stood frozen in shock, gazing fearfully at his mother, whose rage was inexplicable to him. Rosie, startled by her own actions, instinctively reached out to touch her child's injured face, but Zack recoiled slightly. Her hand withdrew momentarily, yet she soon pulled him into her embrace once more. "Listen, my child, as emperor, you could achieve anything your heart desires. Every word you speak would become law, and every action of yours would serve as a model for others. You would be revered by all. Do you understand?" Rosie caressed Zack's bruised cheek, her voice almost a whisper. "Yes, Mama." Young Zack nodded, bewildered, knowing that to respond otherwise would be inappropriate. In a hazy awakening, Loria found herself jolted from dreams in which she felt as though one of her arms had vanished. Upon regaining consciousness, she discovered Leo was resting upon her arm, which had gone numb. Carefully, she lifted Leo's small hand from her lap and placed the slumbering prince back onto the bed. She then approached the mirror and gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. The scars that had marred her neck had vanished entirely, not a trace of blood remained, and the scratches upon her chest were gone as well. Moreover, she perceived that her complexion had markedly improved. Yet, that was not the most astonishing revelation. She realized she had grown. Chapter 17. Change is constant. Since she had become Leo's wet nurse at the age of 13, her body had ceased to develop, and it had appeared incongruous for a 13-year-old to nurture a prince. However, Loria had never voiced her concerns, not even to others, leading many to presume that she simply possessed a petite stature. Only she, the young nurse, was aware of the changes occurring within her. Yet today, after merely a brief slumber, her body had transformed? Loria found this hard to believe, but the noticeably shortened hem of her dress and the collar that could no longer fasten confirmed the reality of her growth. The young woman, brimming with excitement, shed her ill-fitting clothes and gazed at her reflection, while a sense of youthful beauty mingled with the mature grace of motherhood. The blurred line between girlhood and motherhood was both thrilling and indescribable. "This is the figure a young woman should possess," Loria rejoiced, striving to recall the events preceding her slumber, only to be gripped by fear. She remembered that just before she fell asleep, Leo had cut his hand and smeared his blood upon her wounds. Even urging her to drink it alarmed, she hastily donned her now ill-fitting garments and approached Leo's bedside, gently lifting his hand. Indeed, A faint mark appeared upon his palm, a stark contrast to the unblemished skin he had always possessed. From the moment Loria had first encountered him, Leo had exhibited a remarkable uniqueness. As an infant, he never cried or fussed. After being fed, he would simply sleep, and his routine was remarkably orderly. While his younger brother, who had been born days later, was still confined to his swaddling cloth, Leo was already walking. Leo's innate curiosity drove him to explore the world, often reaching for the flames of a lit candle, which resulted in frequent injuries. Initially, Loria was terrified, but she soon discovered that this prince was far more enigmatic than she had imagined. He bore no scars, regardless of the severity of his injuries. Yet now, a mark was present upon his hand, evidence of his sacrifice for her sake. A sense of heaviness settled over Loria's heart. She recognized that Leo was extraordinary, but beyond the inexplicable phenomena surrounding him. This 5-year-old child endeavored to protect her with his tender, fragile arms. So much had transpired in a single day. Perhaps from this moment forth, Loria would no longer be astonished by anything she encountered. With a gentle sigh, she shook her head and placed her hand upon Leo's face. In slumber, Leo lost his assertive demeanor, appearing like any other child. Sensing Loria's touch, he instinctively leaned into her palm. The corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Was he smiling? Yet Loria understood that Leo was not fully asleep. His eyes fluttered beneath their lids, golden wisps escaping from the corners. This phenomenon was not new to Loria. She knew that only when Leo felt unsettled did he exhibit such behavior. With the utmost tenderness, she began to pat his body gently. Since he was an infant, this had always been her method of lulling him to sleep. And it proved effective as he grew calm. I do not know the extent of your power, nor do I foresee your future. Perhaps I lack the right to say this, but as long as you desire it, I shall be your mother, fulfilling all that a mother should do. So for now, allow me to protect you as a mother would, and you, in turn, should sleep like a true child. Loria's words cast a spell, and the golden light in Leo's eyes gradually faded, his breathing steadying as he turned, cradling Loria's hand within his own, and fell into a deep slumber. Weeks had passed since the tumultuous uproar, and no one dared to mention the incident, despite the piercing screams that had resonated throughout the palace. Since that day, wherever Loria went, the gazes of those around her had fundamentally shifted. Once filled with disdain, they were now tinged with fear and obsequiousness. Loria found herself receiving preferential treatment. Her desires were met with eagerness, and assistance was readily offered whenever she sought it. The young nurse initially struggled to adapt to this transformation. Yet she recognized that such changes were as natural as breathing in this environment. Leo, inherently reserved, seldom engaged with others, so few had formed lasting impressions of the 5-year-old prince. However, the recent events had ensured that everyone within the palace now recognized him. The 7 souls who perished throughout the event have been transported to the Temple of Remains, where fervent devotees will convey these bodies through a certain ritual to the distant Bone constellation. This asteroid, entirely composed of accumulated corpses, serves as the dominion of the malevolent deity Stokken, who harbors an abhorrent and wicked obsession with collecting bodies. Aside from his mentally deranged followers, scarcely anyone would dare to venerate him. Ironically, if not for him and his acolytes, the people of this world would truly be at a loss regarding how to handle those remains that cannot be processed in a conventional manner, nor return to their loved ones. This exemplifies the dark side of this world. Leo continues his daily visits to Amindra for study, and when he is not there, he finds solace within the confines of the library. Since the last time he stained the library floor with crimson, that area has been largely avoided by others. Leo sits quietly atop a pile of books, a small black cat nestled beside him. The heap of books has grown larger since last, the once bloodied tomes having been replaced, preserving their original form in their rightful places. Zack gazes at Leo with trepidation. He longs to approach his elder brother yet is engulfed by fear. Leo remains nearly motionless, the occasional sound of turning pages serving as proof of his attentiveness. "Brother," Zack ventures cautiously, prompting Leo to set down his book and lift his gaze, his eyes reflecting curiosity. "Do you wish to grow stronger?" Zack struggles to find the right words. Daily, he endures solitary instruction from the old lich, which has proven immensely beneficial. He constantly dreams of matching his brother's strength. Despite being oblivious to the true extent of Leo's power, merely instinctively believing his sibling to be formidable, No, Leo utters, articulating a single word. Why not? Both father and mother, as well as our teachers, have impressed upon us that becoming stronger is of utmost importance. Zack finds it perplexing that his brother seems indifferent to such a crucial matter. There is no need, Leo replies. Strangely, ever since that fateful day, his words have become more abundant, and his expressions have grown richer. He is no longer the simpleton he once was. Zack cannot comprehend why it is unnecessary. He only knows that he must strive relentlessly, for only through strength can he surpass his brother and ascend to the throne. Perhaps becoming an emperor would indeed be exhilarating. Chapter 18. Meteor shower. As time flows, the two princes have reached the age of 6. The incident that once stirred the entire palace has long since faded from the collective memory. Over the course of this year, aside from Leo's nurse, Loria, seemingly having matured a tad, little of novelty has transpired within the palace. Of course, if one were to seek amusement, it might be the meteor shower set to erupt in a month's time. In the distant cosmos, the war between the ancient travelers and the old world gods rages on. These deities so colossal that they can effortlessly transform an entire planet into a battlefield. Their might capable of shattering celestial bodies into fragments. Occasionally, if fate aligns favorably, fragments of wandering asteroids in the cosmos may be drawn here by the gravitational pull of planets, culminating in a spectacular meteor shower. Countless stargazers inhabit this world, their greatest aspiration being to unravel the secrets between the old world gods and the ancient travelers. As a byproduct of their studies, they have gradually come to understand the trajectories of stars, even calculating the timings of certain astronomical phenomena through a series of intricate computations. For instance, the meteor shower anticipated in a month's time was deduced after observing a radiant flash on the distant amethyst star. A result of weeks spent merging various mysterious formulas. Of course, they reached this conclusion 6 months prior, and the time to validate their predictions is now just a month away. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Leo has recently been plagued by an unsettled spirit. He finds himself often lost in thought while reading, and even during playful moments with the little cat, his mind wanders. That agile black cat has experienced a fate akin to Loria's. Despite having been with Leo for a year, it seems not to have matured at all, retaining its petite and cute kitten form. At this moment, both events unfold simultaneously. In the room, Leo clutches a book, the pages having remained untouched for over 10 minutes, while the little black cat leaps between his shoulders, playfully tugging at his hair, all of which he remains blissfully unaware of until Loria calls him back to reality. You've been acting strangely lately. Is something amiss? The young nurse inquires, setting a delectable meal upon the desk and gently patting Leo's forehead. It is about to fall. I can feel it, Leo responds cryptically. Loria raises her gaze to the ornate ceiling, perplexed. Who is about to fall? She asks. From the purple world, the crystal wind chime, Leo declares, leaping from his chair to place both the book and the cat on the desk. The cat emits a joyous meow, immediately indulging in the sumptuous feast, while Leo approaches the window, tilting his head to gaze at the starry night sky. He extends his hand, pointing at a single shining star amidst the multitude. She comes from there and will descend upon the earth. I must find her before anyone else. Leo's words sound peculiar, yet Loria harbors no doubts. She believes in whatever Leo says. Then, when she falls, let us seek her together, Loria suggests, patting Leo's shoulder and taking his hand to return to the desk. According to the stargazers' predictions, among all the nations, the capital of the Flame Empire serves as the prime observation point. As the meteor shower traverses the planet's atmosphere, the most brilliant display will occur directly above it. Consequently, throngs of people flock here, including foreign visitors. The royal family seizes the opportunity to launch a promotional campaign, heralding it as a sign of the Flame Empire's continued prosperity. A grand banquet will be held, inviting noble elites to witness the spectacle, accompanied by stargazers who will elucidate celestial knowledge. The notion of celestial omens is met with skepticism from various nations, as society has progressed to a point where few still believe in such prophecies. Nonetheless, this does not hinder the fervor for stargazing. Nobles without pressing matters from various countries send letters expressing their desire to attend the royal banquet during the meteor shower, yearning to witness the astronomical marvel alongside esteemed figures. The royal family, of course, will meticulously scrutinize these requests, discerning who truly merits an invitation, who lacks the qualifications, and who may pose a risk of espionage. A month swiftly passes, and the stargazing fervor in Flame City reaches its zenith. Savvy residents capitalize on the occasion by renting out their rooms at exorbitant prices to distant noble merchants, seizing this rare astronomical event to profit handsomely. Meanwhile, preparations for the royal banquet are nearing completion, with nearly all invitees having settled within the palace. As twilight descends, Leo, adorned in a stylish evening suit, perches on the windowsill, gazing intently at the sky, while Loria, dressed in an elegant evening gown, stands behind him. Though she too admires the heavens, she remains oblivious to what exactly the prince is observing. She merely senses that the night sky is exceptionally enchanting, as if the myriad stars have drawn closer, allowing for a clearer view. The resplendent starlight nearly illuminates the entire earth, rendering even the distant mountains distinctly visible. However, this is not the moment for marveling at the stars. She gently taps Leo's small hand, signaling that the banquet is about to commence, and as a prince, he must now stand beside the emperor. Leo turns, clasping Loria's hand tightly. When Loria lifts her head to close the window, she finds that the extraordinary scene has vanished. The stars have reverted to their diminutive forms, becoming as distant as ever, while the distant peaks have faded into the obsidian veil of night. Thank you. The royal banquet attracts nearly 500 attendees, prompting the emperor to arrange for the expansive lawn before the palace to be meticulously prepared for an outdoor event. To ensure optimal viewing of the celestial marvel, apart from the protective canopy of the national temple, the entire royal city will enforce limited lighting regulations. This entails minimizing bright illumination while ensuring activities remain unaffected. The townsfolk dine early, extinguishing all sources of light within their homes, then gather in their courtyards, relishing the gentle breeze as they await the impending wonder. Upon Leo's arrival before the emperor, he finds the emperor engaged in conversation with Zack. Beside the emperor, the noticeably slimmer Empress Rosie gazes affectionately at her child and husband. The appearance of Loria and Leo causes Rosie's expression to tighten momentarily, yet she quickly regains her composure, patiently awaiting Loria to approach and bow before her, to which she responds with a nod and a smile, all unfolding in an atmosphere of serene tranquility. Chapter 19. Him? Why should he? The emperor gazes at Leo, an unspoken awkwardness lingering in the air. A year has elapsed since that incident occurred. Throughout this span, the emperor has scarcely encountered Leo on a handful of occasions, those limited instances arising only during the emperor's visits to the library. Under normal circumstances, it is entirely customary for a prince to be in close proximity to the emperor daily. However, for Leo, it seems that not seeing his father has become the norm. Naturally, the emperor would not be expected to seek out Leo at the Eastern Palace every day. Thus, a year has passed in this manner. Leo has grown considerably taller, and the expression on his face has become markedly clearer, devoid of the previous dullness. Yet, the emperor finds himself increasingly aware of the coldness that resides in Leo's gaze. It is not a feigned expression but rather one that emanates from a deeper indifference, a profound disregard for all things. The emperor is puzzled by this thought, as if he has harbored such feelings for quite some time, and he recognizes the absurdity of it. Yet, he cannot muster a smile. The emperor extends his hand, wishing to caress Leo, yet hesitates. What brings him some solace is that Leo does not shy away this time. For reasons unknown, when the emperor's hand rests upon Leo's face, he feels a pang in his nose, an impulse to weep as this the penance for his past misdeeds. Gazing into those emotionless eyes, the emperor withdraws his hand, exhaling a heavy sigh before turning to give orders to the attendant beside him. Let the banquet commence. As the festivities begin, the emperor enters alongside his two sons. According to imperial law, women are prohibited from walking alongside men during grand banquets, even if the man in question is their husband or son. Thus, Empress Rosie and Loria enter through a side door to the banquet venue together. The emperor's arrival captures everyone's attention, particularly because of the two children at his side, one with crimson hair and the other with azure locks, who become the center of fascination. This marks the first public appearance of the two princes outside the palace. Aside from those within its confines, from any angle, the princes embody all the virtues of their parents. Although merely 6 years old, they already exude an air of royal dignity, though one might attribute this to psychological perception. The elder, Leo, with his fiery red hair, bears an exceedingly indifferent expression that seems somewhat out of place among children of his age. He regards the guests at the banquet with an icy gaze. creating an illusion that he is scrutinizing each individual, only for one to realize that his eyes hold no one in particular. Conversely, on the Emperor's other side stands the younger brother, Zack, whose blue hair denotes a more vivacious spirit. Initially, he may exhibit a hint of shyness, yet he quickly becomes enamored with the lively atmosphere, incessantly tugging at his father's hand with questions, to which the Emperor bends down to answer, creating a heartwarming tableau. At this juncture, some attentive guests begin to speculate on the merits of the two children. Since most of the attendees are unfamiliar with Rosie and Loria, their discussions lack any pretense and summary. The consensus is similar. While Leo appears cold and detached, it is surmised that he may suffer from some hidden ailment, as it is uncommon for a child of 6 to display such an expression. The only explanation could be a disorder or extreme introversion that renders him unwilling to engage with others. In stark contrast, Zack receives far more favorable assessments. Most conclude that the lively Zack surpasses the typical exuberance of a 6-year-old. And his incessant inquiries reveal a commendable thirst for knowledge, prerequisites for a future enlightened ruler. Loria sits beside Empress Rosie, quietly absorbing the discussions around her. Naturally, as Zack's mother, Rosie feels a swell of pride within. Though her expression remains composed, however, when she glances at Loria, she notices the young nurse fixated on Leo, entirely oblivious to the discourse surrounding her. "Miss Loria," Rosie softly calls, yet receives no response. "Miss Loria?" The Empress raises her voice slightly, finally drawing the girl back to reality. "I apologize, Your Majesty. I was lost in thought." "What did you just say?" Loria's face betrays an awkward embarrassment, though it feels entirely genuine. Observing Loria's delicate features, a surge of anger ignites within Rosie. Yet she resolves not to act foolishly this time, recognizing that in certain matters, she holds no advantage. "I wish to inquire, should you have the choice, who would you deem more fitting to ascend as the emperor of this nation?" Rosie's voice is barely above a whisper, yet the gravity of the question is palpable. Any response would be fraught with complications. Rosie does not expect this question to unsettle the girl, but aims to express her stance. For even after a year, the matter remains unresolved. "I believe Prince Zack would be more suitable," Loria states without much contemplation, startling Rosie in the process. "Why do you say that?" The Empress presses. "It is quite simple." Loria replies with a smile. "Leo does not appear to desire the throne." The young nurse's assertion was originally intended to convey the idea that Leo lacks interest in ruling, but Loria rephrases it, deeming her initial phrasing too brash. She articulates this because she has come to a realization. As Leo's mother, she must embrace the responsibilities that accompany that role. A mother who must continually defend her son is, by nature, a failure. She is Leo's mother. She must uphold his dignity and her own as a mother, refusing to allow her child to be belittled or insulted. Rosie's pupils widen momentarily in astonishment at the young woman's tone. It seems the nurse has forgotten who had once cried out for mercy beneath her hand a year ago. Despite the failed assassination, a semblance of fear should still linger, should it not? "Are you suggesting that he harbors aspirations loftier than the throne?" Rosie attempts to steer the conversation in a direction she can control. "Not at all, Your Majesty. It is merely that Leo is still so young. One cannot expect a child to fulfill the role of a competent emperor, can one?" The young nurse diverts her gaze back to Leo, still at the Emperor's side, her eyes sparkling with a tenderness that even the Empress finds blinding. How dare she? How dare he? Chapter 20. The accelerated fall. Rosie bristles with indignation, unable to comprehend what binds this mother and son in their fragile relationship. Is it Leo, that mere 6-year-old child? Is it Loria, that insignificant commoner? No, it is neither. Rosie senses some ineffable force at play between them, a bond so tightly woven that even the Emperor cannot penetrate its depths. Rosie falls silent, her interest waning. She watches as the Emperor navigates through the crowd of dignitaries with his 2 beloved sons, introducing them to individuals of considerable repute and standing in various fields. The 2 children exhibit starkly contrasting behaviors. Leo merely glances at each person, quickly averting his gaze, while Zack eagerly engages those around him with questions. Such disparate actions invite various interpretations among the onlookers. The elder brother, Leo, is deemed shy, while Zack appears far more at ease in this setting. Consequently, discussions among the elite gradually shift from the 2 children to focus solely on one. The accolades pour forth for the lively and agreeable Zack, further delighting the blue-haired boy, who revels in the attention. In stark contrast to the spotlight on Zack, Leo's demeanor seems profoundly out of place. He intermittently gazes skyward, then casts his eyes toward Loria, who watches him from afar, as if nothing else exists in his world apart from her. "So, young Prince Leo, do you have any fascinating tales to share with us?" inquired a nobleman who wished to include the elder prince in their conversation as they discussed the renowned stargazer Amintra. Amintra, a figure of mystery, is well known among the populace. Just moments ago, Zack had boasted about some intriguing knowledge he acquired from a lich, a display of childish charm that elicited no disdain from the guests. As the guests redirect their attention to Leo, the crimson-haired prince withdraws his gaze from the heavens. "The fall has been accelerated," Leo states, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Seconds later, an elderly gentleman chuckles. "Child, are you suggesting that you have witnessed the meteor shower occurring ahead of schedule?" The elder, known as Anchor, is a highly esteemed stargazer, respected by the emperor. This evening, he is tasked with introducing the meteor shower to the assembled guests. Calculating the fall of the meteors is a complex process, necessitating recalibration every 6 hours. The timing presented within the venue is the most current and precise, indicating that the first meteor will streak across the sky in 2 hours. Certainly, the elderly gentleman merely wished to amuse the child, having no genuine intent to ascertain the truth of the matter, for neither he, nor those around him, nor even the emperor himself could possibly believe the child's words. "Brother, that is simply impossible," exclaimed the child. Even Master Amentella stated that the meteor shower would commence much later. Zack, resolutely unwilling to forego the opportunity to display his prowess, interjected eagerly. Instantly, those surrounding them broke into smiles, and even the emperor joined in hearty laughter. Leo refrained from further speech, instead freeing himself from the emperor's grasp and approaching the venerable stargazer, urging him to crouch down. Curiosity enveloped the onlookers. What could this child be up to? Amidst their bewilderment, Leo lifted the stargazer's arm, pointing towards a specific direction in the sky. 10, 9, 8. Was he counting down? All present shook their heads, dismissing it as merely the whimsical antics of a child, for the event had already been firmly established. Yet, was it not an exceptionally delightful tale? Thus, many joined the child in the countdown, including the old stargazer. 6, 5, 4. The countdown continued, and those oblivious to the truth watched the old stargazer holding the crown prince and counting down, mistakenly believing that the meteor shower was imminent. Thus they too began to count aloud. The emperor had already prepared his remarks for a few seconds hence, just a child's jest. Who would concern themselves with the antics of a mere child? 3, 2, 1. As the countdown concluded, just as the old stargazer intended to retract his gaze and pat Leo's head to say something, a dazzling arc streaked across the heavens, traversing nearly 1/5 of the sky. Indeed, the meteor fell, accelerating. Leo's voice was but a whisper, audible only to the old stargazer. The respected elder seemed to be choked by an unseen force, struggling to shift his gaze to Leo's face. While applause erupted around him, interspersed with praises for the old stargazer, for to others it appeared as though he had accurately foretold the arrival of the first meteor, in the distant city. Cheers resounded, yet around the old stargazer there was an unusual silence, for only they understood the significance of what had just transpired. Only they comprehended the extraordinary feat the child had accomplished. "Tell me, child, how did you know?" The old stargazer attempted to rise, but, age weighing heavily upon him, he simply sat down on the ground without regard for decorum. "I saw, therefore I know," replied Leo, his tone utterly matter-of-fact. "You claim you can see those meteor fragments?" The elder was taken aback. "No," Leo replied. "Then what did you see?" "I do not know." "Did you not say you saw?" "Yes." "Then what precisely did you see?" "I do not know." Thus, the dialogue spiraled into a paradox. Following the passage of the first meteor, the meteor shower officially commenced, some brilliant, some dim, some merely a fleeting glimmer, while others traversed a significant portion of the sky. The old stargazer did not neglect his duty. Under his guidance, several astronomers began to elucidate the classifications and names of the meteors to all present. They informed the noble lords that a multitude of stargazers would flock to the sites they had calculated for meteor falls. For some meteors, if sufficiently large, would not disintegrate in the atmosphere but would instead plummet to the ground. These fallen fragments would aid stargazers in understanding celestial bodies beyond this world, even providing insights into the ongoing conflicts of the ancient gods and primordial travelers. Chapter 21. She has arrived. Since humanity became aware of the two formidable entities battling beyond their planet, curiosity regarding them has never waned. From scattered research, it is understood that these gods are immensely powerful and exceedingly malevolent, though this malevolence is relative to the ancient deities of this world. Each limited encounter humanity has had with the ancient gods has resulted in catastrophic devastation. An entire province of the Bibo Empire transformed into an inland sea, still teeming with bizarre creatures. Conversely, the ancient gods have generally displayed a degree of benevolence towards humanity. Nearly all nations on the continent boast ancient gods as their protective deities, save for the Flame Empire. The guardian goddess of the Flame Empire is an ancient god. Her might sufficient to sustain a protective canopy over the entire nation, rendering any other nation hesitant to challenge her authority. Some theologians pessimistically speculate that among all the ancient gods, this goddess may be the sole one willing to engage with ordinary humans. The remainder of these beings, apart from a few deranged or utterly mad individuals, are unlikely to attract worship. Of course, theological perspectives are constantly evolving, and these views may change over time. The primary source of theological advancement comes from the stargazers. Stargazers often inadvertently glimpse the colossal forms traversing the cosmos, yet they dare not gaze for long, for should they fixate on those massive, terrifying figures, they either go mad immediately or perish from fright. They can only capture fleeting hints of those existences, namely, meteors. At this moment, the elder had ceased his inquiries towards Leo, quietly sitting beside the red-haired prince, sharing the wonder of the fleeting lights with the young stargazer. Unable to maintain his position of gazing skyward for long, the old man decided to examine the child closely. To his astonishment, he discovered that the child's eyes reflected the vast expanse of stars above. Those stars shone with such brilliance, so close, as if they could be touched. Yet the old stargazer soon regained his composure, incredulously observing the child. The previous scene akin to an illusion, yet those bright eyes remained. The meteors left trails in the child's gaze, clearer than through his own telescope. The blue-haired Zack sat on the other side of the old stargazer, peppering him with questions, but the elder responded with succinct answers, which left Zack feeling quite dejected. Gradually, he lost interest in the meteor shower and sought out his father. However, the Emperor's attention remained fixed on Leo, his demeanor towards Zack growing less amiable. Feeling aggrieved, Zack, with tears in his eyes, approached his mother, softly lamenting his feelings of injustice, while Rosie tenderly stroked her child's hair. After some time, once Zack had calmed down, she took him onto her lap, whispering words meant only for them. "You must always keep a watchful eye on your brother. Remember, he is but a fool, relying on petty cleverness to gain your father's attention. He could never be your rival. The Emperor will surely belong to you. Only when you ascend to the throne will you truly have everything beneath your feet." Rosie's voice trembled, her grip on Zack's shoulder tightening unconsciously. "But, Mama, I don't understand." "Brother, he seems not to be a fool. He is quite remarkable," Zack inquired, his curiosity piqued. "He is indeed a fool. You do not yet comprehend. You must strive harder, and in time, you will understand," Rosie insisted. The scale of the meteor shower intensified. Even seasoned stargazers were left in awe of the grand spectacle. The sky was nearly filled with those resplendent lights, with countless unimaginable hues flashing before their eyes. The stargazers providing commentary fell silent. As words became insufficient, they could only observe the majestic wonders of the universe in silence. Suddenly, Leo stood, a slight furrow in his brow, and at that moment, Lolia rose as well. The girl, uncertain of what Leo had perceived, felt an inexplicable urge to approach him. "She has come," Leo stated. However, when Lolia looked up at the sky, she saw nothing. "Is she the one you mentioned?" Lolia asked softly. "Indeed, she has arrived." Leo reached out, grasping Lolia's hand. "Let us seek her." Leo's words startled Lolia. "You mean we should leave the palace now?" Even Lolia recognized the peril of departing the palace at this juncture. The crown prince of the Flame Empire had only just revealed himself among the crowd. Those with ulterior motives concerning the Flame Empire would undoubtedly set their sights on Leo. "Yes," Leo replied resolutely. Lolia resolved to seek the Emperor, for this matter exceeded her ability to resolve, as expected. The Emperor flatly refused the request, deeming it a notion of the utmost foolishness. Two individuals lacking any means of self-defense leaving the palace at this time. Were they to be fodder for wolves? Leo's expression was fraught with urgency. He did not wish to burden Lolia, yet he was undeniably eager to leave. At that moment, Patrick suddenly stepped forward. "Your Majesty, if I accompany you, there should be no issues." The demeanor of the old attendant left both the Emperor and Lolia somewhat perplexed. However, given his support for Leo, the girl felt immense gratitude. The Emperor furrowed his brow in contemplation, still believing that this course of action was misguided. At that moment, the aged stargazer approached. "If possible, I too wish to join." The Emperor was taken aback, as he discerned an unusual glimmer in the eyes of his old attendant. After receiving a solemn assurance from Patrick, the Emperor finally consented to their departure, discreetly dispatching a shadow squad to protect them. Just as the Emperor was still in a state of bewilderment, a burst of purple flames instantaneously illuminated the sky amidst a cascading meteor shower. Unlike the diminutive points of light, this flame was vast and resplendent. As it emerged, the surrounding meteor shower seemingly lost all its brilliance. No, it did not merely lose its luster. The meteors around it vanished without a trace. Only that vibrant purple flame, trailing a long tail, descended from the heavens. Chapter 22. A late arrival at this moment, Leo and the others had already boarded the carriage, racing toward the outskirts of the city, heading in the direction of the purple flame. The old stargazer felt a surge of relief, believing he might have seized the best opportunity in the world. He leaned out of the carriage window, gazing at the purple flame streaking across the night sky, a thrill he had not experienced in years filling his heart. This meteor must fall. It is simply too large. Look at that flame. I surmise it contains some mysterious essence. I have never witnessed such splendid flames, the old stargazer exclaimed. That is not a flame, Leo interjected. What is it then? The old stargazer no longer dared to underestimate the boy and humbly inquired. I do not know, came the response again. This did not disappoint the elder. Regardless of what it was, they seemed to be heading toward the site of the meteor's descent. Perhaps it was the old attendant? Perhaps it was the girl. One among them must be skilled, enabling this child to utter such a response. The old stargazer fancied it might be a clever trick to bring fame to the prince. While the elder pondered the appearance of the celestial visitor, Leo suddenly stood up, climbed onto the seat, and shielded Lolia's eyes with his hand, then turned to Patrick and said, "Protect yourself," as the old attendant and the stargazer exchanged puzzled glances. A thunderous roar erupted from above. The purple radiance grew closer, causing the entire carriage to tremble. The coachman suddenly let out a terrified cry, and the well-trained horses began to neigh uncontrollably. What is happening? The stargazer thought to lean out and investigate, only to be yanked back by Patrick, an invisible force field rising from the carriage. Outside, the purple meteor, which should have been far in the sky, was hurtling toward the carriage. The very heavens trembled under the overwhelming force. The air quaked, the earth shuddered. Just as the colossal purple fireball was about to strike the carriage, a brilliant golden light erupted from it, instantly dispersing the meteor, which then flew sideways, crashing into a distant mountaintop, leaving a staggering breach in its wake. Everyone in the palace was stunned. To them, it appeared as if the meteor had accelerated unexpectedly before veering toward the mountain. And the sheer force of that impact could have razed the entire palace to the ground. Yet, the emperor felt an inexplicable sense of survival. He could not understand why he felt this way, as the meteor had not fallen within the imperial city. Meanwhile, in the wilderness, Patrick struggled to regain his composure from the dizzying spectacle. Silence enveloped the surroundings, with only the purple glow lingering beside him. Leo and Lolia clung tightly to one another. Leo attempted to shield Lolia's head with his hands while she sheltered him beneath her body. The old attendant understood that true natures could only be revealed in moments of peril, and this was a genuine reflection of their mother-son bond. Leo soon opened his eyes, releasing his protective stance over Lolia, who, still shaken, returned to her seat, while the stargazer remained dazed and unconscious. Patrick attempted to open the carriage door, but something seemed to block it, rendering his efforts futile. Even a kick proved ineffective. Thus, he had no choice but to use force, shattering one side of the door and extricating everyone from the carriage. Once outside, he immediately understood why the door had been so difficult to budge and why the area was suffused with purple light. where the carriage had been, a cluster of purple crystals had inexplicably formed, their beautiful glow pulsating within. The range of crystal growth was peculiar, with the exterior of the carriage adorned in crystals, while the interior remained untouched. Moreover, the coachman and the two fine horses that had been at the front had transformed into purple crystals. Resembling the most vivid of statues, one could even see the horse's nays and the coachman's terror-stricken gaze. The crystals spread from the carriage to the distant mountain, where a gap had been blasted open. The further one moved from the mountain, the fewer crystals there were, indicating that the source of crystal production was on an upward trajectory, presumably just beyond the mountain. Patrick then realized what Leo had meant. The purple substance was not fire but fragments of crystal. What should we do? Wait until dawn? Lolia inquired. Having lost the carriage, it would take these individuals an entire night to traverse the mountain at their current pace. No need, Leo replied, glancing at Patrick, who appeared troubled. The recent events were still fresh in his mind. The purple flames that had descended were even more astonishing than he had anticipated. All he had managed to do was neutralize the impact. He had never envisioned that the purple flames possessed such remarkable transmutative power, capable of crystallizing everything they touched. Fortunately, just as he was about to be overwhelmed, another force had completely quelled that assimilative power. The old attendant had no doubt this was Leo's strength, for he had witnessed the flicker of golden light in the prince's eyes. However, if they truly approached the source of that purple fire, Patrick still felt apprehensive. Yet, the old attendant realized that if he did not comply, he might soon find himself under some form of control, so it was better to simply acquiesce and accompany him. With one hand lifting Leo and the other wrapping around Lolia's waist, Patrick soared into the air. Lolia, who had never flown before, gasped softly and clutched the old attendant's arm tightly. I read in a book that only saints can fly through the air. You must be one of them, right? The howling wind filled her ears with noise, and Lolia could only shout beside Patrick, "How could that be?" "I am merely an old attendant," the elder smiled kindly. With the aid of flight, they soon soared over the mountain. On the other side, the purple flames had carved a deep ravine, filled with dazzling purple crystals. Patrick carefully brought the two down to the bottom and they advanced toward the source of the light. Before long, they discovered their goal. It was a crystal no larger than a fist, perfectly formed into a regular 64-sided polyhedron. It floated quietly in the air, slowly rotating. Below it, the crystal seemed to grow from the ground like a living entity, then shatter, only to regenerate. Leo leapt from Patrick's arms and approached the 64-sided crystal, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized it for a full minute. Finally, he shook his head. "We have arrived too late." "She has already left this place," Leo stated. Chapter 23. Empty-handed, neither Lolia nor the old Patrick could comprehend Leo's words. Was he not referring to this exquisite crystal, resembling a piece of art? It is known that most stargazers refer to any celestial body they observe as she, so initially, no one doubted Leo's statement. Only now did they realize that the she the boy spoke of was someone else entirely. Leo took a few steps forward, cradling the crystal in his hands, and mere seconds later, the adult-sized crystal gradually shrank to the size of a gold coin. Still a cube, but now with only 4 faces. This was a tetrahedron that no craftsman could have possibly created, delicate yet undeniably resilient. "So, we have come away empty-handed?" Lolia gazed around, unsure of what Leo was searching for, thus clueless about what she should be looking for. "Not so," Leo replied, handing the small cube to Lolia, who held it up to the moonlight. Within the cube, tiny lines appeared to flow. "This is her shell, the binding force that restrains her. We can use it to locate her," Leo said earnestly. He walked slowly along the ravine, seemingly searching for something. "So, what shall we do next?" Lolia and Patrick trailed behind. The old attendant asked the girl. "I am uncertain. He shall do as he wishes." "I suppose," the girl replied with a smile. "Has it always been this way?" The elder felt a twinge of surprise within. "Indeed, it has always been thus. He makes decisions, and I place my complete trust in him," said Lolia. "In a wonder he is so dependent on you," the elder sighed, recalling the emperor. "In truth, he holds great affection for you as well," Lolia continued. "What?" The elder thought he had misheard. "Leo, that child, is rather indolent. If he were to dislike someone, he would completely disregard them. Yet he has sought you out on several occasions, which indicates that he harbors feelings for you too," the girl concluded, hastening her steps to catch up with Leo ahead, leaving the old attendant in a state of bewilderment. I do not comprehend. I truly do not understand why it is me. After muttering to himself, the old attendant quickened his pace to follow the mother and child ahead. His duty was to protect them, not to unravel his own confusions. Naturally, they did not uncover anything further, and as they searched, the once abundant purple crystals gradually melted into water, transforming into vapor and vanishing into the air. Their quest for the missing items reached an impasse. This time, Leo did not engage in any peculiar behavior. The three of them continued to soar back to the location of the carriage. By that time, only the carriage's compartment remained. The coachman and horses had vanished, presumably melted into water and then evaporated. Inside the compartment, the old stargazer remained asleep, with no one to rouse him. The old attendant signaled, then quietly waited for half an hour. Leo had already fallen asleep in Lolia's embrace when a secretive group finally arrived on the scene. "Why have you arrived so late?" Patrick encountered the captain of the royal guard outside the compartment. "My lord, this location is quite distant from the palace. Even during the day, it takes nearly an hour to traverse. Presently, the imperial city is filled with reveling citizens, and the route here is fraught with rugged mountain paths. It is remarkable that we managed to reach this point within 2 hours." The captain of the guard appeared familiar with Patrick, thus speaking without much caution, yet this statement stirred a tempest within the elder's heart. "An hour's journey? Is that not the Levi Mountain just outside the city?" Patrick inquired urgently. "Impossible, my lord. Have you been drinking?" The guard jested, only to find that the other bore no hint of amusement. "My apologies, my lord. The mountain struck by the meteor is not Levi Mountain. The one before you is, indeed." It was at this moment that Patrick realized the city, which should have been aglow in the distance, now appeared as mere silhouettes of mountains beneath the moonlight, and he had been utterly unaware of this prior to the captain's revelation. Yet it seemed they had not taken long to arrive. It felt as though they had swiftly reached this wilderness. The elder pulled out his pocket watch, discovering no anomalies with the time. This indicated that from the moment they boarded the carriage, they had inexplicably traversed a great distance in an exceedingly brief span. "Since the moment you departed the palace, the royal guard dispatched a squad of knights to follow you. However, for reasons unknown, they inexplicably lost their target, so we have been painstakingly searching along the route you might have taken. Had you not signaled just now, we would never have guessed you had come to such a remote location." The elder was filled with confusion. Such occurrences were utterly unfathomable. Throughout the journey in the carriage, he had remained entirely alert, and there were no signs of energy at work. Suddenly, a terrifying possibility struck him. Could it be that everything was unfolding according to that child's thoughts? Indeed, among all, only that child would wish to arrive swiftly at the meteor's impact site. The elder was uncertain whether his thoughts were correct. For the secrets surrounding this boy were indeed numerous, my lord. We ought to return now. Lolia and Prince Leo have been settled in the carriage at the back, while the stargazer is in the front carriage. Shall we leave this damaged carriage here for now, and send someone to retrieve it tomorrow? The captain of the guard offered a reasonable suggestion, for night had fallen, and they were far from the city, lacking even a wide road. The utmost priority was to hasten back to the palace. "Very well, we shall return tomorrow," Patrick agreed, mounting a horse and preparing to depart. However, just as the hooves made their first sound, a startling explosion erupted behind them, and a purple radiance suddenly blossomed. Patrick spun around sharply, only to witness the carriage they had left behind engulfed in a conflagration of purple flames, instantly reduced to ashes in the air. Both Patrick and the guards stood in stunned silence, never having witnessed such a spectacle, helplessly watching as the flames flickered and faded, ultimately leaving nothing in their wake. Chapter 24. The return. Will we return tomorrow? After a long while, the captain of the guard finally spoke. "No. Those who will come here tomorrow will undoubtedly be the fellows from the Royal Academy of Sciences. I suspect that old Lich may accompany them as well." Patrick shook his head, for so much had transpired that night that he had begun to develop an immunity to the utterly irrational. He observed as the small window of the carriage opened, Lolia peering out to glance back, prompting him to urge his horse forward to reach the girl. "There is nothing of great concern. Please rest easy, as we may take some time to reach the palace." The old attendant, having served the royal family for many years, was quite attentive in his care. "Thank you. I am sincerely grateful for your consideration of Leo," Lolia replied with a nod, acknowledging the gesture. However, I do hope you might assist us with one small request. The girl wore a somewhat bashful smile. What is it? The elder inquired. Please keep the events of this night confidential if you would. You see, Leo is merely 6 years old. If too many astonishing occurrences transpire around him, it may alter how others perceive him. Although I recognize that this child is somewhat extraordinary, I still wish for him to grow up as ordinarily as possible. Lolia's words filled the old attendant with warmth. Having lived within the royal family for so long, he had witnessed many intrigues, yet he had never encountered a bond as supportive and reliant as that of this mother and child. It stirred memories within him, and he felt the shadows of several figures from the past beginning to overlap in his mind. Pardon me, did you just say something? Did we witness something just now? As one grows older, one's memory tends to falter. The old attendant chuckled, patting his head with a smile as he stepped back. Once more, I sincerely thank you, Lord Patrick. Lolia nodded in acknowledgement, then closed the small window. The night had deepened, and the wind had turned cold. She could not allow the slumbering Leo to catch a chill. Just as the captain had indicated, their return journey took over 2 hours. Of course, since they were returning, the path was familiar, primarily because they wished to avoid waking the resting mother and child. On one hand, they cherished the polite little mother, while on the other, they privately feared the prince, who could become violent at a moment's notice, that 6-year-old child. Along the way, the stargazer finally awakened. Upon learning from Patrick that they were part of the return convoy, he stubbornly insisted on going back. The royal guards could not possibly return solely for him. Patrick informed him that nothing had been discovered at the impact site, only a deep trench remained. The elder, with countless stargazing experiences, found this hard to believe. If a trench had been formed, surely it should have left behind fragments. He vividly recalled the magnificent display before his unconsciousness, leading him to believe that the meteorite could not have been small. The brilliant flames might indeed conceal some extraterrestrial secrets. In truth, there was something else the old stargazer had not disclosed. When the meteor shower was first observed, an incident occurred. The first observer of the meteor shower, upon witnessing the explosion of the great purple star, simultaneously glimpsed 2 vast, malevolent figures during the moment of the explosion. The observer was so fervent that he forgot the cardinal rule that stargazers must not gaze upon those figures. He desperately scribbled in his notes, fixating his gaze on the 2 phantoms that flickered in and out of the darkness. Unbeknownst to him, he seemed to delve deeper into the vision, as the once blurry shadows in his telescope became increasingly clear. Revealing the entangled forms, then, the observer perished before his telescope, crying out in a final gasp, his hands flailing, his fingernails ground to dust against the hard body of the telescope. Yet when his colleagues pulled him away from the telescope, they discovered that both his eyes and tongue had vanished, no blood, no trace. This matter has been concealed as a secret by the Stargazers organization. He violated the rules, and thus he faced punishment, regardless of the nature of those 2 figures. They wished to remain unseen by humanity, or perhaps they simply did not desire to be scrutinized by mere mortals like ants. However, it has been a long time since such events have transpired, and the old stargazer felt an unsettling conviction that this incident was not as straightforward as it seemed. Clearly, the purple fire that fell from the sky might hold the key to unraveling this mystery. Yet he had failed to witness it. Nevertheless, Patrick did not deceive him. The old stargazer borrowed a horse to return to the site, only to be met with disappointment. He discovered a vast trench, but there was nothing left behind, no traces of meteors, nor any residual energy, as if what had fallen from the heavens were merely a wisp of AI art. By the time the caravan returned to the palace, it was already past midnight. The old attendant escorted the mother and child to the East Palace before departing alone. He had to report to the emperor, but how could he articulate this? He had promised the mother to keep her secret. The study was illuminated, and the emperor was still awake. When Patrick entered, the emperor sat alone behind his desk, surrounded by a multitude of books. Upon seeing Patrick, the emperor gestured for him to take a seat before rubbing his temples and handing him what resembled a diary. What is this? The old attendant knew the emperor would never engage in trivial matters. This item must possess significant importance. It is the diary of a young stargazer who was the first to observe the eruption of the great purple star. The emperor revealed, a promising talent. Indeed? Patrick opened the pages. No, he is dead, the emperor replied, indicating for him to read from the marked passage. This is my third observation of the great purple star. Although I have long memorized its appearance, I still believe it to be the most beautiful celestial body in the entire cosmos. Wait, what is that? My heavens! The planet has exploded. Oh, how magnificent! Who could have imagined that I would witness a planet's destruction with my own eyes? What is that? I see two figures. No, they should be referred to as it. They are colossal. Look at the shadows they cast upon the planet's surface. Oh, that malevolent form. How could they possess such a terrifying visage? Such an unimaginable existence. They are so powerful that they even use asteroids to attack one another, leaving enormous scars on the planet's surface. Oh God. They see me. I cannot look away. I cannot return. I feel as though I am in the cosmos. I cannot breathe. I may be dying. No. Save me. Get me out of this telescope. The diary concludes here, with several streaks of blood on the pages. Patrick seemed to envision the struggles of that individual at that moment. Regarding the war between the old world gods and those ancient travelers, Patrick knew a fair amount, particularly their attitudes towards humanity, which he understood all too well. He was one of the few who had witnessed the descent of the old world gods and lived to tell the tale. That catastrophe not only robbed this world of a vast expanse of plains, but also cost him all his family and friends. It was because of that disaster that he abandoned his past and, in earnest, took refuge within the royal court, becoming a royal attendant. Even now, he could not forget the terrifying figures that loomed in the sky, casting shadows over the world, nor the sense of helplessness that came with being powerless before ultimate power. In other words, that individual had glimpsed what should not have been seen. Patrick marked the page and closed the diary. Therefore, I believe this meteor shower will not be so simple, he mused. The Emperor interjected, I have just spoken with Master A. Mandela. He believes this meteor shower may not be as straightforward as it appears. At the moment the purple fire descended, he sensed an unusual force entering. The master suspects that fragments of divine power might have mingled with the meteor shower and fallen to the ground. The Emperor's words did not surprise Patrick, as he had already witnessed the extraordinary. Indeed, is there anything in this world more astonishing than Leo? In the universe, humanity's value is utterly insignificant, and all inquiries into the mysterious unknown lead to disastrous conclusions. Humanity often relies on the powers of other formidable beings in the cosmos, yet those beings show no interest in humanity, unless they harbor malice. The old attendant recalled the words of a dear friend who had perished in that catastrophe. After exchanging a few words with the Emperor noticed the weariness etched on the face of his long-serving attendant and swiftly concluded the conversation. The Emperor did not inquire about the events following their departure, for he understood that this attendant had watched him grow. If he deemed certain matters unworthy of disclosure, then the Emperor had no need to know. That night, Patrick struggled to find rest, plagued by nightmares. He dreamt of the malevolent figures that loomed before the gates of the Guardian Temple. He dreamt of the descent of the old world gods, and he dreamt of the moment he lost his loved ones. Then, he awoke, unable to return to slumber. Let us leave the city at dawn. Leo made this request to Loria. Are we still searching? The girl understood that Leo had failed to find what he sought the previous day. He would undoubtedly persist. Yes, she has shed her shell, so she could be anything. Yet, there shouldn't be too much change. The essence of life will attract her, and she must be within the city. We must find her before anyone else. Leo asserted. All right, but who exactly is this she? Loria could no longer contain her curiosity and posed the question. I do not know. I can only discern upon seeing, Leo replied after a moment of contemplation. I knew it would end up like this. Now let us rise and seek out Patrick together. And, remember my words, Leo. You should learn to stay away from this. Loria snatched them from Leo's mouth. But Leo looked at the still flowing, stammering several times but failing to articulate the appropriate words. Loria gazed at the innocent expression on his face, then glanced down once more. This is the last time. The very last time. Loria was uncertain how many times she had uttered the last time. Each time, she succumbed to Leo's innocent countenance, which, as he aged, now conveyed a myriad of expressions that melted her heart. If she could leave today, she should seek counsel with the healer. Surely there must be a way to restore her to normalcy. After preparing early, Loria and Leo approached the Emperor and successfully secured the goodwill of the kind old attendant. The Emperor, under the condition that the old attendant would accompany them closely, consented to their request to leave the palace. Loria was unaware of Leo's intentions, nor did Patrick know. They merely followed Leo through the streets. From one street to another, despite Leo's slow pace, he appeared tireless, having not ceased since departing the palace at dawn. What astonished Patrick even more was that the seemingly frail wet nurse showed no signs of fatigue either. The summer heat in the Flame City was more intense than in most realms, as the earth here remained warm throughout the year. A delicate girl could walk for an entire morning without breaking a sweat, which impressed him greatly. By noon, the group casually dined at a small restaurant, and in the afternoon, they continued their search until nightfall. Yet, they found nothing. The next day was the same, as was the third. It was not until 2 weeks later, when a team composed of the Stargazers Association and the Lich A Mandela completed their investigation of the meteor's landing site and withdrew, that Leo continued his search. Over the 2 weeks, despite yielding no results, the city's inhabitants became familiar with the legendary mother and child. Since the previous year, when Prince Leo and his wet nurse had fleetingly appeared, leaving behind tales of their piercing gazes, they had not been seen again a year later. Their reappearance immediately stirred excitement among the residents. The restaurant where they had dined preserved the table and all utensils they had used, anticipating selling them for a good price in the future. After all, should Leo ascend the throne, those items would be considered relics of the emperor. Unbeknownst to Leo, who was causing quite a stir, he continued to wander through the city, still without any leads. Thus, on this day, Loria suggested they change locations and visit the healer's tent. Leo seemed wholly reluctant to follow Loria's suggestion. Yet she was resolute. She could not allow the future emperor of the empire to be known as a 6-year-old still nursing. It was for his own good. Consequently, the trio navigated through the bustling streets until they finally located a seemingly dilapidated tent in a dim, remote corner of the city. The scene before her was almost indistinguishable from what it had been during her previous visit, save for a palpable sense of decay. A musty odor pervaded the air, one that Loria was intimately familiar with, as it had permeated her surroundings before she turned 13. The old steward trailed closely behind the mother and son as they approached the shaman's tent. His sense of security was bolstered by the knowledge that this place was deemed safe. Countless nobles had sought the counsel of this shaman, and it was said that should he desire, he could incite chaos in the imperial city in an instant. Loria lifted the tent flap and stepped inside. She was taken aback by the sight that greeted her. Within the ancient canvas, there lay an expansive space, resplendent in gold and grandeur, reminiscent of an ancient cathedral, imbued with a solemnity that Loria had never before encountered. Surrounding this vast chamber were stout stone pillars, each crowned with bizarre, otherworldly figures, their forms so indescribable that Loria struggled to discern their heads from their tails. At the far end of the chamber, 2 individuals gazed back at her in astonishment. One was bare-chested, his dark skin glistening, head shaved, adorned with clanging metallic ornaments. The other bore a striking resemblance to an elf, exuding an air of familiarity. Their expressions conveyed disbelief at the arrival of these 2 guests. Loria quickly glanced to her side, only to find that Patrick, who was supposed to be by her side, had vanished. Panic surged within her, compelling her to consider an immediate retreat. In that moment, the 2 men spotted Leo emerging from behind Loria. Their faces blanched in shock, and they rushed towards him in a manner that defied description, their bodies trembling violently yet displaying an unrestrained joy. They fell to their knees before Leo, exclaiming, "Master!" The term resonated with profound implications: dominion, governance, mastery, and power. Such words could apply even to the most humble of bartenders, and Loria would not have found it inappropriate. Yet now, this term was ascribed to her own child, who was merely 5 years old. Loria stared at the 2 men in a daze. The man on her right was an elf, tall and elegant, his face pressed firmly to the ground, his body trembling with excitement. His attire suggested the refinement of a cultured noble, rather than someone who would be found in such a place. The man on the left, however, was exceedingly peculiar. He had severed his own ears, a ritualistic act said to enable communion with ancient deities. His skin was etched with strange patterns, purportedly to heighten his sensitivity to divine presence. He wore a multitude of jingling metallic rings, which were believed to allow him to hear the melodies of the gods. This was not Loria's first encounter with this enigmatic figure. 5 years prior, On the day she became a wet nurse, this very man had concocted a potion. You are the shaman who worships the ancient traveler. And you are the elf who sang by the fountain in the central square. Loria's dormant memories stirred awake. Who are you? The two men inquired, lifting their heads in confusion to regard the astonished girl. They exchanged glances, and in an instant, their postures of reverence deepened, their bodies nearly prostrate upon the ground, trembling violently, their voices rendered mute. Huh? Loria exclaimed, bewildered. Are you two all right? A minute passed, and they maintained their position. Curiosity piqued, Loria wondered what could possibly be amiss. Her voice was gentle, yet the two men reacted as if they had encountered the most terrifying of specters. The ground is cold. Should you not rise? The kind-hearted girl reached out to touch the shaman's arm, but the moment her fingers brushed against him, it was as if a red-hot iron had passed through a candle. The shaman's arm broke into two segments in her grasp. Ah! Loria cried out, instinctively flinging away the hissing liquid that had splattered onto her hand. Yet, the shaman remained motionless, not daring to glance at the severed limb that lay on the ground. I am sorry. I didn't know what would happen. I didn't mean to. Oh, no, what should I do? The girl stammered, her innate kindness preventing her from wishing harm upon even the smallest of creatures. You are unaware? The elf attempted to lift his head, but Loria gasped in horror. The once beautiful features of the elf were marred by grotesque scars, as though burned. His eyes appeared charred, blue blood seeping from the sockets. What has happened to you? Loria approached in alarm. Please, do not come closer. The elf recoiled in panic. I apologized. No. It is not your fault. The elf pressed himself against the ground, his face entirely against the earth, blood pooling around him. Our bodies are tainted, while you, who can nurture the most extreme evil, are the epitome of purity. Purity can cleanse all filth. Before you, we are akin to butter exposed to the flames. Barely managing to hold ourselves together, the elf's voice was strained, sounding as though his vocal cords had been rent. I do not comprehend. At first, were you not unharmed? The little girl failed to grasp the concepts of filth and purity, dismissing them as she vaguely sensed that she was somehow involved. At the outset, we were unaware of your presence, the shaman replied with a wry smile. Your existence was entirely imperceptible to us. It was only when you chose to engage with us that we could see you. Even then, our eyes can never bear to gaze directly upon you. To do so would sear our sight. Is that so? Loria's heart raced as she covered her mouth in shock. Essentially, that is the case, the elf confirmed. Then, shall I leave now? Loria felt a pang of sympathy for their suffering, for aside from those with twisted hearts, few would wish to witness another's pain as a result of their own presence. No. Please do not fret. Our bodies are trivial. Even turning to ash in your radiance would be an honor. And we shall recover swiftly. Yet, despite their words, the two appeared genuinely tormented, their skin emitting wisps of smoke, the air thick with the scent of burning. Their breaths came in strange, labored gasps, reminiscent of air being forced through a tattered leather pouch. I think we should leave quickly, Loria concluded, deciding that both their suffering and the bizarre atmosphere made it unwise to remain any longer. She bowed in apology to the two still smoldering men, then scooped up Leo and fled the hall as if propelled by the wind. Unbeknownst to her, the gentle bow ignited their very beings in an instant. Yet, they made no sound, waiting until the mother and child vanished from the vast chamber before rising to their feet. At that moment, they were charred, yet exhilaration coursed through them. We are still alive, they cheered. Pushing open the grand door, Loria took a deep breath of fresh air. Still in a daze, she instinctively turned to the side, only to find the old steward, Patrick, observing her with a calm demeanor. What's the matter? Do you not wish to enter? Patrick regarded the girl with warmth. Do you not know? The little Loria ventured to inquire. The secrets of this place? I know a bit. Though the shaman may seem fearsome, he is likely not malevolent. The old man affectionately tousled Loria's hair as if she were his granddaughter. However, I believe I shall not venture in. Loria pondered, deciding against sharing her experience with the old steward. She understood that anything related to Leo was far from ordinary. Since it appeared there was no immediate danger, she resolved to keep this matter within her memory. Is that so? Then shall we return? The elder inquired with a smile. No. Leo, who had remained silent until now, suddenly lifted his head, his eyes fixed in a direction where only a wall stood. She is here. In close proximity, in light of Leo's typically reserved nature, the inflection in his voice was striking. Loria had unwavering faith in his instincts, for he never spoke falsehoods. "Where are you?" Leo whispered softly, his voice barely audible, more akin to a soliloquy than an inquiry directed at another. Yet for Patrick, those few words bore immense weight. As they left his lips, they transformed into a golden entity, coalescing into a shimmering cloud suspended in the air. Soon after, a fine mist began to fall, but the golden droplets that touched their skin felt as though they had never existed at all. However, in the nearby dim alley, a surge of violet light shot skyward. There, without waiting for Leo to give orders, Patrick had already scooped him up in his arms. They navigated through 2 streets, arriving at the very spot where the purple light had ascended, only to find a disgruntled fruit vendor cursing under his breath. "That damned little brat! How dare she steal from me?" Under the gaze of the goddess, such an event occurring in the land of the great emperor was utterly unfathomable. Was the city's defense force reared on filth? The vendor vented his grievances vehemently, oblivious to the fact that the city guards cared little for such matters. It seemed he merely needed a target to unleash his anger upon. She had just departed. Leo scanned his surroundings, noting the bustling street filled with people, yet he found it impossible to pinpoint a specific target. "Excuse me, what just transpired?" A peculiar sensation suddenly flitted through Loria's mind, compelling her to approach the vendor. With a gentle voice and an elegant demeanor, the beautiful girl before him made the vendor wish he could retract his earlier words and swallow them whole. He clumsily recounted the events that had unfolded, a mere tale of a beggar girl stealing something, devoid of any intrigue. Yet, he spun the story with dramatic flair. However, upon catching sight of the elderly man behind him, especially Leo's aristocratic attire, a thought struck him. Could they be the fabled mother and son? The vendor stood dumbfounded, but their guests had already moved on. According to the tale, the thieving girl had fled towards the remote slums. Thus, they pursued her without hesitation, though no one knew the connection between the thief and what Leo sought. Loria, however, felt no qualms about their actions. The slums of the fiery empire were far better off than those of other nations. At least every citizen possessed a home of their own. This was a benefit of the state. Yet the inhabitants could only manage the barest of living expenses. In times of calamity, life would swiftly become dire, leaving many homeless. Here, a group of well-dressed individuals stood out conspicuously, especially when among them was a beautiful girl. They drew the attention of countless onlookers. In any place devoid of restraint, people instinctively sought a leader, and Bayer emerged as such a figure. Upon their arrival in the slums, Bayer quickly received word. In his eyes, all wealthy individuals were heartless, and all nobles were akin to vampires. He often engaged in acts of chivalry, though he would not hesitate to enrich himself during his escapades. Thus, when he learned of this unexpected trio, his first thought was that a lucrative opportunity had arrived. He gathered dozens of men and laid an ambush along the path they would traverse. Just as the 3 of them stepped into the trap, they found themselves surrounded by a throng. However, before he could utter a single word, the world spun, and everyone found themselves pinned against the walls, utterly immobile. "My heavens! Hello, sir, I have a question." Loria crouched down cautiously, aligning her gaze with Bayer, who was stuck against the wall. "Please command me. I shall divulge all I know." Bayer was instantly petrified. Do not fear. We are not villains," Loria hastily reassured him. Yes. No. Do you know anything about the color purple? Objects, animals, anything at all? Loria's delicate features, coupled with her genuine smile, were enough to disarm anyone's wariness and fear. Bayer soon regained his composure, racking his brain for answers. But in the slums, gray and black dominated. Anything purple was exorbitantly costly. Who could afford such luxuries? Just the other day, a little beggar girl appeared, looking filthy, but she gave me a purple crystal and asked me to hide it. Bayer attempted to reach for his pocket, but realized he could not move an inch. Beside him, the elderly servant Patrick pointed a finger at Bayer. Search spell. Instantly, numerous items erupted from Bayer's pockets, including coins, remnants of dry bread, and some scraps of cloth. Among them was a thumb-sized purple crystal, a perfect cube. Loria plucked the crystal from the air, then retrieved another from her pocket, one she had found on the day of the fall. The two crystals were identical. Loria examined them briefly before handing one to Leo. No, I cannot touch it. Leo shook his head, his golden eyes flickering, and simultaneously, the purple crystal in Loria's hand shimmered in Patrick's eyes. The previously vanished purple beam shot up into the sky once more, this time never to fade away. As the beam ascended, the crystal in Loria's grasp radiated dazzling light, drawing her towards a specific direction. You shall soon be free. Mr. Patrick is not a wicked man, so do not worry. We shall take our leave now. Farewell, Mr. Bayer. As Loria was pulled away, she offered a slight bow in apology. Bayer could only watch in a daze as they departed, entirely oblivious to any fluctuations of power. Yet, soon, his back was drenched in sweat. That girl is Loria. Oh, damn. Could that child be the Grand Prince? Bayer lamented it was unmistakably the Grand Prince, to attempt to rob the Grand Prince, and the Grand Prince's nurse. No less, how many times must he pay for such a sin? Chapter 3. Lavender, though he appeared far from noble, he still took care of us here. Loria chuckled lightly as she walked ahead. Finding amusement in the fact that Bayer had failed to recognize her, I can understand. I once lived in conditions even harsher than these, so this place feels familiar to me. The elderly servant smiled in response. The young nurse led the way, undeterred by the complex terrain, for she had lived here long before entering the palace. The streets and houses had hardly changed, and the people largely retained their former selves. It was Loria who had transformed significantly. Many would not recognize her as the once pitiful child. Mr. Patrick? Loria turned her head to gently inquire of the elderly servant beside her. Please command me. Miss Loria. I wonder, if possible, how might I help the people here? The kind-hearted girl tentatively asked, having never contemplated such matters in the presence of the emperor. Yet, she still hoped her former friends could lead better lives, even if they had forgotten her existence. Your power within the palace is far greater than you might imagine. You could attempt to wield that power to achieve what you desire. Your wishes shall undoubtedly come to fruition. After all, this is but a simple matter for the emperor. Patrick smiled warmly, recognizing the pure intentions of the girl, who was roughly the same age as his granddaughter. If even such a modest request could not be granted, he suspected the emperor would be unable to forgive himself. The terrain here was not overly complex, and the group proceeded under Loria's guidance, following the pull of the purple crystal until they reached the end of a street. Before them lay only a pile of firewood, devoid of any other notable features. The elderly servant shook his head, aware that Loria was merely an ordinary person. Perhaps she could sense something vaguely, but relying entirely on her would indeed be too demanding. Just as the old servant contemplated leaving, he suddenly found himself losing control of his legs. His upper body attempted to turn away, while his legs marched forward. Had it been anyone else, they would have surely tumbled to the ground. Yet the old man managed to muster his strength and forcibly pivot his body back. He turned to see Leo's eyes in the shadowy alley. Leo's gaze resembled a lantern. Though dim, it cast a golden hue over a considerable expanse. Ahead, Loria cautiously advanced, her eyes seemingly drawn to something, heading toward a corner. There, she gently crouched down and extended her hand. Hello, a faint greeting transformed the entire street into a realm of purple. Patrick then realized that this was no dilapidated alley, but a palace of purple crystal. Massive amethyst formations towered, their grandeur rendering it nearly impossible to breathe. In the farthest corner of the palace, a small body was wrapped in tattered burlap, the eyes beneath the shadow gleaming with purple light. Cautiously observing Loria before her, the shards of the Lavender Palace cannot hinder me. You know this. Leo leapt from the old man's arms to Loria's side, his pale golden eyes locked onto the pair of purple ones. The guide, it truly is you. Even I must commend your audacity. I never anticipated that you would truly make such a choice. A hint of admiration flickers in her violet eyes, yet it is overshadowed by a greater sense of helplessness. I do not comprehend what you are saying, Leo remarked, his expression rather subdued. Though his tone held no trace of jest, I understood all too well. The curled figure slowly rose, the tattered burlap slipping from her form, accompanied by a faint, indistinct melody. Her beautiful purple hair shimmered with an entrancing luster beneath the omnipresent light. Yet, the melancholy in her eyes undeniably belied the innocence of such a young girl. 5. 6, of a similar age to Leo, yet her demeanor bore the weight of an adult's wisdom. She arched her body, her youthful frame sculpted with exquisite detail, as if each contour had been meticulously honed through countless refinements. You possess immense power. It is precisely this strength that led to your downfall against the ancient gods. It is also this very strength that prevents your entire being from fully inhabiting this vessel. The girl with purple hair leaned closer to Leo's ear, yet an expansive distance remained between their bodies. As she concluded her whisper, she suddenly vanished, reappearing beside Loria. Innocent one, why do you choose to aid the traveler? The girl's voice resonated with a natural thunder, causing old Patrick, not far off, to feel a violent dizziness, blood seeping from his ears. Who, exactly, is this child, and is she akin to Leo? The elderly man pondered. Yet despite his confusion, he still endeavored to rush forward. It was his duty to protect the mother and child. However, Leo restrained the hem of his garment. "It will be fine," he assured, and indeed, it was so. Loria knelt, aligning her gaze with that of the girl, and gently reached out to caress her small hand. "How wonderful! You do not seem like such a strange individual," Loria exclaimed joyfully. "I am a star god. We reside eternally at the heart of a desolate planet. We are neither ancient gods, nor the gods of the old world, much less primeval travelers. We bear no taint, thus your touch poses no harm to me." The little girl extended her hand, lightly tapping Loria's forehead, causing her to pause momentarily before casting an incredulous glance at Leo. "You have merged her life into your boundless essay. Do you not realize that the untainted one may utterly purify you into a mere particle within the ocean of entropy?" "I do not grasp your meaning, yet she must be protected," Leo asserted. "Is that so? To obtain the marker, you must fully embrace your humanity, thereby rendering your loved ones your greatest vulnerability. Thus, you will go to any lengths to safeguard her. Hence, the fact that your followers cast me down from the great purple star rather than slaying me, the answer becomes evident." The girl abruptly took a significant step back, retreating a full 100 meters. "But how can you be certain that I will willingly hand over the Lavender Temple to you?" Chapter 4. A deafening roar reverberated, an overwhelming cacophony that produced a terrifying cumulative effect under the resonance of countless purple crystals. Old Patrick coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground. "Mr. Patrick!" Loria rushed over, grasping the old servant's hand. Instantly, a gentle radiance enveloped him, and the tumult subsided in an instant. "Because I demand it of you," Leo declared, exhibiting an aura entirely unlike that of a mere 5-year-old. Though his steps were perpetually slow, each stride covered considerable distance. "I am a star god. I wish not to partake in your conflict with the old gods." The girl swiftly retreated, spiraling within the vast temple adorned with purple crystals. "Impossible!" Leo suddenly halted. "I do not understand why, but this cannot be." His eyes brimmed with an indelible golden hue. No life could remain unscathed. Whether travelers, ancient gods, star gods, primeval behemoths, observers, or humans, beasts, birds, and insects, all have been ensnared until we attain the marker. There exists no sanctuary within this universe. Is the sole purpose of your existence merely the marker? Is there nothing else? Indeed, it is solely the marker. There is nothing we cannot accomplish, nothing we do not know. We are the primeval travelers, omniscient and omnipresent. We possess everything. We can create or extinguish the universe at will. And we can either nurture or annihilate life. Only the marker, the pursuit of the footsteps of the primordial one, defines our existence. Nothing is beyond your capability. The girl with violet eyes also paused, a mocking smile gracing her lips. "Then what are you doing here? Have you ever pondered, even once, in your omniscience? We do not require contemplation. Our words are the conclusion, our actions the reality." Leo's conviction remained unshakable. "Then why are you here? Why are you, with such formidable strength, unable to seize the marker? Why do you stand here in human form? What guides your decision? Reflect deeply on what the primordial ones have left you, and what they truly desire from you." Leo seemed to freeze, motionless, his eyes unblinking, his heartbeat slowing, thoughts stagnating, the rush of wind around him decelerating, his garments no longer cascading. In that moment, everything surrounding Leo appeared to halt. Not only Leo, but also the purple-haired girl, and the fallen old Patrick, all became ensnared in this stasis. Yet, one remained an exception. Loria. Strange occurrences unfolded one after another. The young nurse surveyed her surroundings, which were eerily quiet, to the extent that she could hear the blood coursing through her ears. She attempted to call out to Leo, but her voice vanished the moment it left her lips, leaving only a resonant echo within her body. The timid girl gently touched the elderly man on the ground. His body was rigid, his clothing reminiscent of metal. Yet, there was no warmth, neither cold nor heat, no transfer of heat whatsoever. Though it was peculiar, in Loria's heart, she knew that only one could cause such a phenomenon. Leo remained in that frozen posture, his gaze vacant, peering ahead, golden light swirling within his eyes. This power also influenced the exterior. An indescribable pressure descended upon the skies of the imperial capital. The once clear heavens turned ominously dark. The sun futilely attempting to resist this force, desperately scattering its light. Yet, it was to no avail. The sky morphed into pitch blackness, the earth enveloped in darkness. Even when torches were lit, people could only feel the heat of the flames, unable to perceive the light they emitted. None dared to move an inch, nor stir restlessly, calling out in panic the names of their loved ones, huddling together, trembling in fear of impending calamity. "What are you thinking?" Loria gently cradled Leo's small face, and the moment her fingertips brushed against him, the previously rigid Leo suddenly animated. As if a statue had been granted life, he gazed at Loria's face with some difficulty. Taking in her features from top to bottom, and after a long pause, he finally spoke. "I am lost, Mother." That single, concise statement seemed to strip Leo of all vitality. The sparkle vanished from his eyes. The golden glow dissipated, and he stared blankly at the ground, devoid of any images reflected within his gaze. Loria paused, then a gentle smile graced her lips. She tenderly embraced Leo, stroking his hair. "Before meeting you, I was merely an ordinary girl. I often dreamed of overnight wealth, of living a blissful life, and my father would no longer be plagued by illness, and the slums would transform into paradise. Yet dreams remain dreams. I have never confused them with reality. Most of the time, we know not what we truly desire." Loria sat on the ground with Leo in her arms, leaning against a massive purple crystal, akin to how they would sit together before bedtime. "Then I met you, and countless incredible events unfolded in your presence. I suppose I am rather slow-witted. Often, I took for granted the things you could accomplish. That elf, that healer, and this beautiful girl. You all converse about matters I cannot comprehend. Gods, travelers. I do not grasp those concepts. I only know that I am your mother, and it is my duty to protect you, to care for you, and to correct your mistakes when the time is right. Yet now, you are making a mistake. I cannot articulate grand philosophies, but I understand that contemplation is an inherent instinct of humanity. From the moment you were born, you have been in constant thought, pondering how to walk, how to eat, how to communicate with others. Each judgment you make is a product of your deliberation, as for the so-called meaning of existence." Lolia gently pinched Leo's face, bringing their foreheads together, as a soothing warmth radiated from her skin to him. "Perhaps your arrival will bestow happiness upon all humanity, or perhaps your existence will bring about the world's ruin. Such concerns do not occupy my mind. As your mother, I shall stand behind you unconditionally, supporting you regardless of the choices you make. And no matter where you find yourself, be it in prosperity or adversity, in poverty or wealth, in health or frailty, even if the entire world and the universe itself were to turn away from you, you will always have someone to rely on. That someone is me." Leo's body visibly trembled, and he lifted his gaze. His eyes sparkled anew, golden light dispelling all shadows. "My body feels peculiar." Little Leo sat upon his mother's lap, his expression remarkably flat, even rigid, yet tears streamed continuously down his cheeks. "Am I unwell? No, that cannot be. This world could not possibly harbor anything that could afflict me. But why can I not suppress this? What is this sensation?" Leo was engulfed in panic, repeatedly wiping away the tears at the corners of his eyes, only to be met with more. "I possess a little magic that can halt the tears." Lolia gently pried Leo's hands away and placed a tender kiss upon his face in that instant. All constraints vanished. Chapter 5. Different individuals. A resplendent golden light radiated from Lolia, enveloping her and the infant Leo, erasing any barriers between the loving mother and her innocent child. They could hear each other's breaths. heartbeats, their thoughts intertwining seamlessly. This sensation was subtle, indescribable to Lilia. Her body felt as if it were floating, unbound by any limitations. She could traverse to any place she desired, even within Leo's heart. She sensed Leo's thoughts seeping into her consciousness. And joyfully, she opened her awareness, embracing her child and allowing him to swim freely within her mind, unreservedly. Likewise, Leo harbored no defenses against her, yet within his heart, she glimpsed only a sea of gold. Countless tiny specks of light coalescing into a magnificent golden radiance, and no matter how hard she tried, she could not discern the shape embraced by the golden glow. The violet-haired girl had long regained her freedom. Staring vacantly at the mother and child, observing the brilliance that flowed around them, then, she sighed softly, "Leader, you have triumphed. Even though you have lost much of your personality, everything remains within your design. You are correct. As long as you desire, all matters lie within your grasp. Even me, however, do not assume I will be your obedient servant." The violet-haired girl resignedly approached the pair. Patrick, bewildered, rose from the ground, feeling as though the injuries he had sustained had never existed. He was now imbued with boundless energy, as if he had returned to his prime. How did this happen? The golden light surrounding the mother and child clearly understood this matter better than he. Yet now was not the best time to inquire. The darkness above the imperial city dissipated momentarily, as if it had never been, and nearly all citizens seemed blissfully unaware of the terrifying gloom they had just experienced. People joyfully engaged in various conversations, their spirits inexplicably lifted. Even those who had just been arguing greeted each other as if they had become friends. Only a few were aware of the recent transformation, yet even they could not fathom what had transpired. Among them was the enigmatic and ambitious Lich, Amandela. The Lich's muscles had long since withered. He could not express his emotions, but the flickering flames of soul fire in his eyes revealed his tumultuous feelings. Red, this was the hue of Amandela's eyes, reflecting his utmost fury. What had once been a quietly flickering flame now erupted from his eye sockets. This flame bore no heat, no corporeal form, yet it could incinerate the soul. If possible, Amandela would have relished the opportunity to interrogate the instigator of the recent events thoroughly. The knowledgeable Lich understood well that such a grand spell could only arise from two possibilities. 1. A premeditated scheme executed flawlessly after extensive preparation, or 2. A formidable entity employing a higher tongue, perhaps a deity or something else entirely. The number of gods in this world was vast, though most showed little interest in humanity. Some took pleasure in tormenting mortals. No, there was a third possibility. The Lich extended his left hand's ring finger, forcefully snapping the fragile bone, having long since lost sensation. It felt as simple as breaking a twig. Cauldron! With the incantation, a cauldron soared from a corner of the room, landing before him. Amandela tossed the fragment of his finger into the cauldron and retrieved a black sphere from a pouch at his waist. This sphere was elastic, and through its surface, one could see a tiny embryo curled within. It was an egg. Dwellers of the abyss, I summon your gaze as a contractor. With a soft pop, the egg exploded, revealing a minuscule larva, smaller than a grasshopper, that feebly fell into the cauldron. The tiny creature appeared utterly frail. Perhaps a mere gust of wind could extinguish its life. It wriggled desperately towards the finger bone, and upon its antennae brushing against the bone, it suddenly opened its disproportionately large mouth and devoured 1/3 of the bone. Having long forgotten the meaning of pain, Amandela was now reminded of his most excruciating memories. When humans possess sensation, pain gradually subsides due to numbness. Yet now, the essence of pain for the lifeless Lich stemmed from his very soul. The agony of the soul is always indelibly etched in memory. Had it not been for Amandela's deep concern, he would not have resorted to such measures, yet at this moment, he deemed his sacrifice worthwhile. The bone was short-lived. The diminutive creature swiftly consumed it entirely. Then, its body began to writhe violently, transforming into a mass of chaotic flesh, limbs, wings, eyes, and fangs sprouting uncontrollably. These grotesque organs twisted, contorted, and assembled in a disjointed manner, culminating in a bizarre creature with an oversized head, bat-like wings, and a serpentine tail, devoid of any limbs. This creature let out a shrill cry, its several unevenly sized eyes darting in all directions before finally settling upon Amandela. The monster opened its mouth, emitting an eerie sound. Our contract has 2 more uses. I can certainly summon you. Amandella, pained and weakened, leaned heavily upon a chair, his eyes flickering with flames dimming to the brink of extinction. I know you are in a weakened state. I do not demand you to fight. Even if you choose not to renew our contract, it matters not. However, aside from you, I can think of no one else capable of fulfilling this role. Yes, I suspect a powerful force encircles me, and I can only rely on your strength. No, I shall not offer any more sacrifices. You shall not extract even the slightest offering from me, you greedy wretch. The negotiations between the Lich and the monster were fraught with tension, yet the creature seemed indifferent to the atmosphere, swiftly reaching a consensus. Amandella, weakly seated at the table, reached out and plucked an eye from the creature's head. The eye immediately sprouted several tendrils upon leaving its body, flailing about as if searching for its progenitor. The Lich pressed the repugnant eye into his own socket, instantly gaining a vision unlike any he had ever experienced, a panoramic field of sight. In that moment, the Lich appeared more like a half-devoured corpse, a bloodied single eye radiating an otherworldly glow. Had he a choice, he would not have wished to acquire information in such a manner. Yet the previous display of power instilled fear within him. He had to proceed with caution. The palm-sized creature squirmed, tumbling from the table to the ground, where upon contact, the surface melted away, creating a small cavity that allowed the creature to descend unimpeded. All that remained was to wait. Chapter 6. The Worm Within the Purple Palace. Everything returned to normal. The old servant Patrick draped his robe around the violet-haired girl. Her gaze never strayed from Leo. While Leo's eyes were solely fixated on Lolia, in light of this situation, the old servant found himself at a loss, left to wait in silence. After all, in a world filled with purple crystals, he had no idea what to do. Till last, Leo regained his composure, producing an oddly shaped ornament from his waist. This object had once transformed into a sharp dagger, capable of slicing through steel as easily as tofu. Now, he held the ornament out towards the violet-haired girl. Was he intent on killing her? The old servant's mind raced, torn between stopping him or allowing it to unfold. He could not bear to witness an innocent life extinguished before his eyes. However, what right does one have to obstruct? He vaguely recalled the moment when he was rendered unconscious by a single utterance from the girl. He cast a pleading glance towards Lolia, yet this mother merely smiled, displaying no sign of concern. Indeed, the ornament transformed into an exceedingly delicate collar the instant it made contact with the girl's neck. If one did not observe closely, it appeared more akin to an exquisitely designed necklace. Patrick's abilities allowed him to discern the peculiar inscriptions encircling that collar, intricate to the point that they resembled a pattern of interwoven designs at first glance. Then, your command, my master. The girl with violet hair knelt before Leo, her expression more reminiscent of a foe than a servant. Leo extended his hand, slowly coalescing a white humanoid form from his palm, its shape indistinct yet vaguely feminine. The girl took the figure and turned towards the heart of the palace, where a colossal crystal rose from the ground to the palace's apex. The white figure ethereally merged into the crystal pillar, gradually solidifying into a recognizable form. Just as that image was on the cusp of clarity, the crystal column abruptly expanded, countless sharp spikes erupting outward. Her soul was now safeguarded within the center of the Lavender Palace, the most fortified location in the cosmos. Even if the palace were to be destroyed, she would remain unharmed. The girl leaned close to Leo's ear and whispered softly. Leo nodded in response. Stay by my side, never straying. From this day forth, you shall be called Laywade in the narrow alleys of the slums. A flash of light flickered, and several figures appeared seemingly out of thin air. When the long-lost essence returned, even the aged Patrick felt a wave of relief, akin to a sense of survival after calamity. Though merely 2 children, the pressure they exerted upon him exceeded all the battles he had faced in the past. The old man suddenly entertained the thought of retirement. Could it be that this world was no longer the one he once knew? A grotesque figure lurked behind a chimney, its body slowly writhing as it cautiously revealed its eyes. Leo, who was holding Lolia's hand, suddenly looked up, extending his other hand as the air beside him rippled as if disturbed by a stone cast into a pond. Moments later, a small black cat leaped into existence. The kitten wore a tiny bell around its neck, a creation of Leo's from some time ago. though no one knew how he had crafted it. Thus, Lolia named the kitten Lingling. However, in that moment, the little cat should have been nestled in its cozy spot within the palace, so how had it appeared here? Go? Leo flung the kitten towards a distant rooftop. Yet the cat did not soar away. It vanished the moment it left Leo's grasp, reappearing behind the chimney on the far rooftop. The worm-like creature immediately sensed the approaching threat, baring its toothy maw in an attempt to intimidate the unwitting kitten. However, it had miscalculated. It was utterly unaware that anything affiliated with Leo, be it human or beast, defied conventional judgment. Though the kitten appeared diminutive and fragile, when it opened its mouth, a glimmering array of sharp teeth frightened the worm. The kitten let out a cry, its sound paralyzing the creature in place, allowing the kitten to seize it without any resistance. The kitten instantaneously appeared above Leo, landing atop his head, while the palm-sized worm found itself in Leo's hand. "What is this?" Lolia inquired, her curiosity piqued as she gazed at the creature in Leo's grasp, its appearance strikingly peculiar, with wrinkled skin, an array of mismatched eyes, bat-like wings, and no limbs, a flying serpent, a parasitic entity of the dark dwellers. This ancient behemoth could not leave the underground, hence it sent its parasite above ground to aid in observing the world. Some might forge contracts with such entities to gain insights without exposing themselves. Yet, those capable of binding contracts with ancient behemoths were invariably the mightiest of the strong, for otherwise they could not endure the terms imposed. But how did this creature end up here? The elderly attendant Patrick, possessing vast knowledge, recognized the creature's nature yet could not fathom the reason for its presence. Could it be that other powerful beings infiltrated this city? After all, he knew who could accomplish such feats within the city. They could not be secretly surveilling him. He would never suspect that this was the work of Imendala. In everyone's minds, the old lich was the most revered figure in the nation, second only to the goddess and the emperor. The worm in Leo's hand stirred awake. Even without the multitude of eyes atop its head, it sensed the perilous atmosphere surrounding it. Thus, it opened its maw wide, aiming to bite Leo, and regardless of the outcome. It unfurled its wings and soared away. Suddenly, Lei Wei, standing behind everyone, lifted her head, a beam of violet light erupting from her eyes, striking the diminutive body of the creature, obliterating a cloud above. The radiant beam even struck the red moon of the twin moons, leaving a scar hundreds of meters deep upon its surface. Leo glanced up at the red moon, then turned back to regard Lei Wei, yet he said nothing. Lolia examined Leo's hand closely, although the creature had a mouth full of teeth. Leo had suffered no harm. His hand bore not a single mark, while his sleeve had sustained several cuts, which mattered little to Lolia. Chapter 7. The arrogant one far beneath the palace, the old lich maintained his vigil over the events unfolding. He had witnessed the appearance of the group. The moment the kitten captured the worm, he understood that matters were about to take a dire turn. Yet he was unwilling to concede defeat so easily. Thus he awaited the conclusion. When struck by the violet light, he finally beheld the girl's face, even as he hastily extracted his eyeball from its socket, but alas, he was already too late. The eyeball erupted into a burst of violet flames, consuming his entire head in an instant. Imendala severed his own head with a swift stroke, the headless lich groping about until he retrieved another shriveled head from a hidden cabinet and affixed it to his neck. As the flames of his soul reignited within the eye socket, the old lich found himself utterly at a loss for what to do. He had personally borne the brunt of that damage and felt the power that had rent the heavens asunder. The power of the great purple star. So it was that the child sought the fallen power of the great purple star. The old lich mused, striving to piece together the puzzle. Leo possessed fragments of divine power. And that little girl must have serendipitously acquired a fragment in the recent fall of the great purple star. Those who bore fragments of divine power instinctively sought their kin. This was a comprehensible phenomenon. Yet how could that little girl wield such formidable power? Even the creations of the dark dwellers were subject to the return of power. Beside him, Lolia, an ordinary girl with no noble lineage, had attained near immortal strength. A stray cat rescued from the streets had gained the power of instant manifestation. She had sensed the fragment's presence even before the fall of the great purple star and had become the first to acquire a fragment. Leo, 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 the old lich muttered to himself, pacing back and forth in the room. The creaking wooden floorboards beneath his feet echoed his restless thoughts as agitated musings clashed within his mind, preventing him from concentrating. Silence, a command imbued with magical authority, reverberated throughout the room, transforming everything into solid rock. Floor, books, oil lamps, spices, even the very garments upon his body. With a crack, the rocky attire shattered into dust. Mirror technique. Whoosh! A perfect replica of the old lich appeared before him. 3 feet apart, 2 lifeless husks. 13 more years, 13 more years. My plans must change, they must change. This wretch possesses too great a power. When he comes of age, I shall not stand a chance against him. Yet the power he wields must be mine. Prophecy has foretold everything. Imindala waved his hand, and an ancient wooden door materialized before him. He swung it open, revealing the desolate surface of a distant planet. Within a massive crater on the planet, various organs lay arranged in an orderly manner. Dozens of eyes, several arms, hearts, lungs, a complete digestive system, and multiple legs. These organs were so colossal that even Imindala's height paled in comparison to a single eyeball. However, despite their size, they did not belong to a single body. Imindala was unaware of where he had procured such a plethora of parts. Each organ was alive, extending numerous tendrils as they searched the surroundings. Yet without a true body to connect to, each independent organ could not unite. But once I obtained that final power, Imindala lifted his gaze, as in the dark cosmos, brilliant flashes erupted intermittently. That was the war of the ancient travelers and the deities of the old world. A realm beyond the reach of humanity, I shall ascend as the new deity, a true god. Yet, I am unlike you. Your conflicts shall never reach me, and you shall drift further away, as for me. I shall reign over this world. Upon his return to the palace, Leo stirred little commotion. It was hardly remarkable for a prince to bring a small girl from the slums. Although the emperor's shadow team trailed Leo and his companions, they found nothing amiss to them. Leo was merely a boy who had discovered a purple-haired girl in a narrow alley, nothing particularly extraordinary. For a prince, this was rather commonplace. Upon arriving at the palace, Loria assisted Leo and Laoyai with their baths. The fragrant children stood before Loria, who gazed upon them with an indescribable fondness. Leo retired to his chamber early to sleep, while Loria sat beside Laoyai on the bed. Gently, Loria caressed Leo's form, humming an unknown melody. Leo lay defenseless, revealing his childlike essence. Observing Loria's affectionate demeanor, Laoyai sighed softly. "Are you not curious?" The girl with purple hair snuggled in Leo's nightrobe, curled up in a corner of the bed. Her violet eyes shimmered with a gentle glow, akin to a flowing stream, clear and pure. "Why?" Loria lifted her gaze, smiling. "I cannot fathom how anyone could maintain a normal disposition after hearing our conversation." Laoyai shifted slightly to better see Loria. "I hardly comprehended your dialogue. Yet, it is not difficult to grasp, is it? When I was very young, my father recounted tales of the gods in the heavens, their battles and eventual downfall. Some would fall to earth, transforming into stone, animals, or even humans. I have always believed these tales to be true, for my father would never deceive me, and thus, I trust your words. My father once said that only doubt could evoke wonder, and I fully believe what you speak. It is akin to your assertion that the sun rises in the east each day. Such a notion does not astonish me." Laoyai gazed into Loria's eyes. The young mother spoke sincerely, without deceit. "But what if I told you that your feelings stem entirely from Leo's influence? Him? Indeed. His power is immense, surpassing even his current understanding. His thoughts can sway those around him, and if he so desires, he can effortlessly alter a person's beliefs. I am aware." Loria nodded with a smile. Chapter 8. Happiness. "You know?" This time, Laoyai was taken aback. Rising in surprise. "Hush!" Loria placed a finger to her lips, then embraced Laoyai, leading her to the small balcony of the bedroom. The distant horizon was painted golden by the setting sun, crimson rays bursting forth from the temple of the guardian goddess. Resembling the stamen of a beautiful bloom, I arrived by his side at the age of 13. Prior to that, I was merely an ignorant little girl. I had not attended school, could not recognize any characters, nor even perform basic arithmetic, yet now, I can effortlessly read profound texts and engage scholars in any discussion. My health is robust. Ailments no longer plague me, and even injuries leave no trace upon me. If we speak of change, Loria gently cradled a blossoming flower. Why does he not alter the emperor? Even a child like him should comprehend that controlling an emperor is far more advantageous than dominating a useless wet nurse. Lai stared at Loria, rendered speechless. The bond between this mother and son was far deeper than she had imagined. She had initially believed Loria's affection for Leo was solely due to his unconscious influence. After all, Leo's personality was not entirely sound. He instinctively compelled those around him to protect him. However, it appeared otherwise. This nurse had sown the seeds of affection in Leo's heart long before being influenced. Her feelings for him were genuine. The fact that Leo could sleep soundly beside her spoke volumes. Moreover, it seemed his influence was rather limited, yet he had bestowed all his positive energy upon this young, powerless nurse. It was illogical. Loria was correct. If one aimed to achieve a purpose, controlling an emperor would be far more effective. Could it be that I am unable to discern his true intentions? As twilight descended, the maidens presented exquisite pastries. Loria and Lai dined on the balcony, the mild breeze carrying the fragrance of flowers. In the distance, the nightscape sparkled with lights, the temple of the guardian glowing like fire. Everything exuding a sense of tranquility. Lai raised her head, gazing at the star-filled sky. Among the constellations, some stars twinkled as if winking. In my childhood, my father would say that those were the star babies winking. If I failed to sleep well, they would mock me. Loria suddenly spoke. That is the war between travelers and the deities of the old world. They were immensely powerful, yet their intelligence was nearly non-existent. Lacking a leader, they could only act on instinct. Lai stared at the brightest star, lost in thought. They are so formidable, and the land we inhabit endures. It is truly remarkable. Loria cradled her chin, gazing upward. Suddenly, Lai had a thought. She looked at Loria, poised to speak, but found the entire starry sky reflected in Loria's eyes, swirling like a galaxy. An unprecedented embrace, boundless compassion, your purity. You are indeed an extraordinary being. Lai smiled silently. Even she, a star deity, had encountered the incomprehensible, yet felt no discontent. I am a star deity, and the sole purpose of my existence is to maintain the balance of this universe until its inevitable demise. For me, it is an almost infinite responsibility. However, for reasons unknown, I always sense that perhaps this responsibility will soon have no bearing on me. Is that so? Loria and Lai leaned against one another. Suddenly, a luminous arc streaked across the sky. Though fleeting, it stretched perhaps thousands of meters. Then, more shooting stars cascaded down. Yet, these meteors were entirely unlike those usually seen. Their trajectories were erratic and chaotic. Strangely, none of the meteors were headed this way. As if all the luminous points were falling upon the surrounding nations, my downfall has finally alerted them to the unrest. The vanguard has arrived. Everything has begun. Torrential flames swirled around Leo, the temperatures hot enough to melt iron felt to him like a gentle spring breeze. Caressing him softly in his left hand, a rose composed purely of fire was blossoming, growing larger with each passing moment. Is it not intriguing? The beautiful goddess sat beside Leo, clad in a diaphanous veil that artfully concealed her form. She held Leo's hand, guiding him step by step on how to shape the flames into his desired image. Indeed, Leo moved his fingers, the rose in his grasp gradually contorting, its stem sprouting wicked thorns. Malicious eyes appearing on the petals, and its center morphing into a gaping maw. No, not like that. The goddess laughed gently, and the monstrous aberration in Leo's hands vanished without a trace. Use your power to create all that is beautiful, rather than this malevolent image. The goddess lightly patted Leo's back and demonstrated once more. The exquisite rose glowed with an enchanting radiance, taking form from fire, even adorned with crystalline dewdrops. Of course, those dewdrops were also formed from highly compressed flames. Thus, Leo attempted once more, yet at the final moment, the flower twisted into an even more grotesque shape than before. What is beauty, after all? Leo gazed at his hands, flames leaping from his left to his right. Then back again. Beauty is that which brings joy upon sight. It is that which fills the heart with happiness upon thought. The goddess kindly explained. Joy, happiness? What are those? Leo lifted his head, a bewildered expression mirrored in the goddess's fiery eyes. Joy and happiness are expressions of human emotion. The goddess stroked Leo's hair. Even she, possessing omniscience, could not grasp the thoughts of the boy before her. Or perhaps, it seemed that this boy harbored no thoughts at all. Everything he did appeared instinctual, as if he acted simply because the conditions were met. Humans are remarkably complex beings. They employ myriad ways to express their emotions and utilize abstract language to encapsulate their feelings. We cannot elucidate what joy is or what happiness entails, for each individual's emotions are unique. Some individuals may experience profound joy upon receiving a single coin, while others may find themselves engulfed in sorrow upon acquiring an entire nation. However, for the majority, when one contemplates a particular matter, an object, or even a person, thoughts of that entity tend to resurface incessantly. One may find themselves irresistibly inclined to adopt their perspective, willing to undertake any endeavor for their sake, and feeling a sense of security in their presence. This, indeed, could be regarded as a form of happiness. The goddess lowered her head, her eyes clouded with confusion. She sensed the inadequacy of her vocabulary, realizing that she could not even articulate a simple term. Before encountering the boy, she had never imagined such a predicament could arise. Leo cast a knowing glance at the goddess, then observed his hands, where flames began to coalesce, gradually forming a humanoid figure. Eventually, a girl composed entirely of fire emerged before the goddess. Loria, the innocent maiden. The goddess tightened her lips, glancing at Leo, then at the girl. How intriguing. Chapter 9. The ordinary. If one were to ponder the most enigmatic location within the Flame Empire, it would undoubtedly be the temple of the guardian goddess. Anfar, the leader of the goddess's nightly protectors, bore a smile akin to that of a grandfather witnessing his mischievous granddaughter, for the eldest prince had once again emerged from the sanctuary of the guardian goddess, appearing remarkably unscathed. Since Leo's last visit to the temple, the remarkably youthful future emperor had frequently returned. The guardian goddess seemed to hold a particular fondness for this child, as the heavy golden doors would swing open in advance of his arrival, creating ample space for the young gentleman to pass through. Of course, after enduring the trials of the flame, Leo would invariably emerge unclothed. Perhaps others were unaware, but the night protectors were acutely aware that, should the goddess desire, the flames within the temple could effortlessly vaporize metal. Even the protectors themselves wore undergarments crafted from the soft hide of flame lizards, material capable of withstanding temperatures exceeding 800 degrees. Thus, while Leo might survive under the goddess's care, his garments would inevitably be reduced to naught. Waiting at the entrance, Levi presented Leo with a new outfit. The purple-haired girl donned a petite maid's attire, her nose adorned with a pair of glasses. Even Anfar, with all his prowess, could not discern the gaze concealed behind those lenses. Anfar had always been curious about the girl's origins, to the extent that even he could not penetrate her mystery. Each time Leo visited, Anfar would find himself staring at Levi with an almost lecherous intensity. "What is your happiness?" Leo suddenly inquired of Anfar while Levi assisted him in donning his attire. The abrupt question left Anfar momentarily perplexed, yet he swiftly composed his thoughts. "Your Highness, my happiness lies in witnessing your healthy growth, and in the hope that you shall one day become an excellent ruler of the Flame Empire." Anfar replied with a smile. "Liars." Leo's tone remained flat. "Excuse me?" Anfar's words were devoid of any fault, and as the leader of the guardian goddess's knights, he genuinely believed them. "What is your happiness, your highness?" This is the heartfelt truth of an old servant. Anfar knelt before Leo. Ordinarily, as the commander of the protectors, he held a position of high esteem and need not bow to a prince. Yet he could not allow Leo to perpetually gaze up at him. "Liars." Having uttered his words, Leo turned and departed, leaving Anfar in a state of bewilderment. "True happiness?" The old knight commander mused as he watched Leo's retreating figure. Stroking his chin, "If only my granddaughter could find a suitable man to marry, I would have no regrets." Leo, who had already walked some distance, abruptly halted, turning back to regard Anfar, his expression subtly shifting. "Is that all?" "Indeed, that is all," Anfar replied slowly. "Happiness is not, after all, an earth-shattering affair." Leo returned to the East Palace in a daze, where Loria was engrossed in a book on ancient art. Upon noticing Leo's entrance, she set the book aside and opened her arms. Yet, instead of leaping into Loria's embrace as usual, Leo stood before her, his eyes reflecting a hint of perplexity as he regarded his mother. "What did you discuss with the goddess today?" Noticing Leo's unusual demeanor, Loria placed her hands on his shoulders and gently squeezed, then caressed his face. She glanced at Levi, who silently indicated that she knew no more than Loria did. Happiness, Leo replied. Happiness? Yes, but, I cannot comprehend it. What does happiness mean to you? Leo inquired. When I need you, and you are by my side, that is my happiness, Loria smiled, ruffling Leo's hair. Is that all? Leo's gaze fixed on his mother. The golden hue in his eyes flowing gently. Many things bring me joy, delicious treats, clear skies, beautiful flowers. Yet, only you bring me the greatest happiness. Gently, Loria embraced Leo, stroking his back. How ordinary. Happiness is, at its core, merely an ordinary matter. This was not the first time Leo had encountered such sentiments. Two distinct individuals had articulated the same notion. As was his custom, Leo wrapped his arms around Loria's waist, burying his head against her chest. Still as a statue, akin to a young lion inhaling the scent of its mother. I do not understand. I do not know, master. A maid suddenly appeared at the door, her body drenched in blood. Her clothing tattered. She had lost both of her legs and crawled her way to this place, crimson liquid staining the ground beneath her. Hurry! They have come. Before the maid could finish her warning, a great sword descended from above, piercing her skull and pinning her to the ground. Yet, she did not perish. She struggled to articulate something further, but the sword obstructed her chin, in a desperate attempt. She forced the blade through her head, white matter mingling with red blood, spilling across the ground. Quickly, leave. They have already found. Bang! The metallic boot of a figure crushed the maid's skull, yet her headless body continued to writhe. Her hands gripping the leg of her assailant in a futile effort to delay the inevitable. The owner of the leg merely raised a hand, gesturing downward with a light flick, and instantly, the still struggling corpse lost all vitality, fading to a dull gray and, in the wind, dissipating into dust, along with the blood and flesh upon the ground. Before them stood a man of unremarkable appearance, adorned with a helmet of peacock feathers and a breastplate emblazoned with the emblem of the flame rose. He bore golden trimming and a red-handled sword, all indicative of a royal guard. Yet, his countenance betrayed no semblance of the dignity one would expect from a royal sentinel. Instead, it was etched with a grotesque savagery, radiating an inexplicable aura of malevolence. It was a feeling beyond comprehension. As if this individual were born to be a villain, a scoundrel deserving of execution. No, mere hanging would not suffice to absolve his sins. He ought to be cast into a volcano, for only the searing lava could cleanse his transgressions. Yet, this was merely the perspective of the average person in Loria's eyes. This man represented nothing more than an ordinary guard, devoid of any supposed evil or other attributes. He was no different from other sentinels. Of course, he was a criminal. Chapter 10. The assassin stepped back. Loria stood, placing herself protectively before Leo, her voice ringing with authority. He. The guard emitted a shrill yet raspy cackle, reminiscent of a withered crow. He cast a disdainful glance at Loria but found himself involuntarily retreating a step. Clang! The sound of metal boots striking rocks startled the guard, and soon his eyes glowed with a murky light as he scrutinized Loria from head to toe. Oh, the innocent one. No wonder the air here is so fresh, devoid of any foulness. It is truly nauseating. The guard took a few steps forward, then bowed slightly to Leo, who stood behind Loria. Greetings, leader. Oh no? Prince Leo, after all these years in this game of descent, you must be utterly weary of it. The guard's countenance twisted, not due to excitement or anything else, but because his face was inherently contorted. Such a visage should not exist within the palace, as all guards therein hailed from noble families. A face so grotesque would be regarded as a disgrace, discarded at birth. Step back, guard, Loria commanded once more. This time, however, the guard merely swayed slightly, grinning to reveal a mouth full of sharp, shark-like teeth, his tongue flickering about like an octopus's tentacle. He spewed forth murky foam from his mouth, which began to corrode the gleaming armor the instant it made contact. In an instant, the guard stood completely unclothed, yet the form beneath his armor resembled anything but a human. It appeared more like a bizarre creature, with tentacles pressed tightly within a canister. The monstrous entity gradually unfurled its form, transitioning from the stature of an ordinary human to an imposing creature exceeding 5 meters in height. Its muscles erupted violently, undulating erratically in the air. Sharp spines protruded from its skeletal structure, while its internal organs, resembling nothing more than useless refuse, plummeted to the ground. Hoo-hoo, you shall not impede me, untainted one. Hoo-hoo, he shall be my quarry, and my esteemed master will bestow upon me great rewards. The creature snarled incoherently, spewing murky foam that splattered everywhere. Anything that came into contact with even a trace of it would be instantaneously corroded, leaving gaping pits in its wake. However, this vile foam never touched Lolia. Failing to even approach her in less than a minute, the monster completed its transformation, ruthlessly tearing the human skin from its face and devouring it whole, the flesh emitting a crisp sound as it crunched between its teeth. This was my favorite part. I always saved it for last. The monster lingered, yearning for more. Lolia, terrified, had closed her eyes, yet she trembled defiantly in front of Leo. She had never witnessed such a horrifying spectacle, particularly the grotesque metamorphosis of the creature, which would undoubtedly haunt her dreams for years to come. Yet, in that moment, she would not retreat. Step back, step back. Lolia's voice quavered, tinged with a sob, for despite her bravery, facing such a foe, the petite girl could not stand as a true warrior would. Hoo-hoo, the monster advanced, its long legs striding purposefully, its eyes fixated solely on Leo, who cowered behind Lolia. The piercing shriek erupted from its throat, creating a gale that sent Lolia reeling. Yet she stood her ground, until the creature drew near. With a sudden closure of her eyes, she thrust her hands forward with all her might. Golden and violet light flashed simultaneously. Boom, howl. The monster wailed and lamented, yet the anticipated collision never transpired. When Lolia opened her eyes, she beheld the creature being hurled away by an immense force, as though struck by a celestial boulder. Its spines lay shattered across the ground, its muscles torn and tattered. A clean cut bisected its torso, separating its upper and lower halves completely. Did I do this? Lolia gazed at her hands in disbelief. Such a lowly creature required no interaction with filth. From behind, Lolia stepped forward, wielding an elongated crystal that emanated a slender beam of light, twice her height, illuminating the room in a purple hue. Ah, I knew you wouldn't stand by and allow that monster to harm Leod. Lolia's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she quickly expressed her gratitude to Lolia, attempting to mask her crimson face. I was merely protecting you. That is the essence of my existence here. The diminutive Lolia continued forward as the monster, still striving to crawl towards its severed lower half, found a foot firmly planted upon its claw. Pitiful life, your efforts are a complete waste of time. If your master wishes for any success, mere trash like you will never suffice. With a flick of her wrist, Loia's fine purple light effortlessly cleaved through the monster's skull. The earthy cranium tumbled aside like a cracked coconut, releasing a putrid black substance that oozed from the cavity. Purple starlight, you, hoo-hoo, are a star deity. You consort with the Wanderer, betraying your own galaxy. You shall never return to the cosmos. The creature's body rapidly contracted, all its tissues and organs drawn together by an inexplicable gravitational force, forming a grotesquely tainted black sphere. As the sphere materialized, the surroundings darkened ominously, the air pulled toward it, creating a vast negative pressure. Evil sacrifice. I cannot be halted. Leave this place. Faced with this sudden transformation, Loia was taken aback, swiftly turning to flee towards Lolia. Attempting to rescue her, Leo stepped forward, his eyes ablaze with golden light, creating a mist in an effort to dispel the black sphere. Yet he failed. Die. The shrill roar pierced the ears of all present. Even Loia momentarily dazed, as the golden mist was swiftly eroded. Accompanying this was an explosive compression of silence. No sound, no tremor. Only darkness gradually enveloped their vision. In this malevolent void, Loia felt her thoughts being rapidly siphoned away. Closer to the darkness, Leo stared blankly ahead, as if he had forgotten his purpose. Is this truly the end? Even I, with my meager power, cannot withstand the might of the evil sacrifice. And you, Leo, what can you do at this moment? It seems everything returns to its source. You to your world, I to mine, and Lolia shall safely return to my lavender sanctuary. The war shall persist, unceasing. Loia closed her eyes, calmly accepting the impending obliteration. Chapter 11. Purification. But this was not the conclusion. No, Lolia, fueled by an inexplicable strength, suddenly broke free from Lao Yai's grasp, cradling Leo in her arms. Who? Buzz. A dizzying tinnitus rang out as a pure aura erupted from Lolia. Imbued with an intoxicating floral fragrance that enveloped the encroaching evil force in a swift yet gentle embrace. The black essence, as if compelled by this gentle call, gradually calmed, transcended, and settled, ultimately transforming into a myriad of starry petals that floated gently to the ground. This, Lao Yai struggled to articulate her emotions, overwhelmed by such power, something she had never dared to envision. Merely purging evil is a trivial feat for most deities. Thus, in the cosmos, their battles rarely employed such powers. For various forms of supermaterial power stem from imagination. With but a thought, they can manifest attacks, yet opponents will generate corresponding counterattacks. Consequently, confrontations in the cosmos have always been the simplest, purest, and most primal forms of hand-to-hand combat. Those colossal beings would clash with raw strength, tearing and biting. However, today, Lao Yai witnessed an unprecedented force before her. She had not merely purified the evil. She had utterly transformed it into purity. Lao Yai radiated warmth. The recently ravaged ground restored, the corroded furniture reverted to its original state, blood and tissue entirely dissipated into the air. A faint soul drifted down, adorned with a liberated smile, bowing to Lolia before dissolving into twinkling starlight. Leo raised his head and gently touched Lolia's forehead. She slumped softly to the ground, breathing steadily, asleep. All transpired in the blink of an eye, and just as swiftly vanished. The air was devoid of floral scents, absent of gentle light, yet the power within her was undeniably real. The events that had transpired left Lao Yai in a state of shock, but more so, they instilled a sense of bewilderment. Throughout history, humanity, perceived as frail beings by the gods, had held no secrets. Yet what lay before her was a force ungoverned by divine authority. This was not Lao Yai's first encounter with humanity's explosive potential at critical junctures, and each instance had left the gods astounded. So, you have finally recognized the uniqueness of humanity? Lao Yai approached Leo, carefully inspecting Lolia. Wait, with your wisdom. You should have noticed this long ago, yet it has not compelled you to descend as a human. You relinquished all your power to be here. Could it be so? An unsettling realization struck Lao Yai, leaving her speechless with fear. If this were true, it was utterly terrifying. Surely, it could not be. She hastily dismissed the unsettling thought, shuddering at its mere consideration. The recent events had roused many, as old Patrick arrived at the scene the moment the ordeal concluded. Despite the fragrant floral aroma dispelling the overwhelming evil, he still detected a faint scent of decay lingering in the air. It appeared as though nothing had occurred, yet the sight of Lolia, unconscious upon the bed, spoke volumes. The elder approached Lolia, gently brushing his hand against the girl's forehead, an unknown force flowing into her body. After a thorough examination, he noted that she seemed even healthier than before. She merely slept. He glanced at Leo, who was staring at the ground in a daze. Then, he looked at Lao Yai, who, dressed in a petite maid's uniform, had defiantly turned her head away. Patrick felt a throbbing headache. The three individuals in the room were no easy task, and with Lolia still asleep, he found himself at a loss. Reflecting on the last time they returned from the street, the elder could not recall why he had failed to report Lao Yai's origins to the emperor. Times. Even Patrick himself remained oblivious to the reasons that compelled him to instinctively protect Leo. The investigation yielded results. Within the palace, a maid and a royal guard had mysteriously vanished. According to several witnesses, the royal guard had suddenly gone mad during his regular duty hours, while a passing maid exhibited peculiar behavior, engaging in a struggle with the robust guard. However, she soon succumbed, meeting her demise at his hands. Subsequently, both individuals disappeared without a trace, leaving no one privy to the events that transpired thereafter. Patrick arrived personally at the scene, and as anticipated, aside from a faint whiff of decay, no evidence remained. Apart from the ravaged flowers and grass in the garden, no one could ascertain what had occurred there. Yet, Patrick encountered an individual who should not have been present, the Lich. Amindra. Typically elusive, the Lich was now observing a stone, his entire form shrouded in an oversized robe to shield him from the sun's rays. Two magical orbs floated around him, emitting a chill to cool his decaying body. His seemingly ordinary physique was, in reality, kept apart from Patrick by the mere presence of those two orbs. "Mr. Amindra," Patrick greeted from a distance with a bow. "Mr. Patrick," the Lich straightened, the fire of his soul flickering quietly in his eyes. The fact that he had stirred Amindra indicated that the matter at hand was indeed significant. Patrick speculated cautiously. He could hardly believe that trivial occurrences would lure the enigmatic Lich from his underground laboratory. "It's not a matter of great consequence, merely intriguing," the ancient Lich replied nonchalantly, devoid of any emotional inflection due to his long-lost flesh. Nevertheless, he remained vigilant, concealing his tone, for he did not wish to reveal his thoughts. After all, he could sense the eruption of two formidable powers, forces that even he could not confront. Thus, he needed to ascertain what had caused such a powerful clash. "His Majesty has just commanded me to investigate this matter. Should you discover anything, I would appreciate your notifying me," Patrick spoke with utmost caution. The Lich nodded, choosing not to elaborate further as he turned away. However, Patrick found it peculiar. The Lich appeared somewhat off to him. Though he could not quite place what was amiss, he simply felt as if Amindra was not himself today. He quickly shook his head, knowing very little about the realm of the deceased. He could not presume to judge. Chapter 12. Time as Patrick departed from the site, the flickering fire of the Lich's soul transformed into a cautious violet. He extended his withered right hand. Cradling a crystal ball, "Revelation," he intoned. The crystal ball gradually became enveloped in mist, and moments later, an image of the surrounding garden materialized within. "Chronomancy," he continued, and a hum resonated as a magical array emerged around the crystal ball. Inscribed with intricate scales, 3 pointers indicating the current time. The Lich reached out, pinching the minute hand between 2 fingers. Crack, with a violent metallic screech, a massive clock face suddenly sprang forth beneath the Lich's feet. Countless precision gears meshed together beneath, propelling the clock forward. With a firm exertion, the Lich caused the entire clock to cease its advancement. Crack! Sparks erupted between the gears as the Lich forcefully pushed the minute hand back by 1 increment. The surroundings appeared to reverse. Patrick retreated towards him, opening his mouth, only to be drawn back again. Crack! Another increment, and the Lich's eyes turned crimson as he concentrated all his might into his fingertips, meticulously navigating each impending moment. Crack! 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 The minute hand was pushed back little by little. An area within 10 meters had turned dark, filled with countless clocks adrift in the space, the sound of grinding gears gnawing at the Lich's patience. Yet he had to endure. Scenes were gradually rewound. Bloodstains suddenly emerged on the ground, accumulating in number as a group of maids and royal guards appeared. The Lich's fingers trembled. His strength was nearly exhausted. Yet he still had not witnessed what he sought at that moment. A figure unexpectedly retreated past the Lich, halting precisely behind him. Clad in the standard attire of a royal guard, the garments were marred by blood. Though the figure appeared unremarkable, a dark shadow loomed behind him, manipulating his movements like a puppet. Amindra sensed his presence but could not turn his head. At this moment, he could only move his fingers. Unable to push the minute hand further, he fixed it in place with one hand while grasping the second hand with the other. Just a little, merely a fraction. Amindra was unsure to whom he was praying. Crack! At last, the second hand retreated by 1 increment under his utmost effort. The royal guard stepped back, passing through the Lich's form. Facing him directly, it was a visage entirely shrouded in darkness. Blood-red eyes emanating a decaying glow. Through the Lich's spectral vision, he perceived a mass of malignant thoughts encircling the wretched man. Suddenly, the image that should have been motionless sprang to life. The shadow completely detached itself from the man, coalescing into a colossal form, an endless tide of evil surging from all directions, materializing in the air as a grandiose entity. The immense body twisted and writhed, countless mouths manifesting upon it, countless eyes opening and closing, countless hands reaching out towards Amindra. No! The Lich abruptly released his grip, the crystal ball crashing to the ground. In that instant, all surrounding images evaporated, leaving Amindra trembling alone. What astonishing evil could traverse time to impose its influence? The Lich touched his forehead. recalling that he had been dead for quite some time and could not possibly sweat. He gathered his thoughts, reflecting upon the events that had just transpired, only to discover that, in the most inconspicuous corner of his consciousness, an inexplicable awareness had taken root unbeknownst to him. Cautiously, the Lich safeguarded his soul before opening that fragment of awareness. "Call upon me if you seek power. Call upon me," it echoed repeatedly, that diminutive awareness incessantly reiterating its plea. Amindra sensed that the source of this power was that very black evil, potent, nearly insurmountable. Yet, who would dare to summon it? To leave a message within one's most fortified defenses unbeknownst to oneself was a notion that instilled dread. The Lich carefully controlled the flame of his soul, attempting to erase that fragment of awareness, but no matter how he tried, that seemingly insignificant consciousness stubbornly persisted, as if it had already taken root within him. Damn it! The Lich felt an inexplicable irritation. What should have been a trivial matter now appeared overwhelmingly intricate. Unable to dispel it, he could only allow it to linger. Amindra constructed a formidable defense around that awareness, ensuring it would not interfere with him. After all, the opposing force was too formidable, requiring his utmost vigilance. Soon after, the Emperor appeared before Amindra, inquiring briefly, but naturally, he could glean little useful information. Thus, the Emperor swiftly departed, accompanied by his guards, heading directly to the Eastern Palace. Upon arrival, he found Leo curled up in Loria's embrace, sound asleep, while the petite maid, Levi, stood motionless at the foot of the bed, observing the mother and child. Upon the Emperor's arrival, the young maid displayed no reverence. Not even the intent to bow, nor did she turn around. Yet the Emperor, in his anxiety, had no time to dwell on such matters. He was desperate to ascertain whether his son was safe. However, Levi obstructed the Emperor's path, unabashedly preventing him from advancing another step. With her purple hair and violet eyes, her glasses obscured much of her vision. It was the Emperor's first meticulous examination of another. Though she appeared of similar age to Leo, the expressions on their faces conveyed a shared indifference. Yet, unlike Leo's pure indifference, this little maid radiated an innate pride, an air that regarded all things beneath her. The Emperor was baffled by how this girl, salvaged from the slums by Leo, could possess such an aura. Perhaps it was the power of the shard of divine energy she bore. The royal physician who accompanied the Emperor proved unnecessary. For on the surface, the mother and child seemed unscathed. After a while, as neither of them awoke, the Emperor had no choice but to depart. Subsequently, a large contingent of royal guards encircled the Eastern Palace, safeguarding it like an iron fortress. To the Emperor, this was merely an ordinary assassination attempt. From that day forth, 300 royal guards never left that place again, and no further assassination incidents occurred. Everything returned to normal, tranquil, and peaceful. Thus, 5 years passed once more. Chapter 13. The cold-blooded one's 5 years have elapsed, and almost everything remains unchanged. The Emperor is in good health, the citizens live in peace. The weather is favorable, and the Flame Empire continues to stand as the mightiest nation in the world, with the goddess of the Guardian still reigning as the most powerful deity. Your Majesty. This is our latest intelligence, stated the head of the Imperial Intelligence Hall, an unremarkable man who stood before the Emperor's desk, briefly summarizing the hundreds of pages of reports before him. On the Emperor's left sat the Crown Prince Leo and the second Prince Zack side by side. Zack, seated closest to the Emperor, had his blue hair intricately tied back, and though the hair accessory was unremarkable, it perfectly accentuated the boy's youthful vivacity. At the tender age of 10, Zack was diligently studying the materials before him, his royal duty to learn governance and how to interact with the subordinate departments. In contrast, Leo appeared disinterested. He merely skimmed the report at the outset before turning his attention to the small cat named Lingling, which had hardly grown at all over the 5 years. Remaining adorably petite, the cat leapt from Leo's head, tousling his short hair, and curled up on the table, rolling about playfully. "What are your thoughts on this matter?" The Emperor pondered for a moment before turning to his 2 children. "Father," Zack was the first to rise. The Emperor nodded, encouraging him to continue. "I believe that the emergence of these organizations is the undeniable responsibility of those nations. We should first apply diplomatic pressure on them, compelling them to address these issues. Otherwise, we may have to exert control over their resources. Faced with such pressure, they will undoubtedly take action to rectify the situation, allowing us to avoid direct involvement in their affairs. And they will not harbor resentment towards us, thus achieving our objectives. Zack's heart raced. Although he had presented himself with decisiveness, the slight tremor in his voice betrayed his anxiety. The Emperor glanced at the head of the intelligence hall, who subtly nodded in agreement with Zack's assessment. While it was merely a broad overview, it aligned with the general consensus among the intelligence personnel. Observing his father's expression, Zack's tension dissipated, and he relaxed his clenched fists. His palms slick with perspiration. Unobtrusively, he retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket, wiping his hands while glancing at Leo, who was still engrossed in play with Lingling. "And you, Leo? What do you think?" the Emperor asked. Turning to his elder son, the warmth in his voice caused Zack to feel a twinge of discomfort, but he managed to mask his disdain, smiling at his brother. "Just eliminate them," Leo replied nonchalantly. "Not bothering to look up. If we were to annihilate them, we would have to deploy our military, which amounts to an invasion of another nation. That would hardly be advisable," the Emperor remarked, surprised by the coldness in Leo's words. Even he, as Emperor, had never contemplated such a decision, let alone the head of the intelligence hall. "Then what?" Leo raised his gaze, briefly meeting Zack's eyes. "We would provoke war, and those nations would unite against us." Zack interjected urgently, sensing the Emperor's thoughts aligned with his own. "And what of it?" Leo continued to stare at Zack, unyielding. "War? It would be a catastrophe. Innocent lives would be lost, and homes would be reduced to ruins." Zack fervently depicted the horrors of war, stealing glances at the Emperor's expression, knowing he was correct. But would they dare? Leo's words left everyone momentarily speechless. Indeed, they would not dare. The traditional four great empires, with the exception of the Flame Empire, had deities that were either ancient gods or mere star deities. Among them, two gods had their true forms in distant realms, with only avatars remaining on Earth. The remaining one, though present in the temple, possessed powers limited to ensuring favorable weather for the nation. However, the Flame Empire was different. The passionate maiden, the Crimson Rose, she was an ancient god. The strength of ancient gods was formidable. As they engaged in battles between the cosmos and the primordial wanderers almost incessantly, they turned the universe into a battlefield, utilizing asteroids as weapons against one another. Such divine power was not to be trifled with. On the sprawling borders of the Flame Empire, towering flames reaching hundreds of meters kept all would-be invaders at bay. Anyone attempting to cross would be reduced to ashes by the flames, unless one possessed the ability to escape the planet and enter space. Yet if one were powerful enough to achieve that, why would they need to sneak in? It was precisely this strength that enabled the Flame Empire to evolve from a small nation at its founding into the preeminent empire of the world. Otherwise, a nation endowed with such abundant resources would have long been divided and conquered. But this surely must be wrong. Zack suddenly fell silent, casting a pleading glance toward his father, the Emperor of the Flame Empire. Clearly, the Emperor was taken aback by these words, silently studying the reports laid before him. "No, this cannot be the way." The Emperor ultimately shook his head, dismissing Leo's perspective. Leo's only response was to turn away, picking up the small black cat and placing it on his shoulder before leaving the Emperor's study. "Your Majesty," the head of the intelligence hall looked at the Emperor with a hint of concern. "We should adhere to the plan we previously devised. The children have their own viewpoints. After all, they are not yet adults." The Emperor managed a wry smile and patted Zack's back. "Well done, my son. Now go and play. Your father has matters to attend to." Chapter 14. The greedy ones elated by his praise, Zack dashed out of the study, catching up with Leo in the corridor. The Crown Prince continued his leisurely pace. As noon approached, brilliant sunlight streamed through the corridor, casting orderly shadows from the 16 stone pillars lining the ground. Following closely behind Leo, Zack observed his brother's silhouette, his expression shifting between uncertainty and determination. A few maidens traversed the corridor, catching sight of the two princes from a distance, 10 years old. While most children were still in the throes of playfulness, royal offspring had been subjected to various forms of education since the age of 5. Thus, they tended to exhibit a precocious maturity. Currently, Zack bore little visible change from 5 years prior, save for the absence of the gentle softness of childhood, replaced instead by a serene demeanor. In contrast, Leo had clearly developed more rapidly. He stood slightly taller than Zack, his physique appearing more robust. The sharp lines of his face hinted at the stark differences that would define their futures. A divergence between martial prowess and scholarly acumen. The maidens halted, bowing respectfully. Leo strode past with purpose, while Zack offered a polite nod in return. Indeed, there is a difference in manners. I believe the second prince is preferable. With his refined appearance, he shall undoubtedly grow into a handsome youth. One maiden clasped her hands in admiration. But why does Prince Leo always wear such a cold expression? Another maiden whispered to her confidant. Who knows? But I heard that Prince Leo possesses a fragment of divine power. A fragment of divine power? What is that? How could you not know? How naive. A fragment of divine power is a piece of a god. Anyone who possesses such a fragment is destined to become extraordinary. Wow, that's so cool. The group of girls chattered excitedly, casting furtive glances at the two princes as they walked away. Initially, Zack felt a swell of pride listening to their discussions. But soon his expression darkened. The sunlight illuminated Leo, casting a shadow upon him. In that moment, Zack felt as if he were perpetually living in Leo's shadow. Furrowing his brow, he quickened his pace to overtake Leo. Even bidding him farewell as he usually would, he hurried back to the West Palace, seeking the comfort of his mother's presence. At tea that moment, the Empress was instructing her maids to arrange her hair, ensuring she would appear impeccable for the upcoming luncheon. Mother, Zack called softly, then stood quietly beside her. The Empress inclined her head and, once the maid had finished arranging her hair and departed, she pulled her child close. What troubles you, my dear? Zack embraced his mother, tears spilling forth uncontrollably. Mother, am I truly inferior to my brother? No matter how hard I strive, Father only offers the most casual of praise, while my brother does nothing and, no. There is no just, for he has done absolutely nothing. I, on the other hand, have exerted myself far more, whether in my studies or in martial prowess. He has never lifted a finger. He is perpetually occupied with that wretched cat of his, wearing an expression of utter indifference. Only in the presence of his mother can Zack so freely unleash the discontent festering within him. In his heart, it is only she who can offer solace in such moments. However, slap! The sharp sound of a hand striking flesh reverberates through the empty room. Zack stares blankly at his mother, the very person who should provide comfort at such a time, as she forcefully pushes away the weeping Zack. My child is not a coward who runs to his mother's embrace when bullied. If you were truly my son, you would strive relentlessly to reclaim what you have lost. If you believe you have put forth effort yet he still surpasses you, it merely signifies that you have not exerted yourself enough. Those who feign strength will never acquire true power. And you, Zack, shall become an emperor. Regardless of what that person is doing, regardless of what others say. Regardless of what the so-called divine fragments may bestow upon you, all you need to understand is that this nation requires an emperor, not a god. Our emperor is but a man. My husband, your father, is also a man, and every emperor across the globe is a man. This has been true in the past, is true in the present, and shall remain true in the future. The queen pulled Zack back into her embrace, gently caressing his cheek, her voice softening. Go forth, my child. You need not prove anything to your brother. For now, it suffices to exist in his shadow. At tea times, a shadow can offer the best protection, and when you truly take flight, this mere shadow will be cast beneath your feet. Zack departed. Rosie exhaled deeply, quietly seated in her chair, gazing at her reflection in the mirror. She was young, beautiful, and resplendent. The nobility inherited from her bloodline rendered her incomparable. Aside from the emperor, all others must bow before her. Yes, all except the emperor. Unless, of course, the emperor is her son. Can what you speak of truly be realized? Rosie inquired, addressing the maid who had just departed. The maid returned slowly, her skin having become gaunt, her eyes ablaze like flickering flames, two orbs of energy orbiting her. Indeed, esteemed queen, I swear upon my soul that all shall come to fruition, the ancient lich. Imendura bowed gently, then vanished into a shroud of gray mist. Rosie felt a wave of relief wash over her. In the past, whenever she faced this enigmatic lich, an inexplicable tension would seize her, akin to how a docile antelope fears a fierce lion, even if the lion harbors no intention to harm. Yet now, the dynamic had shifted. Once the lion became an ally, everything would transform. Rosie was confident that within this nation, no one could rival Imendura. Even if there were, those individuals lacked the time to concern themselves with such trivial matters. Her sole duty was to nurture her son, allowing him to develop into a capable individual, a future emperor. At that time, she would truly become the most powerful person in the realm. Greed, insatiable greed. In the ancient Lich's underground laboratory, a new crystal orb displayed the visage of the queen. Without needing to speculate, Imendura could ascertain her thoughts. Humanity, in its essence, is perpetually greedy. Greedy for wealth, for power, for strength, for affection. The affluent yearn to amass more riches, the healthy wish for greater vigor, the cherished desire to be even more adored. What distinguishes civilized humans from beasts? Strip away the veneer of ethics, and we are merely a pack of beasts. Imendura's withered fingers glided across the orb's surface, countless faces and myriad emotions materializing one after another. Yet soon, this would all become history. Everyone would kneel at my feet, becoming my subservients. In your hearts, there shall be no place for wealth, power, or familial bonds. Your sole purpose for existence will be to sustain your master and please him. And you shall deem this as a matter of course. I shall tame you, just as you transformed wolves into dogs thousands of years ago. The ancient Lich extinguished the orb with a wave of his hand. He summoned the gateway to the stars, arriving at a desolate planet. The various organs scattered within the craters had now assembled in an orderly fashion. Although distorted, they were connected. However, these organs did not seem to function in harmony, but rather appeared to be devouring one another. Incessantly attempting to consume their counterparts, I have waited for 10 years, and in another 8, all shall commence. Everything is within my grasp. Chapter 15. The bookshelf. Leo returned to the Eastern Palace, near the small garden's pond, where Loria sat with her back to him, skillfully tossing fragments of meat into the water. The pond erupted with the sounds of large fish competing for the morsels. A small black cat nimbly leaped from Leo's shoulder and scurried to Loria's side. The young mother turned her head, extending her hand for the cat to climb onto her shoulder. The cat's paws seemed to leave no trace of dirt upon Loria's sleeve. "Good girl, Lingling," Loria cooed, scratching the kitten's chin as it squinted its eyes, purring contentedly. "Mother," Leo greeted, bowing slightly before joining Loria in the pond. Two excessively large koi swam restlessly near the edge, eyeing a nearby bucket brimming with meat. "Today, I prepared pumpkin soup. Yesterday, a merchant from the Wood Nation delivered some giant-eared beasts, and the royal chef created delectable pastries." Loria tidied Leo's hair before taking his hand and leading him towards the main hall. Suddenly, from the depths of the pond, a colossal tentacle emerged, knocking the meat-filled bucket into the water, followed by the immediate thrashing of two massive, menacing figures. Loria turned curiously, observing the water's surface, which was splattered with various droplets. Yet the pond remained eerily calm, as if nothing had occurred. "Oh, not act mischievously," Loria admonished, though it was unclear to whom she was speaking. Beneath the water's surface, the two fearsome heads nodded in unison before exchanging fierce glares. After lunch, Leo routinely made his way to the library. Over the span of 10 years, he had perused through 3 entire floors of tomes. This pace of study filled the library's head, the venerable scholar, Mr. Odescu, with immense satisfaction. Regardless of the external rumors, the Crown Prince was indeed an exceptionally diligent learner. If one could maintain such dedication for a day or two, it might be deemed mere pretense. But for a child who had persevered for a decade, even the most skeptical could only regard him with admiration. "Good afternoon, Mr. Odescu," Leo said, noticing the librarian's gaze upon him. He offered a casual greeting as he proceeded to his stack of books on the 4th floor. For 10 years, he had maintained this habit, gathering all the books that piqued his interest, returning one to its place after reading half in a decade's time. The arrangement of these books had never faltered. "Good afternoon, Your Highness Leo. How goes your grand conquest of the library?" The elder stroked his beard, smiling at the boy's typically stoic expression. "Not very smoothly. Some concepts I can remember, yet I remain unable to comprehend them fully. Even after 5 years, no matter how precise the calculations, I cannot arrive at a definitive answer." Leo halted, turning to look at the elder. Loria had once advised Leo to consult this elder whenever he encountered difficulties. Odescu could be regarded as the most knowledgeable individual in the nation, and few in this world could rival his intellect. The emperor, in recognition of Odescu's academic contributions, had bestowed upon him numerous treasures. Yet, he ultimately requested that the emperor allow him to be buried beneath the tree in front of the library upon his death. However, how could the emperor permit such a significant figure to perish? Thus, the emperor acquired a feather from a phoenix on a distant island at an exorbitant price and presented it to him. As long as he possessed this feather, Odescu would never age further. Unless the phoenix underwent its rebirth. But that was a distant future. In truth, knowledge is a process of reception and practice. Some things, even if known, may not be understood. For instance, many in the Flame Empire have never seen snow. We only know that it is crystalline ice falling from the sky. Once, we were besieged by hail, and many believed it to be snow, even prompting some scholars to question all beautiful descriptions of snow. It was only when someone who had witnessed snow stepped forward to clarify that the farce truly came to an end. The elder lifted his cup of tea, sipping the dark, rich brew. Thus, if you find yourself unaware, fret not. As long as you possess a heart that seeks the truth, you shall ultimately attain it. Leo, often lacking expression, exhibited no outward signs of his thoughts. However, the elder firmly believed that this child was far more intelligent than he let on. Excluding the chilling brutality that lay within him, he seemed destined to become a remarkable emperor. Leo chose not to delve deeper into the matter, quietly ascending to the 4th floor of the library. In this place, aside from a few scholars, only the offspring of high-ranking officials and ministers are permitted entry. However, they seldom, like Leo, genuinely engage in studying. Rather, they tend to squander their time here. Upon seeing Leo's arrival, many feigned smiles appeared, yet none dared to approach this prince, as even uttering a single word to him would require immense fortitude. Nonetheless, today shall witness an exception. The 4th floor of the library houses tomes pertaining to military, political, and historical subjects, and aside from researchers, few linger here, rendering it arguably the most tranquil area of the entire library. Yet today, Leo's pile of books was preemptively occupied by someone. She was a young girl, perhaps 17 or 18, with short brown hair, clad in a men's shirt and a neatly tailored leather jacket, her long boots discarded to the side, sitting barefoot atop the stack of books. A small dagger hung at her waist, its handle adorned with a transparent gem, which she absent-mindedly caressed while engrossed in her reading. Leo seemed oblivious to her presence as he climbed the stack, precisely locating the unfinished book and flipping to the last page he had read. "Oh, hello. Is this your territory?" The girl smiled, setting her book aside and turning her head to greet Leo. He raised his gaze, aligning it parallel to her neck, through which he could see a small pendant resting there. Noticing Leo's silence as he merely stared at her collar, she instinctively looked down, confirming that there was nothing amiss. She chuckled softly to herself, aware of her beauty but questioning whether a 10-year-old child could harbor any inappropriate thoughts. Chapter 16. Light and Shadow. "You are a relative of Patrick," Leo stated. "Indeed, I am his granddaughter. My name is Freya." "And you, young man?" Freya inquired, gently ruffling his hair. Yet Leo remained mute, extracting a few more books before departing the stack without a word. Leaving her wondering where he had gone at that moment, another girl timidly peeked out from beside a bookshelf. She approached Freya at a snail's pace, ensuring that Leo had indeed left before collapsing onto the pile of books. Utterly drained. "What's wrong, Amel?" Freya asked, pulling her friend up, only to discover that Amel was drenched in sweat. "And you ask me what's wrong? You are truly audacious. How dare you touch his head?" Amel gasped. "His head? Does it possess poison?" Freya swiftly checked her hands. "It's not poisonous." Amel shot her a fierce glare. "Do you recall the ruthless prince I once mentioned?" "Of course. What about him?" "That's him." "No way. Is there anyone else who would dare pile such precious tomes in the royal library?" Amel exclaimed, snatching a thin booklet and waving it emphatically. "He doesn't seem that terrifying, just a rather simple-minded child." Freya remained somewhat skeptical. "You've been at the border, so you wouldn't know. But in this palace, who isn't aware of the prince's fearsome reputation? The empress suffered greatly at his hands. He single-handedly beheaded 3 maids, leaving the empress weeping before the emperor, who could only confine his nurse temporarily. But we both understand that the emperor wouldn't take further action against her. Yet, look at the prince. He boldly charged into the temple of the flame goddess. Who would believe such a tale?" Amel endeavored to keep her voice down, though her agitation was palpable. Fortunately, The fourth floor was devoid of any other visitors, allowing her to speak freely. This was how it should have been. However, today, an additional visitor graced the premises. The second prince, Zack. Today, Zack had acquired a wealth of fascinating knowledge from the ancient sorcerer, as Leo had not appeared before the old lich for quite some time. Allowing Zack to receive more meticulous guidance, the ancient sorcerer's teachings were lively and engaging, effectively drawing one into the process of learning. The task assigned to Zack was to research a particular historical battle on the fourth floor of the library. A seemingly straightforward assignment. In fact, Zack had completed this task merely minutes prior, taking a brief respite with a book in his arms when he overheard the preceding conversation. Every word was unguarded. Filled with the girl's admiration for Leo and disdain for the Empress, Zack felt an inexplicable surge of anger. Memories from his childhood resurfaced vividly, some events becoming increasingly clear with the passage of time. He struggled to suppress his fury, attempting to smooth his breathing, forcing his heavy footsteps to lighten as he sought to regain his usual composure. He silently committed everything to memory, waiting patiently. He was still young, and time was in abundance. Leo turned past several rows of bookshelves, arriving at a shadowy corner where he leaned against the wall. Suddenly, the shadow beside him rippled, revealing an elven visage emerging from the darkness. "Master," the elf said, bowing respectfully. "The extinguisher." "Indeed, master." The elf lowered its bow even further. "Annihilate." "Your wish is my command." The elf retreated back into the shadows. The air was left devoid of any remnants, and throughout it all, Leo never once raised his head to acknowledge, as if nothing had transpired. A week later, on a particular morning, the emperor had just awakened from slumber, having yet to savor his breakfast, when envoys from the water, wood, and earth kingdoms arrived at the palace, simultaneously requesting an audience with him. Their claim: the Fire Kingdom had orchestrated and executed a horrifying assassination within their territories. "This is slander, a filthy accusation," the emperor bellowed, smashing an exquisite platter beneath his feet. "Do not ruin my morning mood." No one possesses a favorable demeanor under such circumstances, especially when faced with baseless allegations. Consequently, the emperor kept the three diplomats waiting until nearly noon before making an appearance. The ensuing discussions were fraught with heated exchanges, their quarrels echoing beyond the palace walls. On a quiet night, half the imperial city might have heard them. Ultimately, in a fit of rage, the emperor administered 10 lashes to each of them before casting them from the palace. While some citizens who caught wind of the event deemed the emperor's actions entirely justified, he himself remained uncertain. For in his possession lay a list of names that seemed eerily familiar. Just days prior, he had encountered nearly identical names. All those listed had joined an organization suspected of threatening the Flame Empire, known as the Extinguishers. At that moment, Leo's ominous suggestion reverberated in his mind: annihilate. Sitting upon his throne, the emperor felt a wave of headache wash over him as he rubbed his temples. "Patrick, bring Leo to me." "Yes, your majesty." "Wait. Find Zack and bring him along as well." "Understood." Though the palace was vast, locating two 10-year-olds was no daunting task for Patrick, especially when both happened to be in the library, merely separated by a single bookshelf. When the old steward discovered Leo and Zack, they were seated back to back, each engrossed in their respective books. Sunlight streamed in Zack's direction, casting a halo around him, while the towering bookshelf blocked all illumination, enveloping the area behind it in darkness. Only occasional beams of light filtered through the gaps between the books. Landing close to Leo, which he deftly evaded in the gloom, the faint golden glimmer in his eyes flickered intermittently. Patrick stood between the shelves, the contrasting environments serving as a perfect reflection of the two children's inner worlds, one bright and cheerful, the other shadowy and brooding. Once inseparable in their youth, they now sat merely a shelf apart, yet it felt as though an insurmountable distance lay between them. Chapter 17. Mosquitoes. When Patrick called for the two children, Zack finally realized that his brother had been behind him all along. With a warm smile reminiscent of sunlight, he greeted Leo and affectionately addressed Patrick as Sir. Leo glanced at Zack, then at the old steward, understanding this as a form of acknowledgement. Zack was puzzled as to why the emperor had summoned them both. As mere 10-year-olds, they should not bear any significant responsibilities. Thus, he approached the study with an air of ease. However, upon examining the documents laid out on the table, he quickly grasped the astonishing developments that had transpired in the brief span of a week. His immediate reaction mirrored that of the Emperor. "Brother," Zack softly called, handing the documents to Leo. Leo accepted the protest letter co-signed by representatives from the three kingdoms, swiftly flipping through the 30 pages in 10 seconds. Then he raised his gaze. Looking questioningly at the Emperor, "Leo, you have truly accomplished something remarkable," the Emperor remarked, uncertain whether to express anger or something else entirely. This matter undoubtedly pertains to Leo. However, throughout this week, Leo has remained within the imperial city without departing. This implies that he must have commanded others to act on his behalf. Yet, who would heed the words of a mere 10-year-old child? The Extinguishers organization is replete with skilled individuals, one of whom is said to have entered the realm of legend. Yet they all fell victim to a single swift strike to the head. Autopsy results revealed that their skulls instantaneously transformed into solid matter, as unyielding as stone. Few possess the capability to achieve such a feat. And among those, how many would be acquainted with Leo and willing to obey him? A significant matter. What could it be? Confusion deepened on Leo's face, a rare expression of emotion he could articulate. Just 2 years prior, he had struggled to convey his thoughts without the use of words. "Do not tell me this was not your doing," the Emperor exclaimed, tapping his fingers against the table. Each encounter with Leo left him feeling utterly powerless. "What is it?" "Oh, goddess above." The Emperor suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to overturn the table but forced himself to regain composure, fixing his gaze on Leo's eyes and enunciating each word. "The Extinguishers, that organization hostile towards our nation, has been nearly annihilated overnight. Are you aware of this?" "Yes, I am aware." "Who is responsible?" "It was evident that Leo had no intention of concealing the truth." "Then why did you claim ignorance just now?" Zack inquired anxiously beside Leo. "I am uncertain which matter you refer to, for you are discussing a significant event, yet I do not perceive it as such." Leo replied, "The emperors of the three kingdoms are on the verge of madness. If this is not a significant matter, then enlighten me. What constitutes a significant event?" The emperor chuckled in disbelief, astonished that his son, this mere 10-year-old child, possessed such a sense of humor. "A significant matter?" Leo furrowed his brow. "A rare occurrence. In 8 years, I will reach adulthood. Time passes far more swiftly than I had anticipated. The brevity of human life is astonishing. Yet within this fleeting existence, extraordinary miracles can be wrought. And yet I have yet to discover my own miracle." Leo's words left the three individuals present at a loss for words, exchanging bewildered glances. Neither Zack, Patrick, nor the Emperor grasped the essence of what Leo was articulating. Fortunately, they had grown accustomed to Leo's peculiarities, for it was only Loria who could engage in a coherent dialogue with him. "Who executed this task? Do not tell me it was you alone." The Emperor's curiosity was piqued regarding the individual who assisted Leo. "Indeed, it was Mosquito," Leo replied. "Who?" The Emperor wondered if he had misheard. "Mosquito," Leo reiterated. "Mosquito?" The Emperor was perplexed. What did this mean? Who was this so-called Mosquito? Was it a powerful dark organization? Wait a moment, Mosquito. Could it possibly be that Mosquito? Patrick suddenly recalled something. That Mosquito? The Emperor paused. Then seemed to have a revelation, his face paling in shocked. In this world, there exist clandestine organizations operating in the shadows. They lack any moral compass. As long as one can afford sufficient remuneration, they will undertake any task, no matter how sordid or unscrupulous. However, among them lies a unique organization with a rather intriguing name. Insect Paradise, IT, is an infamous entity that has caused many restless nights for countless individuals. They specialize in assassination, employing exceptionally refined methods. Legend has it that every member of this organization possesses formidable strength, derived from their connections with various non-human entities, be they travelers, ancient gods, old-world deities, or other beings. As long as they can provide power, these individuals will worship them. Their code names are equally simple: stag beetle, spider, fly, mosquito, flea. The smaller the insect, the greater the power it represents. However, it is said that long ago, a shocking internal conflict erupted within this organization, as the powers they revered clashed horrifically, affecting their beneficiaries as well. Consequently, the second in command, Mosquito, departed and has been untraceable since. According to some witnesses, Mosquito does not deliberately conceal his appearance and is indifferent to being seen. as he possesses the ability to shapeshift, easily disguising himself as anyone. However, some rumors suggest that Mosquito's true form is that of a dark elf, a title synonymous with assassination. Such a dangerous figure now appears here? It defies reason. Where is he now? Patrick inquired, needing to ascertain the other's whereabouts. If Mosquito intended to use Leo to assassinate the Emperor, he would need to seek the assistance of Amandella. Otherwise, how could one possibly thwart the infiltration of such a superlative assassin? I do not know, Leo replied succinctly. Then how do you communicate with him? Why would I need to communicate with him? If you do not communicate with him, how do you assign him tasks? Patrick patiently explained, knowing that conversations with Leo often led to such impasses. I do not require communication with him. All right then, if I wish to meet him, what should I do? Patrick finally discerned the technique for conversing with Leo, cut the preamble, and directly convey the desired outcome. In fact, his approach proved correct. Mosquito, Leo called out softly, "Yes, my master." With a soft thud, the aged wooden floor creaked as a young and handsome white elf stepped forward, positioning himself behind Leo. Chapter 18. Old acquaintances. Patrick was taken aback. When had he entered? The Emperor's study was fortified with the most stringent security measures, personally established by Amandella. Anyone entering without permission would be harmed by the backlash of the protective forces. Yet here stood the elf, head bowed, in the most respectful manner behind Leo. This was far too perilous. Patrick wiped the sweat from his brow and glanced at the Emperor, who appeared utterly perplexed. Mosquito, sir. The Emperor felt the name lacked gravitas, yet no one dared to laugh. Indeed, Your Majesty, Mosquito replied, lifting his gaze and performing a slight, gentlemanly bow. May I inquire, what is it you seek? The Emperor was uncertain how to pose his question. After all, given Mosquito's prowess, it seemed absurd for him to serve a 10-year-old prince. Rest assured, Your Majesty. Although I am still referred to as Mosquito, at this moment, I am merely an ordinary servant attending to His Highness Leo. I vow with my life and soul to remain utterly loyal to His Highness, executing his commands even at the cost of my life. The words were accompanied by a benevolent smile, combined with his handsome visage, lending him an air of persuasiveness. Pray tell, how did you come to know Leo? The Emperor's courage had somewhat increased. Facing a legendary assassin, he had no recourse should the latter harbor ill intentions. Yet, since he had sworn an oath, the matter should be credible. This matter is exceedingly complex and cannot be elucidated in brief. However, I can assure you it is neither a secret nor difficult to comprehend. It merely pertains to issues of faith, Mosquito replied, still smiling as he retreated into the shadows. This time, both the Emperor and Patrick recognized his presence. However, should their gazes shift from that spot, they would remain oblivious to the fact that another person stood there. Suddenly, the door burst open, the barrier flickering with arcs of electricity as the ancient Lich Amandella materialized from outside. He first cast a glance at Leo, then at the Emperor, finding no anomalies, Your Majesty. I just sensed someone utilizing dimensional techniques to breach my defenses. Amandella's eyes flickered with caution, their soul flames glowing a vigilant yellow as he scanned the room. Instantly, he spotted Mosquito standing behind Leo. Step forward, two magical orbs flew forth alongside Amandella. Please remain calm, Amandella. I am not an enemy. Mosquito emerged from the shadows with an air of nonchalance, hands raised to indicate he posed no threat. The magical orbs halted just before colliding with Mosquito's head, and the flames in the Lich's eyes swiftly shifted to our "It is you?" The tone of the Lich was one of astonishment, clearly indicating a prior acquaintance. 80 years since we last met. You appear much leaner. Mosquito chuckled, jesting about the ancient Lich, and you, by contrast, seem significantly paler, the Lich replied, his face devoid of muscle, yet the humor was even colder than Mosquito's. Ha ha ha. Both individuals laughed in a peculiar atmosphere, leaving the Emperor and Patrick exchanging glances, pondering whether there was some inexplicable secret between them. Regardless of who commissioned you, you know I shall not permit you to succeed. The laughter faded from Amandella's voice, replaced by a frigid tone. It appeared that despite their prior acquaintance, their relationship was undoubtedly strained. Before the Mosquito could utter a word, Leo had already risen from his seat, traversing the path of the ancient Lich and departing the study. The arcs of electricity that radiated from the door seemed to part in deference as he passed through. Clearly, the matter at hand was far from what one might envision. It would do well for you to replenish the parched faculties of your mind, for contemplating such complexities is altogether too daunting for you. The mosquito shook its head, its form growing increasingly insubstantial until it ultimately vanished into the air. The two orbs of magic belonging to Amindra collided, unleashing an energy that instantaneously obliterated everything within a 3-meter radius, leaving behind a charred circular pit in the floor and reducing the desk to mere splinters. Damn it! Amindra's furious fist struck the wall, penetrating the rocky surface and leaving a gaping hole. The enraged ancient lich vented his ire within the Emperor's study, while the Emperor and Patrick could only watch helplessly. Powerless to intervene, it was only when he regained a modicum of composure that he employed a restoration spell, returning all that had been disrupted in the room to its former state. For reasons unknown, I cannot shake the feeling that we are the ones utterly oblivious to the unfolding events. The old attendant Patrick remarked with a wry smile to the Emperor, who nodded gravely in agreement. His expression tinged with profound resignation. With their whereabouts having been discovered, the mosquito ceased to lurk in the shadows, following Leo closely from that day forth. Wherever the prince went, there too went the mosquito. The sudden appearance of such a handsome elven figure within the palace sparked an unprecedented level of attention among the maidens, who openly and covertly expressed their fascination. It was not uncommon for a prince to have a bodyguard. Yet the disparity in demeanor between the Prince Leo and his elven guardian was striking. Prince Leo was known for his aloofness, engaging in normal discourse with no one but Loria. Conversely, the elven bodyguard was not only strikingly handsome but also possessed a genial and courteous nature, easily establishing rapport with anyone he encountered, leading some maidens to dream of a deeper connection with him. However, it seemed the elven guardian had no such intentions. The Star Observatory, a structure erected by the Astronomers' Guild across various nations, stood as an imposing edifice atop the highest peak of the imperial city. This vast black structure, constructed from black rock, rose 30 stories high, its creation spanning the reign of 2 emperors, and could accommodate 300 individuals in their daily lives. During thunderstorms, the sight of lightning striking the observatory was among the most magnificent spectacles of the imperial city. Since the last incident involving the fall of the Great Purple Star, Loria had not laid eyes upon the elder of the observatory. Following the fall, it was said that the observatory had toiled for over a year, collecting numerous shards of purple crystal at the impact site, only for these fragments to mysteriously vanish overnight. This led to the observatory's overseer erupting in fury, though there was little that could be done, as such celestial phenomena were often fraught with complications. Nonetheless, the rules of the observatory had tightened significantly overnight, forbidding astronomers from freely performing for the nobility. The significance of the observatory could not be quantified in monetary terms, as it failed to yield direct benefits to the state. It generated no economic revenue, did not bolster military strength, nor did it enhance societal productivity. Rather, the observatory required substantial funding from the treasury each year to compensate the astronomers. It was well known that few astronomers lived beyond the age of 60. In a world where the average life expectancy exceeded 120 years, astronomers devoted half their lives behind telescopes. Thus, the royal family would periodically extend their gratitude to these individuals. For the industry's rules dictated that it might take a century to yield results, yet once achieved, such results could benefit generations. In the wake of the Great Purple Star incident, Inc., who had previously held a modest reputation among astronomers, was officially appointed as the head of the 6th floor of the observatory. His primary focus was the exploration of the composition of divine power within meteorites and the potential for its utilization. Due to his newfound connections with the royal family, he was specifically designated to host the Emperor's visit. Under Enk's guidance, the Emperor, accompanied by his family, Crown Prince Leo, Nurse Loria, Second Prince Zach, and the Empress Rosie, along with a retinue of attendants, stepped into this seemingly enigmatic structure. Within, the air was thick with a pungent aroma, as disheveled researchers hurriedly traversed the space, their garments stained with an array of colors, some bearing the hues of ink, others the shades of various potions. In contrast, Enk appeared remarkably tidy, though he candidly confessed to the assembly that he had soaked in a bath for 2 hours and used 3 kilograms of petals to dispel the peculiar scent clinging to him. The Emperor's arrival allowed the researchers to momentarily set aside their tasks and gather before him. As customary, the Emperor offered words of encouragement, though their significance paled in comparison to the tangible reward of a pouch of gold coins. Nevertheless, this gesture filled the enthusiasts with joy, and they eagerly pledged to work diligently for the Emperor's sake. However, Leo's thoughts were elsewhere. Loria observed that upon entering the observatory, his grip on her hand tightened considerably. A sign of unusual anxiety for him. It seemed that something was persistently drawing his attention, and he frequently leaned in as if to listen intently. "What is it?" Loria inquired softly. "There is something here." "It may pose a danger," Leo replied. "Something?" Loria scanned the surroundings. "I too sense a lingering hostility encircling us." Levi removed her glasses, her violet eyes scanning every corner of the space. "Where is Mr. Mosquito?" Loria whispered. "Having not seen him since they entered. Given his divine favor, there are too many elements connected to the gods here, rendering him unable to enter," Levi explained. "Perhaps we should leave this place at once?" Loria suggested, reasoning that any situation fraught with peril should be avoided, even if it stemmed from mere suspicion. "I concur," Levi said, glancing at the open door before turning back. "I fear that may not be feasible." "We cannot exit." Levi's fingers delicately kneaded together, and from her fingertips sprouted a violet crystal. She quietly flicked it towards the door, but just as the crystal was about to make contact, a bolt of gray lightning descended from above, obliterating the violet crystal in midair. Void lightning. Someone within the observatory is conducting a sacrificial rite, transforming the entire structure into an altar. No one can leave. Levi stated. There are two possibilities. Either they wish to eliminate someone, likely the Emperor or Leo, or they intend to summon something through sacrifice. Regardless of whether it be a traveler, an ancient god, or even a celestial deity, none would respond to a sacrificial summons. The only conceivable recipients would be aberrant beasts, those frenzied creatures dwelling within the starry expanse, easily lured by the allure of bloodshed. At this point, Levi paused, a smile gracing her features as she adjusted her glasses. If that is the case, the individual orchestrating this sacrifice is likely nearing their end. Our only hope is that they do not summon a creature of overwhelming power, or the observatory shall indeed become a scene of chaos. Upon hearing this, Loria's immediate instinct was to inform the Emperor, yet Leo intervened. Loria could sense Leo's disdain for the Emperor, yet he was still his father. How could he stand idly by as his father faced danger? "Do you not understand?" Levi followed closely behind Loria, speaking softly. "The one who descends, wielding unnatural powers, shall inevitably be subjected to extraordinary constraints. They may slay millions, yet blood kin remains untouchable. Should he desire the Emperor's demise, he cannot act directly, but must rely on serendipitous circumstances." Levi's words left Loria momentarily speechless. She paused, crouching down to meet Leo's gaze. "Tell me, mother, is this true?" Loria's tone took on an unusual seriousness. "Yes," Leo affirmed. "This is wrong," Loria insisted. "Why?" "Because he is your father. And so what? Even if you despise him for having slain your mother, he remains your father. That was merely an unfortunate accident. He loves you, and has done everything within his power as a father to ensure your happiness, so, therefore, you must never harm him." "Why?" Loria realized for the first time that she was unable to communicate with Leo. In the past, she had always supported and protected him in all his endeavors. However, this time was different. He harbored an extreme desire to commit patricide, which she could not allow. After spending 10 years in the palace, she knew the Emperor to be a good ruler and a caring father. Even if he had erred, he did not deserve judgment at this moment. "Listen, I do not understand your unwavering conviction, but I absolutely will not permit this to occur," Loria declared, striding directly toward Patrick, the Emperor's old attendant. "I sense a fissure forming. Is your sanctuary destined to end here?" Lai Wei's face broke into a faint smile, a subtle joy swelling within her at the prospect of dismantling anything that Leo had orchestrated. No, Leo turned back, gazing at Lai Wei. His rigid visage quivered slightly, and then a faint smile gradually emerged. "This is precisely what I required. You can smile. You are capable of expressing joy. What is this?" Lai Wei found herself perplexed, contemplating myriad possibilities. Suddenly, it dawned upon her that she had underestimated the complexity of the situation. She had just thwarted his plans, completely eluding his grasp, and had effortlessly altered his trajectory. "Oh, my heavens! I comprehend now. She possesses the ability to interfere with divine power. Only she has the capability to meddle with such forces. You monstrous being, you terrifying creature, how could you dare to entrust your very existence to such an emotionally volatile girl? Lai Wei could no longer maintain her composure and restraint. She felt as if she were on the brink of madness. With unprecedented events unfolding before her, even casting doubt upon her own reasoning. Chapter 20. The life entruster I entrust my life to her, thus I place my faith in her. Should she desire, I would return my life to her. Leo suddenly leaned closer to Lai Wei's ear, whispering softly to be why then, it seems, you will have completely exhausted your patience. Perhaps, bereft of guidance, you will obliterate even this universe. Lai Wei sighed deeply and then approached Lolia. From this moment forth, she truly recognized the chasm separating her from Leo. She understood that she could likely never return to the past, for she was not merely safeguarding Lolia. Perhaps she was also protecting her own future. In light of such alarming developments, Lolia did not directly seek the emperor. Instead, she turned to the elderly attendant, and there was a rationale behind this choice. After all, Patrick shared a closer bond with Leo than with the emperor, and he would likely be more inclined to believe such claims. Indeed, when Lolia briefly recounted the recent events, the elderly attendant promptly reported the matter to the emperor. Naturally, he refrained from disclosing that it was Leo who had sensed the disturbance. He merely stated that he suspected an extremely perilous sacrificial ritual was underway. This suspicion was not unfounded, as researchers frequently conducted rituals within the astral tower. They were constantly interacting with various extraterrestrial entities, and ritualistic practices served as the simplest and most effective means of engagement. Thus, the emperor did not take the matter too seriously, and neither did Ankh, who considered it trivial. However, they would soon realize the magnitude of their error. The astral tower's structure was a central spiral formation. Aside from the grand hall on the lowest level, all other rooms were arranged around the spiral staircase. Just as Ankh was about to describe to the emperor the safety of their rituals, a series of slick, crashing sounds brought everyone to an abrupt halt, as if originating from the very apex of the tower and cascading downward. Patrick stealthily approached the emperor's side, his fists clenched tightly. Lolia returned to Leo's side, enveloping him in her embrace. The sound of slick objects colliding with the metal railings grew increasingly pronounced, and at last, they realized that the noise emanated from the spiral staircase. A researcher, mustering his courage, approached the staircase well, glancing upward, only to have a drop of viscous liquid fall into his eye. He reached up to wipe it away, and at that moment, a flayed corpse plummeted from the staircase, crashing down upon him. When the researcher beheld the body upon him, he could only scream before losing consciousness entirely. At that moment, the grand hall was so silent that only heavy breaths could be heard, as some researchers cautiously approached the corpse, attempting to revive the unfortunate soul who had fainted. Just then, the flayed body suddenly convulsed violently, blood erupting from its muscles and splattering onto the unconscious researcher. The blood, as if animated by its own will, seeped into the researcher's eyes, ears, nostrils, and mouth. Before long, the surrounding blood vanished without a trace. Yet, this was far from the conclusion of the ordeal. The previously unconscious researcher suddenly shoved the flayed corpse aside. Trembling as he stood, his eyes tightly shut, beneath his skin countless tiny creatures writhed. His body began to swell, dark red blood oozing from his mouth and nostrils. He extended his arms, advancing step by step towards the crowd. It turned out that this sacrificial offering was for the blood giant. Who could be such a fool to provoke such a ghastly creature? Lai Wei cursed under her breath, pulling Lolia backward. The blood giant? Lolia appeared confused, for this was the first time she had heard such a name. There was no time for a detailed explanation. All she needed to grasp was that it was a creature of extreme mental and physical distortion. However, given the nature of this beast, it seemed unlikely that today's events would conclude easily. Lai Wei sighed as a spindle-shaped crystal sprouted in her palm. The researcher continued to swell, becoming grotesquely bloated. His skin filled with blood, the light even revealing the crimson hue beneath his flesh. With each laborious step he took, the blood encased within his skin emitted a disconcerting sound, akin to a water-filled bladder. Yet this bladder was perilously dangerous. "Everyone, evacuate immediately!" Patrick shouted, realizing the situation had spiraled beyond his control. those foolish researchers continued to linger, oblivious to the peril they faced. Only then did the researchers awaken to the gravity of their predicament, chaotically rushing toward their respective chambers, only to discover, in their terror, that despite the doors being wide open, none could enter. The situation grew direr. The structure of the astral tower was far too coincidental, perfectly satisfying the requirements for any entity's descent. Should the blood giant impulsively choose to descend and wreak havoc here, unless the national goddess intervened personally, the royal city could transform into a dead realm overnight. Lai Wei mused cynically. How can we prevent it? Lilia squatted down and inquired of Lai Wei. Not even entertain the thought, Lai Wei replied, casting a glance at Lilia. The strength of the blood giant does not fall short of my own. If we are to measure destructive capability, even amidst the stars, I might not be his equal, let alone now when I am merely a fragment of my former self. Is that so? Lilia fell silent, tightly clutching Leo's hand, lost in thought. We can stop him, Leo suddenly interjected. What? Lilia exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise. Given that the ritual was not formally conducted, the descent, even if it were to occur, would be considerably gradual. If we can interrupt this ritual, nothing will transpire. The crux lies in the location of the sacrificial offering. Leo lifted his gaze, fixing it on a distant point. Lilia also looked up. Although she saw nothing, a name still flickered in her mind. The tower's summit. Lilia swiftly hoisted Leo into her arms and dashed towards the staircase entrance. Though Leo was now 10 years old, to Lilia, he felt as weightless as a feather. Witnessing Lilia's actions, Lai Wei leaped forward, racing ahead of them. What are you doing? Come back, the emperor shouted, nearly losing his composure. He even surged forward, attempting to intercept the mother and son duo. Your Majesty, Patrick grasped the emperor's shoulder, pulling him back, the force nearly dislocating the emperor's shoulder in the hurried motion. Prepare to defend against liquid assaults. A shallow blue force field materialized before Patrick. Just as the grotesque, swollen mass reached its limit, boom. An explosion erupted, accompanied by screams. Chapter 21. A great calamity. The air was thick with blood mist, staining everything around it crimson. The ceiling, the walls, the floor. Viscous blood trickled down the force field, transforming the surroundings into a blood-soaked landscape, including the researchers who had been unable to escape. After the explosion, the swollen mass became a flayed corpse. It raised its hand in confusion, examining its own muscle fibers as its teeth elongated and sharpened. Razor-sharp claws sprouted from its fingertips, spikes erupted from its vertebrae, and wings unfurled from its back. It had transformed into a monster. Yet, this was still not the end. All those tainted by blood collapsed to the ground, their skin gradually becoming bloated, dark red blood writhing beneath the surface. Leo, Lilia, the emperor shouted, yet he could not discern their whereabouts. Rest assured, Your Majesty. They have safely departed moments ago, Patrick reassured him. Just as the explosion occurred, he had witnessed a massive purple crystal shield enveloping the three of them, whisking them away from the hall. At such a moment, what could they possibly be doing? Could he still wish to play the savior-esque game? The emperor fretted. Despite believing Leo to be the bearer of divine fragments, he did not envision a child able to confront a divine descent event. Not at this moment. At least, though I cannot articulate it precisely, I believe that every action taken by His Highness Leo is never without purpose. If he has chosen this course, there must be a reason behind it. Let us trust in him for now. The old attendant gazed at the entrance of the spiral staircase, yet he was acutely aware that, even if trust in him faltered at this moment, what could be done? Two flayed corpses had transformed into monstrous beings, shrieking as they surged toward their surroundings, appearing to discern no distinction between friend and foe. The swollen skins became their primary targets. As they had yet to reach their maximum expansion, these skins were effortlessly torn apart beneath the monster's razor-sharp claws. Even so, explosions ensued repeatedly, with more blood spilling onto the ground. Patrick extended his arms, maintaining the protective shield as he slowly advanced forward, the plasma being pushed aside in front, only to coalesce behind him. However, just as they began to move, the flayed creatures abruptly abandoned their pursuit of the inflating skins and charged toward the crowd. Your Majesty, Patrick had to sustain the defensive liquid force field, a barrier ineffective against ordinary physical assaults. Defend against physical attacks. Bang! crack. A cacophony akin to nails scraping glass erupted as the claws of two monsters struck the shield. Yet they could not penetrate further. The Emperor exhaled a sigh of relief. While these creatures appeared terrifying, their actual impact was not as formidable as anticipated. After several fruitless attempts, the monsters pivoted once more, making a beeline for the still inflating skins. Yet this time, their intent was not to attack, but to seize the skins and hurl them away, effectively blocking the path to the staircase. Damn it, they possess intelligence. They are not merely monsters, Aang shouted, trembling violently. He had been privy to today's sacrificial rites, conducted only with his consent, yet he had not foreseen such dire consequences. As he beheld the once researchers now huddled together, their bodies grotesquely bloated like pufferfish, he was torn between fear and guilt. Perhaps hearing Aang's words, the flayed creatures charged to the front of the shield, standing before Aang, baring their teeth and emitting a series of strange sounds that seemed mocking. At that moment, those previously torn apart by the two monsters began to revive amidst the pooling blood, transforming into new abominations. West Rosie crouched in terror, clinging desperately to Zack, her nails digging into his skin. But Zack, paralyzed by fear, had forgotten the pain. He shut his eyes tightly, desperately covering his ears in an attempt to escape it all. Just then, the skin at the staircase finally reached its limit, and Patrick retreated with the Emperor, while several guards pulled Rosie and Zack backwards. Terrifying explosions erupted in succession, the thick blood on the ground rising to a height of several centimeters. The observatory's hall lacked any drainage system, and several exits leading outside were blocked by some unseen force. Following the explosions, a dozen new flayed monsters began to assail the shield. The Emperor was no ordinary man, yet faced with such rapid onslaughts, he found himself increasingly strained. At that moment, something plummeted from the spiral staircase shaft, splashing into the blood and drawing the attention of all the monsters. The flayed creatures turned simultaneously, only to discover that it was one of their own kind. Its wings appeared burnt away, and a searing force cleaved it in two, not horizontally but symmetrically down the middle. The monsters gathered around, attempting to submerge the corpse in the pooling blood, but the body slowly dissolved into a mass of pus within their grasp. A collective wail erupted from the flayed monsters as they left two behind to guard the crowd, while the remainder leapt upward, soaring out of the spiral staircase shaft. "It's Leo," the Emperor exclaimed joyfully, his eyes sparkling with the thrill of potential success. This unexpected elation jolted Rosie, who had been trembling. She lifted her head, glancing at the staircase shaft before surveying her surroundings. Then, she released Zack. "Calm down. My child, calm down," Rosie urged, shaking Zack gently to help him recover from his fear. Mother. Tears mingled with snot, rendering Zack unrecognizable as a prince. He bore no difference from an ordinary, frightened child. "Steady yourself. Your brother Leo has gone to confront the monsters. Do you wish for your father to see you like this? Do you want him to think of you as a coward, unworthy of his lineage?" Rosie wiped her tears, striving to maintain the poise of a queen, forcing herself not to think about the monsters screeching behind her. "No, I do not want that." The thought of Leo invigorated Zack. He pulled out a handkerchief and vigorously wiped his face clean of the grime. "Did your teacher, Amindra, give you anything? Anything at all that could help in this situation?" "Teacher?" Zack's eyes lit up as he unfastened a palm-sized badge from his waist, depicting a singular eye amidst numerous tentacles, surrounded by what appeared to be water. "Yesterday in class, the teacher gave me this. He said if I ever faced real danger, I should toss it into water, even if it's just a drop." Zack spoke earnestly. "Your Majesty, did you hear that? Zack has a solution?" Rosie stood up, exclaiming loudly, placing particular emphasis on Zack's name, as if fearing anyone might miss it. Zack raised the badge, presenting it before the Emperor and Patrick. "This is the badge of the water monster Bordeaux," the old attendant exclaimed with delight. "But where is the water here?" The Emperor absent-mindedly scanned the surroundings. "Damn it, there's water everywhere." The Emperor and Patrick nodded in unison as the shield vanished without a trace, and blood surged toward the crowd. "Throw it," the Emperor shouted. "Huh?" Zack was taken aback. "Damn it." West Rosie snatched the badge from Zack's hands and hurled it far away, where it landed in the blood without even splashing. "Defend against liquid attacks. Defend against physical assaults." A hum resonated as the force field reformed, isolating everything beyond it. Yet, at that moment, a guard suddenly cried out. He stomped his feet desperately, as though something were beneath them. The crowd turned to see blood seeping through the seams of his metallic boots. Whoa! Almost everyone instinctively stepped back from him as he attempted to move forward, only to meet the collective refusal in their gazes. "Oh no! Your Majesty, no!" The guard cried out in despair. "I will take care of your family. Go!" The emperor steeled himself, raising a foot, and the guard was kicked into the air. However, he did not land in the blood. Instead, a massive tentacle coiled around him midair, hurling him high above. The tentacle's tip morphed into a gaping maw lined with jagged teeth, swallowing the airborne guard whole, the sound of crunching bones sending chills through everyone present. Initially, the guard screamed, but within mere seconds, his cries fell silent. "Bosrr, car, newer." A deep, eerie sound reverberated through the space, a tremendous pressure descending from above, causing everyone within the force field to buckle and kneel. Meanwhile, the two flayed monsters outside shrieked, their bodies becoming slack and gradually dissolving into pus before the crowd's eyes, vanishing entirely. The blood on the ground grew shallower, slowly converging toward the center of the hall. "Is it over?" Shiho asked tremulously. "Did Leo succeed?" The emperor seemed to inquire of no one in particular. "I cannot say whether he succeeded." Patrick glanced at Ankh, whose expression mirrored his own. "But we have summoned an even greater calamity into this world." Boom! The sturdy floorboards erupted as thick tentacles broke through, heavy rocks crashing down upon them. Chapter 22. "The arrivals you must concentrate, Lolia. You must believe in your power," Lave whispered in Lolia's ear. "Trust in your strength." As the swarm of bloodthirsty insects flew toward her, Lolia suddenly spread her arms wide. A gentle white light erupted around her, causing the insects, each larger than a human fist, to swiftly disintegrate into a flurry of falling petals. "Well done." Lave turned, and a violet specter identical to her raced forward, cleaving a flayed monster in half. "Your power has thoroughly severed the blood's essence from that creature, ensuring it cannot resurrect." Lave flicked her wrist, ensnaring a giant bat with a crystalline rope and pulling it toward herself. Crack! The motion was imperceptible, yet the violet energy blade reduced the bat to fragments. Leo's eyes had completely transformed into gold. As he matured, the golden light within them grew ever more radiant. But Lolia could gaze directly into this golden realm. At that moment, the golden radiance continuously dispelled the surrounding insects. Lolia's purifying power could not be sustained indefinitely. After she unleashed it, Leo had to maintain it for a time. Leo's line of sight does not encompass a full 360 degrees. He is compelled to constantly shift his gaze. Nevertheless, he cannot entirely fend off all the swarming insects. Levi must also lend her assistance. However, in comparison, her efficiency is markedly superior. She wields her lightsaber with great speed, weaving an impenetrable net. While Leo's golden radiance can only repel, her sword net is capable of shredding everything that passes through it, even the stone railings. Lolia exhaled deeply, carefully stepping over the scattered debris. Despite the harsh environment, Leo and Levi were already drenched in blood, their garments marred with wounds, yet she bore no trace of such afflictions. Blood has never dared to stain her, and amidst the overwhelming stench of gore, an elegant fragrance of flowers perpetually surrounded her. She is a being untouched by filth. Just as Lolia intended to cast another purification spell, a series of explosions erupted from below, sending a wave of acrid blood mist surging upwards. With a swift motion, Levi cleaved a skinned creature in two and kicked the remains aside. "If we wish to halt the blood giant, we must act swiftly. That ill-tempered fiend will not wait for us." Levi led the charge. Lolia positioned herself in the middle, with Leo walking alongside her, the trio advancing at a brisk pace toward the pinnacle of the tower. Within the hall, some recently transformed skinned creatures rushed forth, only to be met by a wave of purifying energy. They barely had time to emit a roar of defiance before their wings were incinerated. Then, a purple flash sliced through their bodies, reducing them to fragments. Following this, Leo suddenly halted, peering down the spiral staircase. "What is it?" Levi joined him, glancing downward, but she first surveyed her surroundings with a look of confusion. "The scent of blood is dissipating? Could it be that the ritual has concluded prematurely?" Just as Levi was about to investigate further, a colossal tentacle emerged from below, accompanied by a tremor. Startled, Levi swept her lightsaber across, but that invincible purple light was seized by Leo. The situation below has escalated into something beyond our control. Leo's golden eyes dimmed completely as he approached the wall, gently caressing its surface. Levi, with a hum, the purple radiance effortlessly carved an opening through a foot-thick wall, revealing a cluttered chamber devoid of windows, illuminated only by dim lights scattered in the corners. Inside, several skinned creatures writhed in agony, melting into a grotesque puddle. Perhaps mere moments ago, they had been researchers. Yet now, even their horrific screams failed to evoke any sympathy. By passing through this wall, we can reach the outside. Levi approached the barrier and swung her lightsaber against it. Clang! The metallic clash sounded as the once invincible lightsaber was repelled. However, this strike was not without effect, as the wall bore faint marks from the impact. The newcomers wished to claim this place as their nest? Levi scoffed, stepping back while Lilia also distanced herself slightly. Sora, Nrul. Levi uttered an enigmatic and subtle incantation, her crystal growing larger and expanding, morphing into a grotesque creature behind her. The creature continued to swell, soon filling most of the room. Despite being composed of purple crystal, it appeared exceedingly monstrous, adorned with countless razor-sharp mouths, its crystalline limbs wreaking havoc on its surroundings. Hammer! Karen! Levi commanded, and the creature gaped its enormous maw, another terrifying head emerging from within, splitting open to reveal a blindingly radiant, destructive light. Boom! The shockwave from the explosion reverberated, causing Lolia to shudder. I apologize, Lolia, but none of the gods from outer space are particularly pleasing to the eye. Levi stood before the newly formed gaping hole, extending her hand, though at least it proved useful in critical moments. Lolia smiled and shook her head, grasping Leo's hand before offering her other to Levi. I find them all quite adorable. A low growl echoed from below, causing the entire star observation tower to tremble like a sandcastle in an earthquake, the ground shifting ominously. Hurry! Levi seized Lolia and leaped, but at that instant, countless thick tentacles surged forth from behind. This is bad. Levi swung her lightsaber frantically, but for each tentacle severed, more emerged to pursue them. We must escape. Boom! A gentle white light erupted, and the tentacles disintegrated into petals upon contact with the brilliance, vanishing without a trace. At a howl, the cries from below intensified as more tentacles ascended from underground, scaling the tower, while the solid rock crumbled beneath their assault, as fragile as plaster. Bordeaux is still so impatient. With the slightest call, he seems eager to transport his entire being here. Levi's crystalline wings fluttered gently, carrying them away from the impending collapse of the star observation tower. Wait, have the Emperor and the others not yet emerged? Lolia glanced around, but failed to spot the Emperor. Oh, not worry. In this place, the Emperor is absolutely safe. Levi pointed towards a distant peak, where the glassy National Guardian Temple appeared larger than ever, as if within arm's reach, emanating a chilling aura. Thus, we merely need to observe from here. Leo grasped Lolia's hand firmly. The enormous tentacles continued their relentless ascent, yet it seemed as though they were encountering significant resistance. Their climb slowing. Above the star observation tower, the once fluffy white clouds had transformed into a deep crimson hue, thickening ominously. The clouds exhibited a peculiar self-propagation, almost as if alive, with ghastly wails emanating from within. In the blink of an eye, the skies above the tower were filled with a viscous, blood-like fog. The wind had inexplicably ceased, howls resounding from the clouds and below, as two malevolent forces from different realms clashed in this battleground, each showcasing their unique power. At the center of the dense clouds, enormous claws formed from congealed blood writhed aimlessly downward, while the tentacles ceased their ascent, turning instead to assault the claws above. The massive limbs collided, twisted, devoured, and distorted, their roars transforming the air into a chaotic cacophony, infused with a frenzied essence. Nearby animals, unable to endure the frenzied atmosphere, violently attacked any living beings in proximity. If no creatures were present, they would run in a frenzied state until exhaustion consumed them. Boom! Within the blood clouds, a massive torrent of blood surged toward the Black Tower, and the tentacles tainted by blood were instantaneously corroded. Yet, more tentacles emerged from below, their tips bristling with sharp teeth, frantically gnashing within the blood cloud, tearing it into shreds time and again. However, at that moment, the blood cloud's tentacles began to slow their assault. The blood cloud gradually contracted, and the tentacles retreated into the depths, as if the turmoil had come to a close. "Is it over?" Lolia inquired. "No, the real spectacle is just beginning." Levi smiled. The deep, resonant drumbeats echoed, and the parched sound of a horn arose from an unknown source, its jarring tones gradually filling the entire space. Suddenly, from the blood cloud, countless colossal monsters erupted, resembling enlarged skinned creatures. Yet, compared to the ones transformed from humans, these beasts were far more grotesque, twisted, and deformed, wielding drums stitched from human skin, beating them relentlessly. There was no rhythm, only monotony and dryness. Then, torrents of water surged forth from the Black Tower, the origins of which were unknown. But within mere seconds, the surrounding valleys were filled in the water. A multitude of monsters surfaced, their bodies akin to octopuses, slick with scales and festering with toxins. They played horns crafted from gigantic seashells, their notes soaring, yet utterly devoid of melody. Bang, bang. The drums and horns clashed, and the blood cloud slowly coalesced into a massive embryo. Within the water, an astonishingly colossal figure began to emerge. Chapter 23. Turned to ashes. "Is that what they summoned?" Lolia gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. Despite having gleaned knowledge from various texts regarding certain entities, witnessing them firsthand was still overwhelmingly shocking. The blood giant, a skinless monstrosity, mindless, foolish, and frenzied. The sea creature Bordeaux, one of the notorious rulers of the watery realm, lacking in wisdom yet far more cunning than the blood giant. However, to dare forcibly open a void pathway here is indeed a testament to their audacity. "Perhaps we should be grateful to them." Levi's wings fluttered, and the three of them instantly breached the sound barrier. Soaring away, to the very least, we shall witness a grand display of fireworks. In the previous moment, Lolia was unsure of Levi's words, but in the next, she beheld the National Guardian Temple, ablaze with flames. "How dare you trespass upon my territory?" A singular sound, merely a sound, pierced the air, banishing all tranquility and leaving naught but silence in its wake. In the aftermath of that sound, the monsters ignited their very beings, whether submerged in blood or water. Even as they plunged into the depths, the furious flames consumed them to ashes. Boom! The earth was rent asunder by an immense force, and golden harps materialized in the air, while molten lava transformed into a maiden, strumming the strings amidst the inferno. The harps resonated with harmonious melodies, their sounds intertwining to disperse all previous shadows. Howls erupted from both the sky and the depths as the foolish creatures roared, oblivious to the formidable opponent before them, instinctively baring their claws at their adversaries. Foolishness. The ground trembled violently, great fissures racing across the terrain, cleaving the land within a 20-mile radius of the Black Tower as if it were mere pastry. Water from the surface flowed into the chasms, only to be vaporized by the searing lava, saturating the air with the acrid scent of sulfur. Awoo! Awoo! The two monsters finally recognized their foe, as embryos rapidly matured, and the shadows beneath the waves grew ever more tangible. They sought to hasten their entry into this realm. Yet, it was utterly futile. That a vast expanse of land, over 300 square kilometers, began to rise slowly, cradled by a gentle pair of hands. Then, a blazing figure ascended, standing between heaven and earth, more fervent than the sun, more beautiful than the most exquisite blossom. She was the crown of the Flame Empire, a passionate maiden, a scarlet rose, the great goddess of protection. The air grew torrid in her presence, the ground melted around her. Forests ignited, and a whirlwind of flames swirled about her. Howl! The monsters writhed and roared, striving to break free from their shackles, but it was a futile endeavor. The goddess inhaled deeply and then softly blew upon her hands. Embryos, sea monsters, the Black Tower, rocks, land, everything, all that could be seen, transformed into gas in that singular breath. Even the forests tens of kilometers ahead, a small range of hills, and a winding stream vanished. The earth above was left with grotesque scars in an instant. Then, The goddess cast a glance toward the three figures in the distant sky before vanishing into the ether. Thus, the matter concluded. This was not war, merely a minor conflict, whether it be the blood giants or the sea monster Bordeaux. They suffered almost no losses. A mere clone was of little consequence to them, merely inciting greater fury. This anger would forever linger in their foolish memories, even as they forgot the reasons for their wrath. Upon returning to the imperial city, everything resumed as usual. In the small square, merchants continued their cries, painters showcased their latest works, and singers softly hummed, and no one knew what had transpired. Mosquito, head bowed, exerted every effort to quell his tremors. Yet the sweat glistening on his brow betrayed his distress. "It is not your fault, Mr. Mosquito. There is no need for excessive self-reproach." Unable to bear the sight of the elegant elf trembling in fear, Loria kindly offered her counsel. "Thank you, Miss Laureate. I am aware of what I have missed. This cannot serve as an excuse for my evasion." The elf suddenly lifted his head, as if having made a monumental decision that illuminated his visage in that moment. "Yet I must still express my gratitude. Your words absolve my transgressions and lighten my suffering." As the crowd returned to the palace, the emperor, accompanied by his elite guards, was heading out when he beheld Leo before him. The man, nearing 50, could no longer suppress his emotions. He rushed toward Leo and embraced him, spinning in the air before reluctantly setting him down. "Leo, my son, I knew you would be unharmed." Tears streamed from the emperor's eyes, splattering upon Leo's face. "Brother, I thought I would never see you again." Zack squeezed through the guards, his face marked by tear stains. Witnessing the emperor release Leo, he promptly enveloped his brother in a tight embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. The atmosphere gradually infected all present, including the guards, as nearly every eye glistened with tears. Even the West's Lady Rashi, her heart brimming with joy, could not refrain from weeping. Nevertheless, one individual remained unchanged. His expression inscrutable, Leo stood with arms dangling, allowing Zack to cling to him until he ceased. He offered no profound words nor gestures of affection. His gaze merely shifted from one face to another. Such devotion was evidently inequitable, especially when individuals realized their unreciprocated emotional expressions, leading to an awkward silence. Everyone present understood Leo's disposition. They were all too familiar with his frigid nature. Yet, they had never anticipated that even after such peril, this child would exhibit not a trace of change. Even the Emperor and Patrick could not suppress the involuntary dread coursing through their veins. They were there, they had always been there, at the very heart of the conflict. In the most perilous of places, all malice and distortion unfolded around them, and that uncontainable fear threatened to shatter their composure. The monotonous rhythms of drums and horns echoed in their ears, consuming their very essence within mere minutes. In the final moments, the goddess of protection finally appeared, rescuing all, even those who had once transformed into skinless horrors. Yet, memories remained deeply rooted within their hearts, the recollections of their monstrous transformations, their assault on the Emperor, their deaths. Now, those individuals found refuge within the Royal Medical Academy, subjected to prolonged observation and treatment. Upon returning to the Eastern Palace, Loria quickly succumbed to slumber beneath Levy's watchful gaze. Leo, meanwhile, immediately set off with Mosquito toward the temple of the goddess of protection. Soon, they arrived at the temple's periphery, where the armored temple knights barred Mosquito's entrance, easily discerning the evil and filth that clung to him. He was absolutely forbidden from entering. Even if they permitted him entry, he would merely be incinerated upon crossing the threshold, for the knights were unwilling to allow anything tainted to corrupt the sanctity of the temple. As the heavy golden doors closed before him, Mosquito gazed forlornly into the distance, desolate as he leaned against the temple wall, silently staring at his hands. The temple's surrounding walls obstructed most of the sunlight, waves of divine energy rippling across the wall behind him. His once fair skin gradually turned a pale violet, as his entire body writhed and morphed. Ultimately, he transformed from a dashing white elf into a cold-faced dark elf. His physique grew taller and more robust, his gray hair bound with a metallic thread. A peculiar inscription adorned his forehead, seemingly shifting even in stillness. His fingers were elongated and strong, devoid of calluses yet etched with scars. His left ring finger had vanished, replaced by a retractable dark blade affixed to his wrist. His attire morphed into the traditional garb of elves, designed for swift donning and doffing, while his belt brimmed with vials of potent poisons, and bags filled with daggers hung at his sides. He was Mosquito, a dark elf. After so many years, had he been an ordinary human, he might have forgotten even his name. Yet he would not. He would always know from whence he came and why he was here. Mosquito retrieved a crystal from his pocket, roughly the size of his thumb, and began etching it with his nail. The hard crystal-yielding powder beneath his touch. His speed quickened to the point where the temple knights could scarcely track his fingers' movements, only witnessing flashes of light as the crystal gradually transformed into a diminutive yet exquisitely crafted figure of a maiden. However, this tiny statue bore no visage. Sigh, Mosquito sighed, halting as he clutched the crystal statue. Crack! The shimmering powder trickled from his grasp, soaring into the shadows, forming a radiant rainbow beneath the sun. If you were here, you would surely mock me, wouldn't you? A hint of softness graced Mosquito's hardened features, tinged with an enduring sense of helplessness. Yet, what else could I do? Chapter 24. The Goddess. This was Leo's 173rd entry into the Temple of the Goddess of Protection. In all previous instances, nothing had changed. Beyond the glazed walls, the flames flickered quietly. However, this time was utterly distinct. Upon the closure of the golden doors, Leo beheld an endless sea of flames. No walls, no corridors, no gilded carvings. Only fire existed here, and in the distance, amidst the flames, stood the Goddess of Protection. Leo advanced, the surrounding flames lunging toward him, yet an invisible force repelled them, rendering the scorching talons incapable of approaching him. Thus, Leo pressed forward, the ground composed entirely of flames offering him no inconvenience. He could even hear his footsteps echoing upon it. With each step, a golden tile appeared beneath his feet. The square tile, with its standard rectangular shape, was inscribed with countless words. The instant he lifted his foot, the tile would vanish, and that very spot would be engulfed by fierce flames. The goddess of the guardian transformed into a size akin to that of a human. Gazing intently at Leo as she approached him, in her eyes flickered an uncontrollable fury, which, in the next moment, threatened to consume Leo whole. "You have deceived me," the goddess proclaimed, her voice resonating from all directions, causing the surrounding flames to dance in response to her words. "No, I haven't," Leo replied. "You are a traveler, and indeed, their leader." The goddess extended her hand, grasping Leo by the neck and lifting him effortlessly. The blazing flames licked at Leo's face, yet they caused him no harm whatsoever. "Yes, that is so," Leo affirmed. Upon receiving the answer she sought, the goddess suddenly froze, momentarily at a loss for what further inquiries she wished to make. She released Leo, her fiery gaze locking onto his eyes. Always, a faint golden hue dwelled within Leo's gaze, that very gold retaining all the information within him. "Long ago, you came to our universe, at a time when humanity did not yet exist." The goddess's tone softened, and the flames surrounding them grew more subdued. In the multiverse, there exists not a single entity that has not heard of you. You are the travelers, the eternal seekers, the nightmares of the multiverse, the harbingers of destruction. Yet, of all that is spoken, it is you who is mentioned the most. It is you who has shaped the travelers into what they are today. You have bestowed wisdom upon those foolish souls, granted them purpose, guiding them from one universe to another. Your words are decrees, your thoughts are laws. With but a single thought, you can birth a universe or extinguish one. All that you do is in pursuit of following in the footsteps of the primordial being. You have never ceased, nor could anyone halt your relentless quest. The primordial being left behind signposts, which in turn gave rise to new universes. Yet, in obtaining these signposts, you meticulously extinguished each universe one by one. However, you have now halted here. This universe is governed by rules you could not have anticipated. The signposts left by the primordial being have been divided into 5 elements: fire, water, earth, wood, and metal. Through these 5 elements, the very fabric of this world has been woven. Even as mighty as you travelers are, you must adhere to the rules set forth by the primordial being. Thus, the old gods have acquired the strength to stand against you. For millions of years, countless travelers have been sealed within endless black holes, while numerous old gods have been cast out to the fringes of the cosmos. The ancient gods have all hidden within the 3rd dimension. While the star gods dare not stray from their celestial bodies, the foolish aberrations howl, yearning to partake in this chaotic revelry. The old gods believed victory was assured. They thought that by mastering the rules of this world, they could contend with you. Yet they underestimated you. More precisely, they underestimated your resolve. One anticipated that you would self-destruct, reborn as a human. Even I failed to notice your anomaly at first. However, this does not instill fear within me. The flames morphed into a chair, and the goddess gracefully seated herself before Leo, exuding an air of languid nobility. What truly frightens me is that, even though you can no longer exert your influence, everything continues to progress along the trajectory you have charted. The guilty father, the pure maiden, the solitary assassin, the fallen lavender. Oh, even that little cat, the koi in the pond. All of them appear in your life as if preordained. Walking beside you, initially, I harbored no such fear, until I personally demolished the stargazing tower, when I realized that I too am but a cog in the machinery of your existence. At 18. Your 18th year shall herald the end of this world. On that day, the world will toll the bells of destruction, and everything shall commence from your 18th year. Before that day arrives, the awakened persona within you will undoubtedly bring you considerable trouble. The stargazing tower remains the sole pathway for them to enter this realm. Yet, you cannot destroy the stargazing tower with your own hands. It is at this moment that such events unfold. All occurrences are unrelated to you, blood giants, the sea monster Bordeaux. Yet everything unfolds according to your design. Everything lies within your grasp. The goddess took Leo's hand, and within his palm, the mark of the flaming rose radiated a soft golden light. Although the shape remained unchanged, this rose was no longer the same as it once was. I am the persona birthed from the element of fire. Since the day of my inception, I have been engulfed in confusion. Questioning the very significance of my existence, I embody fire, which symbolizes destruction. Yet, I harbor a preference for creation, something I can never truly accomplish. From the moment you arrived, I have concealed myself upon this planet, attempting to hide away, to distance myself. Yet it appears I shall be the first to depart. Do I have a choice? No, I believe not. The mark of the flaming rose has tightened the bond between us. Though I cannot see clearly, I can discern that regardless of the choices I make, the ultimate outcome will inevitably revert to your path. However, there exists one exception. A peculiar smile graced the goddess's lips. You shall depart. From this day forth, do not return. Chapter 25. 18 years' life returned to its routine, as the emperor commanded the massive breach created by the goddess to be smoothed over. Subsequently constructing an opulent racetrack in merely 2 years, it became the most renowned racing venue in the entire Flame Empire and beyond. The uprooted earth transformed into a basin, water mysteriously drawn from somewhere turned it into a grand lake, wherein extraordinary fish spontaneously emerged. Those who consumed the flesh of these fish would find themselves inexplicably invigorated. The lake water seemed to possess miraculous properties. Bathing in it could cure ailments, while drinking it could delay the aging process. The royal family established a water station here, diluting the water to sell to the wealthy nobles. Commoners could not afford it in a short span. The area surrounding Amber blossomed with vitality, a picturesque scene. No one was aware of the events that had transpired here. Ordinary folk believed it to be the emperor's notion, even singing praises for his ability to establish such a grand entertainment venue. Time always quietly passes by, regardless of how desperately one attempts to grasp or plead with it. It remains utterly impartial, offering neither excess nor deficiency. As Leo approached his impending 18th birthday, he seemed to have little to say. Yet the entire imperial city was ablaze with fervor. The crown prince Leo and the second prince Zach shared a mere 5 days difference in birth, yet this did not hinder them from celebrating their birthdays on the same day. For the royal family, it was a moment of celebration, while for the populace, it marked a time when the royal family bestowed their grace. Loria gazed tenderly at Leo as she sat at a small table. Her back to the floor-to-ceiling windows, the gentle sunlight casting a dreamlike mist around her. Cradling a small black cat, she gently stroked its head with her soft hand. The eternally small kitten purred, occasionally reaching out with its tiny paw to scratch its ear. The pure white dress billowed softly in the breeze, her strands of hair swaying gracefully. Leo stood before a mirror, attended by several maidens adjusting his attire. This outfit was to be worn at the upcoming banquet in a week's time. As the Prince of the Flame Empire, the largest empire in the world, everything about Leo must be impeccably arranged. He gazed at the mirror like a wooden puppet, his eyes not truly fixed upon the reflection, but rather wandering to an unknown destination. A mosquito leaned against the window frame, sunlight streaming in beside him. With his head bowed and eyes half closed, his hands pressed against the wall. Suddenly, his figure vanished into thin air. Mere seconds later, he reappeared, a faint scar etched upon his face, which healed within moments, leaving no trace behind. Outside, in the crystal-clear waters, two massive and menacing heads were tearing apart a contorted corpse, murky blood quickly turning the entire pool black. The commotion startled Loria. She turned to see two plump carp leaping from the water, the noise seemingly emanating from them. What a lovely day it is! Loria stepped onto the spacious balcony, surrounded by blooming flowers. She inhaled deeply, extending her arms and stretching languidly, then, lifting her skirt to reveal her pristine calves. She stepped onto the balcony railing and leapt down. Splash! In midair, Loria was caught by the suddenly appearing Livy, who gently lowered her to the ground. The maid then playfully pinched Loria's still youthful face, stretching it to the sides. I don't quite understand why, as you age, you seem to become more childlike, Livy teased, though her grip was not forceful. The maidens outside stifled their laughter, clearly indicating that such occurrences were not unprecedented. Loria giggled playfully, caressing her own face before approaching the crystalline pool, where she removed her shoes and immersed her delicate feet into the refreshing water. Two plump koi fish swam at a distance, hesitant to approach. 18 years had passed since Leo arrived in this world. It had been 12 years since you came into my life. Loria splashed water with her feet, sending ripples across the surface. From an innocent girl who knew nothing, to who I am now. Though I have remained silent and still throughout these 18 years, merely observing you all, I am aware of far more than I ever imagined. Some truths, even if I wish to remain oblivious, still infiltrate my consciousness. Perhaps you do not believe me, but in a certain sense, I possess knowledge that surpasses yours. Loria bent down, cupping water in her hands. Not a single drop escaped her fingers, the entire mass of water sparkling and still, resembling solid glass. 1 week, just 1 week more, I can sense that significant events are on the verge of unfolding. Despite my unsettling premonitions, I find myself powerless to intervene, nor do I wish to, for I know that some occurrences are destined to happen of their own accord. Loria released her grip, causing the water to splash in tiny droplets. Do you not worry for this world? Levi could no longer contain herself. Having been here for 12 years, it appeared as though nothing had transpired, yet she was acutely aware that in a week, everything would change dramatically. Absolutely not. Loria replied with a smile, her face radiating a gentle glow. Leo approached from behind them, and Loria extended her hand, pulling him to sit beside her. For he is my child. I shall not allow such things to transpire. Am I not right? Loria stroked Leo's fiery red hair. Yes, my mother. A smile graced Leo's face, his golden eyes shimmering with an intensity that seemed almost overwhelming. That will not happen. Levi quietly stepped back, her head lowered, acknowledging that her capabilities were limited. Regardless, the day of reckoning would inevitably arrive, and the fate of this world was beyond her foresight. The clear sky was soon shrouded in thin clouds, the wind gradually intensifying, and a metallic scent permeated the air, accompanied by whispers that danced in her ears. Mosquitoes perched upon the rooftop, cradling a small 6-stringed instrument, gently plucking its strings, a beautiful garden. A charming cottage, a lovely maiden, a mesmerizing flame. The garden, the cottage, the maiden, all entwined in a fiery dance. Transcendence, 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 a soft sound echoed as a string snapped, dark crimson blood trickled from his fingertips. Thunder rumbled ominously from afar. The sky grew ever darker. Volume 3, The Fall, Chapter 1. Belonging to you. 7 days. The torrential rain had poured incessantly for 7 days. A week prior, an inexplicable gloom enveloped the entire imperial city, extending hundreds of kilometers, the sky resembling the depths of night. Then came the deluge, a relentless downpour. The sky's waters cascaded down as if drawn from the sea, pouring down with furious intensity. The populace had never witnessed such weather. In a nation safeguarded by the goddess of protection, Such severe conditions had never been encountered. Amidst the suffocating darkness, the towering red glow of the national temple appeared ethereal and distant. The drainage system of the imperial city faced immense strain. Fortunately, it had been designed and constructed by engineers from the Water Kingdom, and despite the overwhelming rainfall, no catastrophe ensued. Leo leaned against the window, observing the old emperor on the throne, his crystal goblet gently swaying as the amber liquid reflected his visage. His slightly flushed hair, his brown eyes tinged with gold. Though merely 18, the contours of his face were already sharply defined. Rarely smiling, faint lines appeared on his forehead, and the nasolabial folds had become increasingly pronounced. This lent him an air of maturity, despite his youth. Today marked his 18th birthday. An hour ago, the emperor had announced that he, Leo, the crown prince of the Flame Empire, had officially been named heir apparent. This meant that, barring unforeseen circumstances, he would soon ascend to the throne and become the emperor of the Flame Empire. His younger brother, Prince Zack, would assume the role of a duke, aiding his elder brother in ruling the nation. The emperor, Amindra, the old steward Patrick, and various officials had deliberated for an entire week, ultimately arriving at the decision that best suited their needs. Zack stood beside him, adorned with a humble smile, his blue hair and azure eyes radiating clarity. Seemingly devoid of ulterior motives, as he pushed open the massive floor-to-ceiling window. A rush of moisture accompanied by the thunderous roar of the rain surged toward Leo, yet not a single drop touched him. Boom! In an instant, lightning flashed and thunder roared, as if heralding Leo's arrival, the sky reverberating with the sound of rolling thunder. The continuous rumbling even shook the ground, causing the glass window behind Leo to rattle ominously. Lightning illuminated the earth momentarily, casting countless shadows that slithered across the landscape. These shadows were colossal, profoundly sinister, contorting their forms as they emitted hissing cries, their sounds merging with the relentless rain, creating a haunting symphony. Yet their masters loomed above the clouds, vast and distorted. The rain fell, swirling around Leo's head, splashing beside him. Even as the terrace became inundated, the spot where Leo stood remained dark in the distant darkness. A dim red glow flickered amidst the downpour, while golden light sparkled in Leo's eyes, each flicker dimming the faraway red glow slightly. A beautifully dressed maid followed him closely, deftly ensuring that not a single drop spilled from the goblet. Regardless of Leo's movements, even in her maid's attire, she exuded an air of elegance. Her long purple hair cascaded gracefully down her back, swaying gently at her waist with each step. The dark purple hues of her attire were not meant to evoke mystery but were the authentic color of elven silk. Pink diamonds adorned her cuffs, while a platinum butterfly pendant rested against her chest. Even the simplest lace edges shimmered with hints of gold thread. She wore narrow, rimless glasses that, while seemingly devoid of prescription, cleverly concealed her eyes behind the lenses. Coupled with her tightly pressed lips, she appeared entirely emotionless. Had it not been for the delicate collar around her neck, revealing her status as a slave, one might mistake her for a noblewoman engaging in a masquerade. This was the finest attire Levi could procure. She had prepared for this day for quite some time. She watched Leo intently. As darkness encroached and everything was on the brink of unfolding before her eyes, snap! The goblet fell to the ground, splashing water, shattering into countless pieces akin to the droplets. Meanwhile, Leo vanished into thin air. And Levi gazed vacantly into the distance, where, above the clouds, the twisted beings rejoiced. Outside the national temple, a knight clad in golden armor clawed his way forward, his lower half having vanished without a trace. The golden armor and his flesh cleaved apart by an unknown blade. Mosquitoes stood before him, the rain seemingly passing through his body, yet he maintained an air of tranquility. Blood stained the surroundings crimson. Not a single one of the dozens of bodies lay intact, each systematically severed and arranged before the temple door in bizarre formations. The once vibrant warmth of the national temple had dissipated. The flames vanished without a trace, leaving only a dim glow that flickered within the glass walls, casting an air of melancholy throughout the space. Leo stood beside a grand bed, where the goddess of protection reclined languidly. Draped in gossamer veils, she raised her hand, beckoning him closer. With your intellect, perhaps you have meticulously planned for every possible outcome. But can you truly prepare for the unknown? The goddess sat up, the sheer fabric sliding from her shoulders. Cascading down her flawless, delicate skin, "I have fallen in love with you," the goddess whispered softly into Leo's ear, entwining her arms around his neck. "Whether you believe it or not, I indeed love you. I understand that within your path, you are destined to possess me. You may have numerous ways to compel me to submit, yet I shall not resist, for I have fallen for you. I will wholly surrender myself to you." Without reservation, her soft tongue grazed Leo's ear gently. Love, at first glance, appears to be a splendid vocabulary crafted by humanity for this most primal mode of reproduction. Yet, it is undeniable that such creativity is precisely what renders humanity so astonishing. You are now a human, and though you possess great power, you remain merely a unique individual among them. As a man, you must be aware of what needs to be done in this moment. Are you not? The goddess chuckled softly, extending her arms to embrace Leo's neck gently, planting kisses upon his cheeks and lips. Then, she delicately parted the sheer fabric draping her form and reclined slowly. "Now, I belong to you. Claim me." Chapter 2. Devotion Boom. A terrifying thunderclap reverberated through the very earth as a dreadful lightning bolt streaked across the sky. Once the light vanished, every everlasting lamp faltered in that fleeting instant. Events of the past resurfaced once more, and no one could illuminate this darkened world. People cowered within their chambers, clutching their ears in terror, bewildered by the chaos. Within the palace, the nobles found themselves in disarray. Scrambling toward doors etched in memory, some stumbled in their haste, yet none spared a thought for those who fell before them. Boom, 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 boom. The thunder roared in an erratic symphony, while countless malevolent, twisted figures danced amidst the dark clouds. Weaving through the shadows, emitting a horrifying melody inaudible to the human ear, they collided, compressed, tore apart, merged, and split in utter disorder. The ancient Lich Amandra refrained from attending this gathering, for he sensed that something momentous would transpire today. However, he could not have anticipated the dire extent of the events that would unfold. Perhaps the common folk could not perceive it, yet he possessed the power of the soul to discern the immense evil lurking above the clouds. Even if but one of those entities were to descend to the ground, the entire imperial city might be rendered to naught. Those distorted beings sang their wicked song, with lyrics obscure and replete with filth and corruption. Even a mere fragment of their melody would send waves of dizziness coursing through Amandra. Who is he, after all? The ancient lich questioned himself desperately. His emaciated body trembled, and countless tomes swirled before him as he summoned bizarre organs within his chest, each extending numerous tendrils adorned with eyes. These eyes ceaselessly sought knowledge from the pages of the fluttering books, for he yearned to understand. He was desperate to know. Suddenly, he halted. A tendril presented him with a tome that appeared ancient, its contents resembling rubbings seemingly derived from stone tablets. The ancient lich focused intently on the inscriptions, and the fire of his soul shifted from an angry crimson to a cautious violet. Its hue gradually fading, fear gripped him. The rubbings of the Bella stone tablet hailed from the ignorant denizens of Bella Island. They worshipped the ruler who fell into the sea. I should not be able to comprehend these words. Yet why, at this very moment, can I clearly decipher the meaning of this tablet? From the heavens, fallen in battle, lingering within the dark chasm I in the sea, you possess myriad subjects. Each breath you take stirs the waves. Each call of yours conjures titanic swells. We revere you, O ancient sovereign of the old world. We offer sacrifices and call upon your name. Akmar, Fiend. The ancient lich uttered these phrases with great difficulty. Then, he repeated them again, and again, and again. He began to lose control of his mouth, his enunciation becoming increasingly precise and clear. Above the laboratory, a droplet of water, seemingly from nowhere, rolled erratically across the ceiling, as if caressed by the wind, yet with each roll, it approached ever closer to Amandra's head. Finally, upon the 103rd invocation of that name, the droplet instantaneously transformed into a crimson hue, plummeting swiftly as though defying gravity. Simultaneously, the two orbs of magic beside the ancient lich collided violently above him, striking the red droplet at their center. The tremendous force unleashed tore open the ancient lich's scalp, reducing his body to dust, shattering everything within the room into fragments. A wisp of grayish-white essence floated forth from the ruins, reforming, with a gentle rustle, Everything in the room restored to its original state. The bookshelf, the crucible, the ancient lich's form, save for that one tome, Akmer, Fiend, the ancient deity transcending all. Little did he expect that it had long been sealed within this frigid trench. How surprising it is that I have come upon such a treasure. The ancient lich chuckled sinisterly, a wave of tranquility washing over him, for in this moment, it seemed there was naught for him to fear. The thunderous roars in the sky reached a crescendo, a cacophony nearly drowning all else. Not only within the imperial city but across the entire continent, nearly every soul could hear this dissonant, chaotic clamor. The heavens trembled, and the earth quaked. Insects, beasts, and humans alike lamented in sorrow. Devotion! The shaman stood atop a lofty peak, frantically performing a bizarre dance, his steps quickening in rhythm with the thunderous sounds. He resembled a marionette, his limbs moving faster yet becoming increasingly unnatural. Yet his visage radiated with joy. Devotion, my flesh and blood. Devotion, my soul. Devotion. The ornaments adorning the shaman's skin clinked with a piercing sound, grating against the thunderous din. Take me away. Let me join you, to serve you. The shaman began to froth at the mouth, his body incapable of enduring the intensity of his movements. Boom! A piercing bolt of lightning struck the shaman with uncanny precision. Yet he did not perish. He ignited. Flames roared amidst the torrential rain, burning fiercely for several minutes before extinguishing, incinerating all that adorned his body, his garments, metallic trinkets. Accept me! Embrace me! The shaman cried out in ecstatic frenzy. Boom! Another bolt of lightning struck, and then the shaman's body was cleaved into countless fragments, scattered everywhere, cascading down the mountainside with the rushing water, while laughter echoed from the clouds, mocking him. The thunder gradually diminished. Though occasionally it roared, the overall resonance waned. The twisted shadows among the clouds grew quiet. They were observing something, waiting for something. The flame goddess lay upon Leo, tracing her fingers gently along his chest. Since I discovered my fate, I have pondered how to escape it. I have contemplated myriad ways. Yet I am acutely aware that my intellect pales in comparison to yours. Nevertheless, there is one aspect wherein I surpass your understanding. Humanity. You have traversed countless universes, yet none have birthed life as wondrous as that of humankind. Even you find yourself awestruck by them. This suffices to illustrate your lack of profound insight into humanity. Thus, in that moment, I discern that you would never choose to engage in matters in which you are least adept. Therefore, you will inevitably strive to imbue this vessel with your divinity, which will elevate you to transcendence, yet it shall also bear the consequence of erasing much of your human essence. Indeed, this is the case. Apart from your mother, you scarcely care for anyone in your vicinity. Yet this is sufficient for me to draw conclusions. Your limited understanding of humanity allows me to devise countermeasures. I have fallen for you. I have compelled myself to love you wholeheartedly, sincerely, and without reservation. This love is irresistible, akin to how Loria's affection for you is undeniable, for this is true love. However, those devoid of humanity cannot fathom the essence of love. As the human body will inevitably make choices based on instinct, the flame goddess tilted her head back, planting a gentle kiss upon Leo's lips. What have you done? In Leo's eyes, golden radiance was tainted by a fiery crimson that surged with greater intensity and fervor. The golden glow unable to escape even a fraction. The rules of this world are far more intricate than you realize. Even we, born of this realm, cannot transcend them. Just moments ago, in your most disoriented state, I bestowed the majority of my divine essence upon you. As I once conveyed, fire is a force of destruction. Should I wish it, I could dismantle anything. Thus, from this moment forth, the divinity within you shall be neutralized by mine, vanishing, and you shall revert to being human. Runes began to surface beneath Leo's skin, melting and coalescing like frost upon a window in winter. Yet these patterns were far more exquisite, far more vibrant. They spread across Leo's form, seeking to envelop him entirely before gradually fading beneath his skin. The flame goddess gently touched Leo's body with a single finger, causing his skin to recede, revealing the muscle beneath, which then parted to unveil the underlying bones. With a crisp snap, a rib was extracted by the goddess. Though it was a human rib, it resembled a work of art, adorned with intricate inscriptions that wove together in elaborate patterns. The goddess lacerated her own skin, staining the rib with her blood. In a future time, you may transform this power into your own. Yet, that moment is not now. I am aware that you harbor hatred. And I also recognize that you feel disdain. However, from the moment I resolved to love you, I made a choice. Destruction is not the sole means to determine all outcomes. We can also choose to create. You shall grant me a child, and in return, I shall provide you with an opportunity to truly embrace your humanity. Tio experienced the spectrum of human emotions: pain, sorrow, joy, delight, love, and hatred. With every emotion you encounter, you will continually unveil new realms. When you fully comprehend what it means to be human, if you still persist in your decision, it shall render you capable of extinguishing my life with ease. The goddess extended her hand, extracting one of her ribs in a manner reminiscent of a delicate ruby, its fiery essence swirling within. She returned that exquisite rib to Leo's body, replacing its original position. Now, you must endure the most commonplace occurrences within the human realm: deceit and betrayal. Before the third chapter, the dim corridor was lined with peculiar sculptures, the glassy floor producing a naturally crisp sound underfoot. The clattering of metal armor echoed through the hall, amplifying the tension among all present. Zack had never set foot in this place. Until today, he lacked the privilege. Why, brother? I never imagined you would stoop to such depths. Zack supported Leo as they walked, the weighty shackles and handcuffs hindering Leo's stride. I had long heard that our father intended to make you the crown prince, yet I could never comprehend why he would choose you. Such a fool. Look at the contrast between us. I possess greater resolve. I diligently pursued knowledge and honed my martial skills. By the age of 10, I was capable of governing a small fiefdom on my own. Yet here you are at 18, and what have you accomplished? You have done nothing. Within this imperial city, your role is scarcely superior to that of a servant. Thus, Zack walked alongside Leo, his voice unrestrained. Yet none of the guards reacted. Zack had never felt such exhilaration. He walked as if buoyed by the air itself. He struggled to suppress his hands, fearing that others might notice his uncontrollable tremors of excitement. Until half an hour prior, when he heard the news, he could scarcely believe his ears. Leo, the newly appointed crown prince, had audaciously exploited the goddess's favor to commit acts more beastly than human. Who would believe it? Who would dare to believe it? When one speaks of the goddess, the first word that springs to mind is awe, respect intertwined with fear, for respect is born of fear. The thought of desecrating the goddess is one that few would even entertain. Yet today, one individual has done so. Leo walked on, entirely disregarding Zack as if he were mere air. The heavy shackles chafed against his shoulders. Blood trickling down. I know I must compel you to act, so that our father understands the chasm between us. Zack appeared unconcerned by his brother's demeanor, continuing to speak to himself. You must only indulge in the whiskey from the depths of the wine cellar. Those dwarven tributes, those spirits have always been for your consumption alone. Thus, I took the liberty of adding a little something to your drink. I deftly pierced the cork of your bottle and infused it with an aphrodisiac. Of course, these are ingredients I meticulously selected, taking an entire week to concoct. Just a drop, and even a castrated elephant would succumb to madness. I initially presumed you would be unable to endure the torment and seek solace with a harlot. I had even notified the guards to prepare for your escort. Yet, I never imagined you would possess such audacity. You dared to violate the goddess. Zack's face contorted with revulsion, yet it swiftly transformed into a grin. This is nothing short of divine providence. To assault the goddess, regardless of how our father perceives the situation, you will undoubtedly meet a gruesome end. What could bring me greater joy? Zack seized the chain around Leo's neck, pulling his face closer, fixating on his once golden eyes, now devoid of their luster. I despise you. From the moment I learned that you, this waste, would ultimately ascend to the throne, I realized that only one of us would remain. And that individual shall undoubtedly be me. Zack's voice was barely above a whisper, yet the tremor within betrayed his uncontainable excitement. I too despise you. I began to loathe you when you were but a tiny creature, swimming in your mother's womb, yet it seems that changes nothing. Even if I were to perish, do you truly believe you would become emperor? Leo spoke with an unsettling calmness, as if the impending death were not his but belonged to another. So, you finally deigned to look at me. finally willing to speak. Zack paused, then erupted into laughter. Ahahaha. Even you, my brother. Even you cannot maintain your facade any longer. For so many years, I have lived in your shadow. You are the eternal star, the everlasting focal point. Even the air you exhale enhances the world. What am I? Merely a bumbling fool yearning for our father's affection? No. Zack's voice contorted with fervor, his hands flailing in excitement, rendering him incapable of articulating coherent thoughts. No, it is not so. It is in your shadow that I deserve to be in the spotlight. I possess the rightful claim. Upon concluding his tirade, Zack yanked the chain with force. Yet it caused Leo no distress. Compared to Zack, Leo was more robust. Even encumbered by heavy shackles, he retained greater strength. A dim light seeped from ahead as the golden doors swung open, the scent of blood wafting in from beyond. Unbeknownst to them, the torrential rain had ceased, and the sky was no longer shrouded in darkness. At the very least, the figures before them were now discernible, with white hair and golden armor. Anfar, the flame-bearer, the commander of the Temple Knights, gazed upon the two emerging from the temple. Before him lay 18 corpses, all former knights of the temple. Once, they had been filled with honor, yet their only fate now was the flames. The highest honor for the Temple Knights. Anfar watched Leo pass quietly, and Leo returned the gaze, recognizing that it was Anfar who had bound him in this manner. Even the elder felt a twinge of surprise. How could a 5-year-old prove troublesome to Patrick? Yet now he appeared so compliant. The elder sought something in Leo's eyes, yet he found nothing. Leo's once vibrant gaze now resembled that of an ordinary man, devoid of the golden brilliance. Leo was confined in isolation. Since his arrival, he had not encountered another soul. Interrogators, evidence collectors, the emperor, none had crossed his path. This was the most severe prison, his limbs shackled to the walls. The entire cell forged from wrought iron. The massive lock weighed 100 pounds, rendering escape impossible, while behind him, enormous suppressive runes spun incessantly, ensuring that even in death, his soul could not depart. The heavy door creaked open, and an elder entered, only for the door to close behind him. The visitor was none other than the commander of the Temple Knights, Leo's mentor, Anfar, the Windbearer. I do not believe you are that kind of person. Despite knowing all the rumors surrounding you, I still cannot accept that you would commit such an affront against the goddess, for I have seen your eyes, the way you regard her. The elder approached Leo. Gazing into those eyes, even in this dire moment, they remained clear, free from guilt, remorse, or madness, only clarity. For reasons unknown, to the elder, those eyes, now devoid of golden light, made Leo appear more human. Tell me, what transpired? The elder inquired. Why? I cannot believe you possess the capacity to insult the goddess, yet this deed has indeed occurred. We have sensed no unease from her, nor any hint of anger. It is perplexing. Nothing about this situation aligns with reason. Reason? What is your reasoning? A hint of curiosity flickered across Leo's face. The elder faltered, then sighed. Leo remained unchanged. Perhaps some events had transpired, yet he was still unmistakably himself, without alteration. The sky remained overcast. Since that day, the terrifying deluge had not returned, and the clouds above gradually dissipated, as did the gloom in people's hearts. However, in recent days, a shocking tale had quietly circulated among the populace. Anyone who heard this story initially dismissed it as nonsense, for it seemed too absurd. The storyteller would be criticized for their lack of sanity and ridiculed by the crowd. Yet ultimately, those who listened would gaze up in terror, their eyes drawn to the horizon. There, above the Guardian Temple, the very powers that had protected the Flame Empire since its inception, the goddess's celestial shield, had vanished. At long last, Leo was on the verge of facing the brutal execution by fire. He was bound by iron chains to a wooden post, while a metal frame suspended the chains around his neck, preventing any attempt to struggle or escape. Everything was meticulously prepared. The emperor had yet to make an appearance. In such a moment, he chose to hide away, lacking the fortitude to confront his son as he faced a fiery demise. He had poured his all into Leo, yet upon returning to the homeland, Leo had repaid him with this. He could not accept it. He could not accept it. Instead of the emperor, it was the emperor's youngest son, Zack, who stood in his stead. This was not an execution ground, but rather the square before the royal palace. a place that had once hosted jubilant New Year celebrations, where countless souls had danced and sung. No one could have imagined that here a life would be extinguished by fire. And that life belonged to Leo, who had just been proclaimed the crown prince. Anfar, the flame chaser, stood at the forefront, his gaze fixed intensely upon Leo's eyes, as if seeking to unearth some truth hidden within. Yet Leo merely stared into the distance towards the national shrine, oblivious to the old man scrutinizing him. The bespectacled maid lifted her head to gaze at the man bound high upon the makeshift pyre. Her expression remained inscrutable, though her hands, hanging at her sides, clenched into tight fists, and her body trembled slightly, a manifestation of fear. Fear of the impending horrors. Perhaps others were unaware, but she understood that some events seemed not to unfold in the manner most anticipated. For he would never err. Chapter 4. Transcendence into nothingness. Time ticked away, and noon had arrived. The overcast sky showed little change, yet the number of onlookers in the square continued to swell. I almost believed that a miracle would occur, for you were always capable of conjuring miracles. But in the end, you were destined for death. Zack, holding a torch, approached Leo. Lowering his voice, his eyes glinted with coldness. I will not allow you to die so easily. Look at the firewood surrounding you. It is not pure dry wood, but rather damp. The flames will not swiftly consume you. Instead, they shall gradually devour your body, leading you to a slow demise. But do not forget, I have prepared oak stakes for you. Before you perish, I shall drive these into your skull, one by one. Zack received an oak stake, thick as a coin, from another executioner and waved it before Leo's eyes. What are you waiting for? Leo, are you truly unafraid? It has always been the case that the elder brother stands high above while the younger lives forever in his shadow. But today is different. I await your plea. This is your final opportunity. If you beg me, I shall grant you a chance to live. Come now, plead with me. Zack leaned closer to his brother. Leo cast his gaze towards the distant shrine, seemingly oblivious as the furious Zack hurled the torch into the pile of wood. Within the shrine, the resplendent goddess Lilith gazed intently at a rib bone in her hand. Lost in thought, everything was coming to an end. The goddess withdrew the rib, its sharp edge piercing her chest, crimson blood staining her garments. We shall soon meet again, my beloved. With that, she drew a dagger and turned towards the massive red lotus, leaving a long trail of blood in her wake, flames flickering in the red liquid. Soon, the petals of the red lotus began to fold inward, gradually forming a colossal bud. Ethereal divine energy enveloped the bud. And moments later, when the red lotus bloomed once more, the goddess within had vanished. The flames ignited, and Leo's legs were completely engulfed in fire, the acrid scent of charring flesh permeating the air. Leo, seemingly impervious to the heat, continued to stare at the distant shrine. Suddenly, a brilliant red light erupted from the temple, but this light did not ascend to the heavens. Rather, it radiated outward. What is happening? The crowd stirred restlessly. In that instant, Leo felt a sharp pain in his chest. He looked down to find a mysterious wound appearing, red blood gushing forth. Sacrifice of the divine? Leo was momentarily stunned. An unfamiliar emotion flooding his heart, distant and strange. He instinctively resisted this feeling, but the more he fought it, the more it surged forth, unavoidable. Are you afraid, brother? Surely you are terrified. Do you fear as well? Zack remained oblivious to what transpired. He simply believed his brother was gripped by fear, for flames had ensnared both his legs, the chains binding him now glowing a fiery red, the acrid scent overwhelming his senses, inciting further excitement. Fool. Leo's voice resonated lowly as he slowly lifted his head. Blisters formed upon his face, once beautiful red hair now singed away, yet his eyes shone with an even more intense brightness. Zack thought it a mere illusion, but upon rubbing his eyes, he found Leo's gaze transformed into a fierce crimson, more radiant than the flames themselves. In that moment, Zack could only think of one word: ghastly. He had never seen such a countenance upon his brother, causing him to involuntarily retreat 3 full steps. My brother, do you now wish to plead for my forgiveness? No, you have lost that opportunity. But fear not. When you are gone, this nation shall still have me. I shall care for our father, and the empire of flames shall endure in everlasting strength. Zack stepped forward, brimming with arrogance. No, it is over. Leo declared. Zack suddenly felt a wave of unease wash over him. He wanted to retreat, but an inexplicable force pushed him forward. He stumbled a step, and then a sharp crack echoed as terror struck his groin. Leo's lips curled into a sinister smile. Until just moments ago, the intensely heated chains had severed the tendons in Leo's ankles, allowing him to pull free. Now, his charred legs were searing Zack's lower body in flames. A second of inhuman screams erupted from Zack before his vocal cords ruptured, rendering him mute. He trembled violently in place, but the excruciating pain immobilized him, even making it difficult to breathe. Crack! The charred leg could no longer support Zack's weight, and he collapsed onto the pyre, while his guards rushed up to confront Leo, swords drawn. "No," Zack's feeble voice rang out. "I shall kill him myself, personally. Send him to hell," due to his shattered vocal cords. Zack's voice was nearly inaudible, yet he conveyed his intent through strange shouts. Leo observed as his brother was held aloft by several guards, his legs trembling violently. The center of his trousers burned away, leaving his lower body exposed and unrecognizable. No physician, no matter how skilled, could restore him to his former self. An oak stake, thick as a coin, was pressed against Leo's head, yet he felt nothing, merely gazing toward the distant shrine. His earlier words had been the longest he had ever uttered, perhaps indicating his transformation. Anfar, the flame chaser, speculated, yet he still could not comprehend. Bang! The wooden mallet struck the oak stake, driving it through Leo's skin, penetrating his skull. Only then did he return his gaze, but not to Zack. Instead, he searched the crowd until his eyes landed upon the expressionless maid. Leo extended 2 fingers, forming an oddly eerie gesture. The maid, previously still, suddenly trembled violently, yet Leo had already averted his gaze. Bang! The second blow drove the oak stake into his head, causing Leo's body to convulse uncontrollably. As his vision drifted once more to the shrine's apex, he perceived a faint silhouette observing him. That silhouette transformed into a red orb, slowly dissipating into the air. "The divine enters the mortal realm," he murmured. Bang! The third strike drove the stake through his head, emerging from the back of his skull. As the pressure within his mind surged, it felt as though his eyes would burst from their sockets. Yet those eyes remained fixed upon Zack, a terrifying smile once more gracing his lips. "I am about to perish," Leo stated. His bulging eyes unwaveringly locked onto Zack, blood and brain matter oozing from his nostrils and mouth. His voice, though distant, resonated with clarity for Zack. "Why enemies believe I shall simply surrender. Low, distant, like the whisper of a nightmare, but I shall return. Remember this, my brother. I shall undoubtedly return." At an indeterminate moment, the overcast sky revealed a sliver of light, golden rays piercing through to illuminate Leo's form. Amidst the gloom, the only radiance was granted to this most egregious of criminals. Patrick watched cautiously as the Emperor sat upon his throne, the ancient Lich Amandela by his side. Within the crystal orb, flames danced joyfully. The Emperor stood tall and straight, reminiscent of his youthful days in military training. He gripped the arms of the throne with a vice-like hold, his knuckles turning an ominous shade of blue. His eyes were twitching violently, accompanied by tremors coursing through his body. At that moment, the Emperor teetered on the brink of collapse. He reached out, as if yearning to touch Leo, yet his fingers could only graze the cold surface of the crystal orb. "Bastard," he muttered under his breath. "Bastard," he bellowed, his voice rising in intensity. "Bastard." The Emperor succumbed to his despair. With a fierce kick, he overturned the table before him, the crystal sphere shattering upon impact, reduced to dust. He then lifted his throne, hurling it down from the lofty dais, as if possessed by madness, wreaking havoc upon everything in his vicinity. Those precious, rare, even singular treasures in that moment, all meaning faded before the Emperor. Everything lost its significance. He desired only to destroy, nothing more. However, he first obliterated himself. Clutching his chest, a searing pain robbed him of breath, and suddenly, the world brightened around him. In a daze, he found himself transported back to that fateful, blood-soaked night, hearing only the relentless thumping of his own heart, pulsating in his ears like a series of explosions, gradually draining his consciousness. 6 hours. The inferno raged for a full 6 hours, a living soul reduced to carbon. Transformed into ash, That soul belonged to a once royal prince of this empire, the future emperor. Yet now, he was but a footnote in history. Soon, he would be utterly forgotten, perhaps eliciting a sigh or a lament. But life would swiftly return to its normal course. On the high platform of the square, only embers flickered in the gentle breeze, occasionally disturbed by curious children who strayed here, gleefully picking up a smoldering stick and tracing whimsical patterns in the air. Then their terrified parents would rush in, snatching the objects from their hands and casting them into the charcoal pile with disdain. As the ominous clouds slowly dispersed, the sun's feeble rays spilled onto the ground. Lifting the spirits of the onlookers, they departed the square, returning to their homes. Now, save for the soldiers, no one remained beside the ashes. Chapter 5. Disappearances in the Eastern Palace. By the garden's pond, Mosquito and Liwei stood flanking Loria. The relentless downpour appeared as though it might wash the entire imperial city into the sea. Yet within this small realm of the Eastern Palace, everything seemed untouched by the storm. The garden was adorned with vibrant flowers and lush grass. The pond's waters crystal clear, while two plump koi swam joyfully. "Is it over?" Loria inquired. "Yes, it has just concluded," Mosquito replied with a bow. Then, Loria rose to her feet. "Shall we take our leave?" "No, you shall go nowhere." The voice of the resplendent, regal figure, the victorious Rashi, echoed with authority. For 18 years, this was her first return to the grounds of the Eastern Palace. She had almost forgotten what it looked like, instinctively loathing everything about it. There were no servants, no pomp. In her mind, it must have transformed into a dilapidated shell. Yet, upon her arrival, it was evident that everything remained unchanged from 18 years prior. The torrential rain seemed to have spared this place entirely, the garden vibrant with blooming flowers. She felt a deep displeasure. But in contrast to her current mood, her spirits began to lift. "I am saddened by the recent events. Leo was a good boy, perhaps just momentarily impulsive. I believe his essence is inherently good. However, the deed is done. Please do not dwell too heavily on it." Rashi attempted to convey a tone of comfort. Yet the joy in her words was unmistakably unmasked, and she had never intended to hide it. She had come to flaunt. "I appreciate your consolation," Loria responded with a slight bow, her smile betraying no hint of sorrow. "Seeing you in good health brings comfort to both me and His Majesty the Emperor." Rashi nodded, though she could not comprehend the dynamic between Leo and Loria, which had been evident over the past 18 years. Here, Leo had just been consumed by flames, yet Loria appeared utterly unfazed, her demeanor unchanged, even seemingly improved. What could this mean? "Forgive my candor, but you need not suppress your emotions in my presence. I know you are deeply saddened. If you feel the need to confide, I will be a good listener." Rashi's tone brimmed with sincerity, a sincerity she herself recognized. "Indeed, I feel sorrow, yet it matters little. He has made his choices, and thus must face the consequences. He is but a child. If he does not learn from his missteps, he will inevitably tread down a dark path in the future." Loria maintained her gentle smile, as though strolling in a sun-drenched garden. Anger slowly crept across Rashi's face. She had initially planned to mock Loria, but now found herself unable to continue this farce. "Without Leo, you are nothing, merely a wild girl of ignoble lineage. You aspire to grasp Leo's power and become the Empress? Alas, your ambitions are destined to fail, for it is preordained that Leo will serve as nothing more than a stepping stone for Zack. Everything is so logically arranged, so harmonious." Rashi inhaled deeply, advancing toward Loria. But her path was obstructed by Liwei. The lenses obscured much of the maid's gaze, yet the faint purple luminescence emanating from them sent a chill down Rashi's spine. The guards behind Rashi surged forward. Yet Mosquito merely tapped the dagger at her waist with a finger. All fell silent, and no one dared to move. Very well, very well. Rashi realized her hasty advance had been somewhat reckless, as a woman. She had no way of acquiring immediate knowledge of the execution's particulars. She had only heard that Leo had been reduced to ashes, prompting her hurried arrival, her years of repression causing her to overlook the two enigmatic figures beside Loria. Amandella had once cautioned her to avoid any direct confrontation with Loria at all costs. Yet in her moment of triumph, she had completely disregarded this advice. "I will not harm you, Loria. However, do not think to leave this place. If you wish to become its mistress, then remain here for all eternity." Rashi departed in haste, while the emperor collapsed from overwhelming grief. She had already commanded that troops surround the eastern palace tightly. She intended to slowly torment Loria until that ageless girl knelt before her, begging for forgiveness. Her plan seemed flawless. In her eyes, everything appeared to be in order. However, upon returning to the western palace, she sensed something amiss. Zack was brought back, his lower body wrapped in thick bandages, the pungent scent of medicine palpable from several meters away. His complexion was ashen, devoid of any semblance of life. Emitting meaningless groans, countless doctors swarmed around him, yet none dared to take action. Within 2 minutes, Rashi received the grim news. Leo, the one who had been on the pyre, had committed an unforgivable act before his demise. Rashi was driven to madness. Yet, at that moment, she did not rush to Zack's side, for she knew that would provide him no aid. She wiped the tears from her face, summoning all the troops under her command, and headed straight for the eastern palace. From the time she had left until her return, no more than 10 minutes had passed. However, upon her arrival, she was met with a scene reminiscent of a slaughterhouse. The once flourishing eastern palace lay in ruins, littered with debris. Bodies sprawled across the ground, blood pooling everywhere. Limbs severed, human entrails ruptured, the stench overwhelming, and Loria and her companions had vanished without a trace, beside the pond. A massive form writhed grotesquely, 2 enormous, ghastly heads feasting ravenously upon the corpses below, occasionally tearing at each other in a savage struggle for a morsel of flesh. Entrails were flung from half-eaten bodies, landing at the feet of the horrified onlookers. Even the most rigorously trained warriors could not face such a scene without faltering. They covered their mouths, some even rushing aside to vomit. What on earth was happening? Suddenly, a colossal sphere of light descended from the heavens, striking one of the monstrous heads, which exploded into a gory pulp, leaving only a serpent-like neck thrashing in place. The other head discarded its meal. Opening wide its foul maw, a noxious liquid brewed within, dripping to the ground and corroding it into deep pits. A deafening roar erupted as the black liquid spewed forth from the creature's mouth, enveloping everything, ground, sky, and buildings, in its toxic embrace. Protect the queen. The soldiers clustered together, raising their shields, but in an instant, those specially treated shields vanished from their grasp, followed by their arms from their shoulders, their bodies from the ground. Yet, Rashi remained unscathed, or so it seemed. The scream of pain not only inflicted suffering but also summoned forth a surge of motivation. Rashi suddenly covered one of her eyes, wisps of black smoke escaping between her fingers. She desperately covered her eyes, her vision blurring in an instant. Instinctively, she rushed backward, colliding with a rigid body. "Stay calm. I am here," Amindra said, extending his hand to press gently upon the top of She's head. The panicked woman collapsed softly, her hands that shielded her eyes now falling limply to her sides. One of her eyes had vanished, replaced by a gaping wound from which thick, black smoke gradually billowed. Her once beautiful visage appeared as though it had been scorched by flames, one half contorted into a grotesque mask. In the distance, a monstrous roar echoed, thrashing and writhing as the shattered head reformed. 2 gaping maws aimed squarely at Amindra. How dare such a lowly creature bear its fangs at me? 2 magical orbs flew forth from Amindra's side, while he himself turned away, casting one last glance behind him. Behind him, the orbs relentlessly obliterated the monster's body into fragments. It was the year 1322 of the dynasty, on the 30th day of July. The last crown prince of the dynasty, Leophires, born on the 27th of July, 1304, was executed by fire for defiling the guardian goddess of the nation, personally nailed by his brother with an oak stake symbolizing eternal damnation. Chapter 6. The new emperor. Leo's remains were originally to be displayed in the square for a week. Yet by that very night, they had completely vanished, leaving not even a trace of ash behind. Numerous signs of carrion beasts, creatures nurtured within the bone shrine, were left at the scene. Their sole purpose was to collect corpses and transport them to the distant bone constellation in another galaxy. There, the malevolent god of bones, Stockton, would feast upon this grim banquet. No one in the royal family expressed any reaction to this outcome, as the emperor lay bedridden, gravely ill. All affairs of the royal household were temporarily managed by the Imperial Provisional Committee. Composed of 12 of the empire's most powerful ministers, which would maintain the status quo until the emperor's recovery. Leo's brief life was shrouded in mystery. Even in his youth, various rumors painted him as a figure of enigmatic power. In the hearts of the populace, Leo was the sole choice for the future emperor, while his brother Zach was seen as a promising advisor. However, the sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. After much discussion, the people calmly accepted this reality. After all, in their hearts, the guardian goddess was paramount, and the emperor, having lost one, would inevitably be replaced. It is often said, "This world will never be devoid of those who assume the mantle of emperor." And indeed, it was so. The execution ground, Crown Prince Leo, in a strange manner, personally transformed his brother into a eunuch. According to rumors, the emperor, having mistakenly slain his blameless wife, was cursed with infertility by her noble bloodline just before his demise. Thus, with Leo dead and Zach rendered impotent, many began to worry that this day signified the complete extinction of the legitimate bloodline of the Greys dynasty from the continent. Nonetheless, the impact of this event did not linger long in the minds of many. Save for one matter, the highest peak of the imperial city, atop the grand shrine of the guardian goddess, a red pillar of light that had persisted for a millennium vanished. This signified the disappearance of the protective celestial canopy that had burned along the borders for 1,000 years. Had the goddess of flames, who had safeguarded the empire for so long, finally forsaken it in her wrath? All holy knights fervently prayed to the goddess, some even confessing on Leo's behalf, yet to no avail. The doors of the shrine remained forever closed, and no one could enter its sacred interior. Countless signals conveyed a singular message: the goddess had departed. Panic swiftly engulfed the populace, spreading from the imperial city throughout the entire empire, particularly among the residents of the borders, who had long adapted to survival under the protective flames. With the sudden disappearance of the border flames, a gaping chasm several kilometers wide and unfathomably deep was all that remained. The scent of sulfur wafted through the borders, forcing people to abandon their homes. In a single night, various rumors began to circulate. The once steadfast empire now hung precariously by a thread, its stability shattered. No one could have anticipated this turn of events. For a millennium, the empire had known peace, and neither officials nor commoners possessed the means to respond to such an abrupt crisis. Surrounding empires closely monitored the situation in the Flame Empire, with rumors swirling, yet no one knew the true state of affairs. Then, weeks later, the emperor returned to his throne, reclaiming his scepter, but his appearance was merely to announce one matter: Zach, the second prince who had not been seen since his execution, would ascend to the throne in a month, becoming the new emperor of the Flame Empire. 18. He would hold the record as the youngest emperor among all nations. Although there had been initial distrust and a brief period of domestic unrest, Zach successfully shouldered the responsibilities of the emperor, and the nation quickly returned to tranquility. Time passed swiftly. 2 years had flown by. The populace had entirely forgotten the previous turmoil. In fact, humans generally show little interest in their rulers. As long as their most basic material needs are met, most are easily appeased. Over the span of 2 years, the Flame Empire had fully adapted to the world without the protective celestial canopy. While this seemed merely an internal affair, the repercussions far exceeded the imagination of ordinary citizens. It was only upon becoming emperor that Zach truly comprehended the situation he faced. The reason the Flame Empire had become the wealthiest nation in the world was due to its abundant resources: coal, oil, and other precious commodities that were exceedingly scarce in other lands. For ages, every nation had coveted the Flame Empire's resources, yet they had refrained from action out of fear of the goddess of flames. However, the situation had now changed. With the loss of the celestial canopy, the mere kilometers of separation posed no obstacle. Any airship could effortlessly transport its cargo across the border. Gradually, tentative conflicts began to emerge along the borders. Minor skirmishes erupting one after another, as tensions escalated. The conflicts deepened. It was at this moment that Zach realized the Flame Empire had become prey, vulnerable and exposed. Years of complacency had rendered its military among the weakest in the world. Despite ongoing training, they had lacked genuine battlefields for practice. In contrast, other nations had been embroiled in various conflicts, their experience vast. Thus, Zach and the Provisional Committee urgently passed a new military bill, elevating the nation's readiness level by 3 tiers. Yet, it was far too late. 2 years after it became evident that the Goddess of Flames would not return, the the three great empires finally unsheathed their blades against the southernmost part of the continent. War had begun. Over the course of 3 years, following initial chaos and losses, the Flame Empire's territory shrank nearly by half, as the contracting front lines staunchly held back the advancing enemy forces. However, by this point, the Flame Empire had transformed into a scene of desolation. The wealthy had fled, offering their substantial riches to the invaders in exchange for safety. Those without wealth faced a grim fate, either awaiting death or joining the military, only to perish on the battlefield. Zach, the new emperor, behaved with the courage and tenacity of his ancestors. Throughout the 3 years of war, he spent most of his time on the front lines, sustaining numerous injuries yet never requesting to withdraw. This earned him the support of the military and the affection of the people. But who could say how much longer this nation could endure? Chapter 7. Bone Constellation 3. Bone Constellation 3 is the third satellite of the infernal sea star, not a naturally formed celestial body, but rather an eye of the malevolent god Stockton. For tens of thousands of years, this eye has accumulated the bones of countless lives, with the tears shed from Stockton's eye dissolving all flesh, leaving only the skeletal remains. This abhorrent being is built entirely from these remains. Stockton possesses 78 eyes, all orbiting around his core, the infernal sea star. These eyes continuously weep tears that traverse thousands of kilometers, falling upon the infernal sea star. This massive celestial body dwarfs the world inhabited by humanity, its dark depths concealing bones that have rested for countless years. At the very center of this star lies Stockton's core. The 78 eyes constantly survey the vast expanse of stars. Should death occur anywhere, Stockton dispatches his carrion creatures to collect the bodies. These wretched, cursed beings were once sentient creatures, many of whom were human. Yet, they could only instinctively bring more corpses to their master, for that was the only way to escape their cursed fate. Stockton, however, cared not for the nature of the deceased. He sought only the bodies themselves. Compared to the other satellites, Bone Rest 3 is diminutive, even somewhat inconspicuous, serving merely as a repository for the corpses from the human realm. Its surface, littered with skeletal remains, is interspersed with meandering streams. The sole source of illumination on the star of the underworld sea emanates from a distant, crimson giant star, casting a dim, blood-like glow that saturates everything around it. Including Bone Rest 3, the tears of Stojan dissolve flesh and blood, leaving the bones in silence. These tears coalesce into a small river, yet within it, no life stirs. Only the clear waters flow gently. Suddenly, a human skull twitched unnaturally a few times, marked by a large hole, evidently formed by some sharp, violent force. The skull is inscribed with an intricate tapestry of characters, resembling beautiful patterns. The skull moved again, and dark tendrils emerged from the occipital hole, stretching out languidly like some soft-bodied creature. The eye sockets filled with this black substance, which formed appendages akin to tentacles, probing the surroundings. Then these appendages retracted, and the skull began to advance like a large snail. It glided slowly over the skeletal remains at the riverbed, traversing nearly every corner of Bone Rest. At a certain moment, a distinctive jawbone appeared before it, adorned with the same ornate patterns, which emitted a faint golden glow. The black substance guided the skull toward the jawbone, extending several slender tendrils to draw it closer. With a crack, the jawbone connected to the skull. Just then, the water's surface rippled, and the black substance swiftly retreated into the skull, while a long dry claw seized the skull in one swift motion. At last, I have found you, Prince Liao. If anything could bring joy to the ancient Lich Amandela, it was this moment. His emotions had seemingly withered away alongside his body long ago, yet at this instant, he still felt the tremor emanating from the depths of his soul. Amandela's form was nearly indistinguishable from that of a desiccated corpse, his flesh gradually melting away as he had just plunged his hand into the river of the underworld. Yet he cared not. Perched atop the heap of bones, Amandela appeared scarcely more than a skeleton, his withered skin in tatters. Even he could not withstand the corrosive tears of Stojan, and on this forsaken planet, he could find no other corpse with flesh to replace his own. He could only wield his power to piece together the scattered bones. Nonetheless, he deemed this endeavor worthwhile. Even if his body shattered, it would be worth it. Several carrion beasts curiously encircled Amandela, unable to comprehend why a being capable of independent movement still existed on this planet. Instinctively, they sought to drag him into Stojan's tears, but the energy radiating from the two magical orbs beside Amandella deterred them, forcing them to maintain their distance. The stench emanating from those grotesque creatures repulsed Amandella. Despite his already dulled sense of smell, the two magical orbs fell to the ground, causing the fractured bones beneath to intertwine with their power, gradually rising to form a grand gateway of bones. On one side lay Bone Rest 3, while on the other, an utterly desolate planet awaited, in the distance. A colossal nebula radiated brilliant light, and within a vast crater, countless organs tore at each other like ravenous beasts. In another dark expanse of space, a brilliant explosion erupted. The battle between the ancient gods and the primordial travelers raged on. Amandella's body trembled slightly as he staggered forward, one leg crossing the threshold of the gateway. Followed by the other, he endeavored to steady his emotions, yet this only heightened his excitement. The flames of his soul flickered in his eyes, shifting colors, vibrant flames erupting forth as his jaws clashed uncontrollably. To an observer, he appeared as a freshly resurrected corpse rather than a long-forgotten lich. Ultimately, the prophecy was fulfilled. Amandella stood before a massive stone stele at the edge of the crater, a pentagonal pillar towering over 10 meters high. The pillar, entirely white, bore inscriptions at eye level, written in delicate characters. "Do you know, Liao?" It was during a seemingly mundane exploration of the starry skies that I stumbled upon this prophetic stele. The ancient lich clutched the text-laden skull. His hollow eyes meeting those of the skull. I do not believe the words inscribed here. Yet an accidental journey led me to encounter the very events foretold in this prophecy. It bestowed upon me immense power, allowing me to comprehend that the occurrences recorded upon this stele are destined to transpire. He paced around the stele, his withered fingers tracing the rough surface, dusting off bone powder. Thus, I began to meticulously heed the accounts of this prophecy. Following its guidance, I was always the first to locate artifacts, the first to harvest otherworldly fruits, and my strength grew exponentially, seemingly without limit. In pursuit of greater power, I even transformed myself into a lich. Eventually, I obtained the tears of the comet worm, condensing my entire strength into magical orbs, effectively doubling my power. But who would be satisfied with their current might? Amandella turned to the shadowed side of the stele, where only a few brief lines of text were inscribed, time, place, and little more on the final inscription. However, for him, the matters described were far more intricate. The lich directed the skull's eye sockets toward the inscriptions. Initially, I merely acquired fragments of divine power, but as those fragments evolved into independent organs, I came to understand. Herein lies the account of how to forge a god. Amandella sensed his breathing becoming increasingly erratic. But it was merely a sensation. He had long since lost the ability to exhale. He endeavored to calm his emotions, wishing for the other to continue sharing in his exhilaration. Yes, you are not mistaken. Amandella approached the crater's edge, gazing upon the hellish scene before him, where countless tentacles writhed, each adorned with gnashing maws, tearing at one another. A grotesque tableau that no ordinary human could adequately describe. This is the essence of divinity, or rather, the raw materials for becoming a god. And the final ingredient lies within you. For this moment, I have waited for centuries. I am aware that powerful entities stand behind you. And you have even become the favored pet of the goddess of flames. I once believed I had lost my chance, yet you, in your folly, have sullied the goddess of flames. Thus, you have lost her favor, granting me this opportunity. Therefore, all that you possess remains under the dominion of prophecy. Amandella burst into laughter, yearning to sculpt a perfect human form to the point of doubling over with mirth, rolling on the ground. For he had no means to share his triumph with another, and the skull offered no response. Well, regardless, at least one person knows all I have accomplished, and that is sufficient. Amandella cradled the golden skull with one hand and raised it high above his head. Let us commence. The flames of the soul within the lich's eyes gradually dimmed, eventually extinguishing. Then, he extended his other hand and pinched his neck. The long-decayed vertebrae crumbled beneath his grasp, and his original head fell to the ground. Swiftly turning to us in the hollow of his neck, a flickering flame ignited, resembling a branch ablaze. The withered hands gripped the skull firmly, slowly placing it atop the neck where the head had once been. Boom! Golden flames erupted skyward in an instant, soaring thousands of meters high. The desolate planet was awash in golden hues within the crater. Those organs still engaged in their savage feast came to a halt, and the thrashing tentacles gradually retreated into their original forms, settling peacefully like the most docile of pets. Amandella writhed. His shriveled body seemingly beyond his control. His ravaged form slowly burgeoned with muscle. The hollow cavity of his chest gradually filled with organs, twisting like a great worm within his abdomen. Rebirth. Rebirth. Some occurrences, once they manifest, must surely have their reasons. This is but a myth. Chapter 8. The descendant. The golden flames gradually diminished and contracted, enveloping Amandella entirely. Beneath the flames, he transformed from a zombie into an elderly man, who then grew younger, his muscles firming, his visage becoming handsome. I can scarcely believe it. I can hardly believe it. This is truly happening. I have done it. Amandella beheld his hands, occasionally pinching his wrists, tugging at his skin. This smooth surface radiated youthful vitality. Attire, boom. The flames instantaneously fashioned a resplendent golden ensemble for Amandella, more splendid than anything he had ever beheld. Is it truly possible? Then, a palace, boom, upon the surface of the earth. The rocks twisted and coalesced, giving birth to an immense palace of unparalleled grandeur. The entire structure defied categorization, brimming with both power and aesthetic beauty. Is this my strength? Is this the power of the divine? Am I a god? Am I truly a god? A myriad of expressions flickered across Amandella's face, oscillating between solemnity and bewilderment, often changing in the blink of an eye. The sudden surge of power plunged him into a state of disarray. Yet one thing became clear to him. He seemed capable of manifesting whatever he could conceive. Thus, Amandella wore a noble smile, gazing upon the now tranquil remnants within the meteorite crater as if he were a saint. Resurgence. A low, guttural howl echoed as if from the depths of the earth, growing ever nearer. The disembodied hands and feet, along with other visceral remains, began to writhe restlessly, reluctantly converging to form a grotesque mass. Countless tendrils intertwining and tugging at one another, gradually coalescing into a colossal figure before Amandella. This was a monstrous form that would not even dare to manifest in nightmares. Resembling a grotesquely squashed gorilla, its irregularly assembled parts riddled with festering sores, limbs in disarray, and tendrils slithering between its joints. Eyes materialized in every conceivable corner of its body. Repugnant beings, existence is a boon to you. Yet you squander such a gift? Amandella admonished loudly. Suddenly, a swiftly approaching meteor from the distant horizon captured his attention. Whoosh, boom. The meteor streaked across his line of sight, crashing not far away. Come! At his command, the freshly fallen meteor soared toward him, landing at his feet. It was a white, bone-like sphere, roughly the size of a typical dwelling, intricately fashioned from an array of fragmented bones, exuding an aura of wickedness. This must be an artifact of Stoken. How could it possibly be here? Wait, could it be that Stoken has arrived? Abruptly, he felt a weakness in his legs, a wave of dizziness washing over him. A sensation of being drained of power surged within him. Damn, is there truly a limit to my strength? Amandella muttered to himself. Then he lifted his gaze, only to see more meteors appearing in his field of vision. No, it is Stoken, enraged that I have stolen the skull from his eye. He has traversed the cosmos to exact revenge. Amandella was engulfed by fear. Despite his formidable might, he could not fathom the realm of the divine among the stars. He believed he had orchestrated everything flawlessly, yet it appeared that the situation was far from his expectations. Crack! The massive bone sphere suddenly erupted in a violent explosion, revealing a curled-up form that slowly unfurled. It resembled a putrid mass of decaying flesh, adorned with countless tendrils, hundreds of eyes of varying sizes fixated on Amandella simultaneously. Stoken's avatar? Amandella waved his hand, and the colossal creature that had just resurrected in the crater sprang into action. Raising its gigantic fist and bringing it down with tremendous force, Stoken's avatar was instantly reduced to a pulpy mess, the ground beneath them creating a second meteor crater from the impact. Aha! Power! Such astounding power! Amandella exclaimed joyously. The force exhibited by that monster exceeded even his own expectations, far surpassing anything he had envisioned. Is this the power of a god? My power? I am a god. Oh, power! My power! Roar! The creature behind Imandallah howled loudly, announcing its presence to the universe. Boom, boom, boom. White meteors fell from the sky in rapid succession, accompanied by tremors in the ground as more avatars of Stoken descended. Those monsters gathered and fused together, transforming into an even larger abomination. Yet Imandallah felt no fear, for his strength far surpassed that of these avatars. Twisted lives intertwined, engaging in a battle that surpassed Imandallah's imagination. There were no dazzling spells, no intricate combat techniques, only the most primal forms of attack and tearing, yet it was exhilarating, for each bite represented a clash of tremendous power. The surface of the planet cracked beneath the onslaught of those titanic beings, the exhausted sphere unable to withstand such force. Relishing in the might that tore apart the world, Imandallah experienced an unprecedented ecstasy, as if this spirit was cleansing his mind and soul, transporting him to a paradise. Oh, the divine realm is so wondrous. Congratulations, truly. If it were me, I would never dare to try a feint. Mocking tone emerged as a diminutive figure stepped out from the battlefield. With waist-length, pure white hair tied back, a faintly purple visage adorned with indistinct magical patterns, clad in black leather armor, with hidden blades on his wrists and poison vials at his waist. The person's identity was unmistakable, Mosquito. Imandallah uttered the name of the figure before him. You know why I am here. Mosquito strolled forward, seemingly unconcerned by the battle between the giant and Stoken's avatars. Even when occasionally affected, he moved like a wisp, ethereal and insubstantial. I thought you merely helped that lad on a whim, yet I did not expect you to seek me out for this skull. But what significance does it hold? He is already dead. His life has long since passed. Even I cannot restore him. If you were to obtain his skull, it would merely serve as a consolation. Imandallah spoke like a benevolent mentor, his voice distant and tranquil. Even you? Mosquito chuckled. I in my eyes. You are not even worth a mere ant, even you. Such absurd words can escape your lips? Look around you, feel the presence of those great beings in the dark cosmos. In their eyes, oh no, that is not how it should be said. Rather, you cannot even enter their gaze, for you are so minuscule, so fragile. You believe you have discovered the shortcut to divinity, yet in truth, you have been laboring for others all along. Mosquito had approached Imandallah. The ancient lich floated in midair, a smile illuminating his face. Having just gained power and dismissing Mosquito entirely, Mosquito had never been his match before, and now was even less so. You, who have not acquired any power, what could you possibly comprehend? You will never grasp the greatness of this power. Nor will you ever know what the world is like after obtaining such might. Indeed, I shall never understand, for I have stated it before. Mosquito raised his head. If it were me, I would never dare to touch it. Boom! With an elegant flick of his wrist, a small dagger traced a delicate arc before him, and behind him, the giant that had just lunged was cleaved in two. Yet in an instant, countless tendrils emerged from the wound. Reattaching the body? Roar! The creature surged forward once more. Dimensional slash. I thought you had gained some form of power. It appears this is merely a trick. You cannot even inflict a scratch upon it. Imandallah laughed heartily, as if mocking. Mosquito, unfazed, silently wielded his dagger, and the massive beast was severed once again. Then, a third time, a fourth time. Mosquito continued this sequence multiple times, each incision entirely different, some horizontal, some vertical, some severing limbs, and once even decapitating the creature. Yet each time, the beast revived in an instant, as if utterly unfazed. Though you see, Mosquito, this is true power, invincible power, completely mine. Imandallah slowly descended to the ground, now towering even higher than the text itself, his eyes radiating a golden glow that transformed Mosquito's face into a shimmering purple gold. Yes, this is true power, invincible power, yet it does not belong to you. Mosquito slightly bowed, turning around to kneel on one knee. Suddenly, the barren surface of the planet was suffused with the fragrance of flowers, as the Stoken avatars surrounding them fled in panic, and even the skeletal meteors in the sky ceased their descent. Imandallah felt an inexplicable wave of nostalgia wash over him, as if his dearest loved ones were appearing before him. But that was impossible, for all his kin had perished centuries ago. In the distance, the starlight trembled, and the desolate planet's surface crumbled and transformed into fertile soil. The giant, as if driven mad, frantically dug into the earth, seemingly attempting to escape something, and no matter how Ayman Dala commanded. There was no response. In the blink of an eye, the giant had vanished into the depths, leaving a pit hundreds of meters deep. Boom! Flames erupted from the chasm, the giant igniting in a violent blaze. The red flames consuming its form within mere seconds, reducing it to a cloud of ashes, while the rocks turned to liquid, slowly burying it. This is the divine flame of the guardian goddess. How could it possibly be here? Ayman Dala gasped in astonishment. I told you, if it is not your own power, I would never dare to touch it, Mosquito remarked. A purple light descended from the heavens, tearing open a vast rift in the starry sky, from which a magnificent purple crystal castle emerged. The fertile ground instantaneously blossomed with lavender, the intoxicating aroma filling the entire atmosphere. Chapter 9. What is this? The palace of the star gods? Amindra attempted to depart, yet his feet suddenly betrayed him, refusing to obey his command. Not only that, but his body began to wither away before his very eyes. The immense palace descended to the ground, concealing the gaping chasm that had just formed. Amethyst crystals reflected the myriad stars above, their ethereal glow imbued with an air of mystery. A figure emerged slowly from the palace. Clothed in simple, immaculate garments, barefoot, she tread upon the lavender, approaching with the grace of a sprite wandering through a garden. Lolia. Amindra could scarcely believe his eyes. Lolia had appeared here, when he had assumed that the nursemaid had sought refuge elsewhere. Greetings, Mr. Amindra. It is a pleasure to see you again, Lolia said, lifting the hem of her skirt, her face adorned with a sweet smile. Behind her, Louis, clad in a purple maid's outfit, regarded the man with a look of disdain. Pray tell, who are you, and why do you possess the fallen lavender temple? Amindra ignored Lolia and instead raised his voice to Louis. This girl, with her flowing purple hair and violet eyes, bore a glimmer akin to crystal within her gaze. Had she not concealed her vision behind spectacles, that radiance would have outshone even Amindra's own eyes. Louis remained unmoved, as did Lolia, while a mosquito stepped forward. I believe you lack the right to know her name. The mosquito remarked coolly, and what gives you the authority to speak to me thus? How dare you? Amindra finally realized that the situation was far beyond his comprehension. He needed to seize some initiative for himself. He raised his hand, summoning a golden fist that coalesced in the air, and aimed it at the mosquito. Yet the mosquito did not flinch, allowing the punch to pass through its form without inflicting any harm. Do you not understand? The mosquito shook its head. This planet, this monument, has existed for millennia. Do you truly believe it was crafted solely for you? Do you think Stoken would be so benevolent as to permit you to scour the surface of his eye for remnants of the deceased, while merely dispatching a cadre of inept minions to pursue you? Unable to comprehend? Then allow me to rephrase, do you genuinely believe that the power you now wield belongs to you? What do you mean by that? Amindra's voice began to tremble, sensing an ominous premonition, an indication that he was on the brink of an irreversible downfall. What I mean is that your mission has been fulfilled. The so-called shards of divine power. The notion of ascension, if not for your insatiable greed in attempting to seize that which I serve, perhaps these things would rightfully belong to you. But now, you are faced with but one inevitable outcome. The mosquito advanced towards Amindra, extending its hand to grasp his face. Death. In an instant, the flesh and blood of Amindra's visage was stripped away, revealing a skull inscribed with golden characters. Yet, in contrast to before, the hollow in the skull's forehead had vanished entirely. The mosquito exerted a slight pressure, effortlessly lifting the skull, leaving only remnants of shattered brain matter and two eyes fixed in a lifeless stare. Boom! Flames erupted suddenly, scorching Amindra's body, reducing his flesh to ashes, leaving behind only a skeletal frame. Am I to perish? After waiting so long, is this all I am destined for? To fulfill another's desires? I refuse to accept it. I refuse to accept it. No matter who, no matter where, grant me power. Just grant me power, and I shall serve you wholeheartedly. I shall become your servant, even if it leads to my utter ruin. Amindra cried out in blind desperation. Do you seek power? A voice suddenly resonated in Amindra's ear. Within the turmoil of the palace attack, a small fragment of consciousness had lingered in Amindra's mind. The overwhelming force it represented left Amindra hesitant to respond. Thus, since that day, it had remained quietly dormant, but now it stirred to life once more. Yes, grant me power. I will yield everything, every condition you set. I shall abide by. Just grant me power. At this moment, Amindra cared for nothing else. Enveloped in flames, a gray mist encased his form, replenishing his body with new flesh. He rose slowly, his human shape seemingly sculpted from stone. His head resembling an oversized gray jellyfish, a row of repugnant eyes circling its crown, with delicate tendrils swaying beneath. To willingly surrender one's consciousness to another, one could scarcely imagine the agony of such a choice. And as for the taint that corrodes the will, your taste has truly plummeted. You even favor such refuse. Louis stepped forward, addressing the reborn Amindra. Star God, you have become the lapdog of the traveler. And dare to criticize me. The jellyfish-headed entity emitted a muffled voice, foul bubbles cascading from its myriad tendrils, dripping down its form. The lavender below, upon contact with these bubbles, instantly transformed into grotesque carnivorous flowers. A decade ago, you failed to assassinate. Do you believe you can succeed now? Louis summoned her light sword, casting a disdainful glance at her adversary. Divinity descends to the mortal realm. Only kin may be slain. Only love may be extinguished. Only blood may deceive. Now, the kin have lost their consciousness. The beloved has become the protector, and the bloodline has squandered its sole opportunity. Thus, prior to his rebirth, this is the final chance, regardless of the outcome. I shall seize it. Naive and pitiful creature, do you still harbor hopes that the ancient gods will bestow upon you greater power? Louis shook her head, uttering no further words, as multitudes of purple silhouettes erupted from her form. Charging towards the foe, foolish. Your lavender temple is the most formidable fortress in this universe, yet your assault is weaker than that of a mere beast. The tainted one cackled, effortlessly evading Louis' attack. Hurtling towards the mosquito, I know these are merely distractions meant to confound you. Louis replied with a smile. Then, a warm small hand gently rested upon the tainted one's head, all but a few eyes on its crown turning towards the hand's owner. Purity! The jellyfish shrieked, struggling to break free. Yet the boundless purity rendered it immobile, its form beginning to disintegrate. No, no, please have mercy. Do not annihilate me. Amindra's voice resonated from within, a pitiful plea for salvation. I regret to inform you. Lolia's voice was gentle and melodic, as the air around them filled with the crystalline sound of bubbling springs, a symphony of instruments weaving a beautiful melody. In an instant, the tainted one's body crumbled into countless petals. Cascading to the ground, the tainted one vanished into the ether, carrying with it a sense of resentment and humiliation, yet powerless to resist. This was beyond its comprehension. Lolia tenderly cradled the skull from the mosquito's grasp, each inscription upon it aglow. She softly recited, and with each word, the light extinguished, the engravings vanishing from the skull. Minutes later, the skull appeared polished and indistinguishable from that of an ordinary human. A mass of black substance oozed from the skull's eye sockets, rolling across the ground like gelatin. Gradually, the mass began to writhe and expand, transforming into a small black cat. Let us depart, Lingling. Lolia extended her hand, beckoning the little black cat to leap onto her shoulder. We have even more pressing matters to attend to. Chapter 10. Zack the Starry Sky. A brisk wind swept into the tent, rustling the documents atop the table. A hand promptly pressed down on the papers, and the individual rose, stepping outside the tent. The wind was not strong enough to do more than tousle his blue hair slightly. The cold sensation elicited a faint ache in the scar on his face. But at that moment, he paid it no heed. Zack felt weary. Since ascending to the throne, he had scarcely enjoyed a single day of peace. War had become a perpetual concern, compelling him to forcefully mold himself into an exemplary commander, a distinguished leader, and a valiant warrior. Yet above all, he was an emperor. Every decision he made could steer the war in a certain direction. Should he err, it would be the soldiers who paid the price for his mistakes. He did not regard his rise to power as particularly glorious, but that did not preclude him from striving to be a good emperor. Over the course of 3 years of conflict, He had lost half of his territory, yet through a strategic withdrawal, he had managed to halt the tide of war from becoming overwhelmingly one-sided. The ministers within the realm held varying opinions on his actions. Some praising, others criticizing, yet all acknowledged the contributions of the new emperor. After all, his initial defensive strategy, despite the loss of land, had preserved the majority of the military, allowing these soldiers, who had not faced warfare for years, to once again grasp the harsh realities of battle. However, this was not a sustainable solution. Among the half of the territory lost by the Flame Empire were several substantial mineral deposits, which accounted for over half of the empire's resources. The invaders, barely settled, immediately set to transporting those resources back to their homeland, scarcely allowing themselves a moment's respite. Zack found himself almost smiling as thoughts of his enigmatic elder brother, Leo, surfaced once more. If he were here, how would he respond? The events unfolding now were undoubtedly a consequence of Leo's machinations. He sullied the goddess, causing her to withdraw her protection from the empire. He instructed the mosquitoes to annihilate the Fire Extinguishers organization, providing an excuse for the invasion of the three empires. It can be said that if Leo had never existed, this war would have been utterly inconceivable. Yet, the war erupted, and Leo became the very source of chaos. From the moment he was born, there had never been a semblance of peace surrounding him. The emperor, the empress, the nation, none were able to remain unscathed in his presence. But there was one. At least Loria would undoubtedly be the safest. Zack walked slowly through the military camp, two guards closely flanking him. In the quiet of the night, apart from the sound of the patrols, almost no other noise could be heard. The soldiers were utterly exhausted. Facing those fierce enemies, they had performed admirably. Even if Zack were the emperor, what more could he possibly demand? Reflecting on his brother, who had been dead for 3 years, Zack felt a twinge of incredulity. For now, this matter had nothing to do with Leo. He might be the catalyst, but the true aggressors remained those three nations. Even if Leo did not exist, they would seize any opportunity to invade. It was merely a matter of time, and one could only blame the Flame Empire for being overly reliant on the goddess's protection while neglecting the might of their army. Possessing the greatest wealth in the world, yet allowing gold and jewels to languish, could it indeed be the emperor's fault? Zack scrutinized himself, contemplating much. He walked and thought, so engrossed that he even forgot where he had fallen asleep. It was not until morning that he was awakened by his guards, realizing that he had succumbed to exhaustion and dozed off by the roadside. Then, the guards explained the necessity of rousing the slumbering emperor. A delegation of dark elves sought an audience with His Majesty. The guard wore a peculiar expression. He could not fathom why dark elves would suddenly appear here. This subterranean race was notoriously indifferent to those above ground, showing little interest in humanity. Yet, driven by profit, they often found themselves among mercenaries, favoring roles as ruthless assassins, resorting to any means to achieve their ends. Many were eager to hire them, but none wished to befriend them, for they needed no friends. Their eyes fixed solely on profit and enemies. Zack found it all the more perplexing. He was uncertain why this group of dark elves had chosen to present themselves here. If they harbored malicious intent, they would surely have selected a more suitable night for stealth, rather than brazenly standing outside their camp. But of course, one could not entirely dismiss the possibility of a ruse. Zack resolved to meet them. 2 elite guards flanked the emperor as they approached the camp's exterior, where they encountered the contingent of dark elves. On the desolate expanse of the Gobi, a group of over 20 figures, entirely cloaked in black robes, stood before them. The sun could not reach their faces, yet their exposed purple hands and grayish-white hair betrayed their identity as dark elves. Upon seeing Zack, one among them advanced slowly, halting 20 meters before him, then kneeling on one knee. I am Chui Lin, the deputy chief of the Kulan tribe from the northern underground city of the Dark Elves. I swear by my faith that my tribe and I shall dedicate our lives entirely to the Emperor of the Empire. The dark elf possessed an exceedingly elegant voice, and his words were melodious. His oath transformed into specks of starlight in the air, clearly not a jest, for those starry glimmers signified that should he violate his vow, he and his tribe would perish in an instant. But why? Why would they do such a thing? It made no sense. This conflict among humans did not pertain to the interests of any elf. Whether white or dark, they could scarcely care less for the reasons behind human warfare, even wishing for the complete annihilation of humanity. There had never been a recorded instance of elves willingly aligning themselves with humans. For to them, humans were merely a group of uncivilized, inferior beings. Thus, even with an oath that could not be falsified, Zack remained incredulous. Please do not feel troubled. We understand that humans cannot comprehend our actions. However, trust us, we are genuinely loyal to the greatest emperor of the empire. Chui Lin, the dark elf standing nearly 2 meters tall, declared. His eyes were hidden beneath the hood, rendering them unseen, yet his words did not ring false. To demonstrate our sincerity, we have prepared a gift before our arrival. Chui Lin rose and retrieved a cloth bag from within his robe. The bag, crafted from coarse burlap, was stained with thick blood. Last night, we infiltrated the vanguard camp of the Earth Empire and slayed their most distinguished commander, Kaze. The bag was opened, revealing a severed head, its disheveled gray-brown hair and wrinkled face marred by a prominent scar. Zack recognized the man immediately, Kaze. This was the very individual who had inflicted a string of defeats upon Zack, the one who had left a scar upon his own face, and the mastermind behind the entire invasion's battle strategy. He was known as the fox clad in lion's skin, outwardly formidable yet inwardly cunning. The sudden demise of such a figure would undoubtedly spell catastrophic losses for the Earth Empire. Just then, a scout appeared on the horizon, and within minutes he approached the Emperor, bearing news of the enemy's latest developments. The enemy's most distinguished commander, Kaze, had been beheaded last night, a fact only discovered that very morning. Everything became clear. It was undoubtedly the work of these dark elves. Zack felt as though fortune had descended upon him, and he organized a modest welcome banquet for his newly allied friends. While the news of the opposing general's death spread throughout the camp, morale surged, and the soldiers were filled with goodwill toward the newly arrived dark elves. Regrettably, the dark elves remained indifferent to ordinary humans. Rejecting all forms of communication, huddling together as if this army were of no concern to them. The Emperor cared little. As long as they brought victory, who would mind? Yet, the peculiarities did not end there. 3 days after the arrival of the Dark Elves, an orc army composed of 80 bearmen arrived outside the camp. These towering, nearly 3-meter-tall ferocious warriors exuded violence from every pore. They shared a similar body structure with humans. The only distinction being their thick fur, and most importantly, their bear-like heads. However, this did not imply a lack of intelligence. On the contrary, they were quite clever, yet preferred to resolve issues through brute strength. Most bear warriors equipped themselves with half-armor and wielded heavy, two-handed weapons capable of cleaving both man and horse in twain with a single swing. This formidable group also came bearing gifts, a full bundle of ears, specifically 1,000 left ears, from the elite 3rd Legion of the Wind Empire, known as the Wind Spear. Zack similarly designated an area outside the camp to accommodate these new warriors, yet his confusion only deepened. Regardless, the Flame Empire had no reason to attract such warriors. The Dark Elves, as previously mentioned, had never regarded humans as sentient beings, much less had any inclination to submit to them. The relationship between the orcs and humans could be described as one of predator and prey, leaving no room for reconciliation. What could possibly compel these two races to suddenly arrive here and pledge fealty to a newly crowned emperor who had only reigned for 3 years? Zack could not believe he possessed such charisma. In his bewilderment, he could only attribute it to the prowess of the ancient lich, Amandra. Ever since the incident of the prince's burning 3 years ago, Amandra had not been seen in public. In Zack's view, he must have been tirelessly working to save the nation. Subsequently, one after another, soldiers from the Flame Empire stationed on other battlefields began to report the arrival of unfamiliar faces. Without exception, they all declared their loyalty to the Emperor of the Flame Empire, presenting the killing of enemies as their gifts. Zack was perplexed, yet it was paramount to receive assistance, in the ensuing battles. These two newly joined factions displayed horrifying combat efficiency. Prior to engagements, the Dark Elves would execute precise assassinations of enemy commanders, capitalizing on the ensuing chaos. The Bear Warriors would then charge headlong into the fray. These frenzied fighters shattered the hastily assembled formations of the enemy, while Zack led his own troops to reap the rewards. This pattern repeated itself across the battlefield. In this world, fairness dictated that while humans held the greatest numbers, in terms of combat prowess, any single race far surpassed humanity. The territory that had once been lost was gradually reclaimed, and Zack no longer needed to lead his soldiers into the vanguard. He could return to the palace. Almost every moment brought news of victories being sent back to the palace, and as he gazed at the map, the red areas representing his country began to restore. A sense of accomplishment slowly unfurling within Zack's heart. This was splendid. Chapter 11. Peace. Zack set aside the latest report of triumph and opened the window, allowing the warm air to flow into the room. After 6 months, his hair had regrown. Yet now, there was no need for a haircut, for war had receded from his life. He had been away from the battlefield for half a year. Now, spring had arrived, and the distant mountains were adorned with a symphony of verdant green. The temple of the Guardian remained a fiery shade of red, yet the goddess no longer bestowed her blessings. Fortunately, everything was progressing in a favorable direction. Perhaps the war can come to an end before summer arrives, Zack mused. What was he contemplating? The Emperor. Rosie approached, supported by 2 handmaidens, her face draped in a light veil, yet it was still possible to discern the grotesque transformation of her visage. One eye had completely withered away, leaving behind a haunting hollow, while the other, though intact, lacked any semblance of vitality. IDS nothing. Mother, I was merely pondering when this war might conclude. Zack turned to take Rosie's hand, which felt like a bundle of brittle twigs, its skin riddled with creases. Hardly the hand of a national matriarch. 3 years had passed. Had it truly been 3 years? Was this cursed war finally nearing its end? Rosie smiled as she approached the window. Like most, the first thing she beheld from the window was the distant temple of the Guardian. The view revealed no changes. It remained as tranquil as ever. From the current perspective, perhaps the war would indeed conclude before summer, for our foreign allies had rendered us significant assistance. Zack stood behind Rosie, gently massaging her shoulders. Child, did your mother's support for your decision ever cause you regret? Rosie reached out, clasping Zack's hand. Her sleeve slipped down her wrist, exposing her withered arm, reminiscent of a victim from the most desolate of lands. To be honest, I did contemplate it at first. Had I chosen to let Leo ascend the throne unchallenged, perhaps nothing would have transpired, and the Flame Empire would still reign as the mightiest empire in the world. I could have done and said anything I wished, but Zack's grip tightened gradually. But that was not the life I desired. Since that day, my father has been bedridden, and the weight of the nation rests squarely upon my shoulders. Even with the support of ministers, I still find myself struggling to breathe under this pressure. Yet, I take solace in having found a way to prove myself, to challenge myself. I have come to realize that I am not merely a worthless shadow lurking behind others. Zack knelt before his mother, one knee touching the ground. Thus, I harbor no regrets. As Zack had anticipated, the war concluded before the arrival of summer. The invading trio of nations withdrew their remaining forces and returned the locations of the mines. However, they refused to pay any reparations for the resources they had extracted. The Flame Empire, too, was powerless to reclaim those losses, and thus, tranquility returned to the continent. Those foreign allies who had once aided Zack entered the imperial city post-war. Due to the conflict, many had fled, leaving numerous areas of the capital vacant, which the foreigners then inhabited. Naturally, Zack did not neglect these victors of war. Yet, no matter how he inquired, they desired nothing. They simply wished to reside quietly within the city. Zack found himself both curious and perplexed. He sensed something amiss, yet the multitude of unsettling occurrences obscured his understanding of what was truly wrong. Since the loss of the Guardian's canopy, the Flame Empire had reverted to a natural family structure. Winters here could be unbearably frigid, while summers were stiflingly hot. After a tragic toll of lives lost to both frost and heat, the populace finally learned to shield themselves from the elements. The summer rains in the imperial city were often torrential, at times bordering on catastrophic flooding. It was not uncommon for a month of incessant rain to occur. Currently, dark clouds seemed to blanket the sky with an unyielding ferocity. During such times, Zack often found himself recalling the events of that day, remembering Leo's final words, "I will return," Zack murmured softly. Boom! The thunder startled Zack, as if he had glimpsed a shadow standing before him. Impaled by an oak nail, he quickly chuckled at the absurdity of his own thoughts. Crash! An unknown tempest hurled the window open, icy winds and heavy rain sweeping into the study. Zack hurriedly rose to close the window. When he regained his composure, he was astonished to find a figure seated in his chair. This person possessed eyes that gleamed with golden light. "Who?" Zack shouted, a blinding flash of lightning illuminated the world. Boom! The thunder seemed to threaten to collapse the entire palace. In the wake of the lightning, Zack discerned that no one was there. Only a little black cat sprawled upon the chair's backrest. Zack exhaled in relief as he approached the desk, scooping up the small feline and gently stroking its head, so small. It resembled that person's black cat. Yes, that cat named Lingling. As Zack spoke, he playfully scratched beneath the kitten's chin. Dingling! The crisp sound of a bell startled Zack, and he slowly lifted the little cat, noticing a beautiful bell tied around its neck, one that bore an uncanny resemblance to a previously cherished one. Boom! Another clap of thunder jolted Zack, and he spun around to behold a face that had haunted his dreams countless times, now standing before him. Hello, brother. Zack fainted in that fleeting moment. His mind replayed the instant of the fiery execution, and he felt a sharp pain in his lower body. Yet, it was merely an illusion. He no longer cared. 3 years had sufficed for him to adapt. The life of war had left him no time for resentment. Only in dreams did such thoughts surface. But now it was different. Upon awakening, he found himself seated in his chair again. No black cat, no Leo, nothing at all. He paused in confusion, then touched his own face. Huh, he exhaled, striving to calm his racing heart. That dream had felt all too real, as if he had genuinely encountered his brother, who should have long since perished. Just then, a shadow flitted past his bed. Accompanied by the chime of a bell, Zack looked up but saw nothing. Though it appeared that the war had officially concluded, the underlying state of hostilities remained unresolved. The Emperor faced the dual task of soothing public sentiment to restore domestic stability while simultaneously steering the machinery of the state towards a military focus. Historically, the borders of the Flame Empire had been guarded by insurmountable barriers. Those kilometers-wide chasms combined with towering flames rendered the Empire's defenses impenetrable. Yet, now it was different. The goddess had forsaken the Empire. The Guardian's canopy had vanished, and even the vast chasms were gradually closing, akin to a wound healing over. Previously, the 3 neighboring nations had exploited the Flame Empire's unguarded vulnerabilities to breach the chasms. Thus, in the not-too-distant future, once these chasms healed, the neighboring nations, ever watchful, would surely re-emerge. Zack dared not relax. His days were filled to the brim with appointments. The Ministry of Internal Affairs, the Ministry of Defense. The library, these constituted his roadmap. Apart from eating and sleeping, he found himself in one of these 3 places. Yet, an overwhelming sense of crisis loomed over him. He had ascended to the throne far too early, leaving him ill-equipped to govern a nation. Following the old emperor's passing, the once revered sovereign had faded from public view in his twilight years. Only Zack knew that after Leo's demise, the emperor had fallen gravely ill, ultimately not surviving to witness the dawn of peace. Subsequently, the Empress Dowager passed away. Her body had deteriorated after being disfigured by the monster. Throughout the war, she had cared for the old emperor, offering mutual encouragement and dependence. Yet, the emperor's death dealt her a final blow. The succession of loved ones' deaths left Zack profoundly mournful, yet for the sake of the nation, he could only stifle those emotions for the time being. It was during this moment that rumors began to circulate within the realm. Leo is still alive. Initially, the origin of this rumor was unclear, but it gradually spread throughout the kingdom. Zack swiftly dispatched individuals to investigate the source of these claims, only to discover that it seemed to stem from a few minor religious sects worshipping obscure deities. What connection could Leo possibly have with such organizations? Zack pondered in bewilderment. Months after the emergence of this rumor, a peculiar epidemic struck a small border town. Initially, those infected merely experienced fatigue, followed by hair loss. As the situation worsened, their skin began to decay, ultimately leading to a complete corruption of the body, leaving nothing but bones if neglected. Zack dispatched a medical team comprised of esteemed scholars from the Royal Medical Academy to investigate the town. Weeks later, the team reported that the epidemic had mysteriously dissipated. Upon examination, it was found that nearly all residents had contracted the illness, yet only a few frail individuals succumbed. Remarkably, those who survived the epidemic emerged healthier and even stronger. This extraordinary phenomenon garnered widespread attention, sparking curiosity even among neighboring empires, and a flurry of rumors ensued. Subsequently, the emperor made a decision he would regret for the rest of his life. He resolved to travel personally to that small town. Chapter 12. Qingfeng Town, a quaint settlement with a population of less than 1,000 souls, lies on the border. Despite its location, it has not been a battlefield during the war, allowing it to remain remarkably tranquil even as the entire empire endured years of turmoil. Indeed, few within the vast expanse of the Flame Empire were even aware of its existence prior to the outbreak of the plague. Before the plague, this town was largely unknown, perpetually shrouded in an air of desolation. However, in the aftermath of the epidemic, it gained international notoriety, yet paradoxically, its residents became even scarcer and the atmosphere more forlorn. At least, that was the impression held by Zach. Arriving in the evening, he encountered a mere 12 individuals in this small town, including the mayor and his wife, along with 10 guards. This indicated that he had not met a single ordinary citizen amid the town's confines, which struck him as peculiar. "I apologize, Your Majesty. Since the plague, it seems the residents have grown reluctant to venture outside during the day. However, once the sun sets, the streets will come alive," the mayor said. A hint of regret etched upon his face. He appeared more robust than most middle-aged men, his hair gray but his physique reminiscent of youth, his skin exuding a vitality uncommon among the elderly. "I beg your pardon, Your Majesty," he continued, noticing Zach's gaze upon him, a faint blush rising to his cheeks. "Ever since the plague, I cannot fathom why this old frame has been revitalized. Alas, I have transformed into something akin to a peculiar beast." He chuckled awkwardly. Zach nodded, uncertain of how to respond, bewildered by the enigmatic transformations that had occurred. Even the scholars of the Royal Medical Academy were at a loss. Within the modest courtyard rented by the academy, the emperor encountered several academicians who had previously come to the town. He also met a group of farmers, untrained yet astonishingly robust men. Their strength seemed to surpass that of a significant portion of ordinary humanity, resembling something more akin to Orcish might. According to their accounts, the initial onset of the plague had been agonizing, yet the suffering was short-lived. Soon after, their pain dissipated, and their bodies began to strengthen. Strangely, they reported no unusual hunger, often consuming even less than before, yet they undeniably grew stronger. One man, blushing with embarrassment, claimed that even their wives seemed to experience heightened happiness. As night descended, the town illuminated by perpetual lanterns, the once deserted streets became lively. Strolling along, Zach was greeted by a plethora of handsome men and beautiful women. This was yet another consequence of the plague. All the men had grown more muscular and strikingly handsome, while the women exhibited flawless figures and exquisite beauty. Zach found the reality surreal, yet these extraordinary changes unfolded before him. In a moment of reverie, he mused that if his subjects resembled this, then his army would have nothing to fear from foreign invaders. Just then, a sudden quarrel erupted between two men on the street, with a woman attempting to mediate, a typical tale of jealousy over love. Initially, it seemed innocuous, but as Zach prepared to depart, an unexpected event transpired. The two men's bodies began to contort. Their bones elongated, muscles swelled, sharp horns sprouted from their foreheads, and bony protrusions emerged from their spines. In mere seconds, they transformed into towering monstrosities over 3 meters tall. Zach stood in shock, witnessing this astounding metamorphosis unfold right before his eyes. His guards shielded him from harm, yet the surrounding townsfolk showed no signs of panic. Instead, they gathered closer, eager to witness the spectacle. Standing at a distance, Zach observed as the two towering creatures began to shove each other, their minor altercation escalating into a fierce confrontation. They struck each other with brutal force, resorting to animalistic biting. Their mouths bristled with dagger-like teeth, long and sharp, while their claws clashed like swords, creating sparks with each impact. The battle was primal and savage, the two figures resembling deranged beasts rather than men, emitting guttural roars that conveyed nothing but sheer rage. Zach transitioned from astonishment to a chilling calm, sensing an inevitable change yet feeling an increasing dread. Ultimately, the confrontation concluded with one party conceding defeat. They reverted to their human forms, their bodies marred with wounds. The vanquished fled, eyes filled with resentment, while the victor celebrated, embracing a beauty and brandishing his fists in triumph. Blood stained the ground, and even the onlookers bore crimson marks upon their garments. Yet, the crowd displayed no displeasure. They animatedly discussed the recent bout. Was this the consequence of the plague? Yet, what was it truly? As Zack pondered, a familiar jingling sound caught his attention, clear and melodious. He looked up to see a small black cat sauntering along the eaves nearby, the delightful chime emanating from its collar. Ding! Another ring. His guards confirmed they had also heard it and spotted the little feline. Zack's heart raced. He had never forgotten the appearance of that black cat. For years it had remained unchanged, and the sweet sound had echoed in his ears for 18 years, an unmistakable melody etched firmly in his memory. The voice within urged caution, warning him of potential danger. Yet he resolved to pursue it. Despite his guards' diligent attempts to restrain him, and his own reservations about the wisdom of this choice, he followed the cat. It moved leisurely, almost as if strolling beneath the moonlight. Granting Zack the opportunity to keep pace, he and his guards navigated the narrow alleys of the town, the chaotic paths obscuring the starry sky, swiftly disorienting him. He instinctively trailed the black cat until they arrived at the entrance of a small courtyard. This courtyard appeared oddly out of place, isolated amidst the densely packed town, lacked the ever-burning lanterns, casting the surroundings into a shadowy stillness, as if even the moonlight had dimmed here to some point. He realized his guards had vanished, leaving him utterly alone. He stood quietly before the courtyard, which housed a modest dwelling at its center, light spilling through the windows onto the ground, resembling a solidified entity. Strikingly surreal, the black cat paused at the door, gently scratching at it with its paw. Footsteps echoed from within, and the door swung open, revealing a pair of gentle hands that lifted the little cat tenderly. The owner of those hands looked up, her clear eyes meeting Zack's gaze as she smiled softly before approaching him. "It has been a long time, Zack," she said. "Greetings, Loria," Zack stammered, momentarily at a loss for how to address her, his mind blanking on the words that should follow. "Please, come in," Loria smiled, stepping aside to allow Zack passage. Yet deep within, he cried out in protest. "No, this cannot be right. How could this be so?" He shouted inwardly, terrified of entering this place. An instinctive sense of danger gripped him, yet he could not control his legs. Trembling, he followed Loria inside. The interior was bright, golden light streaming in from all directions, illuminating a maid in a purple dress who was tidying the room. Zack attempted to voice his thoughts, but found himself unable to produce a sound. Moreover, an unseen force seemed to control his gaze, restricting him from moving his eyes freely. His legs moved of their own volition, pushing open doors as he advanced deeper. Ultimately, he arrived in an expansive room devoid of furniture or adornment, save for a human skeleton propped against the far wall, its bones inscribed with a myriad of texts glowing with a brilliant golden light. Dazzling to behold. Inside the skeleton, some organs writhed as if alive, and fragments of flesh clung to the bones, trembling with the rhythm of the internal movements. It resembled a person who had been cast into a piranha-infested pool, only to be partially devoured and then retrieved. "What is this?" Zack inquired, turning to Loria. "This?" she replied with a serene smile. "This is Leo." Zack approached the skeleton, extending his hand to touch it, when suddenly, the skeleton seized his wrist. "Hello, brother." Zack felt as if he were suffocating, his stomach twisted in agony, every organ within him malfunctioning. Fear coursed through him, overwhelming him with a torrent of negative emotions. He was on the brink of collapse. "You are here, yet you are already dead," he blurted out, unable to control his words. "The flames can only extinguish my life, yet they cannot obliterate my essence." "Bone? No," Leo declared. "Are you seeking vengeance upon me?" "There is no need," came the reply, "for this quaint town lies firmly within my grasp. The plague has transformed its inhabitants into my most devoted warriors. You have witnessed their newfound strength, compared to humanity. They are utterly invincible." Leo's hollow eyes bore into Zack. "Now, ponder carefully and respond to my inquiry. If granted another opportunity of choice, what would it be? To slay me, thus becoming emperor, only to lose the heavens and plunge into warfare, thereafter allowing me to resurrect and reignite a new conflict? Or do you possess a more favorable option?" Leo's voice began to resonate with an ethereal quality. "Make your decision, brother." Leo was in the process of being reborn, while Loria, Levi, and Mosquito stood behind Zack, as monstrous figures, once human, surged toward them. Last, Zack regained control of his body and desperately burst forth from the cottage. Outside, his guards engaged in battle against the behemoths. But how could mere mortals stand against such monstrosities? The guards could only buy Zack time with their lives. He departed. Levi stood atop the rooftop, weather vane, gazing into the distance, the gentle night breeze rustling her gown, producing a soft whisper. Unbeknownst to us, we have lived here for 5 years. Loria, standing in the courtyard, looked up as Levi floated gracefully down from above. We must await Leo's resurrection, and Zack, sharing his blood, is the key. Levi glanced at the window, where Leo's skeletal form was discernible. Let us hope it does not frighten Zack too greatly, Loria said cautiously. Chapter 13. Old friend Zack could scarcely recall how he escaped that town. All he remembered was the terrifying sight of it, where adults, children, men, women, and even the elderly transformed into monsters around him. He had never felt fear during war, but when the enemy was no longer human, the fragile confidence of humanity crumbled instantly. Upon returning to the palace, the young emperor found solace. He confirmed that the events of that day were no mere illusion. His brother Leo was resurrecting somewhere. Leo had turned all the townsfolk into beasts, endowed with immense power. Zack witnessed his soldiers torn asunder by these creatures, and stone walls shattered by their brute force. It was horrifying. Yet, another sentiment flickered within Zack, a tinge of envy. If these super monsters could become his soldiers, who in this world could rival him? As this thought emerged, Zack was startled by his own audacity. It was madness. The enmity between Leo and himself ran deep, and regardless of how Leo returned, Zack had once taken his life. Nonetheless, the allure of this notion was irresistible. Surrounding nations were ever watchful, and those alien races might aid him, yet they could just as easily bolster his enemies. Zack was acutely aware that should the Empire entice certain outsiders with greater rewards, the balance of power would inevitably shift. To go or not to go? Zack had to make a decision. Torn, he recognized his intellect was insufficient to navigate this dilemma, yet such matters could not be debated in the council. Thus, he resolved to seek counsel from one individual, the venerable librarian of the Empire, Odescu. Throughout the war, the Imperial Library had provided invaluable theoretical support to commanders, assisting them in translating theory into practice, thereby contributing significantly to the war's conclusion. Zack had generously rewarded the library staff post-war. Yet the old librarian had declined all accolades, opting instead to converse with Zack through the night. In that brief span, Zack felt his horizons broadened immensely, a testament to the wisdom imparted by the old librarian. Thanks to the feather of the phoenix, the librarian seemed unchanged by time. His warm smile reminded Zack of his father, evoking a moment of melancholy, but he quickly rallied and shared his troubles with the elder. Indeed, he yet lives, the old man sighed. You know? Zack inquired, puzzled. Was he the last to learn? No, I do not know. However, his death seemed too fortuitous. I cannot believe he would simply perish. After all, consider the shards of divine power. The elder explained. Patrick and I discussed Leo during our time together, while the late emperor was still alive. We believed Leo to be extraordinary, his demeanor too remarkable for ordinary men. Yet, we never anticipated he would meet such an end, nor return in this manner. What do you think would happen if I sought him out now? Zack asked, eager for insight. I do not know, but if those colossal beasts are indeed under Leo's command, then I believe you should attempt it, the old librarian pondered. Will he heed my call? Zack questioned, both to the elder and himself. Perhaps not, the elder replied. Let us visit Mr. Patrick. Leo shared a good rapport with him, and I hold some acquaintance with him as well. Should we go together, even if our endeavor fails, it should not be seen as a mistake. Zack was taken aback by the librarian's willingness to assist. He had merely sought a strategy discussion. Having the old librarian on board meant half the battle was already won. The remaining half depended on Patrick, the loyal attendant who had served the emperor and vanished from the palace following Leo's death, retreating to an undisclosed village for a life of tranquility. Since the war commenced, he had fallen completely silent. Evidently, the old librarian still maintained correspondence with him. When Zack encountered the old attendant once more in a dimly lit tavern, he could scarcely believe his eyes. The disheveled, weather-beaten figure before him looked nothing like the meticulous attendant he remembered. Wearied and disillusioned, he resembled a common drunkard found in any roadside tavern. The librarian showed no surprise at Patrick's current state. As if he had anticipated this outcome, Patrick acknowledged their presence but returned his gaze to the table before him, littered with empty bottles of the cheapest spirits available. "Mr. Patrick," Zach approached cautiously, offering a slight bow. "Sit, drink," Patrick rasped, his voice hoarse, before succumbing to a fit of violent coughing. "These drinks cannot intoxicate you," the old librarian remarked, placing a hand on Patrick's shoulder. I know." Patrick finally caught his breath, lifting his glass for a hearty gulp. "Ah," the librarian sighed, leaning closer to whisper in Patrick's ear, "Leo still lives." The sound of the oak cup shattering on the floor echoed through the tavern, yet the din of the crowd drowned out this minor commotion. "He yet lives?" Patrick stammered, rising unsteadily. Zach nodded and recounted his recent experiences. Zach's narrative unfolded. A palpable transformation overtook the former attendant. His breathing steadied, color returned to his pallid face, and his eyes sparkled with renewed vigor. "I knew it! He would not depart so easily," Patrick exclaimed, his enthusiasm echoing that of a nearby reveler. "I shall accompany you." "Now, at once," Patrick insisted, seizing both men and attempting to stride toward the exit. "I think it prudent for you to change your attire first. Your current appearance is rather unseemly," the old librarian interjected, halting Patrick's fervor. Realizing the truth in this, Patrick vanished in an instant, leaving Zach and the old librarian in silent astonishment. If he had aided me during the war, perhaps it would have concluded long ago. After all, he is one of the few saints in this world, Zach reflected. Leo's death profoundly affected him. I do not fully comprehend why he held Leo in such high regard. Fortunately, his granddaughter inherited his strength, and the war has not disappointed you, has it? The old librarian replied. Indeed, Zach nodded. I find myself envious of Leo. If I were to perish in the future, would anyone mourn for me? They certainly would. Chapter 14. The pursuit. The trio, Patrick, Odescu, and Zach, were without a fourth companion. They returned to the town, warmly welcomed by the mayor, as if the previous day's events had never transpired. With daylight upon them, the town appeared tranquil, the streets devoid of any inhabitants. Yet Patrick could faintly detect a whiff of decay in the surrounding air. Beneath the robust exteriors of those individuals, it seemed they had long been eroded. However, Patrick was uncertain, having not wielded his powers for far too long. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. They then arrived at the secluded courtyard, choosing daylight this time. The shadows cast by the previous night's events had left Zach apprehensive, so this choice at least seemed devoid of error. Yet upon their arrival, Leo was nowhere to be found. Before them stood a dilapidated ruin, the ashes from the fire still struggling in the wind. Attempting to ignite once more, no one, including the mayor, knew where they had gone. They were even unaware that the place had once been inhabited. According to the mayor's description, it was merely an abandoned old house. And a fire in such weather was not uncommon. Just as the three lamented their tardiness, an inexplicable plague erupted once more in another border town. It was Leo. This was Zach's immediate reaction upon hearing the report. This time, they did not delay. They hastily set off for the town. On the hillside beside the town, they beheld a sight most horrifying. The entire town appeared as though it had been splattered with the innards of a colossal beast. The ground littered with chunks of flesh that wriggled irregularly, tearing and biting at one another. Massive, vein-like tissues coursed through the town, pulsating as if in sync with a heartbeat. In the center of the town, a gigantic creature crouched on the ground, struggling desperately yet unable to move an inch. The flesh scattered about crawled towards the beast like leeches, voraciously devouring its blood and meat, growing ever larger with each morsel consumed. "What is this?" Zach murmured. He glanced at Patrick, who shook his head. He then turned to Odysseus, who also shook his head. They were at a loss. The scene before them was beyond the grasp of humanity. This was a malevolent sacrificial rite, feeding the cursed with the blood and flesh of abominable creatures to grant them rebirth. A figure slowly rose from the shadows of Zach, tall and slender. With purple skin and gray hair, he was Mosquito, the formidable assassin of the Dark Elves. "I do not understand. I do not comprehend. Why must this be done?" Zach trembled, for war had never instilled fear within him. Only the unknown could evoke such terror. Now, fear had obliterated everything he held dear. His dignity, his confidence. "It is quite simple," Mosquito stated. "When one cannot obtain something through conventional means, one must resort to their own methods. Originally, he could have become an emperor, claimed what was rightfully his, and then departed quietly, but you have thrust everything into another realm. You killed him. Perhaps it is not your fault, you were merely a catalyst. Even if it were not you, another would have taken your place. However, because you are his brother, you have incited his wrath, one could say. Mosquito approached Zack, his luminous eyes fixed upon him. You have caused all of this. Zack collapsed to the ground, the monstrous figure in the distance howling, its blood, flesh, and bones continually dissipating, while the chunks of meat, having feasted upon the creature's essence, began to swell, transforming into monstrous forms. Gradually, those monsters shrank. Reverting into human shapes, their eyes, blood-red, surveyed their surroundings, seeking out their homes, tearing open the innards that covered their doorways, and burrowing inside. Zack felt nauseous. He wanted to vomit, but after several dry heaves, nothing came forth. His stomach convulsed violently, agony consuming him. By nightfall, everything had vanished from the border town. The flesh, the innards, the monsters. Everything had disappeared without a trace. People emerged from their homes, clad in tidy garments, engaging in cheerful conversations, leading lives filled with happiness. What must I do? Please tell me. What must I do? Zack's eyes brimmed with desperation, his voice barely audible, even to himself. He will not cease, Mosquito proclaimed. Indeed, he will not cease, just as he always has. He has always been this way. Oh, no, he is not merely a man. Perhaps he is akin to those celestial beings above. I do not understand. I know not. I am but an ordinary person. I simply seek my rights. Desiring to be a good emperor, I am human. All that I do is what any human would do. Yet Zack knelt there, his hands weakly propping him up. Tears streamed down his face, pooling on the ground. So pitiful. Mosquito crouched before Zack. I in the face of such formidable power. We are powerless. We are but a wretched bunch. Even our self-pity will garner no sympathy. The mistakes we have made cannot be undone by anyone else. If you truly wish to do something, pursue the shadow of your brother. Perhaps it will change nothing, but at least you will have made an effort. Another town, yet another town. The plague gradually began to spread. Yet the people did not flee, for none knew the truth behind the so-called plague. All those infected shared the same sentiment, viewing themselves merely as survivors. The plague would slay the weak, but would fortify others. People even sought out the plague, while the emperor, who should have reacted immediately, remained silent. The ministers were informed that the emperor had sequestered himself deep within the palace, delegating all matters of state to the council. No one knew what the emperor was truly doing. Some even speculated that he had left the imperial city entirely. Those individuals were correct. 3 years passed, and Zack's footsteps traversed the entirety of the Flame Empire. He followed Mosquito's counsel, seeking Leo's shadow. Initially, he traveled by carriage, which plummeted into an abyss, nearly claiming his life. He then rode a horse, only for it to fall into a hunter's trap. Regardless of the mode of transportation he chose, he endured harsh trials. Ultimately, he was left with no choice but to walk, using his own legs to complete his journey. Yet he failed. Leo never appeared before him again. He became gaunt and tattered, resembling a beggar. Chapter 15. The world has changed. Zack was so haggard that when he stood before the palace gates, the guards failed to recognize him. I am the emperor, Zack declared, his voice hoarse, lacking its former clarity. Insolence! The guard bellowed at the audacious vagabond before him, seizing Zack by the collar and tossing him aside. There is but one emperor in the great Flame Empire. The great emperor is merciful. He will pardon your rudeness. However, should you dare speak again, we shall not show you mercy. The guard turned his back and returned to his post. The great emperor will pardon me? Zack emitted a hoarse laugh. Is your emperor truly within the palace? You irreverent vagabond. His Majesty Leo must undoubtedly be within the palace. If he is not there, where else could he be? The guard regarded Zack with a scornful gaze. You speak of whom? His Majesty Leo? Zack was taken aback. The greatest emperor of the Flame Empire, His Majesty Leo. Both guards stood tall, proclaiming in the most reverent tones, No, this cannot be. Your emperor is me. Zack, how could it possibly be Leo? You fools, Zack shouted, attempting to rush inside. Yet he was far too feeble. A mere push from one guard sent him sprawling. Zack? Who is he? one guard inquired of the other, who merely shrugged and tapped his forehead. Thus, both guards erupted into laughter. No, this is not how it should be, Zack told himself. He is the emperor of the Flame Empire, and these guards were even personally selected by him. What has transpired that led these two to forget him? Could it be that his appearance has changed? Zack glanced at the moat. The reflection in the water, though weary, still resembled his former self. Yet how does one explain this? Leo. It is all Leo. This is his conspiracy. He intended to usurp my throne. A surge of rage coursed through Zack's mind, and heedless of everything, he charged forward, but he was halted. It was Patrick. The former steward swiftly rendered Zack unconscious, then tucked him under his arm, disappearing into the vast expanse of the palace. Meanwhile, the two guards seemed oblivious, their eyes fixed ahead, devoid of reaction. When Zack regained consciousness, he found himself lying on a bed. The recent string of nightmares left him drenched in sweat, and a gentle hand wiped the perspiration from his forehead. Startled, Zack leaped up, panic-stricken, and sprinted towards the door. However, just as he took a step, that soft hand grasped his arm. In a whirl of dizziness, he was returned to the bed. Your Majesty, you are currently very weak. I advise you to remain here and rest. A feminine voice echoed in his ear. It was then that Zack came to his senses, raising his head to see a familiar face. It is you, Freya. Zack exhaled in relief. If Freya is here, then her grandfather Patrick must also be present. Indeed, who else could it be? Freya handed a damp towel to Zack, allowing him to wipe his face. Some unfortunate events had transpired, Zack remarked. It would be rather peculiar if nothing had occurred. Freya replied. What exactly happened? It seems you might be the last person in this world to know. Freya set the basin aside and dried her hands. The current Flame Empire has utterly transformed into Leo's puppet realm. Almost everyone in this nation, be it commoners, merchants, officials, or nobles, regardless of age or gender, has succumbed to the plague of Leo. Indeed, you are correct in your assumption. It is the very vile ritual you witnessed. Only a few managed to escape that ceremony, and we have secretly united, tirelessly searching for you. We never expected you to appear before us in this manner. Seek me? What use am I, without my imperial status? I am but a waste. I possess no power, no wealth, nothing. No, Your Majesty. Zack, you clearly have yet to recognize your worth. Your mere survival and proximity to the palace attests to a significant truth. Leo is a deity, and a powerful one at that. Yet he is at a loss against you, for you share his blood, enabling you to deceive him. You once orchestrated his demise, and you can approach him unnoticed again. How splendid that is! Freya appeared quite pleased. I do not comprehend. Leo, much like the former guardian goddess of the nation, wields immense power. However, he cannot grasp you, for you possess the same blood as he. When a god descends to earth, only those of shared blood can outwit him, and you are that blood relative. Everything you undertake will remain beyond his anticipation. You can effortlessly operate beneath his very gaze, rendering him as blind to you as a bat. What are you all truly doing? Zack finally discerned the implications of their words, as if awakening to a profound realization. You see, we refuse to become monsters. We refuse to be controlled by Leo. Thus, we must slay him. Once he is dead, his grip will vanish instantly. Freya placed her hand on Zack's shoulder, gazing into his eyes. You will join us, will you not? I have no reason to refuse, Zack smiled. Yes, this is precisely what he desired. He knew that if he could kill Leo once, he could do so again. Excellent. The door swung open, and Patrick and Odysseus entered. Behind them were several familiar faces, valiant generals who had distinguished themselves in the defense of the nation. Now, they stood here, preparing to confront an adversary beyond human comprehension. We were concerned you might shy away, but the answer is obvious. The old librarian, Odysseus, appeared so exhilarated that his beard trembled. Indeed, I have fully awakened. Zack surveyed the faces around him, a wave of nostalgia swelling from deep within. I have returned. Welcome back, child. Chapter 16. New beginnings. After a war concludes, humanity eagerly thrusts itself into the next conflict, reveling in excitement and pride, such is the nature of mankind, regardless of the formidable foes they face. It has become evident that even though Leo transformed the populace into monstrous puppets, These creatures are not invulnerable. If one can sever their heads before they morph into monsters, they will disintegrate in an instant. Turning to ash and vanishing from this world, Zack led a small squad through the Imperial City. Countless monsters had fallen by his hand, yet Leo remained elusive, hidden deep within the palace, shrouded from view. More and more individuals joined their freedom faction. Their families and friends had become monsters, yet they had managed to escape. They discovered the truth of this world through various means, seeking out the organization established by the Emperor. They endeavored to resist, firmly believing that if they could slay Leo, everything would return to normal. However, progress was not as smooth as hoped. Their numbers were too few to confront such overwhelming odds. They faced an endless tide of enemies, once citizens of this nation. Each time they vanquished a group, new recruits emerged to take their place. Or should they simply eradicate the entire populace? That was utterly impossible. Zack sighed, increasingly burdened by his despondency, earning him the nickname Sighing Boy in the tavern. His attire, stained black and disheveled, concealed him among the other patrons. The only distinction was the woman beside him. Indeed, there remained a glimmer of hope. Freya absent-mindedly tapped her cup, the oak vessel emitting a dull sound as ripples danced across the brown liquid, contorting Zack's reflection into comical shapes. "Tell me, what does it feel like to become such a monster?" Zack gazed at Freya for a moment, searching for an appropriate topic, subtly inching closer to her. "I do not know. Though they may appear no different from ordinary people, that is merely a consequence of their control." Freya, unaware of Zack's subtle movement, leaned over the table, her face toward the tavern door, lazily stating, "I heard that Aunt Binlai's child has taken a liking to the girl next door." Zack replied, "Yes, it is truly perplexing how that scoundrel could possess such fortune." Freya remarked. The two suddenly fell into silence, one staring at his cup, the other gazing outside, creating an atmosphere that starkly contrasted with the tavern's ambience. Seizing the opportunity while she was distracted, Zack shifted a few inches forward, nearly pressing against Freya. Observing the girl's back, a wave of anxiety washed over him. Throughout the recent battles, he and Freya had forged a remarkably close bond, often sitting together during their leisure time, engaging in aimless conversation. Zack harbored feelings for Freya but felt powerless, knowing that some things lost would never return. Suddenly, the tavern door swung open, and an unremarkable middle-aged man hurried to Zack's table. Whispering something to them, in an instant, their eyes brightened. In the Imperial City, within the depths of the slums, in a secret room, people gathered for an impending announcement. "We have received news that Leo has secretly departed the palace." The reasons remain unclear. However, it is certain that the Leo in the palace is not the true Leo. Patrick produced a small notebook, unfolding a map, and marked several locations with a charcoal stick. "These are the pieces of intelligence we have gathered. This indicates the places Leo has traversed. At first glance, there appears to be no apparent connection, nor is there a consistent duration of stay." The old librarian, Odysseus, commented, "It may seem that way, but if we connect the dots..." Patrick drew lines with the charcoal stick, and an irregular shape materialized before the crowd. "This," everyone gasped, "it is a sacrificial ritual. He intends to summon something." Odysseus immediately recognized the pattern, and based on his knowledge, he quickly made a judgment. However, he soon noticed something. If this were true, the ritual should not yet be complete. It seems something is missing. "Missing a sacrifice," Zack stated. "Indeed, a sacrifice is essential if one wishes to summon any entity." Odysseus concurred. "But who shall be sacrificed?" Freya inquired. "No, rather, how many people must be sacrificed?" Zack's excitement surged. "Even if Leo has transformed most of the population into monsters, the moment he disappears, they can immediately return to normal." In Zack's heart, these individuals were no different from ordinary people. If possible, he would absolutely wish to prevent such an occurrence. A total of 10 points. Representing 10 cities, Patrick surveyed those present. "Prepare yourselves. We will draw him out." At some unknown moment, the sky grew ominously dark. The sun hung feebly in the sky, casting a dim light that was not blinding even when gazed upon. Yet the surroundings were unnaturally bright, as if the entire sky were radiating light. An unusual heaviness permeated the air, devoid of a whisper of wind. Silence, an oppressive silence, devoid of life, as the crowd arrived at the small town. This was their foremost impression. Accompanied only by the sounds of footsteps and breaths, when they halted, They could even hear their own heartbeats. This is exceedingly abnormal. Patrick scanned the vicinity. Is it not stranger if it were normal? Freya turned to Zack and queried, "What do you think, Zack?" Zack hastily averted his gaze from Freya's eyes, casting his sight to the distance. Freya merely smiled, choosing not to elaborate further as I journeyed forth. I finally arrived at the designated location, beneath a solitary tree along the street, where they were supposed to encounter an individual. However, circumstances had taken a dire turn. Here, there lay but half a person. Indeed, that half had once constituted a whole, but now only a fragment remained. His body had been neatly severed at the center, the left half vanished without a trace, while the right half leaned against the tree, struggling to remain upright. The ground bore no marks, and no blood had been spilled from the half-formed body. Zack could distinctly observe the internal organs within, slowly writhing, blood circulating, and food being digested. Ugh! The group could not help but retch violently. Even Patrick fought against the nausea, while Freya shrieked and hid behind Zack. "Carl," Patrick called out, his voice trembling. Chapter 17. Half-body Carl. Master Patrick. The half-formed individual emitted a resonant voice, his vocal cords visibly vibrating. Who else, besides Leo, that devil, could transform a person in such a manner? The man offered a bitter smile. When I discovered him, he had already spotted me. Yet, I promptly sent out my message, but misfortune befell me. And I could not escape this place. He captured me, severed my body in half, and now he has commanded me to await your arrival. Await us? For what purpose? Patrick glanced at Zack. That, of course, to kill you. The remaining half of Carl's body suddenly began to writhe, his innards spilling forth and morphing into grotesque creatures. His intestines transformed into enormous leeches, with jagged fangs resembling a meat grinder, and potent digestive fluids corroding the earth into great pits. One of his lungs fell from his chest, sprouting 4 legs while emitting green smoke. His liver morphed into a mass of toxic tumors, continuously spewing venom. And those monsters continued to divide. As long as I kill you, he will restore the other half of my body to me. He shall grant me eternal life. You are our emperor. You must bestow blessings upon your people. Die, die, Carl screamed, his voice sharp and piercing. Devoid of lungs, the sky above was shrouded in dark clouds, yet the ground below shone brightly, as if the entire world had been turned upside down. Retreat. Zack resolutely refused to engage in battle here. The environment was too abnormal, and something was amiss. Confronted with such malevolent entities, fighting was not a prudent choice. No, do not leave me. The twisted visage of half-body Carl displayed panic as the creatures formed from his intestines suddenly burrowed underground. In an instant, the ground was torn apart with immense force, and countless enormous intestines emerged, completely encircling the small town. Stay, die, die, Carl jeered. Toxic mist and venom swirled about, with more leeches charging towards the group. Air fist, Patrick shouted. A punch was launched through the air, and the soft intestinal walls were pierced, yet repulsive entities poured out from within. Those beings had once been human but now resembled half-digested corpses. Exuding a putrid stench, their muscles and bones loosely connected. They reached out their disease-ridden hands, attempting to share their calamity with others. They are the residents here. He consumed them all. One person's clothing had not been fully digested. And Freya spotted the emblem of the city guard upon it. Protect against physical impact. Zack swiftly pulled Freya back, and a translucent barrier unfolded. NO1 is to leave the protective range. Do not allow them to touch you. Air fist. Patrick unleashed another punch, shattering the pitiful beings with tremendous force, sending them flying far away. Yet, the shattered limbs did not perish. They writhed and reformed into new, more grotesque appendages. This is futile. All the power emanates from Carl. This fellow has become the womb of these abominations. We cannot leave without eliminating him. Odysseus murmured. But how could that be easily accomplished? Had they attacked earlier, there might have been hope, but now Carl was surrounded by writhing monsters. Green toxic mist suffused the air, and the ground was saturated with fetid venom. Whether advancing or retreating, the resistance encountered would be indistinguishable. At such a moment, humanity seeks a point of equilibrium, whether to forge ahead or withdraw. What outcome would ultimately arise? The coward contemplates the consequences of failure, while the brave shall only consider success. Mr. Patrick, please cover me. Zack sheathed his sword at his waist. What do you wish me to do? Patrick nodded. Clear a path for me to approach Carl. I will eliminate him in the shortest possible time, Zack declared. No, that is far too perilous, Freya immediately protested. There is no safety here. Zack patted Freya's shoulder and then stood firm before Patrick. Air fist combo. Patrick did not hesitate. In such circumstances, once a decision was made, it must be executed immediately, without argument. The air solidified into tangible fists, obliterating the surrounding abominations, while Zack followed closely behind, slashing through any that escaped. Finally, he stood before Carl. The impact of the air fist slightly diluted the toxic gas, though the effect was negligible. Zack held his breath, charging towards Carl. Faced with the aggressive adversary, Carl showed no fear. Maintaining his stance against the tree as more of his form oozed out and transformed into monsters, rushing towards Zack. Zack fought desperately to slay the creatures, pushing forward. The others could no longer provide him with support. Patrick had to maintain the defense, while the soldiers trailing behind needed to eliminate the surrounding abominations. Zack had to rely solely on himself. However, at this moment, he finally realized that his decision had been reckless. The repulsive limbs continued to surge forth endlessly, showing no signs of cessation, while his rate of slaying could not keep pace. Just then, he reached his limit for holding his breath, gasping for air and inhaling a great mouthful of the green toxin. Instantly, darkness enveloped his vision. Though only a fleeting moment, it was enough to alter his fate. A tentacle coiled from behind him, twisting and ultimately piercing through his back. Agonizing pain radiated from the wound. And he cried out. His warriors wore expressions of terror. How had events escalated to such an extent? Freya's eyes widened in horror as she attempted to break through the protective barrier to save Zack, only to be forcibly pulled back by Patrick, helplessly watching as Zack faded into the toxic haze. Crack! Zack exerted all his strength, severing the tentacle behind him. Yet two more tentacles emerged from his back, lifting him high into the air. Emperor, great Emperor, I have finally slain Zack. I shall finally reclaim my other half. Half-body Carl shouted with glee, lifting Zack before him, his solitary eye surveying him up and down. No, you wretched creature! A resolute smile adorned Zack's face as he mockingly gazed at his foe. You shall have no opportunity. The blade sliced through the air, effortlessly severing Carl's remaining half-head from his neck. In that instant, Carl's entire form collapsed. With the disintegration of his body, the surrounding repulsive entities followed suit, those pitiful beings dissolving into pus. The earth cracked, and the entire city began to collapse, slowly sinking. Zack's massive wound gushed forth black blood uncontrollably, yet he felt no pain. His body felt weightless, as though he might soar into the sky in a daze. He saw Freya weeping beside him. Then, he caught a glimpse of Patrick's grave expression. And just before losing consciousness, he beheld the old curator, Odysseus. He saw a great bird engulfed in flames, slowly ascending into the heavens. Then, his world plunged into darkness. Chapter 18. Regret. By all accounts, it should now be night. However, the surroundings were bright, akin to daylight. The once vibrant town lay in ruins, the ground within a 10-kilometer radius having sunk, with water gushing forth from below, grotesque organs floating about. A multitude of crows congregated, squabbling over the surrounding carrion, their raucous cries inducing irritation. Yet, the solitary man seated amidst it all remained oblivious. Zack leaned against a crumbled wall, a gray feather pinched between his fingers. He had awakened to find 3 full days had elapsed. Maintaining this posture throughout, he felt no hunger, nor any pain. For the flames of the phoenix flowed within his body, and merely breathing air replenished his strength. Yet, the cost was excessively steep. The old curator of the royal library, the one once deemed by the late emperor as the most indomitable in the Empire of Flames, had perished because of him. Wounded, poisoned, and corroded, Zack had nearly lost all hope of salvation. Then, Odysseus had stepped forth, gifting Zack his own phoenix feather. Following that, his body rapidly deteriorated, crumbling into dust. The flames of the phoenix represent the fire of rebirth, and Zack's body is rapidly healed, including his current wounds, along with the scars of humiliation from years past. He finally transforms into a complete man. Yet, this is not the outcome Zack desires. He does not believe he deserves such sacrifice, in comparison to the knowledge possessed by the esteemed director Odescu. He feels utterly insignificant. Caw! A crow ascends into the air before settling upon Zack's shoulder, nuzzling his head intimately. The phoenix's power within Zack resonates with the crow, making it feel at home. Soon, more crows flock to him. Cawing loudly, "Away with you!" Freya leaps down from another crumbling wall, shooing the crows away, as black feathers cascade around them. "Zack, we must take our leave." The girl reaches out to grasp Zack's arm, but he remains unmoving. His gaze fixed downward, as if he were a statue, lost in contemplation. "Do you not understand? By doing this, can you bring the director back to life?" "No. We remember him. We are grateful to him, but we must not squander our time here." Freya exerts herself, attempting to pull Zack from the ground, but he remains as immovable as a marble sculpture. "Please, don't do this, all right, Zack?" She gazes at her hands, then back at Zack, her eyes beginning to glisten with tears. "We know of the frustration that dwells within you, the regret that haunts your heart. Though you think I am devoid of pain. Odescu was like a grandfather to me. I rode upon his shoulders as a child. But nostalgia cannot alter our circumstances. You are a man. Regardless of your frustration or despair, you must not confine your emotions here. Your true enemy is not yourself, even if you seek to punish yourself. It should only be after your vengeance is fulfilled. You must recognize your real adversary." The statue-like man trembles slightly, lifting his rigid neck. Against the somber sky, a sorrowful visage, awash with tears, appears. He extends his hand to gently wipe away the tears, then clasps the hand that lingers in the air. "I have come to understand what must be done." Zack rises, his joints creaking, instinctively moving his body before pulling Freya closer. "Let us depart. We shall seek vengeance." After the fall of the small town, it seemed as though all humanity within the realm of the Flame Empire had vanished overnight. If the prior battles were merely confrontations between humans and ordinary monsters, the conflict that unfolded in the small town transcended any human comprehension. These were no longer mere monsters. They were grotesque and malevolent abominations, meticulously engineered. Some succumbed to despair, while others hid away, leaving only a scant few to continue the fight. Those few, led by Patrick, formed a modest organization dedicated to strategizing within the Imperial City. Meanwhile, Zack and Freya acted independently, with a modest goal and an intimate understanding of the palace. Thanks to Zack's blood relation to Leo, their movements went largely undetected. Yet, they still had not located Leo, and no one knew his whereabouts. Could it be that he had succumbed to fear? Patrick did not believe it. Freya did not believe it. Zack certainly did not believe it. Leo's absence could only signify that he was orchestrating something far more sinister. In the days of Zack's despair, the world continued to undergo cataclysmic changes. An increasing number of humans began to evolve towards monstrosity, growing taller and more fearsome, sprouting horns and developing cracked skin. In short, humanity was becoming increasingly bizarre. However, the residents appeared blissfully unaware. Zack often observed two grotesque figures discussing the growth of crops, the rainfall, and taxation, seemingly devoid of any monstrous essence within them. They appeared unchanged at heart, as though they were oblivious to their own transformation. Yet, Zack understood that such a state was merely temporary. The events in the small town had not thwarted Leo's plans. Even though Zack had slain the half-beast Carl at the last moment, Carl was merely the final piece in the sacrificial puzzle. Leo had manipulated Zack's hand to kill Carl, thereby robbing Zack of the old director. He had transformed the entire Flame Empire into a breeding ground for monsters, and one day, the innocent inhabitants would be irrevocably changed. They would stumble from their homes in a trance, embarking on a battle of which they remained blissfully ignorant. They would either perish or return home in a daze, as if they knew nothing of the chaos around them. Zack had clarified his future. He knew what he must do. Yet, faced with the elusive Leo, he found himself powerless. He could only infiltrate the palace repeatedly, using the newfound power of the Phoenix to wreak havoc within its walls before retreating. It had been years ago. Ominous clouds perpetually loomed over the land. Yet beneath the earth lay a stark whiteness, devoid of day and night. In this bleak world, only the bond between Zack and Freya flourished, becoming the sole vibrant hue in Zack's heart. They leaned on one another, offering solace. Then, at an opportune moment, Freya finally bore Zack's child. Overwhelmed with joy, Zack felt a happiness he had not experienced since he was 18. Not even at the end of the war, as Freya's pregnancy progressed. She could no longer accompany Zack into battle, her participation dwindling. He concealed her in a remote village where the inhabitants had mysteriously vanished overnight, leaving behind all their belongings. Thus, they had no worries about daily life. Living as ordinary people, in truth, at times, Zack pondered certain things. If, years ago, he had not poisoned Leo's wine, if Leo had not defiled the goddess in the temple, if Leo had not died, if the war had not erupted, if he had simply settled into the role of a minor king, then none of this would have transpired, and Leo would have continued to shroud him in a vast shadow, showing no interest and causing him no harm. Alas, it was far too late. Chapter 19. The path home. Zack concealed himself in the shadows. He entered the palace, unnoticed as before. This was his home. He knew every inch of its territory, in fact. As long as he did not collide with anyone, he could easily evade the negligent guards. He slipped into the Grand Council chamber, the venue where the Emperor and Royal Council deliberated matters. The very heart of the empire. The throne here once belonged to him, but now it was claimed by another. He felt neither anger nor anything else. Since Freya's pregnancy, the fury within him had begun to dissipate. Replaced by a profound weariness, he bore too many burdens that were never meant for him to carry. He wandered through the council chamber, his fingers unconsciously tapping on every table he passed. The sound echoing in the vast hall, he felt no trepidation, for he shared the same bloodline as the royal family. Whatever he did would go unnoticed. Even in the solitary night, 6 everlasting lamps illuminated the chamber, providing the most basic light. This was peculiar, for outside the council chamber, everything remained bright as day, despite the night. Yet within, darkness prevailed, as if time only functioned normally in this space. Beneath the dim light, the pure gold throne shimmered with an intoxicating glow. Once, Zack delighted in sitting upon it with his father, believing the cushions to be more comfortable than anywhere else. He relished the view from such heights, watching the awestruck gazes of those below. But now, Zack cared not for such things. The world was no longer as it once was, and he was no longer the same. His fingers glided over the throne. The gold cold to the touch, he sat upon it, closing his eyes to reminisce about days gone by. Suddenly, the dim room blazed with light. Zack instinctively attempted to rise, but countless golden tendrils erupted from the throne, ensnaring him tightly. "Leo!" Zack shouted. Then, the doors swung open, and the man he had called forth entered the council chamber, followed by a multitude of colossal monsters, their claws bared and their presence imposing. "You are quite the nuisance." Leo approached Zack, his pale golden eyes devoid of any emotion. "More troublesome than you can imagine." Zack's eyes nearly ignited with fury. The butcher, the callous killer, the very cause of his parents, Karl's, and Odescu's deaths stood before him. He longed to consume Leo whole, to plunge them both into molten lava, becoming dust for all eternity. "Pledge your loyalty to me, and you shall obtain everything you desire," Leo declared. "Can I attain freedom?" "Freedom is the one thing you cannot achieve." "Then may I offer you a suggestion?" Zack's rage evaporated, replaced by a sudden smile. "What is it?" Leo showed no sign of doubt. "Why not let me kill you now, thus liberating this nation?" Boom! A conflagration erupted, instantly melting the entire golden throne into liquid, accompanied by the phoenix's anguished cry as Zack's fist collided with the air before him. In an instant, Leo vanished before Zack. Yet Zack still managed to strike Leo's face, golden blood cascading from it and glimmering as it fell to the ground. Then, he was met with the monstrous entities that followed Leo. However, those creatures were no match for Zack. The flames of the phoenix purged their filthy bodies from the mire, restoring their humanity. Though death was inevitable, they returned to purity before their demise. Leo disappeared in the blink of an eye, while Zack found himself engulfed in a sea of battle. However, Zack was no longer the man he once was. The monsters could not even approach him before being reduced to ashes. Yet, Zack felt no apprehension, for he sensed the golden blood upon the ground. It was left by Leo, and even from 1,000 feet away, he could feel it. He burst forth from the council chamber, out of the palace, and beyond the imperial city. The flames transformed into magnificent wings, carrying his body aloft. Countless monsters soared up along the way, attempting to intercept him, but they were all turned to ash by the raging fire. With each surge of speed, Zack knew with certainty that Leo was drawing nearer. He had long contemplated this day. If Leo's creatures could no longer protect him, could he finally slay Leo? Now it seemed that Leo was not the omnipotent being he had imagined. He felt fear. He was fleeing revenge. The flames of vengeance ignited within Zack's heart, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. To kill Leo would restore peace to the world. He would reclaim his throne and immediately crown Freya as queen. He would vigorously develop the military and reconstruct the social order. He harbored no greed. As long as he could restore the nation's former prosperity before his death, he would be content. And now? The opportunity had arisen, however. The further he advanced, the more perplexed Zack became, for the scenery around him grew increasingly familiar. Moments later, he suddenly realized that this was the very path he took each time he returned to his hideout from the Imperial City. This meant they had been heading toward Freya all along. Damn it, damn it. You have taken everything from me. I have fought alone to endure. Yet now you seek to rob me of my only happiness? I shall not allow it. Absolutely not. Never had Zack felt such tension and fear as he did now. His heart was truly filled with dread. He could not calm himself, only urging himself to hasten his pace. The earlier emotions long since swept away. Freya, as long as you are safe, I can forsake everything, the wretched man pleaded within his heart. Yet, minutes later, his spirit began to chill, for he encountered two creatures blocking his path. Their massive bodies loomed like hills, resembling two dried squid pulled from the water, brandishing their tentacles menacingly. This sight initially did not surprise Zack until he recognized the familiar faces atop the squids' heads. They were the two girls who had previously cared for Freya, both hailing from ordinary families, now transformed into monsters, forced to hide away. Zack had not allowed them to engage in battle but had tasked them with watching over Freya. This was meant to be the simplest and safest of duties. Yet, it appeared otherwise now. Chapter 20. The hypocrites. The colossal tentacles flailed wildly, stirring debris and dust. Sturdy trees were swept aside like mere weeds. The ground scarred by deep gashes, and caustic liquid splattered everywhere. Please, save us. The tears streamed down those two faces, their piercing cries resonating painfully in Zack's ears. However, their pleas were utterly incongruous with their relentless attacks directed at Zack. He could only clumsily evade, unable to strike back, for they were not purely monsters. They retained their humanity. But this could not last long. Minutes later, those two faces began to fade, disappearing into the creature's body. Consequently, the two monsters became increasingly frenzied, having shed the restraint of their humanity, unleashing their brutality. I'm sorry. Zack found himself with no choice. He could only make a decision. A towering inferno erupted, and the two massive beings disintegrated into dust amidst their struggles. Their sharp screams leaving Zack slightly dazed, yet he fulfilled his mission. You are hypocritical. A faint, chilling voice echoed around Zack. It was Leo's voice. You bastard. Show yourself, Zack exclaimed in shock, immediately cursing aloud. Tio, annihilate me. You slaughtered thousands of innocent people, and that was before they became monsters. Yet when faced with those you know, you refrain from acting because they retain their humanity. Are you attempting to classify yourself as a good person with such hypocritical pretenses? Possessing noble character? Shut up. If it weren't for you, how could they have ended up like this? I turned them into this, yet I did not allow them to perish. On the contrary, they became stronger. Healthier, but at the cost of their freedom. They have freedom. I impose no restrictions upon them. Then what about those two innocent souls just now? Zack aimlessly soared through the sky, yet he could not locate Leo. Frustration consumed him, and he felt utterly powerless. So, you are a hypocritical person. You have slain enemies who should not have died while turning a blind eye to these two who can no longer be saved. You gratify your own moral aspirations yet subject them to torment. They plead for your salvation, prepared for death, yet you allow your desires, your integrity, to strip them of their last vestiges of humanity. And you can murder them with a clear conscience. You bastard. Shut up, shut up. Zack halted, staring blankly below on the ground. Black and charred remains flickered with embers in the wind. Am I a hypocritical person? Zack was taken aback by the sudden thought that emerged in his mind. Yes, you are. No. I am not. This is merely your ruse, your conspiracy. Without you, none of this would have transpired. Everything is your doing. I have done nothing wrong. Zack vehemently defended himself. No, everything is your fault. If it weren't for you, none of this would have happened. The voice faded softly, gradually dissipating into the AI art. My fault? No, absolutely not. Zack desperately summoned all his strength. This was merely Leo's ploy to buy time. He would not be fooled. Regardless of the sacrifice, regardless of the error, as long as he could kill Zack, he would seek redemption. Even if it meant death, he was fully prepared. No matter whom he would face, he would harbor not a shred of doubt or hesitation. Yet, when he truly confronted his enemy, he found himself unable to raise his fist. For that person was Patrick, with sharp horns atop his head, a maw full of fangs, a tail bristling with serrated edges, and eyes gleaming with malice. His body was grotesquely adorned with repulsive orbs, exhaling a toxic gas. He was beyond salvation, having been utterly transformed into a monster by Leo. Is this your scheme? Your trick? To exploit my human conscience? Zack's voice dripped with disdain. He could not tolerate it. Utilizing ordinary people, exploiting kin, such actions incensed him to his core. Leo offered no response, yet Patrick surged forward from the distance. Once a saint, standing at the pinnacle of humanity, even with the power of the Phoenix, Zack could not afford to be complacent. Patrick moved with astounding speed, closing the distance in an instant, and caught off guard. Zack was sent hurtling far away. Patrick stared blankly at his own hands, his expression peculiar. To Zack, however, it was nothing more than a provocation. But could he strike? No, his opponent afforded him no opportunity, rushing in almost instantaneously. Zack, unwilling to harm him, could only evade desperately. Mr. Patrick, I do not wish to harm you. If you still possess any shred of human awareness, please tell me, Zack shouted. Yet all that greeted him was Patrick's piercing roar. Please, do not do this. You stand at the pinnacle of this world. How can you let yourself be ensnared by such petty tricks? You can surely break free from these shackles. I am not your enemy. Zack continued to implore, yet Patrick's roars grew ever more furious. Thus, the two remained locked in a stalemate. The mutated Patrick could not catch up to Zack, while Zack could not inflict harm upon him. However, the deadlock was soon to be shattered. A pregnant woman? Leo's voice flickered and then fell silent. But upon hearing those words, Zack felt darkness envelop him. Then, a searing pain erupted from his chest. It turned out that the mutated Patrick had struck him there. It seems you too have been tainted by Leo. You have lost your consciousness. You do not even realize that your granddaughter is in danger. Zack soared away, watching as Patrick charged toward him. I am truly sorry, but I know that if you could regain your awareness, you would undoubtedly support my actions. Zack advanced toward his foe, like a phoenix ablaze, engulfing Patrick in an instant. Despite Patrick's strength, he struggled and howled within the flames, desperately seeking escape, yet to no avail. The chilling cries frayed Zack's nerves. The thought of Freya falling into peril caused him to lose his final semblance of composure. The flames of the phoenix transformed everything around into mere air. Chapter 21. Epiphany. Hypocritical individual. Once again you have measured the thoughts of others with your own narrow perspective. You have slain a soul who wished to assist you. A soul who, until the very end, could not comprehend why you chose to extinguish his life. The voice of Leo echoed once more. You have turned him into a puppet, a deceiver. Though his appearance has changed, his essence remains that of the same individual. He simply struggles to adapt to his new form. To him, it is merely a mismanagement of his own power that has led to your unintended harm. You wretched fiend! You despicable scoundrel! Even grinding you to dust could not atone for your sins. Zack was nearly driven to madness. Is that so? A faint utterance, and before Zack, a flicker of golden light shimmered. And then the one he loathed from the depths of his soul appeared before him, draped in a gray cloak, moving with a clumsiness that belied the aura of Leo emanating from him. Zack relentlessly amplified his strength, even surpassing the limits of his own body, indifferent to the prospect of death that might follow. His sole purpose was to annihilate Leo, to obliterate him completely from this world. The fiery light radiated from beneath his skin, his hair ignited into flames, and fire erupted from his mouth and nostrils. He had fully merged with the inferno. Then, He charged forward, and the figure ahead moved as slowly as a tortoise in that fleeting moment. Zack easily closed the distance, and he could even see that familiar face, filled with dread. Freya's face. What? Freya? How could this be? You were fleeing from Leo, and he merely brushed against you, tainting you with his power. My heavens! Oh, no! Stop, stop! The flames were about to collide. Tears welled in Freya's eyes, and within her slightly rounded abdomen, a life was taking shape. It was Zack's child, yet to be born, and on the brink of perishing, along with its mother. Zack felt despair, retreating as much as he could, but it was futile. He had exhausted all his strength, with no energy left to halt his advance. His face was a mask of sorrow, and everything around him seemed to slow, allowing him to perceive the horror unfolding. Freya's fair visage seared by his flames, revealing the bones beneath. Stop, stop, please, stop. Whoever it may be, who can make him halt? I would offer everything. All, life, soul. Everything belongs to you. Make it stop, Zack cried out in desperation, not knowing who might hear him. He simply wanted to close his eyes and look away, but he could not, powerless to resist. The flames pierced through Freya, shooting out for thousands of meters. Zack skidded across the ground, carving hundreds of meters into the earth before finally coming to a halt, the rocks nearly grinding away one of his arms. Yet he felt nothing. He struggled to rise, sprinting backward, the loss of his arm throwing his balance off, causing him to fall more often than he stood. Yet, he remained oblivious. With his remaining hand, he crawled forward. His palm completely worn away, yet he persisted. The ominous clouds above seemed poised to crash down, but the light on the ground grew ever more intense, casting everything in a ghastly white, devoid of shadows. Against this stark backdrop, a dark silhouette slowly expanded before Zack. It was a mass of carbon, Freya's body reduced to ash, just fallen from the sky. The wind had not swept it away, leaving it scattered across the ground. Within that dark mass, a rare remnant of an arm remained. Zack yearned to lift it, but his hands were long gone. He wept, cried out, his hoarse voice lamenting his sorrow. He lay upon the ground, pressing his face against that hand, handling it with utmost care, allowing it to graze his cheek. Yet, his strength had waned, and his head crashed against the earth, shattering that hand completely. Then, a gust of wind swept by, erasing everything from the ground without a trace. Zack lay in despair, gazing quietly at the ominous clouds above. His eyes lost all focus, his lips trembled, yet he could not utter Freya's name. He had lost everything, everyone. He suddenly realized that all he had done was meaningless, only serving to deepen his anguish. Perhaps I was wrong, Zack pondered. The fleeting thought from before surged back to the forefront of his mind. From the very beginning, had I erred? Should I not have heeded my mother? Should I not have made an enemy of Leo? Should I not have sought to betray Leo? Should I not have aspired to become emperor? Or perhaps it was I who should have perished within my mother's womb. Zack's body had become utterly immobile, and his consciousness blurred. Let me die. Let me die. Die, die, die. I have failed my mother. Failed my father. Failed the old curator. Failed Mr. Patrick. Failed everyone. Most importantly, I have failed you, Freya. Various sensations gradually faded within Zack's heart. He could not see the dark clouds above, could not hear the intensifying wind, could not smell the acrid stench surrounding him, could not feel the cold earth beneath him. He felt like a solitary soul, drifting in a lawless sea, waiting for someone to consume him, to bring an end to it all. Let me die, he thought once more. Do you regret it? A voice inquired. Yes, I regret it. How I wish I could make another choice, rather than this current path. I wish to greet my mother each day, to discuss state affairs with my father, to converse with Mr. Odiscu, to seek martial wisdom from Mr. Patrick. Above all, I long to be with Freya. I no longer desire power, nor a throne. I merely wish to return to the way things were. Even if it meant living in Leo's shadow for eternity, what of it? But it is too late. Is this your decision? Do you truly wish to make a different choice? Yes, but what use is it? Then, Leo's face gradually materialized before Zack, the stars twinkling within his left eye. Upon closer inspection, it was the vast universe. The blazing silver star disk slowly revolved, with countless indistinct celestial beings seated upon the stars, playing various instruments, endlessly singing grand hymns, tirelessly performing an enigmatic melody, sending those sounds deep into the cosmos. Then, the star disk gradually came to a halt, a terrifying howl emanating from its core, and the performers echoed that cry. Finally, the star disk reversed before his eyes. "I can see. I can hear. I can feel," Zack proclaimed loudly to himself. Then, a voice thundered within Zack's heart. "This is the final opportunity." The voice began to grow chaotic, and Zack's vision blurred. The events of the past replayed in reverse through his mind. Freya, Patrick, the old curator, the mutated monsters. He seemed to walk again through those days of unrelenting war, to return to the site of the pyre, to arrive at their brother's birthday banquet. Then, he stood there, his eyes vacant as he gazed ahead. The intoxicating aroma of wine flooded his senses, surrounded by a plethora of exquisite bottles, each worth a fortune. These were top-tier wines from around the world, in the royal cellar of the Flame Empire. Then, Zack noticed himself in his right hand. He held a test tube filled with a pink liquid, while his left grasped a bottle of whiskey, the very whiskey that only Zack favored. Everything began here. He personally injected the potion intended to frame Leo into the bottle, and shortly thereafter, he sent Leo to prison. A week later, he would personally reduce Leo to a pile of ash. Then, is this a dream? Zack questioned himself. Could dreams be so vividly real? Those battles, those fallen comrades, those lost homes. He gazed at his hands, sturdy and filled with strength, his arms marred with scars. He ran his fingers through his hair, meticulously tied back, yet it appeared limp, not at all resembling a pampered prince, but rather a warrior. Then, he reached into his trousers, where something still remained. Some things had changed, yet others remained the same. The final opportunity. Zack spoke softly, his voice so faint that only he could hear it, as though he had not spoken in ages. Then, he exhaled deeply, carefully concealing the poison in his pocket, returning the bottle intact. He had returned to 18 years of age. For whatever reason, he had reverted to 18. He did not understand why, but he knew that some things did not require comprehension. Zack took a deep breath, then turned to face a pair of golden glowing eyes. He quietly lowered his head and knelt before those eyes. "Brother," he humbly uttered. Prologue to Volume 4, Chapter 1. The Deal. Today is Leo's birthday. His 18th birthday. The sky is devoid of clouds. Beneath the vast protective canopy, the moonlight shines bright and clear, illuminating the earth in a silvery hue. Leo quietly awaited the conclusion of the birthday banquet, then departed from the palace. Upon arriving at the majestic temple of the guardian deity, the valiant knights clad in golden armor bowed in reverence before him. The knights sensed an unusual air surrounding the goddess today. She offered neither overt welcome nor rejection towards Leo's presence, her thoughts shrouded in uncertainty. The knights were utterly baffled by what could possibly perplex a goddess. To their eyes, Leo possessed no such capability. At that moment, the guardian goddess curled within a colossal lotus blossom, while Leo stood before her, gazing quietly. "You have engaged in some intriguing endeavors," the goddess remarked. "This is hardly intriguing," Leo replied. "I in that realm. You portrayed me as a superficial being. Is that truly your impression of me?" "No," Leo shook his head. "That was merely a narrative I encountered in writings, which I do not comprehend. You are formidable." "Leo? Oh no, I ought to refer to you as the leader." The goddess's eyes narrowed dangerously, flickering with sparks of fire, enveloping the surroundings in an oppressive heat. Yet, no such transformation affected Leo. His attire remained unscathed. "I must concede, as the primordial life created by the primordial one, you are nearly flawless, especially concerning Zack, of the same bloodline, for whom you crafted a world, relentlessly dismantling and reconstructing his will until he utterly surrendered all consciousness of resistance. Indeed, everything about him lies within your grasp and truth. You orchestrated it all from the outset. You relinquished your entire power to conceal your divine identity until you matured and reclaimed your strength. Even I fell prey to your stratagem. Aside from a few of your adversaries, not a single soul anticipated your arrival. You utilized my hand to obliterate the Star-Watching Tower, subsequently eliminating Zack, the greatest threat. What then do you have to fear?" The goddess rose from the vast lotus, gracefully approaching Leo. At this moment, Leo's stature surpassed that of the goddess, who resembled an ordinary woman. His pale golden eyes met hers as flames surged around them. A mere touch capable of erasing entire mountains. "Return my rib to me," Leo demanded. "Yes, that is indeed your concern." The goddess smiled, her perilous expression softening, and the surrounding flames diminished slightly. "You established your own realm within mine, yet remain unconcerned about my scrutiny. You have even entirely opened this world to me, compelling me to indulge my curiosity. You are unable to expose me due to your need to preserve that realm. But why is that? Do you not regard me highly? No, you are not such a fool. Or perhaps you merely wish to curry favor, assuring me that you pose no threat. That is also implausible. For we both know I am the flame. You ultimately must possess me to complete the beacon." As she spoke, the goddess returned to her colossal lotus bed, reclining against a petal with a beguiling posture. Gazing at Leo. "Tell me, Leo, what exactly occupies your thoughts?" Leo stepped forward, extending his hand as a small flame flickered to life. "I do not require your power, nor do you require mine," he stated, extinguishing the flame. "Indeed, that is the case, yet I must consider my own interests. We both understand what that rib signifies for me. You are indifferent to the loss of power, as you have never been interested in strength. However, for me, an additional measure of power equates to a greater opportunity for self-preservation." Leo remained silent, merely observing the goddess as she concluded her thoughts. "Perhaps we could strike a bargain," the goddess seemed to ponder. "A bargain? Indeed, a transaction that would entail no detriment to you, or perhaps even be advantageous. What do you propose? I shall retain your rib, and you shall keep mine. We shall forever be aware of each other's existence. However, I promise you that I will impose no restrictions detrimental to you, nor will I ally myself with the old world gods in future conflicts in this land. You may pursue any endeavor you desire. In time, should you acquire the remaining elements, I shall offer myself. Yet, you must vow to preserve my soul." The goddess approached Leo, flames inscribing the divine contract before them, signing it with her name, a name of exquisite beauty. Leo, for the first time, offered a compliment. "That was bestowed upon me by the primordial one, and it is the sole name that does not trouble me," the goddess sighed. "Once the contract is established, all the old world gods shall be aware of your treachery. You will face their wrath." Leo rarely articulated so much. "Their wrath?" The goddess's lips twitched slightly. "Long before your arrival, I have already endured it." The goddess lifted her gaze to the glassy dome above, as streams of fire flowed gracefully, shimmering like silk. Otherwise, how could the old world gods remain in the company of humanity? In the Eastern Palace. Within the garden, Loria sat beside a small pond, entranced by the sight of two plump koi swimming within. "I never anticipated you could grow so large," Loria remarked, tossing scraps of meat into the water. Watching the fish compete for the morsels, "You realize they will become monsters, and your first reaction is merely this?" Levi said, exasperated, holding her forehead. "Because it's fascinating, don't you think? Such tiny creatures can suddenly grow so immense." Loria exclaimed, stretching her arms wide. "Because they are otherworldly beasts. It would be more peculiar if they did not grow larger. Besides, do you not find anything amiss? We have just emerged from a fabricated history. Even I feel disoriented by the passage of time," Levi remarked, gently caressing Loria's forehead. "Not at all. I am not a deity. I am merely an ordinary person," Loria replied with a cheerful smile. "Well, as long as all is well." Levi conceded, "If an ordinary person could accomplish what you have, it seems everyone in the world would cease to seek any form of power." In the West, Rosie had never felt as vexed as she did at that moment. She struggled to comprehend why her child suddenly appeared transformed. She and Zach had meticulously planned that endeavor for an extended period. Yet in the final moments before success, Zach inexplicably withdrew. She could not fathom it. Even when she pressed Zach for answers, he remained silent. However, Zach had distinctly told Rosie that Leo was an unfathomable abyss, one he could neither halt nor perceive through the lens of an ordinary mortal. He felt fortunate for his decisions, as he still retained much. Rosie found Zach's seemingly nonsensical descriptions perplexing, yet it did not hinder her understanding of her son. It was evident that Zach had been deeply shaken, and the magnitude of his fears surpassed his comprehension. Since that day, Zach's demeanor towards those around him had undergone a stark transformation. He had shifted from an aloof prince to a person of remarkable approachability. showing concern for those around him, whether they were the old Emperor, Rosie, or merely the servants within the palace. Their delight in Zack's transformation was palpable. They believed it signified his maturation. Regardless, even though Rosie deemed Zack's abandonment somewhat inappropriate, she respected his opinion. The current Zack was no longer the child he once was. It was as if he had grown up overnight. Chapter 2. The war commences. People believed that Leo would eventually inherit the throne. Yet none anticipated the swiftness with which he ascended to power. At the age of 23, 5 years after his coming-of-age ceremony, while princes in ordinary realms were still indulging in their frivolous roles, Leo unexpectedly claimed the throne. Following his 18th birthday, Leo radically altered his previously indifferent stance towards all matters. He shadowed the emperor, showcasing astonishing talents, vigorously advancing the metal manufacturing industry, and establishing excellent relations with the dwarves of the Golden Empire. Those stubborn and obstinate dwarves regarded Leo as possessing the spirit of a blacksmith, eager to share their skills with him. This phenomenon baffled the world. Countless others had attempted the same but failed. Yet Leo succeeded, and no one knew why. Subsequently, Leo introduced more advanced agricultural practices for the farmers of the Flame Empire, ensuring the nation achieved self-sufficiency in food production for the first time within a year. Even the Earth Empire, renowned for its agricultural prowess, found this astonishing, as the agricultural techniques Leo implemented shattered traditional norms, seeming almost contrary to the laws of nature. Following this, Leo commenced the establishment of a nationwide healthcare system, extending medical services that had previously only catered to the nobility to the entire empire. Initially, those skilled in medicine deemed this a desecration of their art, but they soon discovered that opening the healthcare system to the common folk yielded extraordinary profits. With the royal family holding the reins of this system, emerging as the ultimate beneficiaries. Finally, at Leo's suggestion, the empire constructed a novel economic framework, marking the first time the nation had a systematic approach to monetary circulation. The most immediate outcome was a significant reduction in taxes, while the treasury's revenue simultaneously increased. Some individuals find themselves utterly perplexed, while others glimpse the promise of a future empire in a state of elation. The old emperor made a momentous decision. Leo would ascend to the throne at the tender age of 23. Throughout the realm, not a soul dared to oppose this choice. Who would stand against one capable of ushering prosperity to the nation? On a beautiful morning, the old emperor, adorned in the most opulent of garments, presided over state affairs for the final time before relinquishing his throne. Rising, he invited Leo to take his place. The pure golden crown was lifted from the old man's silver hair and placed atop the young prince's fiery red locks. A sword of solid gold was drawn from his waist and sheathed beside the throne. From this day forth, you shall be crowned emperor. The emperor beamed with satisfaction as he gazed upon his son. I know you have prepared for this moment for a long time. Both you and I, along with the entire nation, have awaited this day. Now, you may issue your first decree. The act of proclaiming a decree signified the exercise of power. From this moment on, the fate of the nation would rest in Leo's hands. Silence enveloped the grand hall, adorned with exquisite flowers that exuded a rich fragrance from every corner. Leo lowered his head, adjusting the crown upon it, and grasped the sword that symbolized military authority. He then raised his gaze, surveying every individual present. The army was mobilized for war. Leo spoke slowly. The war has begun. The emperor was taken aback. His ministers were alarmed, and the citizenry trembled. The entire world was startled. The emperor vociferously questioned Leo, unable to fathom why his son would act thus when peace reigned. The Flame Empire stood as the mightiest of realms. Shielded by the protective canopy of the nation, no other country dared to oppose it. Yet, once beyond that protective veil, the soldiers of the Flame Empire were arguably the weakest in the world. The old emperor understood that, devoid of any conflicts, the soldiers had never undergone true combat training. Even the common folk believed that being a soldier was the easiest occupation, enjoying state-level benefits and post-service perks. Unlike other nations where warfare was a constant threat. But what would ensue once war commenced? In the study, the emperor sat at his desk, brows furrowed in deep thought. He endeavored to persuade Leo. Yet the young prince remained indifferent to his father's words. Seated at the desk that once belonged to the old emperor, Leo diligently sketched something on paper. He offered no reply, engrossed in his task. Gradually, the lines on the paper coalesced into a form resembling armor. yet distinct from any conventional design. It would shield a soldier from head to toe. Surrounding the body were blades intended to thwart enemy advances, exuding an aura of ferocity unlike anything in the real world. What is this? The Emperor momentarily lost sight of his purpose, picking up the drawing to scrutinize it closely. This is the armor redesigned by His Majesty Leo. Behold these intricate structures. They astonish even us blacksmiths. A diminutive figure with a bushy beard seized the blueprint, greedily glancing at it before cautiously stowing it within a metal tube close to his person. Are you truly intent on waging war, even when everyone deems it a mistake? The Emperor extended a hand, hesitating momentarily in the air before it ultimately rested on Leo's shoulder. The young man's shoulder felt far more resilient than the Emperor had anticipated. Unwavering in the face of uncertainty, this war is justified. Leo finally raised his gaze to meet that of the old Emperor, his father. Only in this manner can I convey a message to certain individuals. What message? The Emperor inquired. Tell them I am here. Leo stood and approached the window. Outside the imperial city, prosperity flourished. They will understand that to seek my destruction, this is their sole opportunity. The Emperor was baffled by Leo's cryptic words. While the ancient Lich Amandala had not been seen since Leo's coming of age 5 years prior, no one knew of his whereabouts. Thus, the Emperor was left to consult with Patrick, though Patrick was equally confounded. Yet Leo was the Emperor, possessing the authority to enact any national policy, even war. As long as Leo could persuade the military council and convince the generals, he could instigate a conflict. But were those old stalwarts, who had lived in comfort their entire lives, so easily swayed? The Emperor harbored doubts. Yet, as it turned out, he was mistaken. In a single day, Leo managed to convince all the generals of the military council, articulating his war strategy and presenting every feasible option. The generals, accustomed to peace, yearned for an opportunity to showcase their prowess, and the new emperor promised them rewards far exceeding their current status based on their martial achievements. Consequently, the entire council unanimously approved the war bill. Thus, the notion of war transitioned from a mere whim of the emperor into a tangible reality. Chapter 3 concludes. Outside the borders of the Dwarven Empire, the three major empires, water, earth, and wood, expressed profound concern regarding these developments. The dwarves of the Golden Empire were unabashed warmongers, selling weapons to anyone in need, provided their adversaries were not dwarves, whom they regarded as ideal business partners. Conversely, if someone viewed the dwarves as enemies, the naturally powerful dwarves would employ their strengths to combat them. No dwarf would willingly relinquish their finest achievements. Their exquisite armor-making skills far surpassed human metallurgy, serving as their lifeline. However, their notorious tempers and obstinate natures rendered them impossible to subdue, leading others to refrain from provoking them. After all, they were merely fond of ores and metals, who would concern themselves with a band of blacksmiths. Yet now, these blacksmiths appeared to be growing excessively close to the Flame Empire. No one understood the reasons behind this, yet everyone was aware that it boded ill. It was a mystery why all three nations simultaneously dispatched high-level representatives to negotiate with the dwarves. While the Golden Empire remained unresponsive, the world was well aware of the Flame Empire's national strength, as well as its military might. The most extreme example of disparity between national power and military capability existed here. No one believed that those indulgent individuals could become formidable warriors. The soldiers of the Flame Empire were characterized primarily by their propensity to gain weight. Years of comfort had fostered a pervasive laziness throughout the ranks. Leo was well aware of this. Thus, overnight, the entire army was transformed into a veritable hell. The intensity of training escalated tenfold based on current standards. This meant that a previous 1-kilometer run would morph into 10 kilometers. 10 push-ups would become 100. A 10-pound load would increase to 100 pounds, and 10 hours of rest would dwindle to a mere hour. Within a week, nearly 2/3 of the Flame Empire's soldiers sought early discharge from service. Leo's directives were clear. Those who left early would forfeit state benefits, receiving only a minimal one-time severance payment. We do not support idlers. This was the message Leo left imprinted in the minds of all military leaders. Many expressed astonishment at the sudden shift in the nation, but for the average citizen, the government's actions held little relevance. Leo had long since appointed certain individuals whose sole duty was to assure the populace that the current measures were indeed correct. It became evident to the rest of the world that Leo was not merely speaking idly. He was genuinely intent on engaging in battle. As a result, The previously chaotic relations among the three nations swiftly stabilized overnight, leading to the formation of an alliance. They doubted that the Flame Empire's seemingly feeble soldiers could achieve anything, and should the Flame Empire falter in battle, they could reap substantial reparations and resources from the aftermath. To this end, the clergy within the three allied nations had consulted their respective guardian deities, receiving explicit assurances that the Flame Empire's protective goddess would never participate in the conflict. With such guarantees in place, what was there to fear? After all, the only dread the other three nations held for the Flame Empire stemmed from their protective goddess. Once that protection was stripped away, would the Flame Empire not become mere prey? 1 year later, the war commenced. The Allied forces amassed troops along the borders, eagerly speculating how those soldiers planned to breach the frontier. After all, the vast chasm scorched by the protective canopy not only obstructed external foes but also completely severed the Flame Empire's access to the outside world. However, those nations could not have anticipated that the soldiers of the Flame Empire would boldly stride through the gates, entirely disregarding formations. What stood out were the soldiers' unique armors, which bore no resemblance to any standard of any nation. Nor did they fit the mold of any known race. The black iron armor refracted no light, enveloping the soldiers from head to toe, with sharp spikes at joints and vulnerable points to deter enemy attacks. Most striking, however, were the soldiers' weapons. At the arm points of the armor, no traditional hand apparatus was visible. Instead, two reverse-edged short swords were affixed directly to the armor, seamlessly integrated into its very design. This armor conveyed a singular, unequivocal intent. You are a machine of death. Apart from slaughter, you are required to undertake no other tasks. Your hands may wield only weapons, and your sole purpose is to advance and kill. The armor is cumbersome, and the soldiers appear so ungainly in their movement that initially, the coalition forces did not regard their foes with any seriousness. To them, these clumsy automatons seemed nothing more than living targets. Yet, they soon realized their grave misjudgment. Though these armored warriors moved slowly, their defensive capabilities were formidable. The intricate design of their metallic armor worked in concert to effectively dissipate impacts. The black metal, a result of Leo's enhancements, was significantly harder than ordinary weapon-grade steel. Consequently, a rather ludicrous scene unfolded upon the battlefield, where the fiercely aggressive coalition soldiers were repeatedly routed by a group of these sluggish automatons, forced to withdraw time and again. Even if they could not pierce these armored foes, surely retreat was still an option. However, as the battlefield shifted closer to inhabited regions, the opportunity for retreat evaporated. The coalition of three kingdoms urgently summoned representatives from the Dwarven Empire, expressing their dissatisfaction with the superior metal possessed by the Flame Empire and threatening to extract the truth from the dwarves. Yet, the obstinate dwarves, known for their resistance to coercion, outright ignored their threats. After much negotiation, the dwarves merely informed the coalition that the technology in question belonged solely to Leo, and only the Flame Empire had the right to wield it. The Dwarven Empire had merely assisted the Flame Empire in the production of the equipment, with all materials provided by the Flame Empire. Faced with such a response, the three emperors of the coalition were unable to accept it. They had long heard rumors regarding Leo, tales of the so-called shards of divine power. However, no one had taken these stories seriously until now. Could it be that history was destined to repeat itself? Might the ancient events surrounding the old god Sargeras once again come to pass? Was the legendary immortal emperor poised to re-enter the world stage? This explanation was swiftly dismissed in the cosmos. The conflict between the traveler and the old gods had already affected every high life form. The ancient gods, being the youngest among deities, lacked the power to even ensure their own survival, let alone to suddenly manifest in such a manner. And when it comes to power, the humble human beings were hardly considered by any god. So, what was truly afoot? The war was faltering, and the three empires were on the brink of collapse. The emperors beseeched the divine protector of their nation for assistance, when suddenly, Leo dispatched envoys. These envoys had but one objective: to negotiate peace. The world was left in bewilderment. Never before had anyone heard of a victor seeking peace after triumph. Leo's demands were straightforward: tribute, reparations, and the return of lands. The three kingdoms, perplexed, nonetheless seized upon any opportunity for de-escalation. No one wished to escalate the conflict to the level of divine intervention. Thus, the war concluded in an inexplicable manner. The Flame Empire emerged with vast wealth, resources, and numerous privileges. And then, a figure transitioned from obscurity to prominence. Zack, Chapter 4. Departure in this nation, filled with surprises, Zack, the second prince, had long been forgotten, especially after Leo ascended the throne, causing this unassuming prince to fade from everyone's memory. Yet, following the war's conclusion, all eyes turned to him. Zack, the military leader of the empire, a born commander, an invincible warrior. Such were the titles bestowed upon him. Both the emperor and the empress, Rosie, found it difficult to comprehend, for in their minds, Leo was the one who had led the soldiers to victory. In a sense, Zack resembled a poet more than a general, possessing a gentle demeanor unlike that of an emperor, complemented by his striking visage. Yet at this moment, he embodied the role of a general on the battlefield. He validated his prowess through a series of military achievements. Those who had never participated in warfare moved like cunning foxes, skillfully employing various tactics. It could be said that if Leo was the one who forged the imperial army into a blade of war, then Zack was the one who wielded that blade. The army returned in triumph, and the entire nation celebrated. Leo decreed a 3-day grand celebration in the imperial capital, and now, it was the first night of festivities. The royal ceremony hall, the most vibrant place within the entire palace, served as the venue for all celebratory events, and today was no exception. The emperor had invited numerous guests to partake in the evening's banquet, including the former emperor, and all engaged in fervent discussions about the recently concluded war. The joy and a subtle excitement were evident upon their faces. Humans are thus. When the agony of defeat is not borne by themselves, the moral failings of war dissipate into the ether. Leo and Zack stood together, surrounded by many admirers who showered praise upon the rising star. Zack humbly accepted their accolades, though he appeared somewhat distracted. His gaze roamed the vicinity, searching. Finally, he spotted someone in the garden at the front of the hall, clad in men's attire, yet unable to conceal her delicate features. It was Freya. Zack's face flushed crimson in an instant, and he struggled to contain his emotions, veins protruding from his forehead. He turned to glance at Leo. "That is your due?" Leo remarked, as if a condemned prisoner had received a reprieve. Zack dashed forth as elegantly as he could manage. In his eyes, there was no one else. The short distance of mere meters felt insurmountable. Then the girl noticed the approaching figure, resembling a brown bear. "Oh, is this not our great benefactor?" Freya greeted him with a smile. With a gasp, her petite frame was enveloped in Zack's embrace. "I finally see you," Zack exclaimed, tears streaming down his face. The onlookers were left bewildered, while Freya was utterly at a loss. She could not fathom what had transpired. Rendered speechless as the legendary warrior held her tightly, weeping uncontrollably. Minutes later, after venting his pent-up emotions, Zack blushed and repeatedly apologized for his impulsiveness. "Though I have long known of my charm, I never anticipated it could compel our second prince, the invincible Zack, to cry in such a manner." He last freed from his grasp, Freya teased, her shoulder damp from his tears. "Marry me," Zack declared, disregarding the gazes of those around him and cutting straight to the point. "Youth is truly wonderful," Freya's grandfather, Patrick, observed, standing beside Leo, stroking his chin with a smile. Zack's little episode swiftly transformed into a beautiful tale for the entire empire. No one would mock him, on the contrary. People offered their blessings and prayers for him. With the war concluded, life gradually returned to normal, except for the 3 defeated nations. No one pondered the causes or consequences of the war. Tranquil days even led many to forget their emperor. At this moment, Leo was not within the palace. In fact, even if he were inside, few would have the opportunity to see him. Since his ascension to the throne, he had undertaken sweeping reforms of the empire's political system, enhancing the efficiency of the bureaucratic apparatus. Within this new framework, the emperor's role had become less pronounced. This is the desert. The desert bears no name, for within the entirety of the world, only this expanse can rightfully be called a desert. It lies within the territory of the Flame Empire, stretching for hundreds of kilometers. It is the harshest place on Earth. Apart from the Akan tribe, who have dwelled here for generations, and the native desert fauna, scarcely any outsiders venture into this desolate realm. The Akan tribe is a subspecies of humanity, shaped by millions of years of biological selection, akin to orcs and dwarves. They stand around 2 meters tall, with dark red skin adorned with fine scales, the waxy surface preventing moisture loss. Each Akin possesses 2 layers of eyelids. The inner layer blocks light, while the outer layer is hard yet transparent, shielding against sand and wind. Their long, powerful legs and broad feet enable them to traverse the sands with remarkable agility. Each Akin possesses immense explosive strength, capable of effortlessly tearing a feeble human body in two. For ages, this desert-dwelling race has envied the fertile lands beyond their borders. Yet, just as humans cannot survive in the desert, they too cannot endure the damp air of the outside world. Thus, the few historical incursions by the Akin tribe have invariably ended in their retreat. In the realm of the Flame Empire, the desert is a vast blank space. Explorers have left countless corpses in their wake, yet they still only manage to probe the periphery. Consequently, the emperors of the Flame Empire have traditionally left this region to its own devices. Since they posed no threat to ordinary citizens, it seemed a waste of resources and effort to eradicate them. Better to let them serve as guardians of the empire. Initially, all was peaceful until the arrival of one individual shattered the tranquility of the entire race. Mosquito stood against the raging winds, sand swirling around him. Before him, 2 Akin warriors regarded the human with wary eyes. "I come bearing goodwill," Mosquito announced. "We, the earth spirits, have no need for your goodwill. You may leave." The Akin responded, their grasp of human language lacking, their dry mouths producing a sound akin to hissing. Standing before him was an Akin warrior of extraordinary stature, his neck adorned with a necklace crafted from the heads of vipers, and a circlet made of venomous lizard fangs resting upon his brow. His body was etched with intricate battle markings, a testament to each victory he had secured. Such elaborate war tattoos were reserved solely for the mightiest of the tribe. Behind him stood smaller yet still robust Akin warriors, each wielding their own battle blades. Worn steel knives wrapped in beast bones, in the arid desert, where water was scarce, these blades, long rendered obsolete, still gleamed with a lustrous shine. Albeit marred by numerous nicks, upon witnessing this, one would find it hard to refuse my request. The Mosquito paid no heed to the other's rejection. Suddenly, before him, a pair of enormous hands emerged, cupped together, their height rivaling that of a human even when clasped tightly. A metallic sound emanated from within, suggesting the presence of something concealed. The Akin warriors were momentarily startled, yet they did not flee. Instead, they cautiously regarded the hands. With a clatter, the hands unfolded, revealing a heap of metallic artifacts, weapons, shields, armor, and an abundance of everyday items. Gradually, those hands, clearly not of human origin, receded into the earth, leaving only the Mosquito and the metallic goods. The Mosquito took 2 steps forward, seized a sharp battle knife, and tossed it away. The strong Akin warrior deftly caught the hilt midair, effortlessly swinging it around. Though the length and weight of the blade might seem excessive for a human, it was perfectly suited for the Akin's accustomed grip. With a resounding clang, the blade in the warrior's hand was easily severed in two, while the new weapon remained unscathed. "All of this belongs to you." The Mosquito approached the warrior. "Your sole task is to inform me of the whereabouts of the cursed serpent's lair." The cursed serpent is a colossal and irritable creature, having once unleashed its venom across the desert to select a race that could serve it. Only those who could survive its poison would be deemed worthy of servitude. Thus, it found the Akin tribe, who possessed remarkable adaptability to their environment. After enduring the near annihilation of half their kin, the Akin people evolved to withstand the serpent's venom. The cursed serpent then concealed its massive form, known only to the tribe's shamans who could summon it. However, despite being the chosen race to serve the serpent, the Akin had little more than a passing interest in their fate. Hence, when the Mosquito posed this question, he was met only with derisive laughter. "Earthborn spirit, since you are aware of the formidable cursed serpent, you must also comprehend that unless it concerns its own interests, it shall not respond to us. You must understand that we lack the courage to challenge its authority." The Akin warriors picked up another weapon. Exchanging blows with one another, their rigid faces revealed unabashed admiration for the weapons. Yet in this harsh environment, no one was a fool. They understood the necessity of self-preservation. Then, the Mosquito extended his hand. Gesturing in the air, the space beside him twisted, accompanied by a chime, and a small black cat materialized, landing on the Mosquito's shoulder. In its mouth was a glass vial containing a brown liquid that glowed with a faint luminescence. This might persuade you to reconsider. The vial was tossed to the other party, who did not bother to catch it, allowing it to fall into the sand. Though our appearances differ, do not attempt to deceive me. Earthborn spirit, tell me, what is this? The strong Akan warrior glared at the mosquito. Why other gift is neither mysterious nor precious, yet it is sufficient to lead you out of this desert and into fertile lands. If the Akan were to choose a singular aspiration, escaping the desert for the fertile lands would undoubtedly top the list. Chapter 5. The serpent. The Akan engaged in intense discussions that spanned 3 weeks among several tribes in the desert. The prolonged deliberation was due to a minor upheaval that occurred when one small faction attempted to inform the cursed serpent of their discussions, seeking its favor. Despite their fear of the serpent, they did not wish to remain forever shrouded in its shadow. If possible, they still hoped to break free, yet they dared not express this desire openly. All they sought was an opportunity. If they could escape the desert, they would have a chance. However, merely leaving the desert was insufficient. As a creature of the wild, the serpent possessed the power to annihilate them before they could escape. The Akan tents were stitched together from the hides of desert camels, featuring a double-layered, movable structure to withstand the extreme temperature fluctuations of day and night. The tents were spacious enough to accommodate 60 individuals dining simultaneously. Decorations made of beast bones and metal hung from the ceiling, and as the cool breeze flowed in, the metal ornaments chimed melodiously. A large fire pit blazed in the center, with smoke billowing from the tent's apex. The mosquito stood beside the fire, its flickering light reflecting in his eyes. So, you haven't shared your plan with me. An elder Akan rose, holding a staff topped with 9 iron rings symbolizing the highest authority within the tribe. Beside him stood a younger Akan, whose crimson skin, unlike that of typical Akan, bore no scales and lacked the double eyelids, resembling a tall, red-skinned human. Clearly, they had tested the potion's effects. Since you mentioned the cursed serpent, you must possess more than mere thoughts on the matter. Earthborn spirit, you cast a vast shadow behind you, wielding unknowable powers. It is time you divulged everything to us. No, my powers are trivial. I am merely a messenger. The mosquito smiled, withdrawing his gaze from above. And then? The forces I represent will resolve all matters beyond my comprehension. The mosquito displayed remarkable humility, politeness, and restraint in his movements, provoking no ire. We do not wish to speculate, for this concerns the fate of our entire race. Moreover, even if we could leave the desert, would the Flame Empire permit us entry into their territory? Therefore, unless you can prove that your power is formidable enough to influence everything, we kindly ask you to depart. The Akan are not fools. Their leader is a wise ruler, and they will not be swayed by nebulous promises. They require tangible benefits. The mosquito paused, then lifted his head, his gaze piercing through the tent's ceiling, his eyes reflecting the beauty of the night sky. He then lowered his head, slowly bowing, relinquishing his position. Suddenly, a figure emerged from behind the mosquito. All present were astonished by this apparition, for the Akan possessed keen senses, capable of detecting even the faintest scent, sensing fluctuations in heat, and feeling the vibrations of a creature's heartbeat through their feet. Thus, even an invisible person would not escape their perception. This indicated that this figure had not been present moments before. He had materialized abruptly. I am Leo, the man declared. The Flame Emperor? Yes. You are merely an emperor. What power do you possess? Before he could finish, under Leo's golden gaze, the Akan leader clutched his chest and collapsed in agony. The Akan erupted into chaos as warriors attempted to rush toward Leo and the mosquito, but in an instant, they were cleaved in two, scarcely producing a sound. The entire ordeal took less than a minute. Only a few tribal leaders remained, staring in disbelief at Leo and the mosquito as they vanished into the sands. Inside the tent, the metallic ornaments continued to chime peacefully. You have 1 month to consolidate your tribes and leave the desert. Then, Leo lightly stomped the ground, producing little sound and almost no tremor. Cursed serpent, you have 2 choices. Leo had already vanished into thin air, leaving only his voice lingering. The mosquito held his forehead, a look of resignation upon his face. I have been so cautious in conveying this to you. Why choose not to heed my words? The mosquito shook his head and departed the tent. The matter was far from over. He had many more places to visit. Although he was somewhat aware of Leo's plans, he only understood the actions Leo intended to take, not the reasons behind them. He was but a mortal, merely following orders. He left the desert alone, traversing the entire Flame Empire. The Flame Empire housed nearly 90% of the planet's volcanoes, distributed in a graceful arc within its borders and exhibiting remarkable regularity. Although numerous, most of these volcanoes were dormant. Formed during the arrival of the flame goddess, each volcano marked her presence as she touched the ground with her toes, and today, all remained extinguished. While some still emitted sporadic plumes of smoke, they were merely faint wisps. Few would find solace in residing near a volcano. Despite their seemingly tranquil demeanor, the unpredictability of their potential for catastrophe looms ominously. Humanity may harbor a sense of reverence for the divine. Yet such sentiments often lack genuine trust, for the chasm between gods and mortals is vast. However, the aversion of the common folk to volcanoes does not imply universal disdain. This wondrous world is teeming with extraordinary life forms, some of which are inexplicably drawn to the acrid scent of sulfur that permeates volcanic regions. The fire raven tribe is particularly peculiar, even among the myriad winged humanoid species. Cloaked entirely in black skin, hair, wings, eyes, and teeth, these beings are a study in monochrome, their very bones shrouded in darkness. They favor garments and tools of the same hue, as black embodies their notion of goodness, in stark contrast to most life forms. The fire ravens possess remarkable heat resistance and an affinity for warmth. Their wings can endure the searing flames of common firewood for a staggering 20 minutes without sustaining damage. They cultivate crops and rear livestock atop nutrient-rich volcanic ash. Acknowledging the supremacy of the flame empire, they have maintained their autonomy for ages. The fire ravens venture from their mountainous abode only for trade, as they cannot abide the chill, even in the height of summer. Their trade goods are rather limited, primarily consisting of shed feathers and rare minerals exclusive to volcanic terrain. Upon their return, they haul an abundance of supplies, such as tools or exotic foods seldom seen elsewhere. Nearly all fire ravens possess a profound fondness for seafood. Some even rear fish in the lakes of dormant volcanoes, though their preference leans heavily towards oceanic varieties, resulting in nearly half of their income being devoted to procuring various marine delicacies. Thus, when a water tank, as immense as a small garden, materialized before them, the fire ravens exhibited little interest. However, as the lid was lifted, the shimmering aquatic inhabitants within instantly sparked a flurry of excitement. The fire ravens, with raven-like heads, appear rather fearsome when their proportions are magnified to that of humans. They intricately carve beautiful designs upon their beaks and apply pigments for decoration, yet they eschew any form of adornment. To the mosquitoes, these beings seemed indistinguishable from one another, save for the more elaborate patterns upon the beaks of those standing before them. "What does this signify? Dark elves?" queried one. The fire ravens typically possess a lifespan of only 50 years, which significantly influences their temperament. They favor direct communication, perceiving the expenditure of time as an affront to their fleeting existence. Some tokens of goodwill, the mosquito humbly offered. "You must have ulterior motives. While I am not particularly fond of dark elves, I shall not disdain your gifts," replied a fire raven. "You possess wise eyes. Thus, in light of previous events, I shall be forthright." The mosquito paused, glancing towards the distant, smoke-shrouded volcano. "Should I wish for your departure from this volcanic realm to a more hospitable locale, what would it take for you to acquiesce?" The fire raven regarded the mosquito, who met its gaze in return. He discerned a hint of disdain in the feathered visage before him, though he hoped it was merely a figment of his imagination. The mosquito wished to avoid a misstep, for he was averse to repeating past mistakes. "Is it merely these fish?" a voice inquired, prompting a chorus of laughter from the fire ravens, their caws echoing with a raucousness akin to that of true crows. Yet more thunderous and raucous. "No, you may stipulate any conditions. I shall fulfill them to the best of my ability." "Only you?" "No, to be precise, I represent the Flame Empire." The mosquito produced a badge emblematic of the Emperor's authority. "Liao?" The previously disdainful expressions of the fire ravens shifted to solemnity, and they scrutinized the black elf anew, contemplating before arriving at a consensus. "If you speak for Liao, we have awaited your arrival for some time." With that, the fire ravens ascended into the air, the mosquito trailing behind with a seemingly unhurried gait, his form glimmering against the ash-laden ground, matching the speed of their obsidian wings. They halted at the base of the billowing volcano, where a long staircase ascended directly to the crater. A spine-chilling howl erupted from the depths of the smoke, the force of the sound dispersing the ash that enveloped the air, revealing a colossal shape swaying within. Magma serpent, the mosquito mused, casting a resigned glance at the surrounding fire ravens before advancing. Beneath the volcano, the fire ravens gathered anxiously, their eyes fixed on the diminutive figure ascending towards the crater. Eventually vanishing into the smoke, the searing fumes could instantaneously carbonize flesh, yet appeared to have no effect on that person. Their silhouette flickered within the haze until it was completely obscured. Minutes later, a deafening wail emanated from the volcano, the terrifying sound scattering the surrounding smoke, the ground quaking violently as molten lava surged forth, erupting in a torrential cascade akin to boulders crashing into a lake. All the fire ravens trembled, kneeling in fervent prayer, hearts racing with trepidation. Then, as abruptly as it began, all fell silent. Atop the summit, a figure descended slowly, their gray-white hair singed, face smudged with soot, yet their demeanor exuded ease. They drew a small dagger from their waist, flicking it through their hair, transforming the charred locks into a neat style, albeit considerably shorter. The fire ravens observed the mosquito's descent, rising to meet him. Venture to the nearby Red Earth City, where you shall receive potions that will enable you to adapt to a more ordinary existence, the mosquito instructed. The fire ravens dared not protest, dispersing while the mosquito remained in place. Then, 3 serpents followed. With a gentle exhale, he gathered his composure and set forth towards the next destination. Chapter 6. The Young Maiden and the 5 Serpents. Like many of the extraordinary creatures inhabiting this world, the existence of the 5 serpents is no secret, their formidable power eliciting trepidation from all who are privy to their secrets. Their favored environments differ, as do their habitats. Most importantly, the mosquito must locate each in succession. Each of the 5 serpents is guarded by a distinct race. If he wishes to avoid bloodshed, he must persuade the guardians to relinquish their homes. Such endeavors are not easily accomplished, yet the mosquito excels in this regard. The serpents are named: the wild serpent, the magma serpent, the mist serpent, the soaring serpent, and the fallen serpent. Seated in a modest eatery, the mosquito meticulously reviewed his itinerary, perusing his notes with utmost care. Not daring to overlook a single word, after 3 thorough readings, he cautiously closed the notebook, only to catch sight of a youthful visage. The girl, with a tray tucked behind her, gazed at him with wide, curious eyes, her long lashes fluttering slightly. Until moments ago, she had been poised on her tiptoes, and the sudden closing of the notebook startled her. She leaped back like a frightened rabbit, then, with a cheeky grin, made a face at the mosquito before darting away. The mosquito chuckled softly, tucking the notebook into his waist pouch. Yet, in an instant, he was drenched in cold sweat. He, the mosquito, legendary assassin, had gained formidable power. Yet he had failed to notice a mere child approach him. Even more bizarre was the unexpected fondness he felt upon glimpsing her. This revelation sent a chill down his spine, and he refrained from pursuing the thought further. Rising from his seat, he scrutinized the patrons surrounding him. This was an utterly ordinary tavern, situated in an exceedingly mundane village, and everything appeared entirely unremarkable. His standing drew some attention, but merely a handful of curious glances. A few patrons were engaged in boisterous drinking, their cups clinking and splashing emerald liquid. Sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating the floor, even casting light into the crevices. He strolled slowly, the heels of his shoes echoing against the wooden floor. His fingers casually brushed against his waist, then lethargically flicked through the art. An oak cup was cleanly severed in 2, along with the hand that held it, the arm, the body, and the head, the bar. The tavern. Everything was reduced to neat fragments in an instant. The mingling of alcohol and flesh exuded a nauseating stench. The collapse of the structure stirred not a trace of dust. The area around the mosquito remained pristine. Before him, a small figure sat atop the ruins, clapping her hands. Clap, clap, clap. How impressive, mosquito! You've unraveled such a perfect ruse, the girl exclaimed, radiating delight. Are you mocking me? The mosquito deftly twirled the small dagger in midair before deftly pocketing it. Had the girl not appeared, he would have remained oblivious to the unfolding events around him. It was her presence that heightened his awareness, drawing his attention to the unsettling freshness of the soil visible through the floorboards of this ancient tavern. This led him to notice the unnatural heartbeats of the diners, their rigid expressions, and the utensils that had not truly been weathered by time. No. I simply find it utterly foolish that those individuals go to such great lengths to contend with you." The young girl leapt down from the ruins, her hands still grasping the tray from the restaurant, leisurely making her way towards the mosquito. At last, the mosquito was able to scrutinize the adversary before him, a girl, likely no older than 15 or 16, clad in a fitted, unembellished outfit typical of an ordinary girl. She bore no superfluous adornments. Her youthful appearance was not a result of stunted growth due to power, but rather a true reflection of her age. Her skin was delicate, untouched by the harshness of wind and sand. Her eyes shone brightly and clearly, brimming with vitality, devoid of any signs of fatigue. She moved with a lightness, her toes barely grazing the ground, akin to a dragonfly skimming the water's surface. "Pleasure to meet you. I am the new ace. You may call me AmiBA.in, the Insect Paradise, a long-established assassin organization. It has always been customary to name its members after insects. Moreover, the smaller the insect, the greater its strength." The mosquito had once ranked second, the flea preceding him. Clearly, the flea had been eliminated, and its successor bore an even smaller title. "I have long been curious as to how you, a traitor of the organization, have managed to thrive." Amoeba approached, her face adorned with a charming smile, her petite form drawing nearer. "Now I comprehend. You have forsaken your freedom, choosing to become a hound, scouring for something desired by some emperor. Although I am unaware of what it is you seek, it appears perilous and distinctly unusual." Amoeba stood but a step away from the mosquito, a distance fraught with danger for any assassin. This left them with little preparation time, potentially costing them their lives. A soft chime rang out, a faint glimmer slicing through the space between them. Their expressions remained unchanged, one gazing up with a sweet, innocent smile while the other, the dark elf, looked down with a benevolent demeanor. "Indeed, your strength is within my expectations, formidable, yet not absurdly so," Amoeba remarked. "However, you are rather unexpected. For your age, your power is somewhat bewildering." The mosquito's gaze roamed over her, searching for clues. Another chime. This time, the flash grew larger and more dazzling. "Yield, mosquito. You cannot hope to match me. You are merely a dark elf. Regardless of the source of your power from any superior being, you will never be my equal. Your body can only endure a finite amount of strength, whereas mine is limitless." Amoeba's smile remained, still laced with allure. Between them, the illumination intensified, the sound grew more piercing, the frequency escalating. Yet, their bodies remained immobile, their expressions unchanged, even their eyes not betraying a flicker of movement. Then, more people began to converge around them, their expressions imbued with a murderous intent, their sights steadfastly fixed on the mosquito. They had even conjured a small village from thin air. "How exceedingly dull of them," the mosquito remarked, taking a slight step back. Merely that one step halted the once invisible collision mid-air. Those flanking the mosquito suddenly clutched their necks in agony. A dozen individuals simultaneously suffering as their throats were mercilessly slashed by an unseen blade, blood gushing forth with the rhythm of their heartbeats, rendering them voiceless in their final moments. Clang! In an instant, the mosquito deftly parried the next assault before retreating to the side once more. More bodies fell. "This is becoming rather bothersome." The girl abruptly ceased her assault, prompting the mosquito to do the same as he regarded her calmly. She then tapped her toes against the ground, a hum resonated, and suddenly ripples radiated outward, vanishing beyond the horizon almost as quickly as they had appeared, save for the scattering of tiny stones. Yet, within mere seconds, those surrounding them collapsed like marionettes devoid of strings. There were no groans, no cries, only the sound of air being forcibly expelled from lungs, akin to a ruptured bag of inflated goat skin. "Now, we can play in peace," Amoeba declared. Chapter 7. Mosquito. This was not the mosquito's first encounter with combat. In truth, if one were to accumulate his time spent in battle, it might well exceed the age of the girl before him. Yet, he had never felt such a peculiar sensation, as he found himself disinclined to engage in conflict with her. It was strange. She was the enemy, unabashedly intent on his demise, yet he felt no anger, only curiosity. He could not ascertain the origin of this curiosity. He was simply intrigued. The two figures moved swiftly, weaving through the now desolate village, each passing encounter with houses, tables, chairs, and dishes resulting in a shattering of fragments. Their battle appeared devoid of ferocity, as their hands moved languidly through the air. Their steps resembled a rhythmic dance, their forms graceful and fluid. Well, I suppose the warm-up is nearly complete, Amoeba abruptly halted. Ceasing her offensive, very well. The mosquito offered a gentlemanly smile, seemingly unfazed. I advise you to brace yourself, for you are about to confront not merely my power alone. The smile vanished from Amoeba's face. Her crystalline eyes gleaming with intensity, boom. An explosion, a shockwave, followed by a massive chasm carved into the ground. The mosquito remained steadfast, one hand raised at his side, his sleeve torn by an unfathomable force. Revealing his smooth wrist at that moment, a thin scar appeared upon it, dark blood oozing forth only to heal instantaneously, as the dust settled. Amoeba remained poised, extending one hand forward, a solitary drop of crimson blood trickling from her tender fingertips. Truly worthy of the legendary mosquito. The girl's breath quickened slightly, but she soon regained her composure. I must remind you, little sister. The mosquito flicked his wrist, the damaged sleeve mending itself in an instant. I was already the mosquito before I drew upon any external power. The girl paused, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks, an unusual flush. Is that so? How delightful. I was just pondering that if you were not as formidable as the rumors suggest, it would be rather dulled. Amoeba's face bore a hint of madness. The blood that had flowed not only continued to spill but surged forth even more, weaving a sinister pattern upon the ground. The mosquito frowned slightly, sensing something unusual within the blood, for as mere blood, its contained power was rather excessive. Blood giant, why must it be that fellow again? A note of resignation tinged the mosquito's voice. After all, this was not his first encounter with the entity. However, it felt different this time. The blood giant was typically dim-witted, foolish, and frenzied, and once angered, might rage for millennia. Just recently, he had suffered a significant setback, and one would expect his fury to still be unquenched. Yet now, the blood surrounding the girl seemed as docile as a puppy. Had he not just been reduced to ashes by the fire goddess? How could he calm so swiftly? Oh, you know? How wonderful! Amoeba swung her arm, causing the pattern on the ground to rise, swirling around her form. Her garments were instantly corroded away, unveiling her still youthful body. A simple chain adorned her neck, holding a disproportionately large pocket watch. The blood-formed script began to twist and morph in the air, gradually fusing together. A dark red membrane of blood enveloped the girl entirely. A white bone mask covering her face with narrow slits for her eyes, fingers extending from either side as if a demon's hand were grasping her visage. Boom. Another impact surged forth, a bloody shockwave carving a kilometers-long imprint into the earth. The mosquito stared in astonishment at his right hand, marred with numerous cuts, the crimson liquid transforming into countless sickle-headed aberrations, attempting to burrow into his flesh. The mosquito flicked his hand, restoring everything to its original state. He then turned, extending his hand sharply, boom. A red gust erupted, scattering the surrounding ruins, the ground itself forming an odd cone shape from the force. Yet, the mosquito remained unfazed. The sharp blades of blood mist could not draw near him, his body seemingly transcending this space. The small hand was ensnared within a larger one. I can sense the blood giant's submission. I do not believe an ordinary person could achieve such a feat. Yet you remain undeniably ordinary. Thus, you must have employed some method to endear yourself to that imbecile. Like a ferocious mastiff, no matter how fierce it may be against foes, it would merely wag its tail in the presence of one it favored. That hand, previously clasped together, suddenly broke free from the mosquito's grip, bloodied wings sprouting from its back. Roar. A gaping maw split open upon the pure white mask, a deafening howl descending from above. The very ground trembled in response. The petite figure suddenly contorted, and under the gaze of the mosquito, she gradually transformed from a little girl into an adult form. With a gentle exhalation from beneath the cracked mask, her tender lips uttered a single word. And the previous agitation vanished in an instant. Mosquito, mosquito. The name of the dark elf slipped softly from the lips of the amoeba. Keen and composed, you remain unmoved regardless of the circumstances you face. You are a born assassin, a rare genius even among the dark elves. Mastery in martial arts, literature, music, and painting. Your talents are virtually limitless. Yet, You too possess your own vulnerabilities. The figure before you slowly descended. The bony claws behind the mask unfurling and then being gradually removed, revealing a face as crimson blood receded. Long time no see, Mosquito. The visage, voice, and smile were reminiscent of days gone by, once upon a time. Mosquito pondered when he would finally be able to conclude his life of wandering. He merely felt a sense of ennui. A genius, he was capable of almost anything, whatever he sought to achieve. He excelled. Subsequently, he departed from the city of dark elves. He lived as a wandering minstrel, a mercenary, a merchant. Everything felt as though it was a well-paved road, and he felt nothing but monotony and boredom. Then, he subdued an assassin through sheer strength, navigating a series of events that were, in essence, rather unremarkable, and he became a member of the organization. Thus, he became Mosquito. He challenged Flea, only to fail. This brought him joy. For after so many years, he had finally tasted defeat. He chose not to pursue further challenges and instead settled into a comfortable existence. He was not the first, and he would never be the best. The title of Flea was bestowed upon different individuals time and again, yet Mosquito remained unchanged. He felt a profound sense of contentment, even though he had grown powerful enough to easily usurp Flea's position. Then, he faltered. He was bested by a girl, young, beautiful, devoid of formidable prowess, and even blind at times. Mosquito himself found it perplexing why, at that moment, her smile had disarmed him completely. That sensation of being enveloped in a gentle spring breeze. That unprecedented feeling of relaxation. Then, he faltered. The name Mosquito, the worth of this head could likely fetch a small city. Do not doubt it. This is Mosquito's value. Loathed by countless kings, nobles, and the affluent, his bounty astonishingly high. Meanwhile, the girl lived an ordinary life, unremarkable, pale, frail, even fatigued by the act of eating. Mosquito sensed his end was near. However, the girl liberated the pitiful assassin trapped in a snare. That place became Mosquito's disgrace, and he resolved never to return. His life regained its course as he repeatedly succeeded in his tasks. Yet, that singular failure lingered in his heart, leaving him bewildered for a decade as to how he had succumbed to a mere girl. Then, a decade later, he returned to that very spot. The outcome? He was captured once more. Yet this time, it was not his body that was ensnared, but his heart. At that moment, the girl, now grown, greeted him with a gentle smile. Long time no see, Mosquito. Chapter 8. The Girl. Mosquito stood transfixed, utterly bewildered. His eyes were rigid, his thoughts a blank slate. His once elegant posture dissipated, and the piercing gaze vanished. He attempted to step forward, but his legs refused to obey. His body began to tremble uncontrollably. Sounds erupted from his throat, beyond his control. He opened his mouth, yet breath eluded him. He felt as if everything within him had ceased, simply because he beheld that face. Mosquito wished to express something, yet his entire being was beyond his command. He could barely force out a few syllables from his lungs. The woman across from him wore an increasingly tender expression. She cast aside her bone mask, the thin membrane of crimson blood slowly receding, unveiling a figure of exquisite beauty, flawless, without a single imperfection. She advanced toward him step by step, her delicate hand gliding across his chest, then gently nestling into his embrace. Mosquito finally shouted that name, the one that had echoed in his ears 1,000 times over. He felt as if he had lost all strength, collapsing into her arms. Utterly spent, he clung to her desperately, feeling her warmth and inhaling her scent. Then, a hand plunged into his chest, emerging from his back, as his beating heart was mercilessly crushed. Yet Mosquito remained oblivious. He was completely ensnared in bliss. Tears streamed from his eyes, cascading down her back, warm and fervent. An hour passed. The amoeba completed her task. She attempted to extricate herself from his embrace, but his hold was so steadfast that she had no choice but to sever her own arm. At that moment, no blood flowed from the severed limb. She suddenly found it somewhat amusing. Mosquito was immensely powerful. The amoeba knew she was no match for him, even against the foolish blood giant. She sensed a flicker of trepidation in its response. This fear stemmed from the strength behind Mosquito, and the amoeba, being young, was yet to fully grasp such might. Yet, she cared not. She had made ample preparations. Yet never anticipated things would proceed so smoothly. Crimson blood congealed beside her, forming a mirror. She gazed at her reflection and was taken aback to find tear stains on her cheeks. What is this? She wondered, touching her face. Tears? Mine? How is this possible? The amoeba tore a piece from Mosquito's clothing, desperately wiping her eyes. But the more she wiped, the more tears flowed, until she could no longer contain them. I do not feel sorrow. Rather, I find myself mocking this pitiful man. Yet why? Why do I weep? She questioned herself, utterly perplexed, for she was too young to comprehend. She knew not who she was, nor who her father or mother was, nor from whence she came. But she was aware that all her memories originated from the organization. She possessed a unique talent. She could effortlessly alter her appearance and transform into an adult form. Through such transformations, she could completely disguise herself as an ordinary girl with no power, rendering her the deadliest of assassins. Since her birth, she had been told that only by killing Mosquito could she truly become the queen among the organization. Thus, she had been preparing for this moment. However, everyone within the organization warned her not to provoke Mosquito. Then, one person revealed to her that she had a chance because her adult visage bore an uncanny resemblance to that girl. She was exceptional. She need not wait until adulthood. Indeed, she had prepared for this day. She would kill Mosquito, and she felt elation. She laughed heartily, even as tears continued to fall. Crimson blood coalesced into blades at her fingertips as she relentlessly struck at Mosquito's body, which quickly fell into dismembered pieces. Then, a crystalline object slipped from the tattered clothing, a crystal, resembling a woman, devoid of a face yet radiating a tranquil aura. She raised her hand, intending to shatter it, yet inexplicably hesitated. She lowered her hand, her fingers tracing the statue's face. A visage, one that mirrored her own, gradually emerged. She stood entranced, but in a moment, she cast aside her foolish worries, for she understood that from this day forth, she would replace Mosquito and become the new legend. Her form gradually diminished, her features altering as blood transformed into garments enveloping her body. She departed without looking back. The blood that flowed from his body reconstituted from the soil, the scattered fragments mending together, and his clothing restored in an instant. Then, he lay there, eyes gazing skyward. The wind brushed past him, lifting his gray hair. He raised a hand, revealing a pocket watch adorned with chains, gently pressing it open. Yet, within, there were no hands, no mechanical workings, merely a ring, plain and unassuming, silver, devoid of gems, its patterns crooked, resembling the most rudimentary apprentice's work. He smiled, filled with joy. Though still marked by tears, there was no sorrow. He rose, carefully placing the pocket watch into his innermost pocket as if cradling the entire world. Then, he raised a hand, tracing a simple arc through the air, tearing the space asunder to reveal the starry sky beyond. He stepped forward, light of foot. You shall not depart from me again. His voice lingered in place, swirling before dispersing in all directions. Compared to several months prior, the imperial city of the Flame Empire appeared largely unchanged. The people continued their daily lives, albeit with a hint of urgency. The grand palace loomed as imposing as ever, unyielding to scrutiny. The wind swept through, causing the wind chimes hung at the window to chime melodiously. Those were crafted by Lolia, and Leo had always kept that chime hanging there. A small black cat lounged lazily on the windowsill, basking in the warm sun in the tranquil room. The only sound was the scratching of pen on paper. Mosquito knelt upon the floor, a look of anxiety etched across his face. He had never acted in such a manner before, yet he was uncertain whether Leo would acquiesce to the request he had just articulated. Despite the fact that he was convinced Leo had comprehended everything the moment he heard it, he required Leo's support, for his own strength alone was insufficient to achieve his goals. I cannot assist you. Leo finally concluded, setting down his pen before speaking and rejecting him outright. I implore you, your majesty, sovereign, only you can guide my soul into the abyss of the underworld. Her spirit has already returned. Of that I am certain. It is precisely for this reason that I cannot harbor animosity towards her, allowing her to approach me unimpeded. Yet she possesses neither the memories of her former self nor the completeness of being. She is but a fragmented existence. Mosquito would never dare to address Leo in such a manner, but today, he was unusually bold. Leo fell silent, instead fixating his gaze upon Mosquito. Determination glimmered in Mosquito's eyes. Apart from her, he was indifferent to everything else, for he always remembered the purpose of his presence here. Your wishes shall be fulfilled, but not at this moment, for there are more pressing matters at hand. Leo finally spoke, albeit not in the manner Mosquito had hoped. Yet he did not despair, for at the very least, he had not been dismissed. On the contrary, hope blossomed within him. Ordinary people. This phrase is typically employed to describe those dwelling at the most basic levels of society. Neither the wealthiest nor the most impoverished. Their defining characteristic is the perpetual absence of savings. Their funds are destined to be exhausted upon death, leaving their offspring with naught. However, the definition of ordinary people has now become exceedingly simple. Referring broadly to the vast majority of humanity, it is generally believed that whatever transpires in this world bears little relation to ordinary folk. Their sole function is to perpetuate the species, subsisting on resources that yield them sustenance time and again. Yet, when certain events become perceptible even to the ordinary populace, it is likely that such occurrences are no longer ordinary. Such is the case now. Leo's eyes mirrored the entirety of the starry sky, with meteors cascading from above. These meteors were resplendent and immense, painting the night sky with the vibrant hues of their fiery trails, reminiscent of fireworks. Rather than burning up in the atmosphere, the meteors fell directly to the earth, tracing eerie patterns in the air. The heavens were adorned with exquisite designs, as some meteors collided with one another. A few smaller meteors vanished amidst the collisions, while the remainder plummeted to the ground, resulting in explosions that illuminated the night. However, the ordinary people could not perceive this brilliance, for it resided solely within Leo's gaze. To the common man, there was only a vague sense of unease and restlessness, with no understanding of the cause. Humanity possesses myriad methods of escaping discomfort, whether in the embrace of slumber or at the table of revelry. They always find a way. 36. Leo turned his head, finding Mosquito standing behind him. The flicker of light in Mosquito's eyes mirrored the stars that shone in Leo's own. The 9th chapter, The Girl. Mosquito embarked once more, though this time, he was not alone, to be precise. A cat accompanied him. Lingling was a remarkably peculiar little cat, so diminutive that its presence on Mosquito's shoulder was nearly imperceptible. Moreover, it served as a source of amusement. Mosquito, are you hungry? Yesterday, I caught a large fish, and then I fell asleep. Given the utter lack of significance in their conversation, Mosquito ceased speaking a day after their departure. He understood that if he continued to engage in such trivial exchanges with the little cat, he would inevitably grow irritable and cast it from his shoulder. Yet he knew that this cat was not so easily discarded. Are you afraid of me? The cat's face bore a sly grin. Not every strange beast possesses wisdom. The wind swirled around Mosquito, curling around his form. He soared thousands of meters above the ground, breaking the sound barrier and leaving a white trail in their wake. Why do you not consider me a being evolved by Leo? Much like those two large fish. The cat playfully scratched Mosquito's face with its tiny paws. Each of us possesses a mission beside the sovereign, and mine allows me to perceive your disguise. Moreover, would you dare to bite the shadowy dwellers if you were merely an ordinary cat? Mosquito, reluctantly drawn into the conversation, shifted his face slightly to dislodge the not-so-sharp paw from his cheek. Very well, let us change the subject. The cat climbed from Mosquito's shoulder to his head. You should know that what we are about to undertake is not simple. Is it? Indeed. What position does that girl occupy in your heart? The cat's small paws busily raked through Mosquito's hair, twisting it into an S shape and then into first place. Mosquito did not stop the cat. His voice imbued with sweetness as he returned to the world of his fantasies. Before Leo? The cat inquired, if I must rank them. Mosquito extended his hand, gently gripping the back of the cat's neck and lifting it down to his shoulder once more. Yes, indeed, you would do anything for her. This is why Leo acknowledges your existence, why he has retrieved the fallen you from the abyss, and why he has bestowed promises upon you. The cat languidly sprawled across Mosquito's face, yawning softly. Meow. So what about you? Mosquito suddenly countered, marking the first time he had spoken to the cat. Meow. Do not feign ignorance. Grasping the cat by the neck, he tossed it from his shoulder, and in an instant, the poor creature was swept away by the fierce winds. Yet, almost immediately, the cat reappeared on his shoulder. Meow. The cat waved its paws defiantly. How exhilarating! I had longed to try that. Mosquito blocked the cat's tiny claws with a finger. Well, there is nothing confidential about it. The cat finally left 3 scratch marks across Mosquito's face, insisting he could not recover. The battle between the old world gods and the ancient travelers reverberated through all higher beings. The ancient deities trembled upon this planet, yet all strange beasts understood that this was an opportunity. The cat extended its paws. Regardless of who prevails in the future, this universe cannot endure. The arrival of the travelers has made the old world gods acutely aware that the elemental markers, now fragmented into elements, are invaluable treasures. Whether the travelers secure the markers or the old world gods manage to retain them, they will recombine the 5 elements. Consequently, this universe will collapse entirely, leaving the strange beasts born of it, such as us, with no chance whatsoever. Thus, we must make a choice, even if it is a 50-50 chance. The 2 paws of the cat swayed up and down, resembling a scale. Mosquito nodded, choosing not to speak further. The cat also fell silent, deep in thought, or perhaps merely fatigued. The matter of combat, regardless of its intensity, posed little issue for Mosquito, at least when his opponents were human. However, now he felt a profound weariness. The enormous form beside him continued to convulse, blue blood flowing like a small river. The surroundings were littered with the ruins of a city, various severed limbs concealed beneath the debris. I am about to collapse. Meow! A girl clad in a black bodysuit lay upon Mosquito, her limbs outstretched, appearing utterly drained. She bore a pair of feline ears atop her head, and a tail swayed lazily behind her. The ears twitched occasionally, while the tail languidly swayed. This is the 3rd apostle, Abbas, far more troublesome than I had anticipated. Thankfully, you are faster than him, providing me with numerous opportunities. Mosquito extended a finger and poked beneath him. A howl erupted as his finger prodded the creature's eye. Be precise. Mosquito had been lying atop the eye of that monstrous entity. Then, golden chains spread forth from Mosquito, swiftly enveloping the distorted creature layer upon layer, shrinking it into a golden speck. In an instant, the girl upon Mosquito dissolved into a black liquid, continuously shrinking until she transformed into a small black cat. The golden speck then fell into the bell beneath the small black cat's neck, emitting a faint groan before falling silent. You are quite straightforward. You can simply poison him, while I must flee from his pursuit. The cat flipped onto its back in Mosquito's embrace, adopting a relaxed pose. From the very beginning, you have been perched upon my shoulder, revealing your true form only during battle. If we are to discuss fatigue, it certainly does not fall upon you. Mosquito lifted the cat by the back of its neck. Rolling over to engage in battle once more, the dust and grime vanishing in an instant. He flexed his newly healed left arm and then placed the cat back on his shoulder. There is a small town not far from here. Let us rest there. The cat completely disregarded Mosquito's complaints, its paw pointing insistently ahead. What Mosquito referred to as not far was, in fact, several hundred kilometers away. There indeed lay a small town, untouched by the distant battles, where life continued as it always had. Perhaps in a few days, this place will be shrouded in panic, but for now, the Mosquito can peacefully indulge in some delightful moments. The Mosquito disguises itself as a white spirit, for in the realm of humans, encountering a white spirit is often regarded as a portent of good fortune, as these ethereal beings are universally associated with elegance and civility. Thus, the Mosquito has always navigated the human world in the guise of a white spirit. Upon entering a restaurant, this particular white spirit, adorned with a small black cat on its shoulder, captured the attention of all. People turned to gaze at it, and the Mosquito gracefully acknowledged each curious onlooker with a nod, much to their delight. Subsequently, the Mosquito settled at an empty table, turning its back to the restaurant's entrance. Nothing soothes a weary body quite like a sumptuous meal, a truth that transcends even the most ascetic of souls. Fortuitously, they had stumbled upon a restaurant renowned for its culinary delights. Before long, the doors swung open once more, and before anyone could enter, a cacophony of boisterous sounds filled the air. A corpulent man, glistening with sweat, struggled to squeeze himself through the doorway with the assistance of his servants. A demure little girl accompanied him, her frail shoulders bearing the weight of his hand, which pinched her soft flesh, while she appeared too timid to resist. The marks of servitude were etched upon her face. unmistakably revealing her status as a recently acquired slave. Her eyes roamed the restaurant, brimming with desperation. The patrons regarded the rotund man with disdain and contempt, yet no one dared to provoke him. Then, the little girl's gaze fell upon the mosquito, and she momentarily froze. The pitiable expression vanished from her face, only to be swiftly replaced with a mask of composure. The mosquito, with its head bowed, feigned an awkward enjoyment of the food before it, while the little cat watched as the mosquito devoured every morsel on the plate, despite still pretending to eat from an empty dish. "Oh, is that her?" the little cat, Lingling, whispered. The mosquito nodded subtly, yet its actions remained unperturbed. "Your plate is empty," Lingling reminded. The mosquito nodded again, yet continued its charade. Clearly, its mind was elsewhere. The little black cat shot an annoyed glance at the mosquito, then resumed its own meal, occasionally glancing up, only to find the mosquito still lost in its repetitive actions. "Idiot," Lingling muttered under her breath. The rotund man, flanked by several servants, pushed 2 tables together and pulled 4 chairs to accommodate his vast bulk, then ordered a lavish spread of food. As time ticked away, the frail girl found herself bound to a table leg, staring hopelessly at the floor while the man devoured nearly half the feast single-handedly. After wiping his mouth, he stood with satisfaction. It was at that moment that the corpulent man suddenly clutched his chest, stumbling forward. Crash! The 2 tables collapsed under his immense weight, liberating the little girl in the process. She sprang to her feet, frantically wriggling free of her bonds, and screamed as she dashed for the exit. In a fleeting glance, she noticed that the white spirit, who had been facing away from the door, had vanished. The girl ran with all her might, evidently unpursued in this time of crisis, escaping the town and ascending a nearby hill. Her body surged with adrenaline, transforming her into an entirely different person. This is hardly a challenge," she muttered to herself. But when she turned around, she was taken aback to see another figure. The mosquito. Chapter 10. Back to you. The girl was clearly astonished. She had never anticipated encountering the mosquito again, especially under such circumstances. The mosquito wore a gentle smile. "No wonder those people never believed you could kill me." The girl furrowed her brow. "Because it's you? You could never possibly kill me." The mosquito stepped closer. "Nonsense. I distinctly remember reducing you to mincemeat." The girl retreated slightly yet defiantly advanced 2 steps. "That's not sufficient. If you truly understood, you would know my weakness. Think quickly." The mosquito's eyes seemed to gleam as it fixed its gaze upon the girl, who, reluctant, averted her eyes from his. This only fueled the mosquito's excitement as it approached her, seizing her shoulders with both hands. The girl's expression shifted to confusion, but a glimmer of hidden brilliance erupted within her. "I guess it's here." Her soft hands pressed against the mosquito's head, and in an instant, the mosquito's skull burst like an inflating balloon, brains and blood splattering everywhere. The little cat, perched on the mosquito's neck, jumped in fright. The headless mosquito crumpled to the ground, blood gushing from its heart, spraying several meters away from its severed neck. Yet the girl did not consider her actions a success. She pricked her fingertip, letting her blood fall to the earth. That droplet spread like a seed, rapidly proliferating underground, and soon, countless bloodworms, no larger than an ant's nail, emerged from the soil. They surged towards the mosquito's remains like a tidal wave. Within a minute, the mosquito's body, along with its clothing, was reduced to sludge. Weakness? No matter where your weakness lies, can you still resurrect from this? The girl shouted in fury at the puddle of flesh. From her pocket, she pulled out a handful of gunpowder, scattering it over the remains, then gathered dry twigs from around, burning it all for a full hour. The mush was cooked, then turned to charcoal, and finally to ash, allowing her to depart with a sense of peace. However, just a few hours later, the mosquito sat despondently atop the pile of ashes, the little black cat perched on its shoulder, mocking it. "This makes no sense. It's utterly illogical," the mosquito pondered. "It's all quite logical. Even if her soul is reincarnated, she will no longer be who she once was. Why cling to a stranger?" The little black cat scoffed. "You don't understand. This is a pact between the 2 of you. Yes, why I willingly serve Leo. I gain power in exchange," the mosquito replied. "Then, I have a question. What, do you regret it?" regardless of the reason. Have you ever regretted it even once? The mosquito glanced at the cat, then smiled as he stood. He offered no answer, and the cat could glean nothing from his expression. Yet she understood that until encountering this girl, the mosquito had completely detached himself from his past. The 36 Apostles. This was the term the mosquito used to refer to its objective. They hailed from beyond the stars. Monstrous beings, labeled as aberrations. This term, initially coined by an ancient god, carried a derogatory connotation, later becoming the official designation for those creatures. While aberrations may not possess the strength of divine beings, their numbers were vast. Provided with sufficient incentives, they would gladly serve. Whether the one buying their loyalty was a god or a human mattered little to them. The war initiated by Leo conveyed a message to the world. For the ancient gods of this realm, it was akin to a direct provocation. They raged, yet were preoccupied with their own affairs. The traveler's war of the ancient gods had reached a delicate equilibrium, one that no entity could disrupt. The ancient gods were unable to intervene. They could only allow these aberrations to descend. The mosquito's mission was straightforward. Capture all 36 aberrations alive, not a single one to perish. This posed no challenge for the mosquito, as the landing sites of the aberrations were widely dispersed across the globe, some even submerged in oceans. It did not require facing all enemies at once. It merely needed to reclaim them one by one, in order. The mosquito accomplished this swiftly, hardly pausing for rest, continuously racing to the next location. The final aberration awaited him in a place he knew intimately, insect paradise. That name had not crossed his lips in ages, a hollowed mountain concealing a secret stronghold. He had squandered many years there, had it not been for her. Whenever he thought of her, a sweet warmth stirred within his heart. Memories flooded back, the joy of witnessing her first embrace of light when he bestowed upon her his powers, the delight of watching her masquerade as another while feigning ignorance. He had given her nearly everything, even his very life. Yet, Insect Paradise did not desire a skilled assassin to transform into a gentle husband. Then, she perished. Subsequently, he lost his mind. The elite of Insect Paradise fell victim to his wrath, including 2 of the highest elders. Ultimately, he succumbed to exhaustion. In his final moments, he glimpsed the cosmic expanse, his spirit traversing the abyssal darkness, witnessing the titanic figures locked in eternal struggle within the infinite void. Then, he stood before that colossal shadow. You appeared within my trajectory, hence you may have a wish granted. The shadow spoke to him. A wish? Does it include seeing her once more? The mosquito laid bare all that it was to the shadows. To be precise, it was utterly incapable of harboring any secrets within their depths. The shadows acquiesced to its desires and resurrected it. In other words, you discovered the sovereign through your own strength and engaged in conversation with it? The kitten inquired, astonished. Indeed, the mosquito replied, retrieving a pocket watch from its bosom, opening it, and gently caressing the twisted patterns on the ring with its fingertips. On the ground, only 2 types of individuals could occasionally receive the ethereal messages from the cosmos, either the most brilliant of geniuses or the deranged. Yet, once one comes into contact with the cosmic revelations, even a genius may descend into madness. Naturally, their time would also be short-lived. Much like yourself, to erupt with such a potent obsession in the fleeting moments before death fundamentally elucidates your current actions. The kitten gracefully leaped atop the mosquito's head, extending its tiny visage downward to lock eyes with the mosquito. I fail to comprehend. Your so-called love is truly perplexing. The mosquito remained silent, and the kitten ceased its discourse as they soared into the clouds. Emerging from their embrace, below lay a sprawling expanse of mountains, where countless bizarre creatures engaged in a relentless struggle for survival. Suddenly, a jolt coursed through the mosquito's heart. Those beings still bore the traits of various animals. Resembling grotesquely magnified ants, flies, and rodents, malevolently conglomerate together. They tore at one another, devoured each other, and the air was permeated with a foul stench. The mosquito lowered its altitude, aligning itself with the treetops. Those life forms exhibited overwhelming hostility towards the suddenly appearing mosquito. Hissing and leaping, some even unleashing toxic substances into the atmosphere. Yet, the mosquito had no inclination to engage with these entities. Be they monsters or their repugnant venom, anything that approached the mosquito would instantly dissipate into gas, as if evaporating into thin air. A tremendous screech accompanied by an explosive sound erupted from the opposite side of the mountain, accompanied by a piercing scream that, despite being amplified countless times, sent tremors through the mosquito's very being. It was her. In an instant, the mosquito made its choice, slicing through the air with one hand, tearing apart the fabric of space, its body traversing the void while leaving the kitten behind. Meow! The kitten, Lingling, protested with a resounding cry, before vanishing as well. Upon Lingling's emergence from the parallel realm, her keen sense of smell was overwhelmed by an onslaught of bizarre odors, and her ears were drowned in a cacophony of noise. The scents and sounds emanated from all directions, originating from palm-sized flying insects. These insects bore human faces, from which multiple tentacles protruded, thrashing in the air and producing a repugnant symphony. After 3 strikes, those tentacles would sever, self-corroding into a green mist. This mist exuded an eerie aroma, ineffable in words, inducing an involuntary agitation within one's spirit, even sparking uncontrollable destructive impulses. When this mist encountered anything on the ground, be it flora, fauna, soil, or even water, it would transform them into a viscous green substance. Subsequently, the head insects would suck this oily matter into their mouths. Lingling searched in vain for any trace of the mosquito. Her form melted into a pool of black liquid, morphing into a cat-eared maiden. The maiden spread her arms wide, her fingers curling into claws, then crossed and waved them forward. Within a radius of several kilometers, the swarm of head insects seemed to be crushed by some unseen force, coalescing into a sticky mass that plummeted to the ground. The head insects, displaying a semblance of intelligence, fled in terror towards the distance, and in an instant, the atmosphere around them lightened considerably. Good heavens, how utterly revolting! The cat girl Lingling exclaimed in astonishment, covering her small mouth.